The year 3069. 6 massive ancient king stales tore through the sky, crashing down like apocalyptic meteors, and dragged a suffocating darkness over the entire planet. From within those monoliths, hordes of demons swarmed out like ants from a broken nest, frantically slaughtering humanity without a single shred of mercy. This guy once single-handedly snapped the necks of every single stage 7 demon out there. Just hearing about it gives off some seriously overpowered main character vibes. But Aki never expected that an even more terrifying existence was lurking inside the ancient king stales. A monster known as Stage 8. That monster was 10,000 times stronger than the Stage 7 demons. It was the absolute final boss of all final bosses. At that moment, his stamina was completely drained. His skills and his willpower had hit rock bottom, and so, he could only swallow his bitter resentment, watching helplessly as the Stage 8 demon completely wiped him out. But in the midst of that thick, suffocating darkness, a sudden ray of light flashed. Aki jolted awake, startled by the familiar sound of military orders echoing in his ears. Disoriented, he frantically looked around at the completely unfamiliar surroundings. Could this be a dream? Just 1 second ago, he was literally knocking on death's door. Yet here he was, standing in this weird place. It felt so real that his own skin was actually shivering from the cold. This didn't feel like a dream at all. Realizing something was horribly wrong, Aki quickly patted himself down, then grabbed his head in stunned silence. This wasn't his face. Where did his shredded, muscular body and undeniable masculine charm go? Who am I? Where the hell am I? A million questions swirled in his mind, but there were absolutely no answers. First things first, this place was the town of Fulvinus, surrounded by towering, impenetrable walls that looked just like a fortress. The man giving the speech was Ji Yu-tang, the captain of Squad 3 from Venus City. His voice was strict as he emphasized what taking the warrior exam actually meant. A warrior is the ultimate symbol of protection and hope. Then, Ji Yu-tang recounted the origin of the warriors, along with the Battle of Dawn that took place 60 years ago. Right then, it hit him like a truck. Aki was completely shocked to realize he had been reincarnated into the future after his death. Not only that, but the history he was hearing sounded completely messed up. The strongest demon wasn't Stage 7. It was definitely Stage 8, even though he didn't know why. He had seen it with his own 2 eyes. Humanity still had no clue about the true power of the demons. The more our main character thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. Meanwhile, Ji Yu-tang was still passionately declaring that without those past warriors, we wouldn't be standing here today. Without warriors, there would be no peaceful lives and no safe homes today. It is the most noble status, symbolizing hope and protection. Do you brats understand what a warrior represents? All the exam candidates roared back in unison, their spirits soaring to the sky. Right at that moment, Ji Yu-tang caught the sound of someone muttering in the back. That's not right. The word Stage 8 slipped out, instantly grabbing the captain's attention. He marched right up to Aki, a murderous aura clearly showing on his face. It seems you still don't understand what a warrior truly represents. What is your name? Aki opened his mouth to speak but suddenly froze. Was he really gonna say he was Aki from 60 years ago? Who the hell would believe he got reincarnated into this fragile body? Just then, Ji Yu-tang glanced at his name tag and let out a harsh laugh. Unbelievable. What an absolute disgrace to a legendary name. You actually share a name with the greatest, most legendary warrior of all time. Aki, you're just a brainless idiot who doesn't even grasp the most basic qualities of a warrior. And you dare to drag that sacred name through the mud. Blinded by rage, Ji Yu-tang swung his hand in a brutal slap. Aki couldn't even react in time. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his entire body was sent flying away. Damn it all. This useless trash body couldn't even dodge a simple slap. Sharing a name with his past life was such a cruel irony. Thank God someone caught him, so he didn't end up severely injured. But with just one careless sentence, our guy had successfully put a massive target on his back for Ji Yu-tang during this exam. After dealing with the troublemaker, Ji Yu-tang ordered all the candidates to head straight to the testing grounds. The next phase of the exam was the physical endurance test. Following orders, the crowd quickly moved out. Only Shino stayed behind, looking out for Aki, who was still sprawled out on the dirt. Hey, are you okay? Is your name really Aki? That sounds so badass. I'm Shino, it's really great to meet you. At that moment, a girl named Sidulu chimed in with a highly sarcastic tone. You've got some serious nerve using a name like that. Do you really think just having the same name means you've got the same strength? Getting mocked right off the bat just because of his name made Aki so mad he was practically fuming. What does my name have to do with you anyway? Shino quickly stepped in to explain. But you seriously don't know her. She's the highest rated rookie in this entire batch. Her name is Sidulu, also known as the Unsmiling Ice Queen. She's the eldest daughter of the Sidhu family, the most famous martial arts clan in Venus City. Hearing the name Sidhu, Aki felt a vague sense of familiarity, but his memories were too foggy to put the pieces together. Once Aki shook off the dizziness, Shino helped him to his feet, and the two of them sprinted toward the testing grounds, so they wouldn't be late. Right at that moment, a bright camera flash went off in their faces. Oh my, the pure bond of brotherhood between men is just so moving. You two just act natural. Don't mind me at all. Aki looked at the strange girl in deadpan confusion. Who the heck are you? You look cool and all, but having a bloody nose like that makes you look pretty goofy. but Shino was totally fixated on the photo she had just snapped. The moment the picture was mentioned, the girl's eyes lit up with excitement. "I'm Tomo. It's a real pleasure to meet you both. I was just totally captivated by the radiant brotherhood shining between you two. Ha ha ha. This is such top-tier reference material. It definitely wasn't a wasted trip." Stepping into the physical testing arena, Aki put on a cool, confident front as he strode forward. "No matter how trash this body might be, I was still once the absolute strongest warrior. How dare they try to lecture me about combat? I'll use this petty little exam to blow them all away with my score." The first round was the physical fitness evaluation, and the opening test was a long-distance endurance run. The moment the starting signal went off, Aki hit the gas and left the entire crowd eating his dust. He fully intended to snatch first place in a single breath, and maybe casually break the track record while he was at it. But reality hit him like a truck. He ended up getting first place from the bottom, and completely shattered the record for the worst run in history. Our guy collapsed onto the dirt, panting like a dog while the other recruits laughed their heads off. And it wasn't just the running, either. He made an absolute clown out of himself in every single physical test. Not only did he fail miserably, but he also almost managed to injure himself in the process. His final result was dead last on the boards. His score was so unbelievably pathetic that he's immediately announced as eliminated. He just couldn't believe that humanity's former strongest warrior was now as weak as a snail. Aki grabbed his head in sheer despair as he lay sprawled out on the ground. Only Shino bothered to come over and offer some comforting words. Meanwhile, Tomo took full advantage of the situation to snap some dramatic shots of their final tragic moment together. The examiner walked over to Jiyu Tang. "Captain, there's no need to even let that kid Aki take the second round. With scores this awful, we should just fail him right now." Even though he really disliked Aki's attitude, Jiyu Tang just shook his head. "That kid might be a lost cause, but he still has the right to take the second round. Besides, this is probably going to be his last exam anyway." With that said, he turned around and gave the order to begin the second phase of the testing. This phase was all about testing their synchronization rate with the gear. The loudspeakers blared the announcement, echoing clearly across the entire arena. Aki broke into a wildly confident grin. "A gear synchronization test. Now this is my perfect chance to turn the tables. 60 years ago, I was the absolute top dog with a stable sync rate of over 96%. This body's physical strength might be complete garbage, but synchronization rate is entirely based on pure willpower. You guys think I'm just a joke, huh? Well then, open your damn eyes and witness the true synchronization realm of the strongest warrior." Aki's eyes blazed with intense fire, completely shifting away from his pathetic vibe from earlier. Fired up, he marched proudly straight toward the next testing zone. After strapping on the synchronization gear, our guy couldn't help but marvel at modern technology. Compared to 60 years ago, this upgrade was like night and day. Right at that moment, Sidu Liu's results were broadcasted. Her synchronization rate was 39%, which meant she officially passed the exam. The crowd of recruits below immediately burst into whispers. Wow, as expected of Sidu Liu, 39% is definitely going to be the top score of the year. Kids from prestigious martial arts families with proper training are just built differently. I can't even imagine how insanely strong a guy has to be just to date a girl that elite. Just looking at her, it's like she's literally glowing in the middle of the crowd. Hearing all that gossip, our guy just let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, he had lost interest in petty high school romance a long time ago. After wrapping up her evaluation, Sidu Liu unequipped her gear and strode proudly back toward the waiting room. Just looking at her expression, you could tell that hitting 39% was exactly what she expected. The crowd just wouldn't stop singing her praises. Everyone wished they had her powerful family background, incredible strength, and stunning looks. But the second she stepped into the waiting room, Sidu Liu completely dropped her cool act. Her face turned beet red, and her heart was pounding so hard. She looked like she was about to literally start smoking. "Great job, Sidu Liu. 39%. I bet everyone saw that just now. I totally stole the spotlight this time. Playing the cool, aloof girl definitely gets you more fans. But staying humble is still the way to go. Calm down, Sidu Liu." Turns out, this girl was suffering from a massive case of 8th grade syndrome. Back in the testing area, our main character was pretty surprised. He never expected that little girl to hit a 39% synchronization rate. Shino walked right up and threw an arm around his shoulder. "She's seriously strong, isn't she? Talk about an overwhelming aura. I could actually feel the pressure radiating off her." Hearing this, our guy just gave a half-hearted nod, not really knowing what else to say. Suddenly, Shino asked why he didn't look nervous at all. With his incredibly trash physical scores, he practically had zero chance of passing the exam. He just shrugged it off, saying he was used to it. That answer only made Shino even more curious. How the heck could a kid his age be used to something like that? The exam carried on. A lot of the rookies trying the synchronization gear for the first time were clearly wincing in pain. Hooking up for the very first time put a massive strain on the body, thanks to the intense shockwave coming straight from the demonic core. A few candidates just couldn't handle the crushing pressure and ended up tapping out early. You only needed to hit a synchronization rate of over 10% to pass. And of course, there were a few jaw-dropping results that caught everyone off guard. Shino scored 24%. and Tomo managed to hit 30%. The entire testing process was being closely monitored from the shadows. Ji Yutang cracked a highly satisfied smile. Looks like we've got a few really promising seeds in this batch. The assistant beside him chimed in with the report. That's right, sir. Including Tomo just now, we have a grand total of 6 candidates who scored over 30%. Compared to the other C-rank cities, the quality of our recruits isn't half bad. But right then, Ji Yutang suddenly cut him off mid-sentence. But there are also some with absolute garbage potential. His cold gaze locked onto the very next guy stepping up for the test, Aki. The moment he stepped up onto the platform, the crowd started throwing shade. Hey, look, it's that Aki kid, with a scrawny body like that. The pressure's gonna make him literally cough up blood. Didn't he place dead last in the first round anyway? Hearing all that trash talk, our main guy tried to keep a straight face. But inside, he was absolutely fuming. Go ahead and laugh, you clueless little brats. Just try not to let your jaws hit the floor in a minute. Standing up there on the stage, he pointed straight at the red core. The core that represented raw, unadulterated strength, demonic cores scavenged from the battlefield, were basically divided into 6 distinct types. The most common ones were red, yellow, green, and blue. Red stood for raw strength. Yellow meant heavy defense. Green was for rapid recovery, and blue represented high agility. On top of that, there was purple, which controlled illusionary energy, and black, which ruled over space and time. Those last two were insanely rare, especially the black cores. Finding one of those was practically an urban myth. Now about this whole synchronization rate thing. It all really came down to a person's sheer willpower. The stronger your will, the more intense the demonic core's power you could handle. And naturally, it dictated exactly how well you could control all that explosive power. Right before firing up his very first synchronization, the staff member asked if he was ready. Since our guy had lived through this exact moment countless times before, he immediately gave the green light to start. The second it powered up, a blinding red light exploded, swallowing the entire testing hall. It was so insanely bright that even the people back in the waiting room could see it plain as day. Aki let out a massive roar, glaring down at the crowd with pure, unshakable confidence. Deep down, he felt absolutely euphoric. You better keep your eyes wide open and watch this. This is what the synchronization rate of the Ultimate Warrior actually looks like. Every single person in the room was left completely stunned by the glowing numbers. In just a split second, the needle slammed into 40%, but he still wasn't satisfied. 40%, please. Back in my glory days, I hovered right around 96%. Crank it up higher. The dominating aura radiating off him now was completely different from the scrawny kid they saw just a minute ago. The device continued to measure the synchronization rate. The numbers on the screen just kept skyrocketing. Inside the monitoring room, Ji Yutang was so hyped he almost smashed the glass. This was the very first time he had ever seen such a terrifyingly high sync rate. When the number hit 80%, the entire hall erupted into absolute chaos. The main character spread his arms wide like a savior. I am the strongest warrior ever revered. If only this core wasn't so weak, and this body wasn't such trash. My sheer presence would be enough to bring you all to your knees. This is the true gap between me and all of you. You little brats. Aki was absolutely thrilled, especially when he saw the dumbfounded looks on the faces of everyone who had mocked him. But suddenly, the surging rush of power just vanished. A crack appeared right on the demon core. He couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed straight to the ground. Oh no, this body is overloaded. A staff member screamed in panic. What the hell is this? Could the machine be glitching out? The synchronization rate plummeted straight down to 10%. The secretary reported to Ji Yutang. The demon core shattered. It's probably an anomaly, which explains why the data went so crazy. That scared the life out of me. Hearing this, Ji Yutang could only let out a heavy sigh of regret. He actually thought humanity had just birthed another super warrior. The final result of 10% was just barely enough for Aki to pass the test. Seeing his pathetic state, the other candidates started whispering again. See, I told you. It was just a core anomaly. An 80% sync rate is something only an S-rank captain could dream of. Only Shino rushed up to the stage to check on her newly made friend. Right behind her was Tomo, taking the chance to record every single second of the drama. On the other side, Situ-Lu breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. I really thought someone had shown up to steal my spotlight. I would never let that happen. Aki was practically drained of all his strength. His face was pale, and he coughed up blood. Man, I really have too much free time, getting competitive with these kids. Luckily, I still passed. After recovering a bit, he sat in the waiting room, deep in thought. What the heck just happened out there? It felt like something deep inside my heart was sucking away all my power. This has never happened before. My willpower can handle at least 80%. Even if it's a low-grade core, it shouldn't have shattered like that. Seriously, why? Right now, Aki's head was spinning with a dozen unanswered questions. Even a seasoned warrior like him couldn't figure out a logical explanation. Just then, the waiting room door swung open. He jolted and forced himself to stand straight at attention. Ji Yutang slowly walked in, speaking in a stern voice. Congratulations on making it to the final round. The live combat drill. This time, you will be facing real demons out in the field. I hope all of you can survive and pass this test safely. After the briefing, all candidates were ordered to line up and head toward testing Area 3. Even though he was panting heavily, Aki managed to drag his exhausted body along with the crowd. He was so tired that he didn't even notice Ji Yutang's eyes watching his every move. At that moment, the man spotted something lying near where Aki had just been sitting. Picking it up, he realized it was a fragment of the demon core, slowly fading away. Clenching the shard tightly in his hand, he stared at the boys retreating back. You really make me curious, Aki. I want to see exactly how you'll perform out there, in the mist hunting round outside the walls. Once all the candidates had fully assembled, the giant gates of Venus City slowly began to open. Seeing the outside world for the very first time, the kids immediately started buzzing with excitement. Oh my god, this is my first time ever leaving the city. Is the outside really always covered in mist like this? Meanwhile, our main guy was just shocked that even after 60 years, humanity was still living boxed up inside these towns. Seeing the clueless rookies, the proctor barked loudly. Shut up. You're outside the city now, so double check your gear. One careless move, and you're dead meat. Aki carefully examined the energy core he had just been given. He didn't believe the earlier issue was with the core itself. It felt more like his own body had rejected it. He thought about it over and over, but still couldn't figure out why. Could it be some kind of side effect from getting icecade? Still lost in thought, he followed the crowd as they made their way out of the city. The exact moment he set foot on the ground outside the city walls, Aki instantly felt that something had changed. A strange signal started radiating from deep within his body. That signal continuously expanded outward in all directions, drawing in the demons that were lurking nearby. It even reached a deep cave hidden within the dense fog. A bone-chilling voice echoed from inside the cave the moment it sensed the signal. Impossible. That thing is on a much higher level than me. It's a demon that completely surpasses my existence. Flashes of images suddenly crossed Aki's vision, leaving him completely stunned. What in the world is this? Were those things I just saw demons? Deep inside his mind, there seemed to be a bizarre resonance. Right at that moment, Sidulu spoke up, snapping him out of it. Are you coming or what? The main character awkwardly apologized, having no idea how to explain himself. Shino and Tomo also walked over when they noticed the commotion. The examiner turned around and shouted, "You four in the back? Form a squad. The other squads are already prepped and ready to go. Hurry it up." Tomo misunderstood, thinking this was all part of Aki's master plan to build a team. Before he could even clear things up, Sidulu chimed in. Just don't be dead weight. She seemed totally cold on the outside, but she was secretly sighing in relief on the inside. Just a moment ago, she was actually terrified that nobody would want to team up with her. Shino patted Aki on the shoulder. Let's go guys. We'll do our best together. Tomo quickly snapped a photo to capture their first moment as a squad, completely unaware that a massive disaster was about to go down. This exam phase was only possible thanks to the mist dispelling stale. It was a chunk of black stone containing a special material that could clear out the fog. Once everyone had gathered, the examiner announced the rules. For round 3, it's 4 people per squad. Your objective is to hunt down demons in the fog outside the wall. Every squad was issued a set of combat gear. This included standard issue weapons and a portable mist dispelling device. The mission was crystal clear. Head into the fog toward the designated glowing waypoint. Plant the device and then wipe out any demons in the surrounding area. Your final score will be based on your individual skills and your overall teamwork, which will determine if you pass or fail. Best of luck to all squads. Hunting in the fog had long been the most terrifying trial for rookies in this mist-covered world. The warriors had to face hidden, unpredictable dangers lurking in the shadows. Becoming a true warrior didn't just require physical strength and talent, but also a rock-solid mental fortitude to withstand the fog. You had to rely on squad teamwork to overcome your fear and defeat the unknown. First, secure your line of sight, and then obliterate whatever random demons popped up. Only after surviving your first bloody slaughter would you earn the right to be called a warrior. One by one, the squads left the safe zone and pushed into the outer perimeter to carry out their mission. Up on the city wall, the captain of Squad 2, Zago, was observing everything from above. We've definitely got quite a few solid rookies in this batch, but the one who catches my eye the most is that girl, Sidulu. What about you, Captain? Joel stood nearby, observing intently. Yeah, she comes from an elite martial arts family. With the right training, who knows, she could become an outstanding warrior. Ji Yutang crossed his arms, pointing out that there was another rookie in the crowd worth paying attention to. His eyes were locked straight onto Aki down below. I thoroughly checked his core. There were definitely no issues with it. So what in the world happened back then? Ji Yutang was deep in thought when Zago lightly tapped him on the head. What are you spacing out for, Tang Tang? Ji Yutang blushed and snapped. Don't call me that. It was obvious that the 3 captains were very close. Stopping his jokes, Zago suddenly turned serious. Have you confirmed the rank of the demons within the exam area? Only scaleless demons are allowed in there. Ji Yutang firmly stated that he had checked everything thoroughly, guaranteeing there were no mistakes. Zago flashed a confident smile. If something actually goes wrong, we'll step in and wipe them out ourselves to protect these future warriors. After a few teams finished, it was finally Aki's team's turn. This squad drew everyone's attention, because it had both the strongest and the weakest members from the previous 2 rounds. All four of them believed they would breeze right through this test. Suddenly, Sidulu snatched the device right out of Aki's hands. Then she sprinted forward. Right now her head was full of childish thoughts. I just need to follow the most dazzling person, she figured. Aki was a little annoyed, but he still followed closely behind her. In the end, the main character had to grit his teeth and chase after them. The moment she dashed into the mist, Sidulu launched herself into the air and spun around flawlessly. Her mid-air flip looked like something straight out of an action movie. Locking perfectly onto her target, she jammed the mist-clearing device exactly where it needed to go. This performance made even Zago, who was watching from the city wall, nod in praise. She's clearly using a recovery. Her movement techniques are just as good as a blue agility type, as expected of a martial arts family. Sensing a human presence, 3 blood-red demons immediately let out a massive roar and charged straight at Sidulu. Aki instantly signaled for Shino to rush up and block them. For some reason, Shino subconsciously followed his order. He leaped in front of Sidulu and put up his guard. He took the demon's attack head-on. This time, Ji Yutang had to speak up and praise him too. Not bad at all. He already knows how to harness the power of his core so proficiently. When the 3 demons were knocked up into the air, Aki signaled to the group again. The other 3 members instantly rushed forward together. Each of them picked a target to take down. With the agility core equipped on his body, Tomo swung her blade in a rapid flurry of slashes. She sliced right through the demon, then delivered a heavy kick that sent it crashing into the ground. Seizing the perfect moment, Shino followed up with the devastating punch that blew the demon away. This seamless teamwork made even Joel gasp in awe. Wow, those two work pretty well together, especially that girl. Her blue agility core makes her body so much more balanced and flexible. As Joel said this, he let out a creepy smirk that left everyone absolutely speechless. Round 2 was Sidulu's time to shine. While the demon was still suspended in midair, she instantly lunged forward and plunged her blade into its body. A bright green light spread from the blade straight into the demon's body. In just the blink of an eye, its body swelled up to an unnatural size. Then it exploded into a million pieces right in the middle of the thick fog. He really lived up to his title as the strongest from the previous 2 rounds. That attack was just absolutely ruthless. Finally, it was Aki's turn. In a split second, he quickly pinpointed 3 critical weak points to strike: the neck, the chest, and the stomach. But ironically, the demon wasn't the only one who got knocked down. Our main character also ended up tumbling across the ground. Good thing Aki managed to stab his blade into the dirt in time. That was the only thing that stopped him from sliding any further. The explosive power of this frail body definitely had its limits. Taking advantage of this real combat situation, he decided to push his own limits to see what he could do. His eyes lit up, and he charged straight at the demon. Relying on his past battle experience, Aki dodged the attack and instantly countered. The tip of his blade pierced the demon's ribs, but his physical strength was just too weak to drive it deep. The demon only took minor damage, so it immediately lashed out with a kick to counter. Quick as lightning, our main character leaned back to dodge, switched his weapon to his other hand, and stabbed it right in the stomach. The sheer pain made the demon lunge forward recklessly. It was trying to use its massive body to completely crush him, but Aki calmly stepped back, seized the perfect moment, and slashed its throat, sending it crashing to the ground. Even though his moves looked super smooth, he knew this body was pure garbage. His reflexes were slow, his body temperature was unstable, and his explosive power was just pitifully weak.
Thankfully,
with the experience he gathered from countless battles, this demon was nothing he couldn't handle. If it were anyone else, they would have definitely been killed. That cat and mouse takedown left Shino wide-eyed in total admiration. Tomo recorded the whole thing. The only one who wasn't happy was Sidulu, completely furious that his spotlight got stolen. Seeing a scrawny kid pull off such flawless moves was honestly mind-blowing. Ji Yutang kept watching in silence. From the very beginning, he felt there were just too many strange things about Aki. Back to the test, the examiner officially announced it was over. Our main character was panning heavily. Neither his body nor his old skills were usable. Just a few moves had completely drained him. I guess my evaluation is pretty much done. Let's finish this then. Aki took a deep breath and dashed forward, ready to deal the final blow to the demon. Suddenly, something burst out from under the ground and impaled the demon right through its stomach. Thank God he managed to jump back in time, but thick vines had already completely surrounded the area. All 4 of them panicked, having no idea what was going on. Right after that, another demon ripped through the dead body and crawled out. It let out a single, deafening roar. A terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. Ji Yutang's face went pale as he yelled, "A first-stage demon." Hearing that, the candidates instantly scattered, running for their lives toward the city walls. Zago and Joel leaped off the wall, charging straight toward the first-stage demon. As he ran, Zago tried his best to calm the panicked rookies. "Don't panic. Head to the safe zone near Ji Yutang. He'll protect you." Meanwhile, inside the circle of vines, the first-stage demon suddenly spoke. "Humans, one of you reeks of a demon. Who is it?" Aki's eyes widened in shock. A human with the scent of a demon. Who the hell was it talking about? As it spoke, the first-stage demon stepped closer. Its overwhelming presence left the entire team trembling in fear. Even Sidulu didn't dare to move a muscle. Is this really a first stage demon? It's completely different from those unranked scrubs from before. With just a flick of its wrist, it could tear us all to shreds. With his current body, even a seasoned warrior like Aki felt suffocated. So this is the terrifying pressure of facing a ranked demon. Meanwhile, the first stage demon seemed to be hesitating. Since it sensed the scent of a demon on a human, it held back from attacking immediately. Unable to figure out exactly who it was, it decided to just capture all 4 of them. 4 beams of light shot straight into their heads, knocking the entire team out cold. And right at that moment, a massive crack suddenly appeared on the wall of vines. Zago and Joel shattered the encirclement with overwhelming power. Just try and touch them. Facing Joel's threat, the Tier 1 demon only sneered in contempt. Come along with me. Countless vines erupted from the ground, tightly wrapping around everyone. They were dragged deep underground along with the Tier 1 demon and Aki's group. Up at the edge of the pit, Zago and Joel just stood there frozen, completely unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the ground ahead started bulging and twisting, like something was tunneling right through it. That was obviously the path the monster was taking underground. Joel immediately shouted and chased after it. But after tracking it for just a short distance, the trail suddenly vanished. We lost it. Ji Yutang inspected this area thoroughly for several days straight. How the hell did a Tier 1 demon show up? He had never been sloppy with this kind of work before. Damn it, nothing like this has ever happened. Right at that moment, Ji Yutang rushed over after stabilizing the situation inside the city. As soon as he arrived, he frantically asked, Zago, Joel, where are the kids? Why did you stop? Hurry up and keep chasing them. Zago tried to calm him down. Calm down. The trail just ends here. The Tier 1 demon probably burrowed deep into the lower earth layers. The area ahead is completely unexplored. Going in right now is way too risky. Ji Yutang dropped to his knees and placed his hand on the dirt. Horrifying childhood memories suddenly flooded his mind. He gritted his teeth, punching the ground hard as he blamed himself. It's all my fault. I didn't check it thoroughly enough. This is all on me. Zago knew perfectly well that letting him spiral like this wouldn't end well. Joel immediately suggested a plan. Let's head back first. The city must be in total panic right now. The 3 of us can't all be absent at the same time. Then we'll dispatch a scout team to check around the city just to make sure there aren't any other Tier 1 demons out there. Zago stepped closer and patted Ji Yutang on the shoulder. Nobody wanted this to happen to those 4 kids, but we have to keep our cool. But before she could even finish her sentence, Ji Yutang brushed her hand away and stood up. You 2 head back first. I'm going to stay and search a little longer. Don't worry. Joel was about to stop him, but Zago cut in. Then you absolutely have to be back before sunset. Got it. Ji Yutang nodded, then charged straight into the thick fog, all by himself to search for clues. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Zago could only let out a helpless sigh. Joel scratched his head and muttered, I know why he's like this. His little brother was taken by demons years ago. He's been blaming himself ever since. Zago looked deeply saddened. If his brother were still alive, he'd be right around the same age as those kids. That's exactly why looking at that group of kids reminds him of his own brother. It turned out the reason Ji Yutang cared so much about Aki was because he saw a reflection of his own past in the boy. Fate truly is a cruel joke. Meanwhile, Aki groggily woke up deep underground. Where am I? Thank goodness everyone is still alive. Right at that moment, the eerie voice of the Tier 1 demon echoed from behind. Oh, you're awake already. You woke up a lot faster than I expected. You're definitely not ordinary. Now I'm even more curious. The Tier 1 demon stepped out from the shadows. It walked forward and suddenly grabbed him by the throat. Lifting Aki into the air, it demanded, why do you have our aura? And why is your aura even stronger than mine? Aki pretended to be clueless, asking back, what the hell are you talking about? But that was just a stalling tactic to distract the enemy. He channeled energy from the core in his chest, unleashing an explosive burst in a split second to shatter his bindings. The sheer force pushed the Tier 1 demon back. Once free, our MC grabbed a nearby bone to launch a counterattack. However, at this speed, the Tier 1 demon easily leaned to the side, dodging the blow before immediately striking back. Pretty strong. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Aki chose to dodge instead of blocking the hit. He lit backward, gritting his teeth. If this were my past life, I would have snapped its neck by now. I have to save those 3 first. It's a red core type, specializing in speed and agility. Its joints allow for lightning-fast strikes, but they're also its weakest point in defense. Using his vast combat experience, Aki instantly analyzed its weak spots. Facing the main character's attack, the rank 1 demon didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, it thrust its hand straight toward his head, unable to react in time. Aki had no choice but to use his shoulder to block the brutal blow, but that was also part of his calculation. The exact moment he got stabbed, he grabbed the enemy's arm tightly to create an opening to attack its joints. Fighting through the excruciating pain, Aki used a piece of bone to viciously stab into its joints over and over again. Then, with a brutal yank, he completely tore off the rank 1 demon's arm. Don't you dare underestimate me. You're nothing but a rank 1 demon. I've slaughtered countless of your kind before. But just as he started feeling smug, a harsh dose of reality slapped him right back awake. Even with a missing arm, the monster's combat power didn't drop at all. In the blink of an eye, Aki was kicked flying across the ground. The severed arm lying on the dirt was casually picked right back up by the demon. So, you think you know my weakness. Too bad I belong to the Red Core lineage. We have the power of regeneration. Aki lay on the ground, struggling just to keep his eyes open. Regeneration. I thought only rank 6 cores had that kind of ability. Could it be that demons have actually evolved over the past half-century? The realization hit him like a truck. Having just reattached its arm, the rank 1 demon looked completely unharmed. With nothing but the lift of a single finger, countless thick vines erupted from the earth, brutally piercing right through Aiki's body. Then, the vines forcefully dragged him right back toward the monster. It grabbed the main character by the head, letting out a mocking laugh. I really don't understand you weaklings. Suffocating in sheer despair, Aki's consciousness slowly began to fade away. His internal organs were completely ruptured. The pain was so agonizing he couldn't even catch a breath. Am I really gonna die right after getting reincarnated? Are those 3 going to die just like my comrades from my past life? I'm so sorry guys, I can't accept this. I really can't accept going out like this. He was losing way too much blood, causing his mind to slip further and further into the dark. Sensing his life force rapidly draining away, the rank 1 demon opened its massive jaws, getting ready to swallow him whole. Evolving through consumption, huh? You humans are so pitifully weak, if eating means evolution. Right at that exact moment, Aiki's aura suddenly erupted with explosive force. I dare you to try and eat me. The rank 1 demon instinctively stumbled backward in fear. The mysterious core on his chest began to violently crack. And the voice that echoed out was no longer his own. You are not allowed to die yet. If you do, the entire plan will crumble to dust. To think that my last lingering shred of spirit would have to be wasted right here. The terrifying aura pouring out made the rank 1 demon violently shiver. This aura. Is it rank 5? No, rank 6. The core embedded in Aiki's chest began glowing with an intense, burning crimson light. His gruesome wounds rapidly started stitching themselves back together. Bloody red threads sprouted outward from the core, tightly wrapping around his entire body. Even his hair completely changed, turning a stark, piercing white. In just a fraction of a second, his body terrifyingly mutated into the form of a demon. The moment he snapped his eyes open, a tidal wave of blood-red energy violently exploded outward. It shattered the ground beneath him, shooting straight up and piercing right through the sky. Shockwaves of pure power wildly rippled across the entire area. Every single low-level demon caught in the blast radius was instantly crushed into absolute dust. After the slaughter, the massive energy slowly drew back in. It rapidly converged back around Aki's body. A pair of demonic wings violently ripped their way out from his back. I am the one and only Crimson King. The absolute strongest red core to ever exist. Bow down to your king. Hearing those words, the rank 1 demon shook in pure, unfiltered terror. The Crimson King. Is that our supreme ruler? The Crimson King spread his arms out with overwhelmingly majestic authority. Get on your knees and speak my name. The rank 1 demon instantly threw itself onto the dirt, groveling as its voice shook with absolute dread. All hail the Crimson King. Meanwhile, in another location, Ji Yutang was still stubbornly pressing forward with his search. He continued scouring the thick, heavy fog. Any unfortunate demon that dared to show its face was instantly and completely annihilated. Turns out, this area only had 2 pathetic unranked demons left. Looks like the kids aren't here. I have to keep looking. I need to find them before sunset. He looked up at the sky, filled with anxiety. Right at that moment, a brilliant red pillar of light erupted from behind. Just the shockwave of its energy alone made Ji Yutang struggle to hold his ground. After regaining his composure, he quickly pinpointed the source of the tremor. That terrifying source of energy. The scene shifted back to the Crimson Horn King. The structure of his feet began to morph to adapt to standing on the ground. He walked up to the one-horned demon and spoke. I didn't expect the outside world to still be this dark. Hurry up and answer my question. Ever since I disappeared, are there still 5 Horn Kings in existence? The one-horned demon bowed his head, not daring to look straight at him. He replied, trembling. Yes, my lord. There are still 5 Horn Kings. Hearing this, the Crimson Horn King grew agitated. It's still those 5. The 5 Horn Kings haven't changed. Seems like they've been living quite peacefully. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? With just a wave of his hand, an overwhelming aura made the one-horned demon shiver violently. The Crimson Horn King looked at his own arm and muttered, I can't believe the body of the strongest warrior is this weak. If I want to manifest again, I'll probably have to wait until I am fully awakened. This really tests my patience. I have to wait for him to absorb the horn's memories, step by step. Hearing this, the one-horned demon was shocked. The horn's memories. The Crimson Horn King explained, horns are what grow on our bodies, and their number determines our rank. The Dark Clan needs the horn's memories to evolve. This is a unique ability that makes us superior to all other races. The human named Aki is now just like you guys. You all need to devour Dark Clan members of the same rank to evolve. But he has to defeat higher-ranked Dark Clan members to seize their horn memories and evolve. Think of this as a gift I bestowed upon him. After hearing that, the one-horned demon looked up and roared with fanatical devotion. My king, your subordinate swears to serve you. I am willing to become your right hand. But before he could even finish, the Crimson Horn King obliterated him with a wave of his hand. You are not worthy. Your only value is becoming the memory this warrior needs to awaken his first horn. I've already laid down the first stepping stone for him. Don't disappoint me on the evolutionary path ahead. I need you to awaken all the way to the 8th horn. When that time comes, I will return from my slumber. Aki's body slowly returned to normal, but the core on his chest glowed with a brilliant red light. Something resembling a genetic code was gradually invading his body. The demonic power slowly fused with him. It felt like he was reliving the final moments of his past life. Lying in a pool of blood, Aki was dying. Humanity's strongest warrior looked toward his enemy and whispered, I don't want to die yet. She's still waiting for me to come home. I won't die. I'm gonna get everyone out of here. Suddenly, his teammate's hand grabbed his. With a face twisted like a demon's, he asked, Why is everyone dead? Yet you are still alive. Aki bolted awake on his hospital bed, drenched in sweat. He realized it was all just a nightmare. He clutched his head and forced a painful smile. Right at that moment, his 3 teammates pulled back the curtain and walked in. Before Aki could even react, Tomo leaned in close. But why did your hair change color? Did a special demon kidnap you just to bleach and dye it? Aki was startled by her wild imagination. Wait a minute, are you 3 okay? I remember we were dragged into a cave by the one-horned demon. Just then, Ji Yutang stepped up and interrupted. Looks like you still remember a little bit. Tell us what happened inside that cave. It turned out the 3 captains had been waiting behind the curtain the whole time. Aki recognized Zago and Joel, but he still played dumb, acting surprised and asking why they were here. Zago laughed out loud. Ha! It was actually our little Tang Tang, who carried the 4 of you back here. Ji Yutang blushed and snapped back. Don't call me that. But Zago just kept teasing him, making Shino and the others try so hard to hold back their laughter. Joel chimed in. We found you guys lying unconscious right outside the cave. You're lucky that Phase 1 demon vanished. There is no way we could have brought you all back in one piece. Zago handed Aki a mirror. The other 3 woke up without remembering a single thing. You're the only one who went through some kind of physical change. Try to jog your memory. Aki looked into the mirror and was totally stunned by his new hair. Ever since he reincarnated into this world, everything had just been way too unbelievable. He decided to keep the truth a secret. He just told them that he blacked out after getting attacked, and didn't remember anything else. After thinking it over, Aki finally answered. All I remember is being dragged into that cave, and then I passed out. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. Hearing that, Ji Yutang fell into deep thought. Maybe I've just been overthinking things. But there were blood splatters all over the cave walls. Joel stepped closer and asked, Your name is Aki, right? You share the exact same name as the legendary warrior. Your scores might be pretty awful, but out there on the battlefield, you stay incredibly calm. Joel gave him a very knowing smile. Have you fought demons before? Panicking that his secret was exposed, Aki quickly explained that he had just studied demon weaknesses. Zago praised him and even offered to train him personally. Bringing up the exam, Aki asked if he had actually passed or not. Tomo gave a bright smile. We all passed, and we're still a team. Because of this whole incident, Ji Yutang decided to officially group the 4 of them into a single squad. Sidu Lu reminded them that they had already fallen way behind the other teams. Aki was super confused. How could they be falling behind when the test literally just ended? Ji Yutang explained. You were in a coma for 3 whole days. Your team's accumulated points are still at 0. Hearing that, Aki was absolutely shocked. He totally thought he had only been out cold for a few minutes. Once he fully recovered, things got moving. The 4 of them immediately geared up. They were ready for the point hunting journey ahead. Down at the gathering area, the crowd was buzzing. 3 days ago, they had seen a team of young, promising warriors. Once they were all lined up, Ji Yutang spoke with a stern expression. Listen up. I'll give you the rundown. First off, congratulations on officially becoming warriors. Managing to survive against a Phase 1 demon is incredibly impressive. You 4 will now form a squad under my command. Hearing this, Aki raised his hand and asked, What exactly does making the cut mean? The current warrior rules were way more complicated than they were 60 years ago, leaving him totally confused. Shino spoke up. Aki, don't tell me you've seriously never heard of the squad leaderboard. Seeing his blank stare, Shino explained that their team was currently dead last. Sidulu kept her cool, icy demeanor. Ji Yutang then clarified that their performance is based on the squad scoreboard, and they have to compete against the other 8 teams. By taking on different ranks of missions, you'll earn corresponding points. The higher your score, the higher you rank. Every month, the top 2 squads under each captain will face off in a duel for special rewards. On the flip side, the team at the absolute bottom will be punished. They'll be temporarily assigned to the sanitation crew, until another team drops below them. Hearing that, Aki looked around and chuckled. So that's why the city is so spotless. Ji Yutang added that this competition is the very rule that forces warriors to improve. Demons are constantly evolving, so warriors cannot afford to slack off. Because of this, Sidulu will be stepping up as your squad leader. Does anyone have a problem with that? Shino and Tomo instantly agreed. Only Aki felt a bit salty about it. After all, he used to be the absolute strongest warrior out there. Even though he only dared to complain in his head, with his dead last scores, he had no choice but to accept it. Having earned their trust, Situlu stepped forward and swore to successfully complete their missions. Before leaving, Ji Yutang gave him a reminder. It's still pretty early. You kids should head over to the mission board, pick out a task, and check out where the other squads are ranking. Also, you'll need to practice using the armor's nano wings in actual combat. If you run into any issues, come find me. Dismissed. Situlu immediately signaled the group. Let's move, we're heading straight to the mission board. We've already wasted 3 days, so we need to make up for lost time right now. Suddenly, Tomo yelled out. Hold on a second. There's something way more important. Situlu turned her head and asked what it was. She was totally panicking inside, thinking she had forgotten something crucial, and started doubting herself. But Tomo simply suggested that they should take an official squad photo together. Those words left Situlu frozen like a statue. Aki, on the other hand, thought it was a pretty fun idea. He really wanted to make some good memories with his new teammates. Meanwhile, the 3 captains were watching the whole thing unfold from a distance. Zago stretched his back out of exhaustion, pointing out how all the demons around the cave had just exploded. Joel guessed it probably had something to do with the 4 rookies. Ji Yutang looked deep in thought, mentioning that he had a sneaky suspicion about Aki. He could sense this bizarrely familiar aura coming from the kid, though he could not quite put his finger on it. Just as the tension started building up, Zago playfully threw his arms around the older man, teasing him until Ji Yutang's face turned bright red from embarrassment. Joel just stood there, keeping totally cool and quiet as he watched them. He suggested they just keep an eye on things for now. If anything weird happened, they could deal with it later. Over on the other side, Aki was totally glued to the city's central quest board. When he saw there were still 3 rank A quests left, with each one worth 10 points, he practically cheered out loud. Shino and Tomo quickly explained that rank A quests were the absolute highest level they were allowed to take. Those last 3 quests on the board were definitely going to be the hardest ones out there, compared to the rank B quests worth 6 points and rank C worth 3 points. Rank A was incredibly tempting, but highly dangerous. Hearing that, Aki immediately suggested they just grab all 3. In a crazy coincidence, Situlu marched right up and ripped all 3 quest papers off the board at the exact same time. Talk about great minds thinking alike. With the quests officially accepted, the whole team immediately hit the road. Surrounded by the thick mist, the 4 of them pushed forward without a single ounce of hesitation. Aki gently tapped the core on his chest to activate it. His nano wings instantly deployed. He tested out the controls and smoothly formed his weapon. With just a single quick motion, a super sharp blade instantly materialized in his hands. After 60 long years, humanity's technology had seriously made some mind-blowing leaps forward. The rest of the team quickly summoned their weapons too. Their targets were the 2 unranked demons lurking straight ahead. On Situlu's command, the squad smoothly split up, just like they had planned. As the captain, she ordered a fast and hard strike, wanting to wrap up the fight before it could drag on. Shino pulled aggro to distract them, while Aki and Tomo moved in to neutralize the targets. Then, Shino unleashed a heavy blow that left the monsters completely stunned, and Situlu swept in to deal the absolute final finishing blow. Everything went off perfectly, right by the book. She turned her back to the massive explosion and struck a super confident pose. With the demons totally wiped out, their next step was clearing out the thick mist. Real combat out in the field was definitely way harder than the exams back at the academy. Luckily, one of the demons actually dropped a red core. Completing this rank quest scored them a solid 10 points. Aki honestly couldn't help but be totally blown away by all this modern technology. Tomo explained that the quest paper had a microchip inside, which was directly synced to the city's point system. The second you complete the objective, the points automatically get registered to your account. With that settled, she glanced over at their remaining 2 quests. The last 2 missions were to capture 3 unranked demons alive, and to collect 10 unranked cores. Tomo practically collapsed right there the second she read how insanely hard that was. But Situlu was totally fired up, absolutely determined to crush the last 2 quests and rocket their team straight to the top ranks. Her words instantly fired up the whole squad's fighting spirit. Tomo even made sure to snap a quick recording of their captain, looking incredibly badass. Shino turned to ask Aki what he thought. He just flashed a smile and said they better get moving fast if they wanted to catch up to the other teams. A really nostalgic, almost unexplainable wave of emotion suddenly washed over Aki. Standing there surrounded by these energetic kids, his battle-hardened heart actually felt like it was beating with real life again. Without wasting another second, the team pushed forward to finish the quests before sunset. Against all odds, they actually managed to capture 3 unranked demons completely alive. They managed to burn through every last drop of their tranquilizer ammo right as the fight ended. The amount of special ammo handed out to each squad was already super limited to begin with. Seeing Aki staring at the gun with a confused look, Situlu quickly explained that it was a fully integrated nano-weapon system. Aki looked down at the tied-up demons, feeling totally amazed. In this modern era, they could actually use tranquilizers to capture these beasts alive. Back in his day, they had to literally beat the demons unconscious with pure, brute strength. Once they finished cleaning up the battlefield, Shino let out a massive sigh of relief. The mission had actually gone off without a single hitch. Tomo stretched warily, reminding everyone that warriors must return to the city before sunset. Let's head back. Speaking of home, Aki suddenly realized he knew nothing about this body's background. Meanwhile, Sidulu used a tracking device to call the research team to collect the demons. Just then, Aki asked, "Do you guys feel that killer intent?" Before he could even finish, a bullet flew past, instantly taking out the 3 demons. "We can't let you complete this mission." A cold voice rang out. "That was the mission we wanted. Who gave you the right to snatch it?" 4 strangers appeared, their eyes full of hostility. Aki frowned and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" The red-haired guy spoke up to introduce himself. "We're the Black Lance Squad, your seniors who joined under Ji Tang during the last exam. You're just rookies. Don't you know how to respect your seniors? And you even dared to hog all the rank missions for yourselves. Are you looking down on us?" Sidulu stared at the dead demons, her eyes burning with absolute fury. The redhead continued to provoke them. "Where's your captain? Get them out here to greet us." Before he could finish, Sidulu charged forward to attack. The redhead quickly dodged and cursed at her. "You don't deserve to be called a senior," she roared in anger. Shino and Tomo hurried to hold her back. Tomo tried to reason with them, arguing that they shouldn't destroy the squad's hard work, but the redhead just let out a contemptuous laugh. Competition is the rule here. Those words sent Sidulu over the edge. She was ready to risk her life for the squad's honor. Shino turned to Aki for help. "Aki, the sun is almost down. Say something." But before he could even finish his sentence, Aki lunged forward like a wild beast off its leash. "Get the fuck out of my face." Before the redhead could even process what was happening, he took a full-force kick to the face, sending both his mask and his pride flying. He declared aggressively, "Bullying rookies. I've lived all these years and never heard such a bullshit excuse. Do you have any idea how much blood and sweat it took us to capture those 3 demons alive? What a rotten rule?" That savage kick earned an admiring glance from Sidulu, while the others just dropped their jaws, like they were watching some crazy livestream drama. The redhead clutched his face, trembling with rage. "You dare lay a hand on your senior? Blackland Squad, prepare for battle." The other 3 members instantly drew their nano weapons, their auras flaring up like they were gearing up for a high-ranked P-V-P match. Aki's side wasn't about to back down either. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, ready to give it right back to them. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, Ji Tang appeared like an endgame boss. With one simple motion, he blocked both teams and sent them flying backward. Aki clicked his tongue in regret. "Man, I was really hoping to test out the strength of these new generation warriors." Radiating an oppressive aura, Ji Tang coldly scolded both squads. "You reckless brats. The sun is setting and you're out here picking fights. Do you want to end up as demon food?" The redhead immediately started snitching to gain the upper hand. Sidulu stood to the side and mocked him. "Are you a toddler? Running to tattle to the captain?" The redhead choked on his words, fuming but completely helpless. Tomo held up a camera. "I have proof. They were the ones who shot and killed the 3 demons we captured alive." Talk about perfect timing. Hearing this, Ji Tang stepped closer and asked, "Captured demons alive? Is this the rank A mission you took?" Sidulu formally reported that the mission was completed, but sabotaged by the Black Lance Squad. After listening, he simply nodded. "I understand. You think they crossed the line, right? But back when they were rookies, they were treated the exact same way. As long as there are no fatal injuries, all forms of competition are allowed. Squads are still ranked based on accumulated points. As warriors, you'll face much harsher situations than this in the future. I only stepped in because the sun is about to set. Everyone, return to the city immediately." Then he turned his attention to the Black Lance Squad. "Having your mission snatched by rookies and getting beaten up on top of it. Just hearing about it is embarrassing. Get the hell back and reflect on your actions." The redhead had no choice but to swallow his anger and leave. As he brushed past Aki, he lowered his voice. "Got the guts to tell me your name?" The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Right until Aki casually dropped his name, the redhead burst into laughter. "You dare share a name with the greatest warrior?" Then, he gritted his teeth and warned that he would never let this squad earn points easily. He swore he would make sure their team stayed dead last forever. And as for that kick today, he promised he would pay it back in full. Following the threat, the redhead put his mask back on and walked away. Ji Tang then warned them that the Black Lance squad was notorious for their lightning-fast execution speed. Their captain is an expert marksman, and he was holding back earlier. If it came down to an all-out fight, the rookie probably wouldn't stand a chance. With that said, he gave the order to head back to the city. That warning really made Sidulu stop and think. She realized that her impulsive behavior could easily put her teammates in serious danger. She gave the order to fall back, then brushed past Aki and whispered something to him. "What are you just standing around for? Trying to look cool?" "Still, I have to admit, that kick of yours was absolutely badass." On the way back, Shino invited Aki over for dinner, but he turned her down since he already had plans for tonight. He was going to personally finish that capture mission himself. As night fell, the curfew sirens began to wail at the city gates. The broadcasting system blared on a loop, constantly warning everyone not to leave the city. A sneaky figure slipped through the shadows near the gate. Aki quietly analyzed the patrol routes and the guards' movements. he realized that the security forces weren't nearly as strict as he had imagined. There was even a gap left open at the emergency exit. This was completely different from his past life, back when the warriors still organized night hunts. He decided to use the cover of darkness to capture 3 unranked demons, long before the Black Spear faction could even react. Just as he was chuckling to himself in triumph, a familiar voice suddenly spoke up right next to him. Sidulu was standing right there. She was practically vibrating with excitement, dying to experience the thrill of sneaking out at night now that she was a real warrior. Aki played dumb, claiming he was just taking a walk to digest his dinner. Classic behavior from the strongest warrior of his past life, who was honestly a bit of an idiot in everyday situations. But then, his stomach loudly growled, completely busting his lie. In the end, he had to confess that he just wanted to finish the mission that got ruined earlier that afternoon. He assumed she was there to stop him, so he actually turned around to head back inside. But to his surprise, Sidulu wanted in on the action and demanded to know the detailed plan. Looking at that dangerously mischievous smile on her face, Aki knew tonight was not going to be a quiet one. Up on the city walls, the guards were yawning their heads off out of sheer boredom. One guy reminded his buddy that they had to leave the emergency door cracked open, just in case someone outside needed to call for help. A few years back, someone actually died because the gates opened a few seconds too late, so now they always left an escape gap ready. Hearing that, the other guard nodded in understanding and muttered a quick apology. Then, the two of them went right back to secretly reading their 18+ magazines. While those 2 guards were completely distracted by their entertainment, Aki and Sidulu successfully slipped right out of the city. Right in front of them was the old testing zone. At night, the mysterious fog rolling through it was much thicker than usual. Following Aki's directions, the 2 of them moved forward into a perfect tactical position. Sidulu scoped out the area to find some good cover, and then she listened closely as Aki explained his plan to lure out the monsters. With a quick nod, he vanished into the thick fog to draw out their targets. Even though she was a little freaked out, she quickly took a deep breath, steadied her nerves, and got ready to provide backup. Aki's insane ability to aggro and isolate the unranked demons one by one left her completely speechless. This brutal tactic of forcing them down with a direct strike to the head was completely new to her, and honestly, a little thrilling. The 2 of them fought together flawlessly, pulling off their combos like they were just running a practice drill. They relentlessly targeted the demons' heads, draining their stamina until they completely passed out. It was an old-school hunting method straight from over half a century ago, and now, it was being flawlessly recreated under the moonlight. Things were going smoothly, but this fighting style burned through a massive amount of stamina. Aki was already drenched in sweat. He cursed under his breath, telling himself he really needed to train this body up. It was just way too weak compared to his past life. Sidulu dragged the 3rd monster over. Their mission was practically in the bag. When Aki told her to just leave the 3 demons out here overnight, she was pretty surprised, but he quickly explained that unranked demons were way too mindless to bother saving their own kind. All they had to do was come back tomorrow morning, hand them in, and cash out the quest. She couldn't help but wonder how a totally green rookie knew so much about all of this. But before Aki could even come up with a decent lie, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the darkness. Found you. It's so interesting that the scent is exactly the same. The appearance of 2 first-stage demons left Aki completely stunned. Right now, he was absolutely no match for them. Up on the city wall, the piercing sound of the alarm sirens echoed loudly. The 3 captains gathered immediately. First-stage demon signal detected. Turn on the searchlights. Zago suspected this had something to do with the exam incident, but Ji Yutang insisted it was a different monster. The sweeping lights quickly locked onto the location of the 2 demons. 2 of them showing up at the exact same time was highly unusual, but Joel didn't hesitate to give the order. Close the gates. Prep the defense cannons. All the artillery guns immediately began charging up. Ji Yutang yelled out, "Hold on, there's someone down there." As the spotlight swept over the area, he gritted his teeth. What the hell are those 2 idiots doing down there? Zago couldn't wrap his head around why these 2 rookies would sneak out of the city in the middle of the night. Ji Yutang sighed, pointing out that those 3 tied-up unranked demons were definitely their doing. They were using the cover of darkness to finish the live capture mission that got messed up earlier that day. Joel gritted his teeth in anger. They get a little bit of power and immediately start acting reckless. It's the classic rookie disease. With no time to waste, Ji Yutang charged straight at the 2 first-stage demons. Zago followed right on his heels. Joel stayed behind on the wall to command the defenses. As for the 2 first-stage demons, they could already sense the human auras closing in on them. Aki immediately pulled Sidulu behind him. Now all they could do was stall for time and wait for backup. He racked his brain, trying to figure out why the monsters seemed completely fixated on him. Was it because that previous encounter in the cave had left some kind of mark on him? While the tension was high enough to snap, Sidulu stepped forward. She had no intention of hiding behind him. She wanted to fight side by side. In the eyes of the 2 first-stage demons, her brave little act was nothing but a joke. Both of them leaped in the air at the exact same time, ready to strike, but only the blue one landed. The gray demon completely vanished into thin air. In a split second, the gray demon materialized right behind her, swinging its massive claws straight at C2 Liu. Go for the weak link first. Thank God Aki lunged forward just in time, shoving her out of the way and saving her life by a hair. The sheer force of its strike was so heavy that the ground instantly cracked wide open. C2 Liu tried to counterattack with a swift kick, but a thick layer of rock and dirt blocked her hit entirely. At that exact moment, she realized her body was tightly bound by glowing blue threads of water. The blue core demon's ability had completely locked her down. Aki tried to rush in and save her, but the gray demon instantly locked its sights on him. Getting distracted right now meant certain death. Just when things looked grim, Ji Yutang crashed into the scene, throwing a brutal punch right into the gray demon's face. Zago, arriving right behind him, quickly analyzed their elemental traits. One is a water-type blue core. The other is an earth-type red core. The absolute top priority right now was getting Situ Lu out of there safely, but the gray demon swiftly recovered, completely shielded by its rocky armor, taking almost no damage at all. Seeing them locked in close combat, Joel ordered the defense cannons to hold their fire to avoid hitting their own guys. Right at that moment, a soldier came sprinting up, totally out of breath to report. We've got a massive swarm of unranked demons heading straight for the city. There's too many of them to count. Under the blood-red moon, the very ground began to shake violently. Countless unranked demons were swarming at the base of the city wall, looking like a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Sweat poured down Joel's face as he immediately triggered the city-wide alarm, throwing everyone into full combat readiness. The sirens blared. Every single fighter rushed to the wall, ready to lay down their lives to protect the people. The two first-stage demons completely ignored Aki's group and marched straight toward the city. It was incredibly obvious that they were the ones who summoned the horde. Sidu Lu screamed at them to leave her behind and go back to help the city. She thought this was all her fault, but before she could even finish her sentence, water rushed in and gagged her. Jie Yutang made the call to not back down, charging forward to attack the two first-stage demons. Zago and Aki were right behind him. The gray demon slammed both its hands onto the ground. Instantly, a massive row of razor-sharp rock spikes shot out of the earth. Its only targets were the two captains. It blew right past Aki as if he didn't even exist. That unexpected move made Ji Yutang freeze up for a second, completely confused by its behavior, but there was no time left to think. The two captains were already pinned down by the gray demon, unable to advance even a single step. Just then, the blue demon waved its hand, barking a cold command. "You're coming with me." With those words, its body dissolved into a rush of water, grabbing Situlu and dragging her straight into the deep forest. Witnessing this, Aki froze right in his tracks, completely torn apart inside. "I've been separated from the captains. Damn it. Stay calm, don't rush this. My current power just isn't enough." Even in the middle of a brutal fight, the two captains screamed out at the same time. "Aki, don't go after it. You're no match for that thing." Aki's whole body shook with pure rage, his teeth grinding together. But Sidulu is going to die. Ha, this look of complete despair. It's just too familiar. If that's how it is, how the hell can I not go after them? How can I just stand here and watch her get killed? With his mind made up, Aki dashed forward with absolutely everything he had. He swore that no matter the cost, he would save Sidulu. The demon dragged Sidulu a fair distance before coming to a sudden halt. It stared at her, its voice a grating rasp. "You humans are so fascinating. We Tier 1 demons are incredibly curious about your endless emotions. I've heard that when you're pushed into despair, you weep and beg. I want to hear you beg for your life." Right after saying that, it finally realized it still had the hostage's mouth gagged shut. How could it hear anything like that? Eager to savor her desperate screams, it ripped the gag off. "Alright then, scream for me, beg me." Completely crushing its expectations, Situlu just glared back with absolute disgust. "Like you even deserve that." The demon blinked, totally confused. Deserve it or not? Which one is it? Do I deserve it or not? Even though Tier 1 demons possessed some intelligence, they weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. Sidulu shot back with icy resolve. "I was born into a martial arts clan. I will never bow down to an enemy. Showing weakness is the only true disgrace. So either kill me right now or keep fighting." Hearing that, the demon flew into a rage, brutally kicking her straight in the face. "Nah, I'm pissed. You're nothing but bait. You're gonna die." Sidulu hit the ground hard, her eyes still blazing with fierce defiance, hating that she couldn't fight this monster to her very last breath. Just then, Aki finally caught up to them. "Hey, let her go. I'm the one you're really after, aren't I?" Spotting him, the demon practically jumped for joy. "Haha, the bait actually worked. You're the target." Hearing all of this, Situlu was left utterly confused, a million questions racing through her mind. But without missing a beat, Aki's first instinct was to check if she was alright, her unbreakable spirit shining through. She screamed back at him. "I'm fine. Why the hell did you come here alone? You can't beat a Tier 1 demon. Get out of here." But the monster viciously stomped on her stomach to shut her up, refusing to let anything get in the way of its prey. Seeing that, Aki exploded with fury. "Hey, don't you dare hurt her. If I'm the one you want, take me instead. Let her go." The demon just let out a twisted sneer. "Trade? No. You're all going to die." Moving at a terrifying speed, it closed the distance to Aki in a flash, His desperate counterattack completely missed, and the monster slammed a brutal punch right into his ribs. With his current body's limits, there was absolutely no way Aki could react to a speed like that. The demon shifted into its water form, unleashing a barrage of strikes. You reek of our kind. I'm so curious. Why is that? Aki gritted his teeth, desperately blocking while his mind raced. This is a water attribute demon. They've already evolved to have multiple elements. With this weak body, I can only rely on close quarters combat. If this keeps up, I'm seriously screwed. Still pinned to the ground, Sidulu watched the brutal fight in helpless agony, knowing damn well that if this dragged on, Aki was going to die for sure. Suddenly, she spotted a jagged piece of rock sticking out of the dirt just inches away. Refusing to just lie there and wait for death, she dragged herself toward it with everything she had. Over on the battlefield, the monster had already trapped one of Aki's arms in a vise-like grip of water. Even though he was pinned down, the gap between them had vanished. Aki instantly swung his blade, slashing violently right at the demon's face. It was a solid plan, but his body was just way too damn slow. The demon read his move perfectly, completely locking down both of his arms. You managed to kill a tier 1 inside the dungeon. You shouldn't be this pathetic. Are you faking it? Aki thrashed around, trying to fight back. I have no idea what the hell you're barking about. Kill a tier 1 demon. That snarky attitude instantly set the monster off. It punished him by viciously twisting both of his arms. Aki screamed out in absolute agony, his vision completely blurring from the pain. But the demon wasn't done with him yet. It wanted to make him suffer even more. Liars have to die. Spill the secrets your body is hiding, right now. A brutal kick sent Aki flying across the clearing, leaving him completely helpless in the dirt. God, it hurts. It feels like my organs have been completely crushed. I never thought I'd get tortured this badly by a damn tier 1 demon. Sidulu frantically sawed her bindings against the jagged rock, completely ignoring the blood pouring from her wrists. Completely ignoring her, the demon slowly stalked over to Aki. If you won't confess, I'll just kill you and eat you. I can feel it. Devouring you will help me evolve. Just as it reached out to grab Aki, a sudden chill of danger forced it to snap its head back, barely dodging the blade swung by Sidulu, following up with a vicious kick that knocked the monster back. Sidulu planted herself firmly in front of Aki, her eyes radiating a lethal chill. Keep your filthy hands off my teammate. If you want to kill him, you'll have to step over his captain's dead body first. Through his blurry vision, Aki spotted the raw wounds on her wrists and ankles, realizing she had literally torn herself out of those bindings. He never thought he'd see the day where a girl would actually throw herself in harm's way just to protect him like this. More than happy to grant her death wish, the demon decided to unleash its ultimate attack. Countless drops of water exploded from its body, morphing into razor-sharp needles that tore through the air at a terrifying speed. Knowing he was nothing but a burden right now, Aki choked out a weak warning. Lu, get out of the way. But Sidulu didn't take a single step back. Throwing everything she had into the fight, she desperately deflected needle after needle, doing whatever it took to shield the boy behind her. The demon raised its hand. Watch out below. The scattered needles suddenly gathered together, piercing right through Sidulu's body and dragging her toward it. It grabbed her, flashing a chilling, terrifying smile. You want to fight to the death? I am not going to kill you right away. I am going to torture you until you take your very last breath. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Aki's mind screamed in absolute despair. Let her go. Take your filthy hands off her. How brutally ironic. He had been reincarnated for a second life, yet he still had to watch his teammate die right in front of his eyes. In the end, he still had to rely on a girl to protect him. He could not even protect himself, let alone save anyone else. But right at that moment of total despair, the core in Aki's chest suddenly shattered into pieces. His eyes glowed a furious, fiery red, radiating an absolutely terrifying energy. If nothing else, I refuse to let my teammate die right in front of me. Aki punched the ground with all his might, sending shockwaves ripping through the area. Before the demon could even figure out what was happening, a dark blur flashed by, snatching Sidulu right out of its clutches. Even though he had not launched a direct attack yet, the demon's arm was already covered in deep slashes, just from the sheer pressure of the wind. Aki gently held Sidulu in his arms, speaking in a low, soothing voice. For your first time as a captain, you did an amazing job. Just leave the rest to me. One of his eyes had shifted into a piercing, blood-red color, making him look far from human. The demon quickly picked up on this terrifying, unearthly transformation. You, the scent of our kind is so strong on you. I knew you were hiding a secret. Gently setting Sidulu down on the ground, Aki turned around with a cold, dead stare. I do not even know what the hell is happening myself. He clutched his head in agonizing pain. A massive surge of power continuously erupted from his chest, feeling like it was going to tear his body apart from the inside out. Suddenly, that wild, untamed energy exploded violently into the air. Right on his chest, where the demon core used to be, a brand new core emerged, engraved with a very strange, special symbol. The moment the demon saw it, it froze in pure terror. That heart, it belongs to Chi Wangqi. Lying helplessly on the ground, Sidulu could vaguely feel Aki's intense transformation, but she was completely out of strength, and could not even utter a single word. Once the raging energy was fully unleashed, Aki's body started to violently mutate and transform. The entire left half of his body morphed into a demon, sprouting a horn and razor-sharp claws. The Yi-Ki form had officially awakened. Every step he took made the terrified demon stumble backward. It is time for you to die. Meanwhile, at another location, the gray demon currently in battle also felt the massive shockwave. Hemph, what an incredibly strong aura. Could that be one of our kind? Seizing the moment it was distracted, Ji Yutang instantly launched a fierce attack. You left yourself wide open, you disgusting bug. Zago followed up with a brutal kick straight to its face, sending the monster flying across the battlefield. The two captains immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Taking hit after brutal hit, the demon staggered weakly. They are too strong. I cannot hold them off. Before it could even gather its senses, a combined strike drilled right through its body, reducing the beast to a pile of drifting ashes. For the finishing move, Zago delivered a massive kick that launched it high into the air. Even while dying, it still managed to reach up and touch the core right on its chest. You dare drill a hole through my body. If I am going down, you filthy humans are dying with me. Realizing the monster was about to self-destruct, Zago immediately threw herself in front of Ji Yutang to shield him from the blast. She knew perfectly well that it would be a miracle for either of them to survive, but she was fully prepared to sacrifice her own life to save her teammate. But right at that split second, the demon was struck by a sudden blast, plummeted straight down to the ground. Completely destroyed before it even had the chance to blow itself up. The projectile that had just ripped through the wind like a lightning bolt, shaped exactly like an arrow, was actually a highly explosive round from the defensive artillery. Even though the city walls were in critical danger, Joel still managed to issue the command just in time, successfully saving the two captains. He was currently still fighting an endless battle up on the fortress wall, but no matter how many they slaughtered, the endless swarm of demons did not seem to thin out at all. If this kept up, the monsters would breach the defenses and mercilessly massacre every single human inside the city. Left with absolutely no other choice, Joel screamed at the top of his lungs. Fall back to the city immediately. The demons are staging a massive ambush. Ji Yutang, Zago, get back here. Hearing the order, Zago prepared to pull back. We have to head back right now. The city desperately needs us. But Ji Yutang hesitated, looking back over his shoulder. Damn it all, what about those two kids? Fully understanding how incredibly torn her teammate felt, Zago still had to force herself to speak up and convince him. I feel the exact same way that you do, but you need to remember something. We are not just captains. We are warriors who carry the weight and survival of this entire city wall on our shoulders. Those heavy words hit Ji Yutang like a bucket of ice-cold water. He could only grit his teeth, swallowing his bitter frustration, before immediately turning back to reinforce the city wall. Meanwhile, far off in the distance, the blue demon started shaking uncontrollably. What the hell are you? You clearly carry the aura of our kind. Yet you are still a filthy human.
No, wait.
You are a Yi-Ki demon. No, that is not right either. You are something far more terrifying than that. It let out a strained, nervous laugh, quickly spiraling into total panic. Why would a human grow a demon horn? This makes absolutely no sense. There has never been a single case like this in history. Its head was now violently spinning with endless, unanswered questions. In stark contrast to the monster's blind panic, Aki calmly gathered a glowing sphere of light right at his fingertip. Perhaps being reincarnated was meant for this exact moment, to claim the absolute power of the demons and completely rewrite destiny. With just a gentle flick of his finger, the glowing orb floated over to Situ Liu. A warm, radiant light completely enveloped her, instantly healing every single one of her brutal injuries. The demon's jaw literally dropped to the floor in sheer shock. Healing magic, wood element. You even possess the power of the wood element. Aki placed a hand firmly over his chest, muttering quietly to himself. It feels like my lost memories are finally starting to come back. This is probably because I absorbed that wood element Yi-Ki demon earlier. So if I swallow you whole too, who knows, I might just gain the water element as well. As soon as the chilling words left his mouth, countless thick vines violently erupted from the ground, aggressively weaving together to form a massive, imposing throne. Standing tall right on top of it, he spread his arms wide open, his dark, overbearing presence looking more and more like a true, terrifying demon king. Ha! I am actually starting to look forward to using this demonic power. Hearing that, the demon trembled so hard it almost lost its physical form. Absorb the wood element core. Is he becoming one of us? It thought. Seeing its terror, Aki let out a genuinely amused laugh. Fascinating, he thought. In his past life, he had never actually seen a demon show this kind of fear before. Because of that, he purposely dragged out the fight, wanting to savor the thrill of this massive comeback just a little bit longer. Thick branches wrapped right around Aki's feet, lifting him up into the air. He floated toward his opponent, looking exactly like a descending king. Come on, give me everything you've got. Let me see how many more skills this form is hiding. The demon completely lost its mind and shrieked. What the hell are you? Are you a human or a demon? It screamed while launching a barrage of water blades right at him. But in his current state, Aki just took a tiny step back and dodged every single one with ease. Elemental control. I'm pretty sure I got this move from that wood element demon I just absorbed. Aki raised his hand and suddenly clenched his fist. Countless thick vines exploded from the ground, tightly binding the demon in the blink of an eye. He crossed his arms, and the vines tightened their deadly grip, looking like they were going to absolutely crush their prey. Controlling the surrounding wood element was now as effortless for him as moving a single finger. Choked by the vines, the demon screamed in pure agony. If this went on any longer, it would definitely be torn to shreds. With nowhere left to run, it unleashed its trump card. It completely liquefied into water, slipping right out of the vines, and lunged straight at Aki. Even though our main character dodged, the monster instantly regenerated its upper body and launched a frantic counterattack. That's not enough. You can't kill me. How could your fake wood element ever match a true demon's body? It viciously grabbed and ripped off one of Aki's arms, bursting into maniacal laughter. You pathetic humans will never understand demonic power. I am leagues above you. Completely overwhelmed, Aki was kicked hard and sent flying back before he could even put up a defense. But incredibly, a strangely confident smile crept across his face. A massive wooden hand burst out of nowhere to catch him mid-air. Aki stood up calmly and dusted himself off. You're right. I haven't fully grasped the power of a demon yet, but I am the ultimate warrior. When it comes to learning and adapting, I've never lost to anyone. To put an end to you, I just need a little more time to get used to this power. In a flash, his severed arm completely grew back, looking exactly like the regeneration of a Tier 1 demon from the dungeon. The green demon's eyes bulged out of its head. Wood element auto-recovery. Before it could even process what was happening, Aki's arm was fully formed again. Without missing a beat, he charged right back in, launching a fierce counterattack using his newly acquired demonic abilities. Under his feet, thick vines continuously propelled him forward, boosting his speed as if he just got buffed up a whole rank. By the time the demon realized what was going on, Aki was already right in its face. It tried to scramble back, but thick vines had already clamped down on its legs. Our guy grabbed its head with both hands, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless intensity. Stop running. This fight is starting to bore me. Suddenly, the demon's body swelled up and detonated, just like that self-destruct move Sidulu used before. The whole scene was an absolute cinematic masterpiece. You'd think that was the end of it. But deep down from its core, droplets of water began rushing back together, rapidly reconstructing the demon's body. You fool, I can split my body apart. But before it could even finish its evil laugh, countless vines violently pierced through it, locking it down with absolutely no way out. Obviously, I know that. But your core is the one thing you can't split apart. You got way too cocky with your little abilities, didn't you? The vines violently ripped the core straight out of its body, instantly shutting down the separation process. Watching its core fall further and further away, the demon reached out in total despair. It desperately clung to its last shred of hope, but it was already too late. Aki snatched the core right out of the air with a chilling smirk. Once the core shatters, even a Tier 1 demon is completely finished. I think I'll be taking this water element power for myself. Stripped of its core, the monster's body instantly dissolved into a pathetic puddle of water. Aki brutally crushed the core in his hand, absorbing every last drop of the water element energy. Ha ha ha. Yes, give me more power. Honestly, looking at him right now, he didn't look anything like humanity's strongest warrior anymore. The dark, twisted thoughts of the demon were already starting to creep deep into Aki's mind. The second the absorption was complete, his chilling gaze locked right onto Situ-Lu. Even though he had just claimed the core, he was already effortlessly liquefying into water. Standing right in front of her, Aki was looking more and more like a bloodthirsty monster. Demons devour. Kill the humans. Demons devour. Kill the humans. Bathed in the glow of a blood-red moon, he just kept chanting those exact words, almost like he was being completely controlled by the system. Without a single second of hesitation, his razor-sharp claws slashed down, completely shattering the wood element healing barrier. Blood splattered everywhere. But shockingly, it was Aki's own blood. At the very last possible second, his remaining humanity managed to violently rip back control, forcing his own hand to block the lethal strike meant for Situ-Lu. Stop it. Damn it all. There's no way in hell I'm going to kill my own teammate. I have to get her back. Get out of my head. Aki screamed, clutching his head as his core began to glow once more. The will of the Crimson King slowly faded into silence. You can actually resist me. How fascinating. Over by the city wall, all the fighters were still putting their lives on the line in a desperate battle. The demons had scaled the wall and were swarming inside. In the heat of the clash, Shino yelled out to Tomo, I don't see Aki and Situ-Lu anywhere. Being down 2 people is a massive blow to our squad. Tomo shouted back while slashing through a demon. I heard 2 fighters sneaked out of the city and got targeted by a stage 1 demon. It might be Aki and Situ-Lu. Shino's eyes went wide. They sneaked out. Who would be that insane? Tomo clutched her head and sighed. Being hunted by 2 stage 1 demons. I can't even imagine how that ends. But now is not the time to overthink this. If we don't focus, we're both gonna die right here. Meanwhile, Ji Yutang and Zago had returned to the fray. The moment he saw them, Joel immediately asked about the condition of their cores. Ji Yutang replied that the drain wasn't too bad yet, and they still had enough strength to keep fighting. The harder a fighter's core erupted, the heavier the toll it took, meaning their actual combat power would steadily drop over time. Luckily, that last battle hadn't pushed them to their absolute limits. Otherwise, this afternoon's ambush would have been a total nightmare. The three captains quickly regrouped, and Zago asked for the next move. Slashing through the horde, Joel said, "One of the stage 1 demons is down. You can clearly see these rankless ones are losing their offensive power. The other stage 1 isn't here. They're like a snake without a head, just attacking in complete, undisciplined chaos. Even without higher thinking, they still fear death. Let's make them terrified of us. We'll do a synchronized core eruption to buy the wall some time." Understanding the plan perfectly, the core energy of the two captains instantly exploded. They leaped high into the air and crashed down like meteors, crushing countless demons beneath them. Counting the earlier fight, this was their second eruption today. If it weren't for his physical limits, Ji Yutang would have kept this state active forever. Ji Yutang and Zago transformed into two streaks of red light, sweeping clean across the battlefield. The red cores erupted with unparalleled power, but Joel's blue core wasn't lacking in the slightest. He dashed forward at terrifying speeds, slicing through every single demon in his path. Otamo took the chance to record the whole thing. "Oh my god, this move is completely badass!" Shino watched intently. This was the exact power of a stage 1 core fighter that he had always craved, and he swore he would reach that realm someday. After a brutal sweep, the three captains stopped right in front of the city gates, their conditions still holding steady. The demons were terrified into backing off by the absolute slaughter. Taking advantage of the lull, Joe looked up at the wall and gave the next order. The fighters scrambled to catch their breath, swallowed their recovery pills, and charged back in. The afternoon wave of demons was forced back step by step. Fired up by the momentum, the army's morale skyrocketed. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, ready to throw down again. Joel finally let out a sigh of relief, but in that very second, his pupils shrank, and he screamed, "Watch out, something is coming." The three captains immediately dropped into defensive stances, ready to clash with the remaining stage 1 demon. Off in the distance, the rankless demons suddenly dropped to their knees, instinctively parting to create a wide, empty path. What emerged left all three of them dead silent. Right in the middle of a sea of demons, Aki was carrying Sidhu Liu, casually strolling forward like he was just taking a walk. Zago stared at the scene, her brain completely short-circuiting. She clearly remembered him chasing after a stage 1 demon. The fact that he actually saved Sidhu Liu was unbelievable. Joel panicked and screamed, Hey, even if we scare those rankless demons, walking straight through them like that is suicide. You two are going to get swarmed." Sure enough, the demons lunged in to tear them apart. The three captains immediately bolted forward to save them, knowing they couldn't just let their subordinates die right in front of them, even if they had to risk their own lives. And yet, standing right in the center of the encirclement, Aki didn't even flinch. His current mood clearly screamed that he did not want to be bothered. With just a single, bone-chilling glare, all the demons recoiled. Every single one of them shivered in fear, not daring to take another step. When their terror peaked, they simultaneously turned tail and ran, because staying meant absolute death. The demons further in the back had no idea what was going on. But seeing their own kind flee, they frantically scrambled after them. Aki stood in the middle of the battlefield, completely unscathed, forcing the three captains to slam the brakes halfway there. Up on the city wall, the fighters thought this was the work of the three captains, and erupted into deafening cheers. But the three people being praised had absolutely no clue. What the hell just happened? Was it us? Or was it Aki? The moment that thought crossed their minds, he suddenly collapsed and passed out cold. In his comatose state, he found himself lying on top of a giant demon's head in a vast sea of blood. An echoing voice rang out. "You are enjoying my power, aren't you?" Aki calmly asked back, "Who are you?" The voice replied, "You met me half a century ago. Remember?" Aki fell into deep thought. King Q. Just how many Crimson King Qs actually exist? Suddenly, the voice echoed right by his ear. "Don't be so hasty. You'll find out eventually." Turning his head, he saw a fiery red demon sitting right beside him. "I am Crimson King Qi, the absolute strongest among them. You aren't afraid of me. As expected, your mind is strong enough to resist my mental manipulation. I have no intention of hurting you right now." Aki shot up and demanded answers. "Why pick me? What the hell happened to my body?" Out of nowhere, another Crimson King Qi appeared from behind and wrapped its arms around him. "You'll understand soon enough. As for this body, it belongs to me now too. For certain reasons, I need to go into a deep slumber for a while. Evolve for the sake of my safety, and continuously approach my state of absolute perfection." Hearing this, Aki flew into a rage and punched the demon squarely in the face. "What do you monsters think humans even are? I'm gonna kill you." Right at that moment, a voice called out to him. "Aki, wake up." He opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of two soft, bouncing peaks right in his face. Realizing just how completely wrong this situation was, he desperately squeezed his eyes shut. "Wait, what the heck am I doing?" A split second later, Sidhu Liu's bodyguards dragged him away and started beating the living daylights out of him. "You gutsy little punk. Even if you save the young miss, you don't get to be disrespectful. Chop off his hands." Right then, a man walked in and bellowed, "Stand down. Is this how we treat our benefactor?" Everyone immediately bowed their heads and paid their respects to him. Hearing Sidhu Liu call the man father, Aki just stood there, completely confused about what was going on. Joel made the introduction. "This is Sidhu Sungong, the head of the city's top martial arts family." Aki hastily bowed. "It's an honor to meet you, patriarch." Sidhu Sungong let out a hearty laugh. There's no need for such formalities. You saved my daughter's life. I'm the one who should be thanking you. He turned to the three captains. You all should stay at the dojo tonight so we can celebrate your victory. Make yourselves at home. My daughter is still a bit stubborn, so I hope you all will continue to guide her. Ji Yutang replied. Don't worry, sir. We'll do our absolute best. Sidhu Sungong's status was so prestigious that even the three captains had to remain incredibly respectful around him. Afterward, Ji Yutang asked everyone to leave the room, keeping only Aki behind for a private chat. Aki, from the first stage demon incident during the exam, all the way to the battle this afternoon, exactly how much do you know? Joel suddenly chimed in. If we're suspicious, let me just ask him straight up. All three of them flared their killing intent at the exact same time. Aki, are you a demon? Aki froze for a second, then scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. Me, a demon? Are you kidding? Sidhu Liu and I almost got killed by that first stage demon. Joel stepped uncomfortably close. The other first stage demon was taken down by Jie Yutang and Zago. Are you telling me you defeated that one all by yourself? Backed into a corner by their questions, Aki started to panic, frantically trying to come up with a logical excuse. Joel shot him a piercing glare. Or maybe, you're in league with the demons, and that's why you managed to survive every single time. Aki gritted his teeth. Should I just tell them the truth? If they find out my secret, are they gonna kill me? In their eyes, even the slightest hint of suspicion was enough to brand him as a demon. Besides, the strongest being in existence is literally living inside my body right now. Seeing him stay totally silent, Joel reached for his weapon. If you aren't gonna talk, I'm making my move. Aki clenched his fists, bracing himself for the absolute worst. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Just then, Zago stepped forward and intervened. Hey, calm down. Only 4-stage demons and above can take on a human form. Aki clearly isn't one. Plus, if he actually was a 4th-stage demon, a low-level Class C city like this wouldn't even be worth his time. Jie Yutang chimed in. Demons don't rescue their comrades. But Aki put his own life on the line to save Sidhu Liu. I trust him. Joel completely dropped his killing intent and burst into laughter. I was just testing the kid. You two are way too serious. Aki felt like he had just taken a terrifying stroll past the gates of hell. That was exhausting. They were seconds away from a full-blown bloodbath. Even though he wasn't suspicious anymore, Ji Yutang still had to ask. Liu mentioned that she passed out right after the fight. How exactly did you end up saving her? Zago nodded in agreement. Did you seriously manage to beat a 1st-stage demon all on your own? That question gave Aki a brilliant idea. Since he couldn't tell the actual truth, he would just have to spin a highly believable lie. He replied with absolute confidence. To be completely honest, I'm kind of a genius. Seeing all three of them staring at him in dead silence, he frantically explained. I have this ability to drain a huge chunk of my core energy, which gives me a temporary, supercharged burst of power. Zago raised an eyebrow. You mean something similar to when we trigger our own cores? Aki gave a firm, confident nod. The three captains looked at each other. So both the last time and this time were all thanks to that ability. Aki kept up his lie. The first time was when I discovered it. I drained all my energy and unleashed a blast that blew its body to pieces, and then I passed out. It was the exact same this time. As soon as I got Sidhu Liu back, I was completely wiped out. Ji Yutang pondered. That explains why your core cracked from being overdrawn. Zago spoke up. If that's true, then this ability is way beyond your control. We only managed to reduce the physical toll on our bodies through intense training. Until you can actually control it. Don't just use it recklessly. Ji Yutang nodded. Let me test you and see just how far your abilities go. If you're really a genius, step into the arena and prove it. The two of them changed their clothes and headed out to the sparring arena. It was obvious that Ji Yutang still wasn't completely convinced. The moment the match started, he fell into a fighting stance that looked like he wanted to eat his opponent alive. At this point, Aki literally had no strength left. His techniques from his past life were top-notch, but his current body just couldn't handle them. Aki placed his hand over his core, hesitating about whether he should tap into his demonic power. Ji Yutang suddenly accelerated his attack. Luckily, Aki had the reflexes to dodge right in the nick of time. The sheer power of that kick showed the captain wasn't holding back at all. Standing on the sidelines, Zago even had to remind him to keep it under control. Even with the odds stacked against him, Aki's reflexes alone were genuinely impressive. That was entirely thanks to Aki's combat experience. And with his current body, this was already his absolute limit. Not giving Aki a single second to breathe, Ji Yutang lunged forward and threw a straight punch right at his face. The force was so intense that the training arena floor cracked open, as if it had just been trampled by a demonic beast. Thank God our main guy managed to lean away and dodge it one more time. Otherwise, he'd definitely be meeting his maker right now. Suddenly, Ji Yutang appeared right behind him, his hand gripping Aki's shoulder like a vice. With his current body still not fully recovered, Aki couldn't break free at all. In the very next second, the captain swept his leg and sent the boy flying straight into the wall. Seeing that the situation was starting to get out of hand, Joel was about to speak up and stop the fight, but Zago grabbed his arm to hold him back. Ji Yutang slammed his fists together in a provocative gesture. Is that really all you've got? And you actually dare to call yourself a genius? Hearing that, Aki got seriously pissed off. Being looked down on completely stomped all over his pride. In his past life, he had been hailed as a king among warriors, while in his eyes, Ji Yutang was nothing more than a junior. Calling yourself a genius means absolutely nothing. If you don't have the strength to back it up, nobody would believe it anyway. Even though he had been reincarnated, he couldn't exactly force the standards of his past life onto his current body. Maybe I should just secretly borrow a little bit of the demon's power inside me. If I only use a tiny bit, no one will probably notice. As Aki stood back up, the core on his chest started to glow and his entire aura completely changed. He didn't hesitate for a second, stepping straight forward, as if a switch had just been flipped. Captain Ji Yutang, now it's my turn to fight back. A dark crimson aura flared up all around Aki. After activating the demonic power, his core synchronization rate spiked from 19% to 30%. The surging energy made both Leon and Zago widen their eyes in absolute shock. Could a super genius have actually appeared in this C-rank city? Ji Yutang gritted his teeth as he watched, doing the math in his head. In the blink of an eye, the synchronization rate had already hit the 40% mark. It was still climbing. He thought of Sidu Liu, who had a 39% synchronization rate, yet Aki had already completely surpassed her. A voice suddenly rang out, cutting right through his thoughts. Captain Ji Yutang, you shouldn't get distracted. In a flash, he accelerated and closed the distance, swinging his fist. Here I come. The punch hit like a cannon blast, aimed straight for his opponent's stomach, but it was blocked barehanded. Ji Yutang broke into an excited smile. His speed was twice as fast as before, and his physical stats had shot up right along with it. Aki yelled out, Captain. He spun his body and threw a sweeping kick. That last strike was just a feint. The kick nailed his ankle, making Ji Yutang lose his balance and stumble. He backed up while laughing. Not bad, kid. You actually knew how to exploit the moment I was distracted to hit my weak spot. That tactic wasn't bad at all. Before he even had a chance to fix his stance, Aki suddenly threw another punch without any warning. Watching the fight, Joel gasped, with such a relentless rhythm of attacks. Where in the world did Aki get all this combat experience? A calm, deep voice echoed from behind. Pressing so closely against Ji Yutang, who specializes in close combat. That's incredibly reckless. The person who had just arrived was none other than Sidu Sungong. Leon and Zago immediately greeted him. Sidu Sungong smiled and said he had just gotten there. Leon sheepishly apologized for wrecking the training field. Looking at the heavily cracked floor, he broke into a sweat. You call this just a little commotion? Joel even joked that they'd pay for the damages. Sidu Sungong just laughed. He wanted to see how this teenager, who shared a name with that great warrior, would handle a counterattack. Right at that moment, Ji Yutang caught Aki's leg, his eyes gleaming. Gotcha. He firmly believed that if Ji Yutang was given even the slightest chance to counterattack, he would absolutely seize it. Years of fighting Tier 1 demons had honed his instincts to a razor's edge. With his leg locked up like that, there was no way that kid was dodging the beating of a lifetime. But Aki just smirked, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. No, I'm the one who caught you, Captain. With that said, he leaped into the air, leaning his body backward. His knee and forehead slammed right into Ji Yutang's brow. The three onlookers watched in absolute shock as Ji Yutang was knocked flat on his back. He clutched his forehead, wincing in agonizing pain. Lowering his hands, he stumbled back a few steps and gritted his teeth. You little brat. Aki took the chance to create some distance, his eyes glowing a blood red. Human skulls are seriously tough, but the spot right between the eyes is a weak point. Let's keep going. Ji Yutang clenched his fists as a blazing red aura erupted around him. Alright, bring it on. Leon called out a warning. It looks like Tang Tang isn't going to hold back anymore. Massive boulders rose from the ground to surround Ji Yutang. Aki immediately recognized this familiar ultimate offense and defense combo technique, but instead of getting worried, the kid just got more excited. This was the perfect chance to see just how far this demonic power could really go. He reached out a glowing crimson hand, and his demonic power violently crushed the boulders. In a split second, the entire technique was shattered to pieces. Ji Yutang was stunned. What the hell is this? Aki's figure completely vanished into the thick cloud of dust, only to instantly reappear right behind his opponent's back. Zago couldn't help but gasp. He used his blind spot, and now he's throwing Ji Yutang's own move right back at him. Sidu Sungong chimed in, noting that the boy's ability to learn on the fly was absolutely terrifying. Ji Yutang spun around, reaching out to grab him. Don't forget, this is my own technique. Nobody knows it better than me. But unfortunately for him, the match was already decided. He just didn't have enough time to turn things around. Sidu Sungong muttered softly, Little Tang has lost. And with that, Aki's fist came crashing toward him. However, at the very last second, the punch veered off to the side. Still, the sheer force of it left Ji Yutang completely shocked. Aki pulled his hand back and explained that if Ji Yutang had gone all out to grapple him from the very beginning, he probably wouldn't have gained the upper hand. Getting hit right between the eyes messes up your vision and your judgment. I just took advantage of that. So, do you finally believe I'm a genius now? Ji Yutang just closed his eyes, remaining completely silent. But inside his head, only one word was echoing on repeat. Genius. Sidhu Sungong smiled, clearly amused. This young man might just be capable of pulling off some massive surprises. Right at that moment, Tomo and Shino showed up, asking why everyone wasn't inside eating yet. Sidhu Lu had already whipped up a massive feast for them. As soon as she saw the completely wrecked training ground, she stopped dead in her tracks, totally stunned. Aki scratched the back of his head and gave an awkward laugh, blaming most of the mess on Yu Tang. Joel smirked and teased, "So, are you ready to admit defeat yet?" Aki even tried to cover for him, saying that since Yu Tang was so used to fighting demons, sparring with a kid like him probably threw off his rhythm. Sidhu Sungong burst out into a loud, hearty laugh. He waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, that is enough for today. Let the celebration feast begin." Aki quickly thanked him and dashed off, his stomach practically roaring with hunger. Sidhu Sungong quietly watched the boy run off. His gaze lingered on that stubborn, unyielding silhouette. The boy had raw power, self-control, sharp combat instincts, and absolutely limitless potential. He then turned his head and called out to Sidhu Lu. "That kid is not bad at all. Are you interested in him?" he asked, making her blush bright red and let out an embarrassed shriek. Outside, the soft, gentle light of the moon blanketed the area. Inside the dining room, everyone gathered around intimately as Sidhu Sungong raised his glass for a toast. "On behalf of all the citizens of this city, I want to thank you all for protecting our home." He then looked right at Aki. "And a special thanks to you, my brilliant young friend. Thank you for saving my daughter's life." Aki was just about to raise his glass when Ji Yutang playfully punched him in the arm, reminding him he wasn't old enough to drink. Aki argued back, insisting he was already 18, even though he honestly wasn't even sure about his own birthday. Zago burst out laughing. "Looks like Tang Tang is just taking the chance to get some petty revenge." Sidhu Sungong chuckled warmly, then shot his daughter a very meaningful glance. Sidhu Lu's face flushed red, and she quickly ducked her head down. She couldn't help but think back to the conversation they had just a little while ago. Her father had told her that the boy's natural talent was just as good as hers, and that he might just be the one to sweep her off her feet. Sidhu Lu played it cool on the outside, but inside, her mind was a completely tangled mess. Thinking back to how Aki tugged at her shirt this morning made her even more flustered. She quietly muttered to herself, "That idiot." Meanwhile, Tomo was snapping photos of her food non-stop. Shino took the chance to ask Aki how in the world he managed to beat back a first-stage demon. Luckily, Ji Yutang jumped in and answered for him. He explained that Aki could forcefully draw out his core's power to unleash an attack way above his actual level. Zago nodded in agreement. "It's just like how a captain triggers their core," he said. Facing life-threatening danger probably pushed Aki to explode with that kind of power. At this point, she couldn't hide her worry. That ability was way too dangerous. Forcefully triggering a core without proper training puts a massive strain on the body. Doing it too often could easily cause severe, lasting damage. Joel chimed in, adding that having Aki spar with Ji Yutang earlier was exactly to test this theory. He raised his glass of wine with a faint smile. That explosive power is definitely terrifying. But if he doesn't seriously step up his physical training, his body is going to give out sooner or later. In his head, Aki was thinking something completely different. Since he had actually absorbed 2 first-stage demon cores and gained a wood element healing ability, his body would recover in no time, even if he pushed it past its limits. But he knew this wasn't the right time to spill his secrets, so he just laughed it off, letting them believe he just forcefully triggered his core, like the captains do, was the perfect cover. Honestly, pushing himself that hard really did make him pass out, so he definitely needed to work on his stamina. Hearing the explanation, Shino looked at Aki with total admiration, while Tomo kept snapping photos like she had just met a superstar. Sidhu Lu didn't join in on the noisy chatter. Instead, she sat quietly lost in thought. So, this guy actually had a trick like that hidden up his sleeve, she thought. No wonder he managed to save me back then. Just then, Ji Yutang crossed his arms and spoke up in a serious tone. Aki and Sidhu Lu sneaking out and acting on their own last night was completely out of line. By all rules, they should be punished. However, considering the two of you teamed up to take down a first-stage demon, your achievements cancel out your mistakes. Joel and Zago chuckled, giving them a quick reality check. Don't celebrate just yet. The point-scoring competition is still going on, and your squad is still dead last. You better hustle and rack up some points tomorrow. Aki clenches his fist with a determined look. You bet. Our squad's goal is to take the #1 spot on that leaderboard. A whole month flew by after that intense demon battle. The point-scoring competition had reached a boiling point. So many squads were fighting tooth and nail over rank missions that they were practically running out of jobs to take. After talking it over, Sidhu Lu decided the best move was to challenge a high-ranking squad to steal their points. They set their sights on the Black Spear squad. When the Black Spear captain heard about the challenge, he was genuinely caught off guard. Betting accumulated points on a challenge. He let out a mocking sneer. Did you scrubs already forget the beating we gave you last time? Sidhu Lu cut him off as they stood in the middle of the arena. Cut the crap. 10 points on the line. 1-on-1. The masked captain of Black Spear nodded without hesitation. 10 points, huh? That's basically the payout of an rank mission. Ji Yutang isn't here to save your skin this time. We're settling all our debts, old and new, right here. News of the challenge spread like wildfire through the small town's arena, drawing a massive, shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. A rookie team actually has the guts to bet 10 points. People whispered. They probably haven't even killed a handful of demons. Yet they're acting this arrogant. A red-haired guy standing by the ring looked at the two girls on the stage and tried to give them a warning, but Aki couldn't care less. The crowd is only getting bigger, the redhead scoffed. It's not too late to back out and save yourselves the embarrassment. Aki shot him a sideways glance. Why isn't your captain stepping up? He asked. The red-haired guy smirked. We like to keep things fair. Since you guys sent a girl up, we're sending out our female vice captain to match. She is more than enough to wipe the floor with you rookies. Hearing that, Aki just chuckled. I wouldn't underestimate our captain if I were you. His eyes flashed with a hint of gold as he turned and whispered, she is definitely not your average girl. Right on cue, Tomo cheered loudly. Lu is making her move. Sidhu Lu immediately stepped forward, aggressively taking the offensive. Her entire body radiated the vibrant green glow of her core. She was absolutely determined to end this fight fast and secure those 10 points. The Black Spear vice captain twirled her spiked weapon and let out a cold laugh. I've heard rumors about the unsmiling Rakshasa for a while now. Let's see what you've actually got. Not wanting to waste a single second, Situ Lu unleashed a burst of speed and launched herself straight at her opponent. She threw a punch that hit like a literal sledgehammer, forcing the vice captain to desperately throw up her arms to block. The vice captain's eyes widened in pure shock. Weren't healers supposed to be slow? How was her speed keeping up with an agility core? Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy shoot back through their point of contact, forcing her hand open and making her drop her weapon. The disarm was a complete success. Everything was going exactly according to her plan. Most veteran fighters rely heavily on their squad's formations. When you force them into a one-on-one fight, their attack and defense rhythms fall completely out of sync. The vice captain desperately tried to channel energy to beef up her muscles, but Sidulu had already slipped past her guard and struck right at her vital pressure points. She moved like a blinding arrow, launching a rapid-fire series of strikes to her nerve clusters before her opponent could even twitch. The red-haired guy's eyes practically bugged out of his head. Every single one of those strikes landed flawlessly on her joints and muscle fibers. In the blink of an eye, the Black Spear vice captain collapsed onto the arena floor, completely knocked out. Sidulu glared down at her with cold eyes. And that makes 10. She flipped her hair and confidently turned her back, walking away with an absolute boss aura. The crowd completely lost their minds. She really is the top seed of the rookie class. Someone shouted. That hand-to-hand combat is absolutely terrifying. Tomo grinned from ear to ear. Don't forget to wire those 10 points to our squad. She called out. The red-haired guy ground his teeth in pure, seething fury. He aggressively stepped forward, glaring daggers at Aki's group. Fine, then I'll handle this myself. I'm stepping into the ring. We're betting 20 points. Do you rookies actually have the guts? Sidulu's eyes immediately lit up at the challenge, but Aki threw his arm out to stop her. Our captain just finished her match, he said. Leave this one to me. He pointed a thumb at his own chest, oozing a casual confidence that just made the red-haired guy even more pissed off. He growled through gritted teeth. You don't even qualify. Kid, I'm only fighting your captain. Aki just gave him a cocky smirk. If you want a shot at our captain, you have to get through me first. If you're too scared to even fight me, you have zero chance against her. The members behind Team Black Spear muttered among themselves. This taunt was way too obvious. The red-haired guy pointed straight at Aki. Alright, I'll teach you a lesson. Shino and Tomo cheered with excitement. Aki is taking the stage. The audience quickly crowded around the arena. The red-haired guy summoned a gun and smirked. I've switched to training rounds. You won't die, but it's gonna hurt like hell. Aki stared at the weapon thoughtfully. They actually have specialized training ammo these days. Back in my time, marksmen had to hit the real battlefield with live rounds just to get any better. He stepped forward with complete calm. Well, you'd better aim carefully. Then, down below, the crowd was buzzing about the Black Spear captain's incredible marksmanship. The red-haired guy frowned. I'll let you use whatever weapon you want. Don't go crying that I'm picking on the rookie. Aki rested his chin in his hand, thinking it over. A weapon, huh? He suddenly remembered his only trusted companion from his past life. But he didn't have it on him right now. He rubbed his hands together and smiled. Never mind. My fists will do just fine. The Black Spear squad gasped in disbelief. Is he really going in bare-handed? The red-haired guy burst out laughing. Fighting me with nothing but your bare hands. Hey, I gave you a chance. Aki casually picked his ear, looking completely bored. You talk too much. Even a lion goes all out when hunting a rabbit. You know, the red-haired guy glared in warning. I am not holding back. I'm taking those 20 points right back. Aki replied coolly. You'd better give it everything you've got. Down by the ring, Shino whispered to Tomo. Imagine their faces if they knew Aki single-handedly pushed back a Tier 1 demon, and even fought to a draw with the Apex Glory Hall. Standing nearby, Sidulu was lost in her own thoughts. I can't let myself fall behind my own team members. Remembering her father's words, her face suddenly flushed hot, and she quickly shook her head to clear those crazy thoughts. The referee gave the signal. The match officially began. The red-haired guy dashed forward, moving so fast he left after images. He aimed his gun while sprinting. I'll fill you with lead before you even get close. Sidulu watched in surprise. he's not firing right away. He's securing a tactical advantage first. Aki thought to himself, since I've already shown them a glimpse of my power, there's no point in hiding it anymore. My only goal here is taking first place. To deal with the Crimson King phase inside his body, he had to recover his strength fast and eventually surpass his peak from his past life. The red-haired guy raised his gun, aiming dead center. You're asking for it. I told you I wouldn't hold back. He squeezed the trigger. The training round blasted out of the barrel with serious stopping power. Aki merely tilted his body to dodge it. He decided to save his demonic powers for another time. His eyes flashed as he charged forward, while the red-haired guy quickly chambered another round. The gun was instantly reloaded and ready to fire. 3 high-velocity tracking bullets burst out in rapid succession. The captain smirked, absolutely sure that just one hit would end it all. Perfect timing, Aki thought. I've been wanting to test out my water magic. Aki's body moved fluidly, slipping past every single bullet like a rushing stream of water. The crowd's jaws dropped. He dodged the captain's bullets. What the hell is that speed? Aki's forward, closing the distance so fast that the naked eye couldn't even track his movements. An observer in the crowd quickly analyzed the situation. The captain's gun can store energy. He's charging up a high-powered blast. The red-haired guy channeled all his energy into the barrel, preparing for a point-blank execution. Let's see you dodge this. But Aki was one step ahead. Thick vines suddenly sprouted beneath the captain's feet, violently jerking him to a halt. The charged energy blast misfired straight up into the sky, leaving the audience in absolute shock. Aki lunged in, grabbing the barrel of the gun. He drove a brutal punch right into the guy's arm, throwing him completely off balance. Following up instantly, Aki delivered a devastating kick right to his gut. The Black Spear team panicked, screaming their captain's name in terror. The red-haired guy was launched dozens of meters through the air, his weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. Aki dusted off his hands with a bright smile. Thanks, we'll gladly take those 20 points. The red-haired guy turned pale as a sheet. He never expected the rookie in front of him to be such an absolute monster. How the hell is he this strong? Down below, Aki's team completely lost it. Shino screamed, that was awesome, while Tomo snapped photo after photo. Sidulu crossed her arms, thinking herself, even I couldn't track that speed. Where on earth did Aki learn that footwork? Thanks to this flawless victory, they snatched a full 30 points from Team Black Spear, instantly making themselves the center of attention. In the following matches, Shino and Tomo also started showing off their true strength. Sidulu's squad racked up victory after victory. Their points skyrocketed, totally unstoppable. They climbed the leaderboards at a dizzying pace. By the end of the month, they proudly claimed the #1 spot, crushing the Apex Glory Hall squad and securing their ticket to the 3-way grand finals. It was the end of the month at the arena, and the weather was absolutely beautiful. A familiar voice rang out, saying that every final always made them nostalgic. Watching the squads finally come into their own, Joel pointed out that Sidulu's team had skyrocketed from rock bottom straight to first place in just a few days, beating out 9 other squads like that. That was no easy feat. Zago crossed her arms and chimed in. She heard they had been using their points to place bets all over the place, winning way more than they lost. It was definitely a gutsy move. Ji Yutang calmly stated that they were using pure skill to earn those points, so there was zero reason to stop them. He had been quietly keeping an eye on them, and he could tell that both Aki and Sidulu were incredibly strong. He nodded, openly acknowledging that Shino and Tomo had also shown some serious improvement. The 3 captains stopped right in front of the massive stone doors, leading to the assembly grounds. Joel gave an amused smile, mentioning that it had been years since a rookie squad actually made it to the finals. Ji Yutang reached out and pushed the heavy stone doors open. A blinding light flooded the space, signaling that the ultimate battle was finally about to begin. Inside, the squads were already gathered, and all eyes instantly locked onto them. The captain of Team Elite shot them a look of pure disgust when she saw the rookie squad standing in the finals. The black hair guy next to him whispered for him to keep his voice down. Team Elite was actually the winning squad from Ungar. The captain of Team Spark chimed in with a sarcastic sneer. So, the rumors about a rookie squad taking the top spot are actually true. They're the ones who managed to scrape a win under Joel. Tomo glanced around, feeling the intense, burning aura coming from those 2 teams. Shino leaned in and explained that Team Elite and Team Spark were the absolute strongest squads under Olga and Joel here in Fort Worth. There were even rumors flying around the next 3 future captains would be handpicked directly from their ranks. Aki rolled his shoulders and gave a faint, confident smile. Oh, they're that good, huh? Guess our squad just needs to push a little harder then. He was quietly confident. Even though his current body had its limits, with his hidden powers, he definitely wouldn't lose to a Phase 1 core fighter like Ji Yutang. Right now, his only real concern was what the prize would be. Zago stepped onto the field, radiating pure authority, and shouted for all the squads to fall in. The 4 of them quickly jogged over to join the lineup. She playfully ruffled the hair of Team Elite's captain, and asked if they were ready. She beamed with excitement, saying that if they grabbed first place, she wanted a shopping trip to a Tier B city as the reward. The captain of Team Spark gave a cold little smirk. Our only goal is getting to a Tier B city, so we can clash with some real, high-level fighters. The captain of Team Elite shot back that shopping was a perfectly valid form of training for girls. The two sides kept throwing shade at each other, and you could practically smell the gunpowder in the air. Right then, Joel and Ji Tang stepped in and broke up the argument. Joel chuckled. You kids haven't even started fighting yet, and you're already shooting sparks at each other. The captain of Team Elite puffed out her cheeks.
Joel,
You are literally never serious. Ji Tang called out for Situ Lu to fall in, and the whole squad immediately responded. A massive group battle, followed by individual challenges. The total combined score from both phases would ultimately crown the #1 spot. Zago announced that the exact details would be revealed as they entered each phase. But first, she was going to drop a hint about the grand prize, just to get everyone's blood pumping. Joel practically yelled with excitement, announcing that the first place winners would get an all-expenses-paid 1-week observation trip to a Tier B city. The squads instantly erupted into cheers. Every single person there was dead set on locking down that #1 spot. Shino nudged Tomo and asked what she would do if they made it to a Tier B city. Oh, buy a new camera, no question, she fired back instantly. Right then Ji Tang called the captains up to draw their lots. Down in the ranks, everyone was buzzing about the Tier B cities, and the legendary Phase 2 core fighters stationed there. Someone whispered that the Phase 2 fighters were supposedly even stronger than their 3 current captains. The sheer excitement in the air was contagious. Aki stood there, quietly analyzing this new ranking system. Back in his day, things were never this structured. It was just brutal, chaotic warfare where everyone fought purely to survive. According to what Shino had told him, Fort Worth was sitting at the very bottom as a Tier C city. Above them were the Tier B and Tier A cities. The Tier B cities housed the Phase 2 and Phase 3 fighters, while Tier A held the absolute beasts at Phase 3, Phase 4, and sometimes even Phase 5, and sitting proudly at the very top was the Tier S Dawn city. It was the ultimate gathering place for humanity's strongest weapons, where even the mythical Phase 7 fighters actually existed. Images of unimaginably powerful warriors flashed through Aki's mind. That city really was the beating heart of humanity's hope. Thinking back to his own fallen city, he just couldn't help but compare its ruins to the glory of Dawn City. It had been 60 long years since the Great War. He honestly had no idea if his home or any of his old brothers in arms even existed anymore. The heavy memories made his entire mood sink. Shino and Tomo suddenly called out his name, snapping him right out of his thoughts. It was time to hit the field. Tomo looked straight at their captain, eagerly waiting for his command. Sidu Lu was holding the #1 ticket. The very first match was going to be Team Spark against Lu's squad. The referee stepped up, loudly announcing that everyone had to switch to their training weapons. Tomo suggested they really needed to come up with a badass name for their squad. Shino totally agreed, but Aki just laughed. Let's win this thing first, then we can talk about names. Situ Lu kept a perfectly calm expression on the outside, but inside, his nerves were pulled as tight as a bowstring. The captain of Team Spark openly mocked them. You guys are moving like molasses, and you still think you can take first place. He barked orders at his squad to pick their targets, adding with a vicious smirk, leave Sidu Lu to me. He's mine. Begin. The referee shouted at the top of his lungs. Sidu Lu immediately realized their opponents wanted to split them up for one-on-one fights. She quickly signaled her team to switch tactics and focus their attacks. The entire team charged forward, moving together in perfect coordination. Aki quickly analyzed the situation in his head. Taking down their captain first would be the most effective strategy. If their leader fell, the rest of the team would be scattered, and their morale would completely crumble. He watched Lu and silently praised her. Her judgment wasn't bad at all. Meanwhile, Team Flash had also caught on to their intentions. They immediately switched their strategy to a counter-encirclement, locking their sights firmly onto Sidu Lu. 3 of them launched a sudden ambush from right behind her. She calmly ordered everyone to hold their formation. Shino and Tomo immediately dashed forward to back her up. The captain of Team Flash gritted his teeth. You really think you can take me down first? In your dreams. He stomped the ground hard, ready to break their formation. Sidu Lu swung her staff and charged right at him, but he swiftly spun around to counter her attack. He leaped into the air and unleashed a blinding radiant Zen strike. Sidu Lu yelled for everyone to close their eyes and defend. Meanwhile, she focused her own energy, preparing to counter with a light burst. The dazzling light erupted so brightly that it even blinded his own teammates. Up in the stands, Ji Tang shook his head. That kind of reckless fighting style is a huge disadvantage in team battles. The captain of Team Flash figured that if he just took down their leader, the opponent's entire strategy would fall apart. He swung his sword down with absolutely no mercy. But Aki dashed in and blocked the strike for Sidu Lu. Did it ever cross your mind that you're blinding your own teammates? He asked, right before kicking the guy away. The captain of Team Flash scowled at him. You annoying four-eyed brat. Aki just laughed and explained that his glasses, which were formed from water, bent the light, making the radiant Zen completely useless. Ignoring your own teammates in a group fight is a rookie mistake. Sidu Lu was totally shocked. Since when had he prepared a trick like that? Aki dashed right past her and said, I'll leave the rest to you. She looked at her staggering opponent and silently praised Aki for his perfect timing. Sidu Lu spun around and launched herself forward to finish him off. Her opponent tried to fight back, but his arm was already dislocated from Aki's kick. Completely unable to defend himself, he was forced to take the hit head-on. She looked down at him coldly. You were right about one thing earlier. We need to end this fast. Things were pretty relaxed over on Aki's side. He was mainly just hanging back and supporting Shino and Tomo, who were steadily taking control of the match. Just a few moments later, Situlu stood tall and proudly declared, "Your captain has been defeated." The rest of Team Flash was completely exhausted, no longer able to keep fighting. Up on the fortress wall, Ji Yutang noted that the results were exactly as expected. Zago chimed in, pointing out that Aki still hadn't used his full strength. The captain of Team Elite was shocked when she heard the news. They actually lost? She asked in disbelief. Is Situlu really that strong? The defeated captain of Team Flash hung his head and admitted it. We were way too overconfident in that match. That's why we paid such a heavy price. He looked up at Team Elite and continued. Now it's your turn. As your rival for many years, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not underestimate Aki's team. Hearing that, the captain of Team Elite felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Her mind was genuinely rattled by the warning. Damn it all. Zago stood up on the wall and made a loud announcement. Team Lu versus Team Elite. Weapons have been swapped out for trial gear. Let the match begin. The second the match started, the captain of Team Elite charged forward like a hurricane. As she sprinted, she yelled at her teammates to hold their formation exactly as they had trained. Do not break the line, she roared, before channeling all her power into a massive punch. Her fist slammed into the ground, sending violent shockwaves through the arena as the earth cracked open beneath them. Aki just stood there, waiting for the exact moment the dust clouded their vision. He let out a confident smile. Perfect, this gives me exactly what I need. Activate. The surprise attack caught Team Elite completely off guard. Before they even understood what was happening, Aki thought to himself, this move is incredible. The elemental power I absorbed from the Tier 1 demon is just too useful. If combining the water and wood elements was already this powerful, he could only imagine how much hidden potential the other elements held. He muttered under his breath, activating his skill. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The captain of Team Elite barely had time to scream, scatter, change the rally point. Damn it, our formation is broken. Tomo and Situlu instantly teamed up, closing in on the captain of Team Elite to launch a devastating combo attack. Even so, she still managed to block both of their attacks just in the nick of time. She immediately called for backup, but the moment her teammates tried to rush in, Aki cut him off entirely. In that exact moment, she suddenly remembered the warning from the captain of Team Flash. You guys are up next, so be careful out there. We definitely have to watch out for Aki. From what I can see, he is the real spearhead. He connects the entire battlefield together. While she was lost in thought, Tomo spoke up and pulled her back to reality. If you don't focus on us, you're gonna lose. The captain of Team Elite gritted her teeth and replied, So what? I am an agility-type fighter. Tomo unleashed an attack with a provocative smirk. Agility, huh? Me too. In just the blink of an eye, she completely locked down her opponent, leaving her unable to move. The stands erupted in wild cheers. Up on the wall, Zago commented that it looked like this match was already settled. The group battle ended with an absolute victory for Lu's team. Next up was the individual tournament phase. The captain of Team Elite and the captain of Team Spark both stepped forward with sharp, cold eyes, getting ready for their solo matches. Almost at the exact same time, the two of them pointed straight at Aki and declared they wanted to challenge him. The official from Extreme Prestige Hall reminded them of the rules, stating that the individual tournament strictly required one-on-one matches. Aki didn't refuse at all. Instead, he calmly said that either of them could go first, or, to save time, they could both come at him together. He stood right in the middle of the arena, casually throwing out his challenge under the shocked gazes of everyone present. In the challenge match, Aki faced off against both captains all by himself. He adjusted his gloves and thought to himself, since this is the final match, I might as well get serious and play with you guys for a bit. Oh, come on. The captain of the Light Squad frowned in annoyance. Looks like he's looking down on both of us. Standing next to him, the female captain of the Elite Squad clenched her fists and coldly declared, I'm definitely gonna make him pay for being so damn arrogant. Up on the city wall, Zago, the female captain of the Ungar Squad, kept her eyes on the arena and spoke up. The rules are exactly the same as a standard challenge. The match ends when one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight. With that, she raised her hand to signal and shouted out loud, Begin. As soon as the words left her mouth, the captains of the Light and Elite Squads immediately split into two directions, charging straight at Aki. The Light Squad captain shouted, Don't forget our plan. The Elite Squad captain glanced at him and let out a soft laugh. You talk way too much. I remember. Aki just stood his ground, slightly bending his knees to build momentum. He gathered up an explosive power that completely cracked the ground beneath his feet. His eyes flashed with absolute confidence. Moving with the speed of lightning, he charged straight at the Light Squad captain. He was so fast that his opponent didn't even have time to react. Watching the two figures lunging at each other, the female Elite Squad captain shouted anxiously, Hey, watch out. You think I'm completely useless. The Light Squad captain yelled back, channeling his energy to create a blinding red light right in the palm of his hand. Don't you dare underestimate me, you bastard. Seeing this, the female elite squad captain was totally caught off guard. A sudden wave of shock rushed through her mind. Blinding flash. He's executing the plan this early. She recalled how thoroughly they had discussed this before the match. The light squad captain had told her, "Listen to me, we have to team up this time. We must win. Losing is not an option. That's the only way we can keep challenging others and secure our spot to the Tier B bastion. I've got a foolproof plan to win." As he spoke, he handed a specially made pair of goggles to the elite squad captain. "You need to wear these. These yellow tactical goggles can just barely block out my light. The moment I blind him with my light, you take the opening and strike his vital spots." The female elite squad captain took them without any hesitation. She looked at the goggles and asked, "You're just giving me something this good?" "That's really hard to believe." The light squad captain clenched his fists, his eyes completely resolute. "That guy Aki is not simple at all. If we want to reach the Tier B bastion, we have to join forces. Remember, my blinding flash is the signal. The second you see me use it, you attack immediately." Back in the present, he unleashed the blinding flash, causing a fierce explosion of light. "There's no escape for you. This is my blinding flash, amplified 5 times over." Up in the stands, everyone had to turn their heads away, completely unable to look directly at the intense glare. Zago exclaimed in pure astonishment. "This kid has stored up a terrifying amount of energy. The power is even greater than last time." Standing next to her, Joel assessed the situation, going all out right from the very start. "Looks like he wants to finish this quickly." Tomo shielded her eyes, speaking up with a tone full of regret. "Oh man, I can't record anything at all." The female elite squad captain stared intently at Aki, thinking to herself, "That guy has definitely been blinded for the moment. I just need to land the finishing blow, and this is over." Thanks to her protective goggles, she quickly pinpointed his exact location. Channeling all her energy into her arm, she lunged forward to deliver a lethal blow. She truly believed that this single strike would take down her opponent. Right in this deciding moment, suddenly, Aki's eyes flashed with a bright golden light. He turned his head to look right at her, speaking with complete calmness. "Just as I thought. You're the one responsible for the actual attack." Behind the lenses of her goggles, the elite squad captain's eyes were wide with pure terror. Her body completely stiffened up, unable to move a single inch. It felt like she was being locked down by some terrifying force, dragging her deep into the freezing ocean. Aki coldly waved his hand. Water element. A steady stream of water slowly poured right out of his palm, rising higher and higher by the second. The surging water quickly wrapped itself entirely around the female elite squad captain's body. It morphed into a massive hand made of water, squeezing her so tightly that her protective goggles were knocked right off. She let out an agonizing scream. Meanwhile, the light squad captain was trembling as he tried to maintain his blinding flash. "Why the hell are you screaming while taking a hit?" The intense glare shined straight into her eyes, forcing her to squeeze them shut. She gritted her teeth and screamed back at him. "I'm the one being attacked here, you absolute idiot. My goggles fell off and I can't see a damn thing." Aki continued to control the flowing water to completely restrain her, his face totally cold and emotionless. "Sorry about that. Your little team-up plan completely failed." The moment those words left his mouth, he summoned countless vines straight from the ground, lashing out directly at the light squad captain. The blinding flash was instantly shattered. The man was sent flying through the air, while the elite squad captain was violently tossed aside as well. Aki took them both down at the exact same time, kicking up a massive cloud of thick dust. Up in the stands, Ji Yutang grew worried and thought to himself, first that blinding light, and now all this dust. I really hope there aren't any casualties. With that thought in his mind, he immediately leaped down from the stands, straight into the arena. It seems someone was so deeply worried that they completely lost their cool. Ji Yutang landed safely on his feet. He lifted his head to look directly at the center of the arena, his eyes widening in pure astonishment. Aki was still radiating a terrifying aura, looking just like a vicious demon, ready to devour absolutely everything in its path. Aki's cold voice suddenly spoke up, completely cutting off his train of thought. "It is all over." The thick dust in the arena slowly began to clear away. The members of the two squads quickly rushed over. Someone loudly yelled out, "The smoke is clearing. Did our captain win?" Up in the stands, a clear, crisp voice rang out. "That is not right." Sidu Lu just crossed her arms over her chest and spoke in a perfectly calm tone. "I am guessing that Aki is the winner." Sure enough, standing right in the middle of the arena, Aki was pushing those protective goggles up the bridge of his nose, with a confident smile on his face. The rest of the squad members rushed down onto the field. Shino cheered out in pure excitement. "That was so freaking awesome. How the heck did you manage to counterattack while blinded by that intense light? We barely got our vision back, and you had already ended the entire match." Aki held up the protective goggles he had snagged and gave Shino a playful wink. "Well, I just so happened to snatch these off her." Deep down, he was actually thinking to himself, "Thank God I managed to grab these in time." Shino pulled Aki into a tight hug, vigorously rubbing his head with pure excitement. "That is my boy." Standing right next to them, Tomo was rapidly snapping pictures, trying to capture every single second of this moment. Sidulu watched the scene unfold before her, deep in thought. Aki, just why do you always make me feel like you are so utterly unpredictable? Lu Squad. Ji Yutang's loud shout completely broke her train of thought. Jia Yutang walked right up to them, shouting out a strict command. Stand at attention. Everyone immediately put their hands behind their backs and shouted back in unison. Yes, sir. He then made his announcement. Your squad has officially claimed first place. Congratulations to all of you. Ji Yutang looked directly at Aki, his eyes full of admiration. You did an excellent job out there. You never failed to surprise me. Getting tag teamed by 2 captains. And you still pulled off a successful counterattack. Aki just gave him a modest smile. But deep down, his heart was completely overflowing with confidence. He continued speaking. So basically, by taking first place time, you have all earned yourselves a reward. Tomorrow morning, you will take the underground passage to the nearest Tier B bastion, where you will stay and study for an entire week. In complete contrast to the calm demeanor of Aki and Sidu, Tomo jumped up in the air with absolute joy. That is so awesome. Shino also tightly clenched his fists. Now that is some seriously good news. Make sure you are fully prepared. We assemble right back here tomorrow morning. Dismissed. The moment Ji Yutang finished his sentence, the whole team shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Shino spoke up, practically buzzing with excitement. I heard that the Tier B bastion actually has stage 3 core warriors. I am seriously looking forward to this. Tomo let out a cheerful laugh. I am definitely going to take a ton of pictures. Aki turned to Situ Lu and asked, what about you? She just calmly replied, I'm still thinking about it. Joel watched them from behind as they walked away, a faint smile on his lips. That guy Aki is truly terrifying. If he had actually used his full power, I'm not so sure we could have beaten him. Jie Yutang looked over at Joel and spoke in a very quiet voice. He does not belong in a place like this. He kept his eyes on Aki's confident, towering figure as he walked away. He is just going to keep on moving forward. Joel gave a nod of agreement. Taking the underground passage is definitely going to be a lot safer than staying up on the surface. Zago crossed his arms looking worried. We still need to stay alert. Occasionally, a Phase 1 demon wanders in there. Ji Yutang replied with confidence. Don't worry about it. However many Phase 1 demons show up, I'll wipe them all out. The underground passage is a complex subterranean transit network. It's abandoned now and only used for traveling between the settlements. Down in the tunnel, a panicked warrior was running for his life. Right behind him, a streak of red light was hot on his heels. In the blink of an eye, the red light morphed into a massive hand, crushing him to death. The giant red hand, tipped with pitch-black claws, hoisted another warrior into the air. These pathetic humans are so weak and utterly boring. The fairy red, hulking demon scratched its head, dropped the corpse to the ground, and started wandering around looking for an exit. It was completely lost. This was a Phase 2 demon, with unknown abilities and unknown attributes. Its slaughter log included 21 rookie warriors, 9 Phase 1 warriors, and 2 Phase 2 warriors. At the same time, Aki's group entered the tunnel. Tomo held up her camera, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, is this the underground passage? This is my first time seeing it. She snapped photos of everything from front to back. But this looks like super ancient architecture. When exactly was it built? Ji Yutang closed his eyes and smiled. This passage has been around a lot longer than I have. Tomo was even taking pictures of the dusty old cobwebs as souvenirs. He started explaining. After the Battle of Dawn, countless great warriors sacrificed their lives, causing our elite forces to suffer heavy losses. We couldn't expand our territory or take on any major missions. The shortage of energy crystals led to this massive underground network being abandoned. It was actually built back in the era of the Great King, Aki. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Aki, who was walking in the back. Tomo laughed. Oh hey, he has the exact same name as you. He replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Hearing that, Ji Yutang turned around in annoyance. He snapped. What do you mean, is that so? It's just a coincidence. Don't you dare make a joke out of our greatest warrior. Aki flinched a little and scratched his head. Don't get so worked up, Captain. Tomo burst out laughing. Haha, you look like you're literally fuming. Shino giggled, and even Sidulu covered her mouth to hide a smile. Ji Yutang let out 2 awkward coughs to hide his embarrassment, thinking to himself that spending too much time with this bunch was ruining his professional image. He put on a stern face and barked out an order. Hurry up, keep moving forward. Aki looked down the passage, lost in deep thought. This monumental structure was the very project I proposed all those years ago. His gaze turned serious. But Captain Ji Yutang, you actually got one thing completely wrong. You call it an underground passage, but in reality, this is a massive subterranean city network. Back then, it connected countless settlements. It was a safe and thriving trade route. I never expected my greatest miracle to be left completely abandoned after my death. A flicker of regret flashed in his eyes, faintly reflecting the aura of the Great King from the past. Just then, Shino asked a question. Are the energy crystals you mentioned similar to the demon cores on our chests? Ji Yutang nodded. That's exactly right. They are the crystallization of countless demon cores. Once they're merged and refined, they become a massive source of power. This energy source is what keeps our current settlements running. It's basically the equivalent of electricity from the old days. The high-level settlements organize hunts to kill demonic beasts, harvest their cores, and refine them into energy crystals. S rank is the center, followed by A, B, and finally C. Our trip to a B rank settlement this time isn't just for learning, but also to collect our settlement's allocated energy supply. Tomo asked curiously. What happens if the energy crystals run out and aren't restocked? Ji Yutang turned around, his face dead serious. The settlement would become completely paralyzed. Hearing that, everyone was visibly shaken. Without power, daily life and the defense systems would completely shut down. Weapons and equipment would be useless. People would be forced to abandon their homes. It would be an absolute disaster for any settlement. The entire Lu squad broke out in a cold sweat from the sheer anxiety. Ji Yutang chuckled to reassure them. Hey, don't worry. Our energy crystals are still enough to last us 3 months. We're just gonna pick up our reserves this time. He continued with a word of warning. Make sure you're fully prepared. Pazer City is a B-rank settlement. They have a lot of Phase 2 core warriors, and even 2 Phase 3 core warriors. Word has it that one of them has a sync rate of up to 69%. That's a ridiculously impressive number. The group's eyes lit up in awe. Shino even muttered it back, as if afraid of mishearing it. A Phase 3 core warrior with a 69% sync rate. Tomo screamed in excitement. Are you serious? Just hearing that makes me feel like passing out from how strong they must be. Standing in the back with his hands on his hips, and a backpack slung over his shoulder, Aki thought to himself, there's literally a Phase 7 core warrior standing right behind you guys who once reached a 96% stability rate. Tomo rolled her eyes around the room and spotted a bright red button on the wall. She tilted her head. Huh, what in the world is this thing? But before anyone could say a word, she reached out to press it. Seeing this, Aki yelled at the top of his lungs. Stop, don't just press random things. Ji Yutang instantly lunged forward and smacked Tomo hard on the head. Keep your hands to yourself. Thank goodness Aki was paying attention. Tomo clutched her head, pouting, but that red button was just begging to be pressed. He let out a heavy sigh, closed the protective cover, and explained, this is an emergency lockdown button. In case of extreme danger, it shuts down the entire passage. Right on the button, there was a clear warning printed in yellow and black, absolute lockdown. Ji Yutang looked up at the ceiling of the passage behind them. See that? The moment you press it, that steel plate up there will drop down in a flash and seal off the path completely. This is the absolute last resort to protect the passages and the other settlements. Aki stood nearby with his hands casually in his pockets, thinking to himself, looks like the security system is still working perfectly fine. Suddenly, a massive tremor rippled through his entire body. His eyebrows instantly locked together in a tight frown. His gaze turned razor sharp, and his body naturally shifted into a combat stance. A suffocating, heavy killing intent was rushing at them from straight ahead. What's more, something was closing in on them fast. Seeing Aki take the initiative to step forward, Ji Yutang tried to pull him back, but right at that moment, he froze as the heavy, metallic stench of blood hit his nose. Did he really sense it a step before I did? Ji Yutang stared at Aki's back, deep in thought. Is his sense of smell actually sharper than mine, or was it just pure intuition? But now isn't the time to overthink things. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone, prepare for battle. Drop your bags and hold formation. The team replied in unison. Understood. Just a moment later, a massive trail of red appeared, sprawling all across the tunnel ahead. It's blood. Ji Yutang turned pale, looking toward the Class B garrison. Just what in the world happened over there? In the darkness ahead, a flickering red light suddenly appeared. He gritted his teeth. What the hell is that thing? A soldier rushed toward them, looking completely battered. Ji Yutang and Aki spoke up at the exact same time. Are you from Pazer City? The man panted heavily and asked back. Are you guys from Fufo? Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground right in front of everyone. Aki knelt down, clearly worried. Hey, are you okay? Ji Yutang did a quick check. His injuries are way too severe. What happened at Pazer City? The soldier barely managed to whisper. A stage 2 demon attacked us. Pazer City has already issued the order to abandon the city. Ji Yutang's eyes went wide in pure disbelief. Sidu Lu turned to him, asking frantically. Captain, what does the abandoned city warning mean? Are we going in for backup? Ji Yutang stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking with a heavy heart. The order to abandon the city is only issued when every single soldier inside has fallen in battle. A cold shiver ran down everyone's spine as they heard those words. Aki gripped his dagger tightly, his hand trembling slightly. Abandoning the city. How many more lives are going to be lost this time? Before they could even process the shock, a streak of yellow light shot out from the shadows, aiming straight for the soldier lying on the ground. Aki jolted in surprise. Damn it, I got distracted. Before anyone could react, the yellow light dragged the soldier's body deep into the darkness, right in front of their very eyes. From the pitch black, the demon dragged the soldier out by his head. Found you. It stepped into the light, holding its prey tight. Why are there still so many humans around? It bared its razor-sharp teeth. If I don't wipe you all out, it's going to be hard to explain. The soldier used his very last breath to warn them. Run away now. But before he could even finish his sentence, His neck was violently snapped. The dead don't get the chance to keep talking. The demon slammed its hand against the wall, blood still dripping from its claws. Its mouth, full of jagged teeth, twitched into a grin. Let's keep going. Kill them all. It stepped fully into the light. A stage 2 demon with a glowing red core, fire attribute. Its kill count just went up by 21 new soldiers, stage 1s and 2 stage 2s. In its hand, it held a long whip with a small, blood-stained blade attached to the tip. Look at all these humans, it said, slowly approaching Ji Yutang's group, spinning the whip so fast that the blade created a razor-sharp ring of yellow light. Now, who should I start with? A thick, sticky liquid dripped from its mouth. I've decided. You're first? The blade on the whip instantly zipped through the air, heading straight for Shino. Shino froze completely, his eyes wide open as he watched the blade closing in. Totally unable to react, a red blur flashed by like a bolt of lightning. Moving at an insane speed, Ji Yutang threw himself in front of Shino, blocking the blade with both hands and fighting to hold it back. A massive explosion echoed loudly throughout the entire tunnel. The blade deflected violently, crashing right into the ceiling. The demon scratched its face. Oh, you're pretty good, way stronger than that last guy. Ji Yutang's arms were bleeding and trembling uncontrollably. He gasped for air. Stage 2 fire demon, it's much stronger than me. I definitely can't take another hit like that. He gritted his teeth. Now is not the time to play hero. I need to prioritize keeping these kids safe first. Ji Yutang grabbed Aki tightly by the arm. Situ Lu, Tomo, and Shino immediately turned around and sprinted with everything they had. Run. The demon sped up, chasing right after them. You think you can run away from me? It stomped its foot, swinging its whip to launch the blade in a relentless, close-range pursuit. Its power was so overwhelming that even Ji Yutang struggled to block it. He screamed, "Hit the button. Hurry up and get through that door." I'll press it, but the demon didn't give them a single opening. Lunging straight forward, before he could pull everyone through. Every last one of you is going to die. Right at that very second, Aki suddenly stopped in his tracks, and forcefully shoved Ji Yutang forward. He took the brunt of the attack, tumbling across the ground a few times. The 4 of them were shoved right through the doorway, crashing to the floor. They all screamed at the exact same time. Aki. Ji Yutang turned around to see Aki plunging his dagger into the ground to stop his momentum. The demon approached from behind the boy. You just bought yourself a tiny bit more time to live. It let out a vicious roar and lunged right at him. You are all gonna die today. Aki stood up, his eyes turning ice cold as he glared at the demon, spinning around to face it head-on. With one hand gripping his knife, he used his other hand to smash the protective casing, and slammed the red button hard. The massive door behind him instantly slammed shut. Aki. Sidulu screamed at the top of her lungs, rushing toward the door. Be careful. Hurry up and get over here. He turned his head to look at her, with a strange sense of total calm on his face, right as the demon closed in on him. The door completely sealed shut. Sidulu collapsed heavily to the ground. She stood up and banged heavily on the door. Aki, can you hear me? But there was no answer. Ji Yutang lowered his head, remembering Aki's words right before pushing him to safety. Protect them. He looked at the other 3. Calm down. He traded his life to give us a fighting chance. We cannot let that go to waste. This place isn't safe. We have to fall back, right now. Shino cried out. That's a stage 2 demon. Even if it's Aki, Tomo cut in. We can't just leave him behind. Sidulu slammed his fist against the door. Break it down. We have to save Aki. Ji Yutang shook his head. This door is made of a specialized alloy. It can withstand direct hits from a stage 3 demon. It won't be easy to break through. The soundproofing is incredible, too. We can't even hear what's happening on the other side. Damn it, there's nothing we can do right now. Shino was frantic. Captain, please reconsider. Tomo nodded in agreement. Isn't there any other way? Sidulu spoke up. Let's head back and ask Joel and Olga for backup. Ji Yutang closed his eyes tightly. No, even with Joel and Olga, it's not a guaranteed win. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. Wait, there is one more way. Follow me. He led the team sprinting toward a branching path. There's a tunnel that leads straight to the A-rank fortress city of Bran. We can call for reinforcements there. Ji Yutang skidded to a halt in front of a dark intersection. This is it. Let's move. The entire group charged down the passageway. Taking this rope meant putting all their faith in Aki surviving against all odds. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavy door, green demon blood splattered violently across the floor. The monster stared at Aki in absolute shock. It couldn't believe such a frail-looking warrior actually managed to wound it. The boy yanked out his dagger, then delivered a brutal kick that sent the beast flying. Aki pushed himself up from the ground. Activating his demon form, a blood-red horn sprouted from his forehead. Finally, I don't have to hide my power anymore. The demon's eyes bulged. What are you, a human or a demon? Aki let out a cold smirk. Honestly, I'm not too sure myself. But I guess it's time to get serious. Right now, I'm a lot more curious about that fire attribute of yours. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, his eyes glowing with an intense light. He licked his lips as a fierce red aura engulfed his body. The demon gasped in terror. A stage 1. No, it's much stronger than that. Aki fully completed his transformation. Countless thick vines erupted from the ground around him, lashing out violently toward the Stage 2 demon. The monster let out a twisted laugh. If you're just a Stage 1 wood user, then my fire is your absolute worst nightmare. A massive burst of flames roared to life, incinerating all the vines in an instant. The blazing inferno painted the entire corridor a glowing, fiery red. Aki remained perfectly calm. The demon had no idea that lethal danger was already creeping up on it. It bared its flaming fangs. I am going to devour you, and make your power mine. It unhinged its massive jaws, and a gigantic fireball began to rapidly take shape inside its mouth. With a deafening roar, it launched the massive sphere of roaring flames straight at Aki. The boy's eyes flashed as he dodged out of the way in a split second. The fireball slammed into the heavy metal door behind him, but didn't leave a single scorch mark. Using a surviving vine as a slingshot, Aki launched himself straight at the demon, rocketing through the air like a blazing green arrow. The demon froze for a split second before letting out a mocking laugh. You want to take me on in close combat? I'll burn you to ashes before you can even touch me. Completely ignoring its taunts, Aki swiftly slipped around to the beast's blind spot. He flattened his hand like a rigid blade, thin streams of water swirling tightly around his fingers. Activating his water attribute, he lunged at blinding speed, his water-coated hand easily piercing right through the demon's fiery defense. His hand plunged deep into its chest, his fingers wrapping tightly around its core. Whoever said I only had one attribute? Looks like I'm the one countering you now. The demon gasped in pure horror. Water magic. How can a mere human possess two attributes? Before the beast could utter another word, Aki mercilessly ripped the glowing core right out of its chest. A deafening explosion echoed through the tunnel. The demon's body violently shattered into a million pieces, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke billowing through the passageway. As the smoke began to clear, Aki's imposing silhouette emerged. Still locked in his demon form, he casually held a glowing core in one hand, while his other hand gripped the severed head of the Stage 2 demon. Right at that moment, dozens of vile dungeon monsters, drawn by the chaotic noise, trampled over one another as they swarmed in to surround him. Aki coldly glanced down the dark tunnel. The horde of monsters bared their wicked fangs, crashing toward him like an ugly tidal wave. He thought to himself, they're just unranked demons. Looks like the commotion from that fight rang the dinner bell. He looked down at the Stage 2 fire core in his hand and muttered, just how much power are you going to give me? Without a second thought, he tightened his grip and crushed the glowing core to dust. The second the core shattered, a massive shockwave of pure energy erupted, violently blowing the charging monsters backward. Aki threw his hand into the air and roared, Fire demon, become my strength. In the blink of an eye, he guided that raw, chaotic energy, forcefully fusing it with the demon core pulsing inside his own body. He spread his arms wide as the intense crimson energy surged through his veins, enveloping his entire body like a raging wave of fire. As the final sparks of light locked into his glowing eyes, Aki's evolution was complete. He had officially broken through to his Stage 2 demon form. A pair of long, wicked red horns sprouted from his temples, and his eyes shifted to a piercing, glowing gold. Perfect. The flames inside me are absolutely boiling. The horde of monsters continued to shriek and charge at him, their filthy claws bared. Watching them, Aki just gave a deeply annoyed sigh. These unranked demons really do multiply like roaches. He thought back to the monster he just killed, opening his mouth to mimic its attack. Swirling fire energy rapidly gathered, forming a dense fireball right in front of him. Ah, so this is how you use fire. He exhaled fiercely, unleashing a blistering tornado of flames. The screeching monsters were instantly incinerated into ash. The fiery vortex swept so far down the tunnel that not a single creature was left alive. Surrounded by a roaring sea of raging flames, Aki calmly strolled right through the inferno, as if he were just out for a casual walk. Let your screams be the send-off for the fallen warriors. With that said, he kept moving forward, leaving behind the roaring flames that were reducing the enemy remnants to ashes. Reaching the tunnel exit, Aki was surrounded by nothing but wrecked electrical equipment and completely shattered walls. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, blasting away the door that blocked his path. Through the thick smoke, Aki's silhouette appeared as he slowly made his way up the stairs. The moment he set foot on the surface, the sight before his eyes left Aki completely stunned. The exit was absolutely littered with the bodies of innocent civilians, lying motionless in massive pools of blood. The entire Rank B citadel was engulfed in a sea of fire. Buildings had collapsed into absolute ruins, with almost no signs of life left. The main character stood frozen, thinking to himself, to think a Rank B citadel would end up in such a tragic state. It was practically wiped off the map. He walked slowly past the corpses, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. The demon responsible for this must be an incredibly high level. He spotted a warrior whose body had been brutally pierced by a massive tree branch. Wood element magic, huh? Our main character pictured the enemy unleashing a massive, wide-range, one-hit kill attack. A terrifying power like this, it most likely belongs to a Stage 3 demon. Thinking about the innocent civilians who were burned to ash, Aki gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it all. This citadel had two Stage 3 core warriors defending it. And yet, a gust of wind swept through, carrying thick smoke and ash, sending a flock of panicked crows into the sky. Following their flight path, Aki noticed someone's legs dangling high up in the air. Pinned high up on the tree trunk were two warriors, violently impaled by thick branches. Taking a closer look, he realized they were the Citadel's 2 Stage 3 core warriors. But sadly, they had already fallen in battle. Aki stood in absolute silence, gazing up at them, before using his own wood element to gently lower their bodies to the ground. Laying them down respectfully, he bowed his head in a moment of silence. "You were truly honorable warriors." He reached out and gently brushed his fingers over one of the warrior's open eyelids, helping him finally close his eyes in peace. "Rest in peace. At least now, you can finally rest." Deep down, our guy truly realized just how brutally unforgiving this war actually was. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out from behind him. "You damn demon. What the hell are you doing to them?" Aki flinched in surprise. "Wait, there's a survivor." He turned around and saw a man clutching a knife. His whole body was trembling violently, but his eyes burned with pure hatred. "That human disguise. You must be a high-level, shape-shifting demon. They saved my life. If you lay a single finger on their bodies, I swear I'll kill you." Aki closed his eyes, about to explain himself, but quickly realized his current demonic appearance made him look guilty as hell. Talk about a massive pain in the neck. Without warning, a lurking monster lunged straight at the man. Aki froze for a split second. The survivor took the brutal hit and instantly lost consciousness, his limp body falling backward. Aki immediately blasted the monsters away, then rushed in to catch the man's head, before it could slam into the hard ground. Damn it, there are still enranked demons hiding around here. He quickly channeled his wood element to heal the man's wounds. "Hey, save your breath. Let me heal you." The man weakly choked out his words. What the hell are you? A demon or a human?" With that, he fully passed out in Aki's arms. Our hero sat there stunned, quietly asking himself, "Am I a demon or am I human?" Just then, the surrounding monsters sensed the man's life force and instantly swarmed them from all sides. They let out blood-curdling screeches as they completely closed in around him. Aki slowly got his feet. "Whether I'm a demon or a human," he glared at the monstrous horde, his voice turning dead cold. "There's one thing that absolutely will not change." He then prepared to unleash his skill, fiercely determined to wipe every last one of these demons off the face of the earth. Right as the monstrous pack lunged at him all at once, the blazing wings of fire on Aki's back fully completed their final transformation. He stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, and shot straight up into the sky. Instead of diving directly into the mob, he hovered high above, unleashing a massive rain of fireballs that completely obliterated the entire area. Aki touched down gracefully in a nearby clearing. He looked over his shoulder and muttered to himself, "So the fire built up on my back doesn't just give me a speed boost, it actually creates explosive bursts too. It's a damn shame I can't use it to fly long distances though." So, our guy decided to keep testing his brand new skill on the surviving demons. Any monster caught in the blast was instantly launched into the air, completely powerless to fight back. Aki blitzed forward, snatching one of the airborne monsters right by the throat. He forcefully injected his blazing flame straight into its body. The explosive energy spread rapidly, causing glowing, fiery veins to bulge all over the demon's flesh. He violently slammed the creature down into the dirt, roaring at it, "Go back to the trash heap where you belong." Then, with a wicked smirk, he whispered, "Surprise." The second the demon hit the ground, it detonated in an absolutely earth-shattering explosion. Aki watched the carnage and gave a highly satisfied smirk. "Compressing my fire and planting it inside a demon's body turns them into a living bomb. Combining elemental magic with a bit of brain power really does give you infinite possibilities." Watching their own kind blow to pieces, the rest of the demons shrieked in absolute terror and turned tail to run. Aki's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You really think you can run away?" Without a second of hesitation, he launched himself after them like a speeding arrow. The moment he touched down, he violently slammed his hands into the earth. Two massive pillars of fire erupted on either side, instantly incinerating the fleeing demons to ashes. He stood in the middle of a sea of fire, watching them burn to ashes with a smirk on his face. Too late. Soon, every last one of them would be wiped out. Aki stepped heavily onto the corpse of a demon. He thought about his squad. He remembered the hopeful looks in Sidhu Liu and Shino's eyes, and Apex Hall's plan to secure the energy crystals. He wondered how they were holding up right now. The energy core back at Fulvera City would only last for another 3 months. The route to Pazer had been completely sealed off. If he didn't bring those crystals back, the entire bastion would be in serious danger. Aki was dead set on finding that reserve vault. He looked around, but there wasn't a clear path in sight. He frowned, trying to figure out his next move. Stumbling around blindly wouldn't get him anywhere. He had to use what he had. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an idea. Channeling his wood magic, he summoned thick tree roots right out of the ground. The roots spread out, probing every inch of the area. Since the energy crystals were fused with the core, they would definitely give off a very specific energy signature. The roots dug deep into the earth to search. Aki could feel the fluctuations getting stronger and clearer, so he pushed even more power into his magic. Finally, the roots brushed up against the energy crystals. Aki whipped his head around, a rush of excitement hitting him. Found it. He dashed forward and spotted a massive crater in the ground. The energy pulse was incredibly weak, which meant it was probably heavily shielded. Perfect. Without a second thought, he jumped straight down into the abyss. As he plummeted through the air, he realized there was a massive cavern hidden right beneath it. Aki landed softly on his feet and looked up at the colossal energy transmission system. So, this is the power center of a Class B bastion. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed from behind him. Attention soldiers. Defend the energy crystals to the death. He spun around to see where the voice was coming from. He found it. The crystal storage vault. Aki immediately sprinted toward it, having no idea what kind of horrors were waiting for him inside. Aki's eyes went wide when he looked inside. Beyond the doors was nothing but absolute devastation. Human corpses were scattered everywhere, looking like the aftermath of a brutal massacre. These were the soldiers who had laid down their lives to protect the energy crystals. Seeing this, he clenched his fist tight, cursing under his breath. Those damn demons. He walked slowly into the room, his eyes scanning both sides. Even in death, these soldiers had held their ground to protect the power source. Aki reached out and touched a shattered red crystal. It was obviously a targeted strike. The demons had breached this place just to destroy the crystals. This time, they were way more organized and intelligent than before. He let out a heavy sigh. There probably aren't any intact crystals left. I need to head down to the underground bunker and scavenge for gear and supplies first. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. He absolutely had to bring those energy crystals back. If Apex Hall and the others went down, Fulverus Bastion would be doomed. Aki quickly ran the numbers in his head. Within 3 months, he had to find a new bastion and haul those crystals back to Fulverus, no matter what it took. An alarm blared from the equipment room doors. Suddenly, a bright light flared up from behind him as the systems booted up. Shining straight out into the open, Aki slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The tires screeched against the ground, kicking up a trail of sparks. Like a gust of wind, he gunned the vehicle straight out of the bunker, tearing off into the distance. He kept accelerating, with only one single thought racing through his mind. He had to find a new bastion. Gripping the steering wheel, Aki weighed his options. The area outside the bastion hadn't been fully scouted yet, and once night fell, the fog was only going to get thicker. Before long, he reached a wasteland of sand that used to be a massive city in the past, now completely swallowed by the dunes. Those crumbling skyscrapers were probably just breeding grounds for demons now. Glancing at the map while he drove, Aki muttered to himself. The next bastion should be marked in this direction. But right at that moment, someone was silently watching him from the shadows. The mysterious figure pulled out a knife and slashed the rope, holding a trap in place. A massive bundle of heavy tree trunks suddenly crashed down onto the road, making Aki flinch in surprise. He instantly jerked the steering wheel to the side. With expert precision, he drifted the vehicle right through a narrow gap in the falling timber. In just a fraction of a second, he had completely dodged the trap. Aki put the car in park and slowly stepped out. He took off his goggles and stared at the logs blocking the road, muttering to himself. This wasn't demons. They use ropes. It's humans. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the cover and aimed a gun straight at him, screaming, "Don't you move a muscle." The barrel of the gun was deadlocked onto Aki's chest. "Who the hell are you? Which hunter squad do you belong to? Sound off, right now." It was a member of a hunter squad. These were hardcore fighters who didn't live inside the bastions, surviving out in the wastelands instead, which meant they had terrifyingly high combat skills. Aki let out a heavy sigh. Just my luck. A hunter squad. The hunter stood fiercely on top of the pile of logs and barked. "Sound off. I'm not gonna ask you twice." Aki rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Man, talk about bad luck. He slowly raised both hands in the air to explain. "Hey, don't shoot. I'm not with any hunter squad. I'm literally just a soldier passing through." Hunter squads usually operated as free agents, scavenging for resources with heavy gear and incredibly tight coordination. The girl let out a mocking scoff. "A soldier, please. Bastion soldiers never wander out into this zone alone. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf squad, aren't you?" Aki blinked in surprise. "Silver Wolf." He kept his voice steady and replied, "I'm telling you the truth. I don't belong to any hunter squad." But she didn't buy a single word of it. Immediately cocking her weapon, a deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the dirt right next to Aki's foot. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs. "Shut your mouth. You sick freaks are worse than the demons out there. Are my teammates from the Falling Spear squad still alive? Answer me." Hearing that, Aki narrowed his eyes. Falling Spear squad? It sounded like this Silver Wolf squad had done something seriously messed up. He kept his cool and spoke softly. "Listen to me. I can't exactly prove my identity right this second. But if you keep pointing that gun at my chest, we're not going to be able to talk this out." The girl hesitated and lowered her gun. Right at that moment, Aki glanced to the side, sensing another wave of killing intent. She immediately raised her weapon again. "Do not move." Suddenly, several bullets from a distance struck the girl's hand, leaving her completely stunned. 2 figures on a vehicle rushed over. One of them let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Cripple the one holding the weapon first. Look, Lu Shang still has a survivor. Let's claim our reward from the boss." They were the scouting team from Yinlang. With her hand shot, the girl's gun slipped and fell to the dirt. She gritted her teeth in pain. "Yinlang, I cannot even lift my arm anymore." One of the thugs jumped down, grabbed her by the hair, and sneered. "Oh, it is a chick too. Perfect. Let's see what you look like." Because of her injuries, she could only glare at him with absolute hatred. The thug turned his buddy. Man, she is a total catch. Before we hand her over to the boss, let's have some fun first. Aki couldn't stand by and watch any longer, so he dashed forward and delivered a brutal kick to the thug. The guy was sent flying, while our main character landed gracefully. Aki stood protectively in front of the girl. I didn't want to get involved in your hunting team's drama, but you Yinlang guys are total trash. I am in a really bad mood today. Scram before I change my mind. He glared coldly at the remaining thug and snapped just one word. Scram. The guy panicked and raised his gun, thinking Aki was some kind of demon. But Aki just reached out, blocked the barrel of the gun, and crushed it in his grip. He growled menacingly. Having a gun pointed at me twice in one day. That is incredibly annoying. The thug trembled in fear. Walk away. Yinlang will let you live. But Aki activated his wood element, summoning massive tree roots that formed a giant fist and launched the guy into the sky. The girl behind him stared with wide, shocked eyes. He crashed into the ground several meters away, groaning in agonizing pain. Clutching his stomach, he screamed, "You have a core device. Are you human or a demon?" Aki held the crushed gun and completely shattered it in his hand. The weapon crumbled into tiny pieces under his crushing grip. Our main character stepped closer, his voice dead cold. To you, that really does not matter. Only a blood-curdling scream echoed through the area. Afterward, Aki turned back to heal the girl's injuries. Do not worry, I have a healing skill. The bullet just went through the muscle. A quick recovery, and you will be fine. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. She awkwardly turned her head away, feeling a bit shy. On the ground lay the corpse of the attacker, pierced through by metal and tree roots. She looked at her almost fully healed wound in pure amazement. It really healed. Is this a special skill? I have heard that multi-core warriors can possess special skills. You are incredibly strong. She looked at Aki with sparkling eyes. Could it be that you are a 5-core warrior? Deep down, Aki could clearly feel that the second stage demon power within his body was far stronger than a normal 2-core warrior. But he just smiled. I am just a 2-core warrior with a unique ability. The girl bowed her head in apology. A 2-core is still very strong. Thank you for saving my life. I am so sorry for pointing my gun at you earlier. Aki replied softly. When you are outside the city, being cautious is the right move. He asked her. I need to head to the nearest outpost town. Do you know the way? She stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking up. I know the direction, but could you let me tag along? Aki looked surprised. We just met. Do you really trust me that much? Why are you going there? She bit her lip. The nearest outpost town is Xinwei. It is a rank C, quite small in scale, but it has been completely taken over by the Yinlang team. My Luoshang squad tried to launch a rescue mission. We almost won, but the Yinlang captain had just broken through to the 3rd core stage, so his power skyrocketed. My captain was only a 2-core warrior, so he could not hold his ground against him. In the end, I was the only one who managed to escape. If helping with the rescue does not mess up your plans, please help me. I am willing to risk my life for this. Hearing this, Aki remembered how in his past life, hunting teams would never dare to occupy an outpost town. Now they are openly stealing them. What on earth is the current manager doing? The girl added on. They also want to steal the energy crystal. Aki instantly realized that Yinlang's true target was the power source. They actually dare to mess with the outpost foundation. He stood up with determination. Lead the way. This alone is enough to piss me off. The scene shifted to a mountainous area surrounded by thick forests. Aki and the girl drove forward. She pointed ahead. Xinwei is just up there. Our main character replied. Let's hide the vehicle first. The vehicle slowly came to a halt. Aki stepped out to survey their surroundings. He thought to himself, this outpost town was never in my past life's memories, and now Yinlang has claimed it. Just as he was about to head inside, a fanged demon appeared from behind and lunged at them. The girl saw it and was absolutely terrified. She screamed in terror. A demon. At the same time, a whole horde of demons swarmed in and surrounded them. Aki instantly activated his wood magic. Thick roots burst from the ground, binding them tightly before pinning them down. He spoke with a cold edge. Just cooperate, will you? Keep it quiet. Demon blood is only going to attract more of them. Then he turned and urged her. Let's go. The girl looked at Aki with total admiration. Right. A spark of hope ignited in her chest. Maybe this time, they actually stood a chance. The two of them hid behind a bush to scope things out. Aki lowered his voice. That's weird. A fortified town with 0 guards. Even the main gates are wide open. Suddenly, a figure bolted out from the inside, clutching someone tightly as they sprinted through the city gates. Aki spotted them and immediately called out. Got company. A terrified man was carrying a little boy, screaming for help. Right on their heels, a hunter soldier lunged forward, reaching out to grab them. Without a second of hesitation, the hunter grabbed the man by the head and viciously slammed him into the dirt. Seeing that, the girl couldn't hold back. She snapped her gun up to aim. Silver wolf scum. Seeing her about to blow their cover, Aki clamped his hand over her gun and shot her a glare. You're gonna expose our position. Let me handle this. Just then, a massive arm reached out from inside the gate, catching his eye. He watched as the colossal hand snatched up both the man and the boy. Ha ha ha, I finally found you. The massive arms slowly dragged them back behind the gates, leaving the hunter soldiers staring in absolute terror. The girl let out a horrified gasp. There's a demon inside the town. Aki's mind raced as he quickly weighed their options. There was no time to come up with a plan. He had to rush in and save them right now. With that thought, he triggered his speed and bolted straight forward, leaving the girl completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, Aki had already taken down 2 of the hunter soldiers. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly chased after him. Hey, wait for me. This was my request to begin with. As she ran past the 2 motionless guards, she couldn't help but be blown away by Aki's raw power. But then, she noticed something extremely weird. Taking a closer look at the bodies, she froze in shock. Their flesh was already rotting, like they had been dead for days. She jerked her head up and screamed. The town is completely overrun by the Silver Wolf faction, but Aki didn't even flinch. He tore through the streets like a hurricane, striking down every single enemy in his path. He snatched a combat knife from one of the guys, instantly realizing the truth. These were all just corpses being puppeted by the demon. He swung the blade with deadly precision. Well, if that's the case, there's no need to hold back anymore. With his overwhelming speed and strength, Aki sliced through the horde like a seasoned assassin. He landed smoothly on his feet, his eyes locked on the bizarre aura radiating from the dead bodies. He figured it had to be under the control of some kind of special ability. His eyes caught a trail of purple smoke drifting off into the distance. I should probably follow this trail. He decided to track the aura of the corpses to hunt down the mastermind. Turning to the girl, he ordered, I'm going after that father and son. You look for any survivors. The 2 of them instantly split up to cover more ground. Aki vaulted over the rooftops, eventually dropping down right in front of an ancient shrine. He sprinted straight for the entrance, absolutely certain that the culprit was hiding inside. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a fierce kick that blew the doors wide open, but the sight waiting for him inside made him freeze. The man and the little boy were already gone, reduced to nothing but 2 cold, lifeless corpses. Seeing them like that, Aki gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I was one step too late. Right at that moment, a demon stepped out from the shadows, glaring at him with ice-cold eyes. Everything in this town belongs to me, whether they are dead or alive. The fact that those 2 dared to try and escape my town. They crossed the line. It let out a twisted, eerie laugh. Come a little closer. Let me see exactly who this uninvited guest is. This was a rank 3 demon. A deathcore variant with the phantom ability to control the dead. Hovering right behind it were 3 massive energy crystals. Aki instantly put the pieces together. The Silver Wolf faction had occupied this town specifically for this. The rank 3 demon burst into maniacal laughter. Tell me, stranger, are you a human, or are you a demon? Aki just kept his eyes locked on it, thinking to himself. Just as I thought, that's a super rare deathcore. Death demons always possess terrifying phantom abilities. He took a step forward and asked, You're the one who slaughtered the entire Silver Wolf crew, aren't you? The demon looked genuinely surprised. A rank 3 warrior. Who the hell are you? It pulled out one of the energy crystals. Oh, are you talking about this? Out of nowhere, a corpse lunged forward in a vicious attack, forcing Aki to swiftly dodge out of the way. He jumped back, analyzing his new opponent very carefully. It was the captain of the Silver Wolf hunting squad, a rank 3 core warrior, now fully under the demon's control. Dozens of rotting corpses began stepping out from the shadows. The demon threw its head back and laughed. Come on out, my pets. We have a guest. Aki furrowed his brows. It wasn't just the Silver Wolf crew. It was the town's guards and warriors, too. There were way too many of them. The demon let out a psychotic laugh. Welcome to my party. Right after that, the horde of corpses rushed in to attack. Aki thought to himself, Stage 3 demon. Lovely. It doesn't specialize in combat. It only relies on its illusion abilities to manipulate the battlefield. Without hesitation, he slammed a fire-infused punch into the ground, incinerating and blowing away the entire horde of corpses. With just one strike, he wiped them all out. The demon was shocked. You are no ordinary human, it commanded. Get up, fight. But Aki replied coldly. It's useless, I've already burned them to ashes. The demon trembled with rage. My precious treasures that I worked so hard to collect. Aki replied, this is the best release for them. With no more corpses for it to control, he stomped the ground and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, Aki closed the distance, his knife right in the Stage 3 demon's face. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving it no time to defend. The demon cried out in panic. Suddenly, the image of a young boy appeared right in front of him, forcing him to halt his attack. Aki was stunned. It's the kid from earlier. Seeing him hesitate, the demon threw a powerful punch, sending him flying to the ground. Aki quickly used his water element to block. Damn it, I have to avoid a fatal blow. The demon laughed coldly. I don't just know how to control things. I also possess the metal element. The main character was shocked, but he quickly used his wood element to heal his wounds and strategize. The demon ordered, Bring it here. The corpse of a man stepped forward, holding a vial of green liquid. It let out a wicked laugh and chugged the liquid. You father and son are still of value to me. Aki sensed danger. Even though he didn't know what that was, his instincts were screaming at him. He gritted his teeth and dashed forward to stop it. He channeled fire into his knife and slashed straight at it. but the demon had already swallowed the potion. It raised a metal shield to block the strike, knocking Aki far away. He was astonished. Where did it get such an explosive surge of energy? Absorbing energy directly from a crystal should cause your body to explode. He had already proven this theory in his past life, but the energy in its body was completely stable thanks to that liquid. There's no way a demon created that thing, the demon roared. Evolution. A burst of purple light erupted. It was using the energy crystal to evolve. In a flash, the Stage 3 demon transformed into a Stage 4 demon, wielding the death element, illusion abilities, and the metal attribute. Aki gritted his teeth. A Stage 4 demon? I'm in real trouble this time. The demon laughed maniacally. This is the true power of Stage 4. It summoned metal spheres that orbited around its hands. Those spheres shot straight toward Aki. The demon smirked wickedly. When piercing sharp metal. Surrounded by the spheres, Aki panicked. He immediately summoned tree roots for defense. As the metal bullets rained down, he managed to curl up inside his wood element shield, but the demon had already closed in. It delivered a terrifying kick straight into Aki's body. The kick sent him crashing into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Aki lay sprawled out, temporarily unable to fight back. The demon stomped heavily on his chest, pinning him down without mercy. It laughed triumphantly. Every evolution creates an insurmountable gap in power. Your journey ends right here. It roared. Become mine. And raised its hand, ready to turn Aki into one of its controlled corpses. But just as the blade on the Stage 4 demon's hand was about to pierce Aki's neck, it suddenly froze in midair. The space around the two of them suddenly warped, as if someone was crushing it. The main character, lying motionless, clearly felt the bizarre distortion. The spatial rifts grew denser, swirling directly around the Stage 4 demon. From the rift, a hand reached out and grabbed the Stage 4 demon by the head. Accompanied by a voice cold enough to freeze one's soul, a grotesque monster crawled out of the distorted space, tightly gripping the Stage 4 demon's head, and whispered, "The plan cannot be ruined by a small fry like you." The Stage 4 demon shook uncontrollably. "Are you the Black Sovereign?" The demon didn't answer, coldly uttering a single word. "Compress." Instantly, she snapped her opponent's neck, and the head was sucked right into a spatial rift. The Stage 4 demon vanished right before Aki's eyes, leaving behind nothing but a thick cloud of dust floating in the air. The creature slowly touched down on the ground. She was none other than the Black Sovereign, her amused gaze locking right onto Aki. "I knew I couldn't trust useless trash like humans." The Black Sovereign revealed her terrifyingly beautiful form, making Aki frown as a thought crossed his mind. A Stage 8 demon. This oppressive aura felt exactly like the red-haired guy inside his own body. The main character suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. He remembered the Black Stage 8 demon from back then. And now the Black Sovereign stood right in front of him, mocking. "I wonder when the Red Sovereign will finally wake up. You can't even take down a measly Stage 4. What an inferior race." Aki furiously yelled out. "What did you just say?" She just sneered at him. "So much for being the strongest human. Your absorption rate is way too slow." The moment she said that, she lifted his battered body right off the ground, carrying him like a literal toy. The Black Sovereign pulled out an energy sphere and lunged right at him. "Be a good boy and evolve to Stage 4. The sphere faced straight into Aki's body, making him groan in pure agony. After that, he collapsed heavily to his knees. Looking down at his chest, it all made sense. She had shoved a Stage 4 core right into him, completely skipping Stage 3. A blinding wave of pain hit him, and Aki screamed out, "I'm gonna burst. My chest can't take this. This Stage 4 energy is way too overwhelming." The Black Sovereign stood nearby, biting her nails as she muttered, "Are you really that weak? You can't even absorb a Stage 4's power." Aki roared out, "No, my body is gonna tear itself apart. Do something, you stupid demon." Just then, long streaks of water manifested around him, and the Black Sovereign immediately threw up 8 layers of shields to lock down the area. She barked back at him. "I've already sealed the space. Just hold on." His body began to swell up wildly as he cursed and screamed in absolute torment. Deep within Aki, a low, menacing voice echoed, "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" The entity slowly opened his eyes, and the Black Sovereign gasped in sheer delight. That voice. In just a fraction of a second, Aki's body fully healed itself, looking like he hadn't taken a single hit. He opened his eyes, radiating an intense aura. "Black Sovereign, have you forgotten what I told you?" He threw a single punch that completely shattered the shields, totally catching the Black Sovereign off guard. At this point, Aki had completely transformed, revealing his true identity, the Red Sovereign. The Black Sovereign trembled slightly. "Red Sovereign." She rushed over and threw her arms around him. "You finally showed up." The Red Sovereign replied with a soft tone. "It's been a while." The Black Sovereign spoke up. "I've been keeping an eye on him. He's way too weak. He couldn't even beat that Stage 4, and if he bites the dust, you go down with him." The Red Sovereign gently lifted her face. "This body needs to be forged. Humans may be frail, but their potential is absolutely limitless. He was only at Stage 2, and you forced him right into Stage 4. How could his body possibly handle that? Still, I guess it's thanks to you that I temporarily woke up. Don't ever interfere with his evolution again. He needs to evolve step by step to become the perfect vessel. Do you understand?" The Black Sovereign nodded softly. "Whatever you say." Then something came to her mind. While you were playing dead, the other 4 sovereigns didn't dare to make a move. The balance held up. Just like you predicted, the red sovereign let out a faint chuckle. They teamed up to take me out because they were terrified. Now, even without me around, their paranoid nature hasn't changed one bit. They've completely forgotten our original mission. What about you? Have you fallen under suspicion lately? The black sovereign scoffed coldly. You're lucky you even remembered me. They don't have what it takes to look into my affairs. She gently reached out and touched him, laying her feelings bare. I just wanted to be here to welcome the absolute strongest back. The red sovereign gave a warm smile. It's only a matter of time. But right now, he needs to stabilize his power. Don't get too involved with this human. We can't afford to draw unwanted attention and ruin the entire plan. She replied with a shy tone. I just missed you, so I came to visit. Even if it's just your vessel. Right at that moment, the girl traveling with Aki walked in, trembling in pure horror. A stage 8? How could a stage 8 possibly be here? The black sovereign covered her mouth, giggling. Oops, I completely forgot to clear out this area. The red sovereign just stared at the girl in total silence. His intense gaze locked right onto her. Deep within his subconscious, Aki heard a voice echoing. So you were a demon this whole time. Hearing his name called out, Aki suddenly snapped back to reality. As he came to, he realized he had pierced the girl. The huntress from the squad. She was completely unconscious. Our guy stared at his trembling hands. This is all my fault. He gritted his teeth so hard they bled. His power erupted in an agonizing roar. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. He had finally broken through to a brand new state. His stage 4 form had completely finished its evolution. Aki remembered what the girl had told him. I want to go to Dawn City. If possible, I'd love to be a florist apprentice there. I just really love flowers. Back in the present, she was engulfed in a sea of flames. She lay there lifeless, her sweet voice still echoing in his mind. In such a cruel apocalypse, we need beautiful flowers more than ever. Aki thought to himself, this mistake is unforgivable. All because I couldn't control this demonic power. The stage 4 power inside his body made him feel incredibly heavy. Just what connection did that stage 8 demoness have with the Crimson King stage inside him? That fluid that helped the demons break through made him really uneasy. That wasn't something demons could just create on their own. Only a high-class bastion would have the tech to produce that. Could it have come from Dawn City? At the very least, he had to warn Joel and the rest of the team. Our guy hopped onto his bike, threw on his goggles, and prayed that Sidhu Lu and the others were safe. If he kept heading in this direction, he'd reach the class of Bastion, Pisidia. From there, he could send a message back to First City. The wheels rolled through the dead of night. By the next morning, Jiu Tang's group had safely arrived at the class of Bastion. Brian, the Stage 5 commander Cody, spoke up. I'm sorry, but we can't send reinforcements. Peta City is currently dealing with high-level demons. Your teammate Aki's chances of making it out alive are slim to none. Sending our soldiers on a rescue mission right now is way too risky. Jiu Tang's voice turned stern. He has an incredible gift. He can definitely survive this. Cody replied coldly. Brian has no shortage of geniuses, but against a large-scale demon invasion, surviving is a long shot. Hearing that, Jiu Tang fell completely silent. Even though I can't deploy an army, I'll send some scouts to check out the situation while they're out on patrol. Jiu Tang lit up with hope. Thank you, sir. Cody turned to leave, then added one last thing. These high-level demons in Peta City might actually disrupt the Sunmark tournament over in Dawn City. The Sunmark is happening soon, but your home, Forbes, is only a Class C bastion. No worries though. If you're interested, you can stay and learn more about Dawn City. The only Class SS bastion out there. It never hurts to broaden your horizons. Feel free to look around and explore our bastion. All 4 of them bowed their heads in unison. Thank you. Once he was gone, Tomo asked softly, Captain Jiu Tang, what exactly is this demon hunting tournament? Jiu Tang quickly explained. It's a tournament that only Dawn City has the authority to host. Basically, by hunting demons of various ranks, they scout out the strongest warriors of the new generation. On top of that, participants get some really special rewards provided directly by Dawn City. It's an annual event that every warrior dreams of joining. Unfortunately, the bare minimum requirement is being from a Class B bastion, but I truly believe that in the future, you guys will definitely get the chance to compete. Shino spoke up nervously. I wonder how Aki is doing right now. If he were here, he'd be so hyped for this tournament. But Peta City got hit by high-level demons. I just pray he's strong enough to hold out until the demons are pushed back. Tomo chimed in quietly. I never imagined that our very first time leaving the city would drag us into such a massive disaster. Zago stood by the window, staring off into the distance. Aki only put himself in danger for our sakes, she said, her voice dropping heavy with guilt. Jiu Tang could only let out a helpless sigh. He tried to reassure the team. Right now, all we can do is wait for news from the scouts. I've already used their comms to report the situation back to Fort Worth. For the time being, let's just stay in Bryan and learn what we can. This place is packed with elite warriors. Outside, the blue sky stretched endlessly high, and white clouds drifted lazily by, completely oblivious to the apocalypse raging on below. Meanwhile, at the Class A bastion, Pisidia. Inside an office in Pisidia, 2 people sat facing each other. One of them spoke. We verified the intel you brought us. Just like you said, the Class B Peta City has been completely wiped out by demons. The person tapped their cigarette ash and continued. We've also forwarded the message to your squad in Fort Worth. But as for your request for an energy crystal supply, I'm sorry, but we can't approve that. This woman was the 5th Corps warrior, Parisi. Parisi explained that the distribution of crystals wasn't up to Pisidia. It was a fixed quota handed down by their superior bastion. And your superior bastion was Peta City, which is now nothing but rubble. You can file an appeal with Dawn City to request a new allocation. Hearing this, Aki thought to himself, so the crystal distribution system is actually this complicated. Maybe I really should head to Dawn City and investigate where that breakthrough gear for the demons came from while I'm at it. After thinking it over, he said, thanks for the heads up. I want to represent Forbes and head to Dawn City. Is that possible? Parisi gave a short, blunt answer. No, unless you are Captain Fort Worth, or you have an official authorization letter. You are not qualified to act as a representative for negotiations. The main character thought to himself that having to go back just to get authorization would be a huge pain. But Parisi continued, there is still another way to get there. That is, if you have a high-ranking city official to vouch for you. Someone like me, for example. Aki asked in surprise, what do you mean? You can vouch for me? Parisi nodded. I can, but it comes with a condition. Aki smiled, his interest piqued, and said, let's hear it. She replied, for the demon hunting tournament in Dawn City, if you join our team as a foreign mercenary and act as our vanguard to gather intel during the matches, I will cover for you. But I have to warn you right now. I cannot guarantee that you will make it out alive. The vanguard in the demon hunting tournament is the person sent out ahead of time to scout out the demon's rank and gather the initial intel. It is exactly like being a frontline scout in a war. Due to the terrifying difficulty of the demon hunting competition and the extremely high level of the demons, the vanguard position is incredibly dangerous. Casualties are an everyday occurrence, and vanguards are basically treated as cannon fodder. Because of this, the fighters actively avoid the role. But Aki just calmly replied, it seems like no one in your squad wants to take on this mission. That's alright. In the end, he decided to take it on. I accept. Then he thought to himself, after all, this demon hunting competition is a massive event that I created myself anyway. At the armory, Nami, Parisi, and Aki chatted as they walked. Parisi spoke up first. Asking you to be the vanguard was really a last resort. Basically, none of the cities nowadays choose their core members for this position. That's because over the past few years, vanguards have either ended up dead or critically injured. She gritted her teeth and continued, that is why I warned you beforehand. I cannot guarantee your safety at all. I can only try my best to meet your equipment requests. Then, the two of them stepped into the armory. Aki cheerfully replied as he stepped forward, I get it. Well then, let me take a look. Watching his back, Parisi silently evaluated him. This guy, is his core symbol damaged so I can't see it clearly, or is he actually just an unranked core from the rank C city of Fort Worth? His power is equal to a 2-core fighter at best, yet he's so incredibly confident. A fighter from a rank C city. Could he actually have some kind of hidden trump card? After browsing for a while, he decided to go with this one. Looking at the equipment in front of him, Aki felt completely satisfied. These Nami wings could transform into a greatsword, which got him thinking. My previous combat dagger was definitely flexible, but the damage output just really wasn't strong enough. Seeing him touch it, Parisi hurriedly yelled out, wait, the specs for these Nami wings require at least a 3-core fighter to use. With your current strength, forcing yourself to use it will be extremely dangerous, and it could easily backfire on you. But our main character didn't care at all. He pulled out his own energy core, and immediately, a blinding flash of light erupted, forcing Parisi to throw her hands up to shield her eyes. When the light faded, she stared intently at him, as if she had just realized something. Could it be? At that moment, the dagger was spinning rapidly in mid-air. Finally, it stabbed straight into the ground. He grabbed the hilt and praised it. A perfect fit. This weight gives it a really solid feel. Seeing this, Parisi couldn't hide her shock. He actually managed to use it successfully, and with such ease. Does he have some kind of special understanding of the Nami wings? She had heard rumors of certain fighters possessing ridiculously high natural talent, but witnessing it with her own eyes today was truly mind-blowing. Next, Aki turned to her and asked, oh, right? You guys definitely have a live combat arena here, right? As the two of them stepped out the door, she replied, I will do my best to accommodate your requests, but what do you need the live combat arena for? He turned to look at her. I just want to test out my new Nami wings on some demons. Think of it as a little warm-up. Parisi anxiously confirmed, are you absolutely sure you want to go alone? Even though the live combat arena has been flagged, rank 1 demons still show up from time to time. If you need me to, I can go with you. Flagging meant using special devices to clear the fog outside the city, temporarily claiming the area for scouting, combat training, or experiments. He replied calmly, no worries. Even if a rank 1 demon shows up, I can handle it. Watching Aki walk away, Parisi smiled with amusement. Confident and brave. Those are rare traits for a fighter. Well then, please stay safe. I still have a few 4-core fighters waiting for their training. If they had even half of your confidence, things would be a whole lot easier. Then the two of them turned and walked off in opposite directions, but they both simultaneously glanced back at each other. After that, a sinister grin spread across Aki's face. He thought to himself, of course I couldn't let you tag along, because I don't just want to test out this new weapon. More importantly, I need to explore my abilities in my rank 4 form. Out at the flag zone, Aki wandered through the ruins and muttered to himself, this area has been flagged, and the fog is totally cleared. Looks like this is the place. Suddenly, the vicious roar of a demon echoed through the air. Very quickly, he noticed that a demon had already locked onto him from behind. Just as expected, the monster immediately lunged forward to attack, but Aki dodged it with ease. Then, he summoned his dagger, and in the blink of an eye, he ruthlessly sliced the demon cleanly in half. Seeing this, our main character looked at his blade with deep satisfaction. Just as I thought, a greatsword really does give off a much better feel. Standing over the demon's corpse, Aki slowly retracted his blade. Then he glanced down below. By now, the other demons had finally started to show up. Aki flashed a wildly excited grin. Oh, this is perfect. I actually thought you freaks wouldn't come out during the day. Now I can finally get used to my new weapon, and slaughter to my heart's content while I'm at it. I've been feeling way too stressed out lately anyway. Without another word, he stomped hard on the ground to build up momentum, launching himself high into the air, aiming perfectly at the charging horde of demons. Aki swung his greatsword wildly. Every single slash sent demon blood and severed limbs flying everywhere. In that blood-soaked frenzy, Aki's figure moved as gracefully as a dancer. It was as if he was born solely to slaughter demons. Instead of using the 4 elements he had already mastered, wood, water, fire, and metal, he just kept swinging his sword over and over to build his muscle memory. In those ruins, Aki and the unranked demons engaged in a frantic bloodbath. Or more accurately, it was a completely one-sided massacre. In the shadows, nothing was left but the desperate, agonizing shrieks of the demons. Who knows how long he had been hacking away. When the head of the final demon dropped to the ground, Aki ruthlessly plunged his blade straight through its skull. Afterwards, he let out a tired sigh. Is this body evolving based on the demonic power inside me? Even though I'm way stronger than when I first arrived in this world, my other stats are still lagging behind. I'm already panting after just a little bit of exercise. Suddenly, countless tree roots shot out from behind Aki, hurtling straight toward his back. Sensing the danger, he instantly swung his blade and slashed them all away. Then, he snapped his head back to look behind him. A new demon appeared right before his eyes and spoke. Ah, so that is how it is. I had a feeling that something was not quite right. It was a wood-type rank 1 demon. It muttered, a human. A fighter has appeared. Food has appeared. Seeing it, Aki grinned with pure thrill. You guys finally showed up. Rank 1 demons. Seeing his totally casual attitude, they gasped in absolute shock. Ha, you are not afraid of us. How strange. You should be making a terrified face right now. Yet, right at this moment, his face was practically radiating extreme joy. One of the demons turned to its companion behind it and said, the unranked one's back there. He took them all out. The other demon replied, ha. Then let me test him out. And with that, the fire-type demon charged straight at him. It kept screaming, burn it, burn everything down. Suddenly, a powerful flash of light streaked by, and the fire-type demon was knocked right back to where it started. Seeing this, the other demon was absolutely stunned. Before it could even process what happened, Aki had already rushed over to the fire-type demon lying flat on the ground. He immediately stabbed his sword into it and said with a scoff, when dealing with fire, using the metal element is the most effective. Then, he turned to the other guy. Next up, I need to test out the power of Tier 4. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to transform. Seeing this, the demon stumbled back in terror, trembling. You're not human. Aki thought to himself, the ability of a Tier 4 demon can control the corpses of fallen warriors. So, if I devour it, I will. So, he channeled his energy into the demon's corpse and commanded, get up, and get to work for me. In just a moment, the dead demon actually started to stand up, making the demon across from them scream in absolute terror. That's impossible. The demon standing behind Aki radiated overwhelming killing intent, staring dead at its opponent. Seeing its comrade being controlled, the other demon completely panicked. He can actually control demon corpses. Over in the city of Picardia, the sun was just starting to peek over the horizon. The combat commander and Tier 5 core warrior of Picardia, Parisi, frowned and snapped. Are you telling me the young man I escorted to the city gates still hasn't come back? The soldier clasped his hands behind his back and reported seriously, that's correct, Commander Parisi. The sun is about to set, and due to demon activity, regulations state we must close the city gates, including the side doors. Her frown deepened. Report the levels of the demons that have appeared recently. He continued his report. Lately, it's not just Tier 1 demons appearing in large numbers, but Tier 2 and Tier 3 as well. There are even reports of Tier 4. She lowered her eyes and bit her nail, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Don't tell me that kid already became demon food. I told him to come back early, and I just submitted the tournament roster to the higher-ups. Stop causing me so much trouble, you brat. With that, she instantly dashed off, leaving only an afterimage. I'm heading to the combat training grounds to find him. I'll be back before the gates close. The soldier remained standing at attention. Yes, ma'am. Her fiery red silhouette darted across the tree branches. This was my mistake. She continued bounding onto another branch at breakneck speed. That kid is just an ordinary soldier from a Class C town. I never should have let him go to the combat grounds alone, even if he practically begged me. Besides, the training grounds normally only have unranked demons. But years ago, even a tier 5 showed up. Thinking about this, she gritted her teeth and sped up. If he dies during field training, my reputation as a tier 5 warrior will be ruined, and I'll have failed First City. She kicked off hard and vaulted into the air. You little brat, you'd better still be alive. But right after that, she sensed something. Demon aura. But why is the scent of death so heavy? She frowned, landing on a nearby branch. The direction it's coming from is exactly where the training grounds are. Relying on her intuition, she analyzed the situation. This aura isn't right. The number of demons seems massive, mostly tier 1. There are tier 2 as well. No wait, even tier 3 are showing up. What's going on? This doesn't feel like a normal demon raid. Why are tier 2 and tier 3 gathering in such huge numbers? Just as she landed on the next branch, a demon ran past and spotted something. What it saw was the tier 5 badge pinned to her outfit. That alone made it slam on the brakes in absolute panic. Tier 5. The demon immediately turned around to flee, but she was faster. Before it could get far, she appeared right behind it, launching a high kick over its head that created a massive shockwave. Gusts of wind immediately swept through the surrounding area, scattering the dust and smoke. The demon that had just tried to escape was now lying completely crushed beneath her foot. Green fluid splattered everywhere, but she frowned. This feeling is so weird. Totally different from normal. Just as her instincts warned her, countless demons began stepping out from the shadows. She spoke up in confusion. This is way too bizarre. Since when did you freaks like gathering in such huge groups? Right after, a long blade slowly materialized in her hand. Time was ticking. The demons were shivering nonstop, which made her realize something was off. These demons were acting like mindless zombies, reeking of death, and only knowing how to shamble forward. But that didn't scare her in the slightest. Instead, it made her smile with pure thrill. Then, she got into her stance, ready to swing her blade and fight. Whatever. As long as you're a demon, you have to die. Saying that, she channeled all her strength into her arm, making her muscles bulge. With a single sweeping slash, she sliced hordes of demons clean in half. Her slash swept horizontally, creating a colossal shockwave that completely obliterated the forest ahead. But as the shockwave faded, a whole new pack of demons appeared in the distance. She casually raised her blade. More of them were swarming in from behind. Just how many of these things are there? Before she could think any further, a figure dropped down from above, startling her. Why are you here? Acting purely on reflex, she instantly swung her blade behind her. But that strike was effortlessly blocked by him. Hey, it's me! Look closely. Hearing that, she panicked. Aki, is that you? Are you okay? Then, her eyes went wide as if you just realized something. Wait a second. He actually blocked my attack just now. That was an unconscious strike. But the speed and power were definitely not weak. Isn't this kid from a Class C town? As she looked over, she saw him casually putting his weapon away. Even a tier 4 core warrior would have to go all out to defend against that. Yet he dusted himself off and looked at her. Tier 5 strength really isn't bad. My hand is starting to shake. I got so caught up testing out my moves that I totally lost track of time. Sorry about that. She waved it off. Forget it. As long as you're okay. Right now, we need to deal with these weird demons first. There are quite a few third stage demons among them. They're extremely dangerous for you, so just stay behind me. But before she could even finish her sentence, he stepped right up to the front. Oh, you mean these things? Don't worry about it. They're already dead. The moment he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A burst of purple flames flared up, incinerating all the demons in an instant. Her eyes went wide with pure shock as every single one of them collapsed to the ground at the exact same time. With the threat taken care of, he turned around with a faint, casual smile. All done. Let's head back to the city. But right then and there, she grabbed him firmly by the collar. She yanked him closer and demanded answers. What the hell did you just do? Were you controlling those demons? You clearly only have a red core. What exactly is your ability? But he just stayed totally calm and brushed her hand away. I don't owe you any explanations. Hearing that cold response, she fell into a deep, troubled silence. He kept going. But I guess I can let you in on a little secret. I can control dead demons. In this apocalyptic world, it's pretty normal for a fighter to keep a few trump cards hidden, right? She stared down at the fallen demons. Controlling demon corpses. Even a 5th stage warrior would rarely ever possess an ability like that. She looked at him coldly and said, if that's the case, we can set out for Dawn City tomorrow. Hearing that, he couldn't hide his excitement. Awesome. The sooner the better. We really need to fix the energy crystal shortage for Fuak City as fast as possible. With that said, he started walking ahead. We head out tomorrow. She followed close behind, seemingly placing a lot more hope in him for the upcoming demon hunting tournament. Meanwhile, Parisi hurried back toward the city, completely unaware of what was really happening out in the zones, far beyond the combat training grounds. By the time the backup forces rushed to the area where he had just fought, The only things left were total ruins, pools of blood, and demon corpses scattered everywhere. Later reports confirmed that the combat training grounds had been completely wiped out by a mysterious power. Aki and she left with the evacuating crowd, leaving behind a desolate wasteland of shattered trees and mountains of dead monsters. The heavy armored transport slowly rolled up to its final destination. Parisi glared at him, clearly annoyed. "We're here. Hurry up and get off, and try not to dirty up our town." Aki tilted his head back, staring up at the city for a long time, judging from the terrain they had passed along the way. He muttered to himself, "I had a feeling, but I didn't expect it to actually be true." He gazed up at the towering, massive walls. Dawn City. It really was the exact same stronghold he used to rule over. Dawn City? The one and only level 9 city in existence. It looks like after I died in my previous life, they actually went ahead and renamed this place to Dawn. Was it because of that campaign? The Battle of Dawn. Even so, the place had changed drastically from how he remembered it. He frowned, deep in thought. I figured it would be a long time before I ever came back to my old turf in this life. Then he paused, a sudden wave of joy washing over his face. Wait, does this mean I get to see those 6 again? Back in his past life, he had built the absolute strongest team out there. They were known all over as the 6 great heroes, his 6 most powerful and loyal subordinates. The memories of his old comrades fighting right by his side on the battlefield made him wonder, what exactly happened to them after the Battle of Dawn? If I told them the truth right now, would they even believe me? Suddenly, Parisi cut into his thoughts. What's wrong? Feeling a bit overwhelmed on your first trip to Dawn City? Well, don't get too shocked just yet! You haven't even stepped foot inside. Dawn City is humanity's one and only S-class fortress. It's the ultimate symbol of absolute power. She took a step forward, looking proud. Not just anyone gets lucky enough to set foot in a place like this. He suddenly realized something. Since Parisi was a 5th Corps warrior, she had to know some useful inside information. So he just went ahead and asked, hey, after the Battle of Dawn, what happened to the 6 great heroes? How are they doing now? Parisi stopped dead in her tracks and shot him a deeply suspicious look. After the Battle of Dawn, that is a very weird question for you to be asking. Are you asking about the new 6 great heroes or the old ones? Aki played dumb, tilting his head. New and old. What do you mean by that? Aren't the 6 great heroes just those specific 6 people? You know, the former subordinates. I mean, the strongest warriors who used to serve the guy who had the exact same name as me. That legendary group of 6. But before he could even finish his sentence, Parisi practically lunged forward and slapped her hand over his mouth. Are you actually an idiot? Or are you just pretending to be one? She hissed, her voice tight with panic. Everyone knows that the new 6 great heroes absolutely hate it when people bring up the old ones. You cannot say things like that inside the city walls. And as for the king, times have changed. The old king isn't the ruler anymore. Right now, the strongest warrior in existence is the new king, that guy who shared your name. He's nothing but the fallen king of the past. She waved her hand dismissively, giving him a dead serious warning. I am only going to tell you this one more time. Keep your mouth shut and don't say stupid things like that once we're inside. Meanwhile, he just stood there, continuously muttering under his breath, a new king, a new set of 6 great heroes. So tell me then, he pressed on. What actually happened to the old 6 great heroes? Parisi lost her temper, grabbing him aggressively by the shirt as she yelled, Are you deaf? Did you not hear a single word I just said? He just stared back at her in total silence. The atmosphere between them instantly grew incredibly tense. Suddenly, one of her subordinates called out, breaking the silence. Commander Parisi. She sighed, letting go of him. Look, I really don't get why you're so damn obsessed with bringing up that name, Aki. Maybe you're just some crazy fanboy who idolizes him. Honestly, I didn't even want to ask about it in the first place. She pointed a finger right in his face, her tone sharp. But at the very least, while you are in Dawn City, do not ever mention the old king, or the old 6 great heroes again. With that said, Parisi started to walk away, but she threw one last glance over her shoulder. Maybe back in your little C-class rundown town of Lac 2. Those guys are still worshipped like gods, but you need to realize that not everywhere respects them, especially that old king who died in battle all those years ago. And here in Dawn City, absolutely no one acknowledges him. Hearing those harsh words, Aki didn't even try to argue back. He just stood there, completely frozen in place. Parisi shot him one final glare. Hurry up and get inside the city. And you better remember exactly what I told you. The 3 of them finally made their way into the city. He walked in a daze, his mind swirling in utter chaos. Not everyone acknowledges me. Not everyone respects the sacrifice I made. What in the world actually happened after I died? He couldn't help but flash back to those visions from years ago. He remembered how he had led the 6 great heroes, along with his entire army of soldiers, putting their lives on the line in a desperate, bloody war against the demons. Every brutal, fiery scene from that battlefield came rushing back to him in perfect clarity. Back then, I charged right into the ancient king's home all by myself, risking everything just to uncover the dark secrets of the demons. The ancient king's tome, the year 3069. 6 colossal ancient king's tomes had suddenly crashed down from the sky. From deep inside them, an endless horde of terrifying demons poured out into the world. bearing 6 distinct colors: yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and red. That event was the true origin of the demon invasion. Nobody else ever knew what kind of horrific secrets were actually hidden inside those tombs. Only Aki, all those years ago, had ever managed to uncover the ultimate, terrifying truth. Thinking back on all of that, a bitter wave of injustice washed over him. Was every single thing I did completely meaningless? Did I really not die as a hero? Aki slowly dragged his feet, making his way toward the massive city gates. The area was incredibly bustling, packed with people and animals, completely vibrant and overflowing with life. Taking that final step through the imposing gates, he officially set foot into an entirely new world. He threw his hand up to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight as he gazed up at the sprawling cityscape. Is that the city center? It's so incredibly advanced. The colossal, breathtaking metropolis known as Dawn City. Honestly, just calling it a city didn't even do it justice. Deep inside, there were massive urban clusters, standalone skyscrapers boasting all sorts of different architectural styles, dense, lush forests, sparkling lakes, and even towering mountains. It was practically an independent, self-sustaining world with its very own ecosystem. The entire metropolis was heavily fortified by sky-high walls and strictly divided into 7 massive districts. 6 of those zones were ruled directly by the 6 great heroes, while the new king resided right in the central core. He stood there for a moment, just soaking in the warm, comforting sunlight. Even though so much had drastically changed, the way the city was divided up was exactly the same as it had been back in his era. Honestly, even the air around him still felt incredibly familiar. I remember there used to be a statue of me standing right in that spot. Right in front of them stood a bizarre, colossal statue, its face carved with long, winding patterns. Thinking he didn't know, Parisi explained. That statue of the old king he used to look up to had been there for decades, built by the very people of that era. When the old king was on the throne, the people truly loved him. It's a shame how times change. Well, let's drop it. I heard they're going to tear this down soon and replace it with a statue of the new king, an even bigger one. Parisi sighed, holding her head. I honestly don't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, look, right at the base of the statue is the person you just brought up. One of the former 6 great heroes, Lena. She used to be the absolute strongest 7-core healer. Just the mere mention of her name, Aki trembled as the image of that girl flashed through his mind. Lena. Hearing someone call out, Lena quickly pulled back her hood, revealing her pretty face. Did someone call me? Just then, an aggressive soldier shoved her aside, knocking the bouquet of flowers right out of her hands. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop standing around here reminiscing. Huchiko was also one of the former 6 great heroes, Lena. Parisi chimed in to clarify. She is a patrol officer. Even though she's a healer, she's famous for her explosive temper. Ha! Aki suddenly found himself amused. Looks like there's a good show to watch. The 3 patrol guards continued to bark orders with arrogant sneers. Aki was taken aback by their blatant disrespect. The 3 guards looked down their noses at Lena as she bent over to pick up her flowers, while one of them kept yelling viciously. He glared at her. Who cares what you used to be? You so-called former 6 great heroes lost your cores, which means you're no longer warriors. If the new king hadn't graciously allowed you to stay, you'd have been kicked out of Dawn City a long time ago. He raised his hand, ready to slap her. This is all because of your damn old king. If it wasn't for him, humanity wouldn't be living in fear. His statue needs to be torn down as soon as possible. Smack. While he was still running his mouth, Lena slapped him so hard it shut him right up, but that single slap was not nearly enough to calm her raging fury. The nameless guard Ford flew into a rage and lunged to grab her. You little bitch, you actually dare to hit me. But before he could, Aki's blade was already pressed dangerously against his throat. Aki glared at him, his eyes radiating a freezing, murderous intent. Don't you even think about it. Staring down the razor-sharp edge of the blade, the guard trembled. Too terrified to speak, Aki pressed the sword even closer to his face. His 2 buddies immediately drew their guns to back him up. Hey brat, this is Dawn City. Just what do you think you're doing? They aimed their weapons right at Aki's chest. Drop the sword or we shoot. But Aki stood his ground, completely unfazed. Trash like you are no different from those armor hunters out in the wasteland. Today I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Parisi quickly grabbed his arm to hold his blade back. That is enough. Stop. She stepped in to smooth things over. This is just a misunderstanding. We are warriors from the ranked town, Pikizia, here to compete in the demon hunt. Do you really want to start a fight with official tournament participants? Parisi turned to calm him down. Aki, put your sword away. Don't forget that you are representing Pikizia here. Reluctantly, he lowered his weapon and sheathed it. The 3 guards started whispering among themselves. So they really are competitors. We'd better not pick a fight with warriors from other towns. If the enforcement captain finds out about this, we are definitely getting written up. The first guard still looked pissed, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride. If you're tournament competitors, then be good little kids and head back to your hotel. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Let's go. Out of nowhere, Lena spoke up, looking straight at Aki. You know me? He started to say something, but stopped himself. He was so close to proudly declaring that their strongest warrior had finally returned. but blurting that out right now would probably just drag her into more trouble. Seeing Aki freeze up, Parisi stepped in to answer for him. This troublemaker right here is named Aki. Lena visibly stiffened at that answer. Caught completely off guard, she stared deeply into his eyes. Aki. Meanwhile, he just closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Aki gave a flimsy excuse. Yeah, it's just a total coincidence that we share the same name. A flash of disappointment crossed Lena's face. But she didn't say another word. She just quietly pulled her hood back up to hide her features. I see. With that, she turned her back and walked away. Well, that is just completely baffling. Finding her behavior incredibly weird, Parisi complained. I mean, sure, she's a senior veteran, but you just helped her out. She couldn't even give you a basic thank you. Aki gently stopped her. Forget it, let's just leave her be. He watched Lena walk away with a lingering sense of regret. He swore he would find a chance to explain everything to her properly later. After all, Lena probably had a million things she wanted to say to him too. Vibrant red banners fluttered high above the city, as the hype and electric energy of the demon hunt completely took over the streets. The chairman of Pakizia made a grand appearance at the opening ceremony. Everywhere Parisi's team went, they were showered with cheers. Wow, he's so handsome. Look, it's a new face. Parisi leaned over and whispered to Aki. Once the tournament is over, I will personally vouch for you and introduce you to the head of the Energy Crystals Division. Aki confidently smiled back. You actually remembered? Thanks. Don't worry about a thing. I am definitely going to bring home results that will make you proud. You'd better, she teased. Suddenly, cutting through the roaring crowd, a soft whisper reached his ears. One meant for him alone. You better be careful and make sure you don't die in there. Good luck, handsome. Spotting Lena standing right there in the middle of the crowd, Aki flashed a warm smile and waved back at her. Catching his gaze, Lena immediately tugged her hood down to hide her blushing face. Dawn City, the inner-city competition forest. This massive zone, built exclusively for the demon hunt, was as large as a small town. This city within, a city layout was a staple of the colossal fortress. Since I'm not an official contestant, this is as far as I can take you. Once you step inside, everything is on your shoulders. Parisi slammed the base of the flagpole firmly into the ground. For the glory of Pakizia. Go forth and slaughter those demons with no fear. Fight hard, warriors, for the honor of our town. Aki forced a smile. His team was shouting their slogan. Should he yell along with them? Meanwhile, the system's announcements kept blaring in the background. Will all squads please enter the arena in order? Vanguard captains, gather at the referee's lounge. He looked toward the gates. It's starting. What a crazy atmosphere. Over the past few decades, the demon hunting tournament has grown into a massive event. Back in my day, it was just a tiny local competition in our town. Up next is Team Pakizia represented by warrior Aki. His teammates actually bowed to him, pledging eternal friendship. Tomo looked at him with teary eyes. We leave the intel gathering to you. We'll never forget your sacrifice. They all looked at him like they were saying goodbye forever. Is this the last time we'll see you, warrior Aki? Let's shake hands one more time. He sighed. Don't worry guys, I'll do my best. Times I'm not dead yet. Times he thought helplessly. Times if you guys know the Vanguard position is a suicide mission. Why are you looking at me like you're attending my funeral? Times, to them, being chosen as a Vanguard was basically a death sentence. The announcer spoke with deep solemnity. The Vanguards are ready. First, we offer you our utmost respect. Your upcoming mission is filled with extreme danger and the unknown. Your duty is to push deep into the combat zone, gathering as much intel and as many clues about the demons for your respective squads. The crowd roared in support. Vanguards, good luck out there and stay safe. For you will be facing demons of entirely unknown threat levels. Aki fell into deep thought. Looking around, almost all the participants were dual-element warriors. The current demon hunting tournament was basically a drafting event to find the most talented rookies from each town. Obviously, they wouldn't let top-tier warriors enter. He let out a soft chuckle. Times my actual power is leagues beyond the dual-element stage. Luckily, as long as I keep my mouth shut, no one is going to question my true strength. Times, please give a massive round of applause for our honored guest. He will be serving as our supreme referee for this event. He is one of the 6 great sovereigns. The moment he heard that title, his senses sharpened. Times one of the 6 great sovereigns. Times the mysterious figure finally stepped out from the shadows. Humanity's strongest warrior, please take the stage. The girls in the crowd went wild. Oh my god, he's so hot! Marry me. It was none other than the new member of the 6 sovereigns. The dual 7-core warrior, Vandalin. This man was Vandalin, a healing-type wood-element warrior, wielding a dual 7-core and a newly appointed member of the 6 sovereigns. The second he stepped into the light, countless fangirls screamed their lungs out. The entire audience knew his name. People excitedly chanted, the new sovereign, Lord Vandalin, 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 Vandalin. Aki quietly observed him. Times a dual core. Times in his past life, that technology was purely theoretical, but now it was a reality. A dual core meant wielding the power of 2 different affinities. If the synchronization rate was high enough, it could unleash absolutely devastating power. The deeper the synchronization between a warrior and their core, the more they can draw out the dormant power trapped within the demon core. But there's a catch. The higher the sync rate, the more the human body has to endure the brutal shock waves of demonic energy. It feels like your very bones are being crushed by an overwhelming force. That's exactly why warriors with weaker physical stats or low adaptability have terrible sync rates. Back in the old world, a human could only fuse with a single core. But now, not only do these new sovereigns have the tech to fuse 2 cores, they're on a completely different level of power. Every single vanguard bowed respectfully to him. "Thank you for your service, my lord." But Aki, he just stood there, dead in his tracks, without moving a muscle. Remembering the tragic fate of the original 6 sovereigns, a wave of disgust washed over him. "Times like hell I'm bowing down to a fake like you." Vanillin smiled, clearly pleased with himself. "My brilliant vanguards. You know the deadly risks of your position, yet here you stand. You are all magnificent warriors. To reward such incredible bravery, I will personally gift each of you a tier 3 core after the match as a token of my appreciation. I pray for your safe return." The vanguards replied in unison, "Thank you, Lord Vandalin." But then, someone noticed Aki hadn't bowed and quickly nudged him. "Hey dude, why are you being so disrespectful? Bow your head right now." He obviously couldn't tell them the truth, so Aki just scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, my bad guys, I've got a killer back itch, so I can't really bend over." He stared right into Vandalin's eyes. Vandalin didn't get angry. Instead, he just shot Aki a playful wink, sending a massive shiver down Aki's spine. "Times gross. Why the hell is he giving another guy such a sleazy look?" The announcer's voice echoed again. "Next up, you are about to witness a live hunt of a tier 4 demon, executed by none other than the magnificent Vandalin, one of our new sovereigns. This demonstration is to bless the demon hunting tournament with great success. Lord Vandalin, the stage is yours." Aki glared at the arrogant show-off. A live hunt of a tier 4 demon. So the new sovereigns are using this stunt to flex their power and build their cult of personality. Capturing a tier 4 demon alive is no walk in the park. It looks like Dawn City's military might have grown a lot since my era. Vandalin stopped right in front of the female commander. "Pardon me, but are you the new commander in charge?" The commander thought he was actually interested in her and replied with a beaming smile. "Yes, I am. It is such an honor to meet you, my lord." Vandalin leaned in close, his lips brushing near her ear. He whispered something that made her freeze in pure terror. "Then do me a favor and find someone to replace you in a few minutes." We are the one and only 6 sovereigns. Every time someone calls us the new sovereigns, that word new really gets on my nerves. If you weren't a sworn warrior of Dawn City, I might have just accidentally crushed your internal organs into paste. The crowd couldn't hear a word of their sick little chat. From a distance, it just looked like Vandalin was bowing to her with sweet, tender affection. The commander, pale and trembling with fear, quickly scrambled away, and Aki saw that entire twisted interaction play out. As the demonstration kicked off, Vandalin immediately plastered that warm, saintly smile back on his face. "Now then, allow me to represent the 6 sovereigns. I shall perform the execution of a tier 4 demon, wishing for a flawless demon hunting tournament and honoring our incredibly brave vanguard warriors." The crowd in the stands erupted into a deafening chant. "Lord Vandalin, Lord Vandalin." A massive mechanical vault containing the beast was hoisted up into the arena. Vandalin grinned with excitement and barked an order. "Open it up." Just to capture the tier 4 demon inside this transport unit, we had to deploy 3 quad-element warriors. That alone should tell you how absolutely terrifying this monster is. Ladies and gentlemen, right before your very eyes is a metal element tier 4 demon. It is exceptionally brutal and incredibly rare, even among demons of its own rank. The demon staggered out and growled. It looked like it had been locked up for a terribly long time. "What the hell is this? I don't know what you puny humans are planning. But if you're not going to kill me and instead trap me in this open-air arena after all that prep, then you're absolute fools." It stomped its massive feet, gathering momentum, and launched itself into the air. The demon lunged forward at blinding speed. The sheer force of its attack even rippled out toward the audience in the stands. "Oh my god, it's a tier 4 demon." But it didn't expect the stands to be shielded by a layer of protective glass. It grabbed its head, absolutely furious. The demon was effortlessly deflected by Vandalin. Now it's pretty obvious who the real fool is, isn't it? The defensive barrier surrounding this area is incredibly tough. This energy barrier was cast by one of our very own 6 pillars, the absolute strongest magical warrior out there. The audience, both young and old, gazed at Vandalin with pure admiration as a vibrant green aura surrounded him. Look at him. It's like he's protected by an invisible shield. This is so exciting. The demon is actually putting on a show. The demon lay there, badly wounded and dying. Vandalin smirked arrogantly and announced, "And now, for the next act, drop dead demon." The monster begged in absolute despair, "No, please." It desperately tried to drag itself up, screaming, "Stay back, don't come any closer." It launched a desperate counterattack. But the effort was completely useless. Vandalin just kept walking forward, completely unharmed. What a pathetic, brainless demon. You don't even have basic manners. The desperate demon kept throwing out attacks, its heart completely consumed by dread. Even when it tried to crush its opponent with its massive hands, it couldn't even leave a scratch on him. Vandalan just stood inside his barrier, arms crossed, casually watching its pathetic attacks like it was some kind of clown. Piece of trash like you, doesn't even have the right to fight back. The overwhelming power of the 6 pillars plunged the demon into total despair. Facing the sheer might of a dual 7-tier core, it couldn't comprehend how a mere human could wield such terrifying strength. Here is a quick lore drop. Generally speaking, the green element represents healing and recovery. Because of this, the vast majority of medical warriors are awakened as green core users. The demon made a suicide charge at Daylan. You damn human warrior. Even if I only have one arm left, I'm taking you to hell with me. But before it could even finish its threat, Daylan blasted a beam of pure energy straight down its throat. Binding its entire body, the man sneered. Let me make this perfectly clear. Even though I'm a green core warrior, I am a dual 7th-tier green core warrior of the 6 pillars. The demon's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Wait, what? Before its body could even begin to regenerate, it was slammed by another massive attack from Daylan. You talk way too much. So, I think I'll start by ripping apart that ugly mouth of yours. The massive monster was forced to its knees before this seemingly ordinary man, before violently exploding under his unparalleled power. He spread his arms wide, soaking in the rain of crimson blood with a satisfied smirk. We use the blood of demons to kick off our grand demon hunting tournament. And now, let the competition officially begin. The crowd in the stands went absolutely wild, chanting his title over and over again. 6 pillars, 6 pillars, 6 pillars. Aki stood high up in the stands, quietly taking in the whole spectacle. He carefully sized the man up. What terrifying strength! His dual-core energy doesn't just double his power. The cores feed into each other, creating an overwhelmingly destructive force. This new member of the 6 pillars is no joke. He suddenly thought about the mysterious identity of the newly crowned king. He wondered what kind of person he turned out to be. Still, the way these guys treated Lena really pisses me off. The commander's voice echoed through the speakers. First, we kindly ask our great 6 pillars warrior to step off the field. All vanguards, please prepare to take your starting positions. The other vanguards couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Daylan really is a fan-favorite hut. They bowed respectfully one by one. But as Daylan walked right past Aki, they both instantly sensed the intense aura coming from each other. Daylan broke the silence first, his tone cold. You seem to have a problem with me, kid. Even though Aki absolutely couldn't stand the guy, he forced a polite, fake smile. Haha, not at all. It's just a misunderstanding, man. I just have this habit of acting a bit hostile before I step onto the battlefield. Keeps me on my toes. You know how it is. Being a vanguard is no walk in the park. Daylan just stared at the boy in dead silence. After a long, tense moment, he finally gave a dismissive reply. You're an interesting little warrior. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Let's hope you don't disappoint me. Hearing that, Aki just wanted to laugh out loud. Don't disappoint him. Buddy, back when I was out there slaughtering demons, your parents were probably still in diapers. Meanwhile, the commander continued reading off the rules. Listen up, vanguards, and listen closely. Being a vanguard means you are the tip of the spear. You are the eyes of your team out there in the field. Your primary mission is to assess the overall strength of your respective squads and map out the absolute most optimal combat route. Within the given time limit, you will be hunting demons. Points won't just come from unranked demons. There are also Tier 1, Tier 2, and even Tier 3 demons scattered completely at random throughout the inner city forest. Aki paid close attention to every single rule. The massive scale of the inner city forest meant the vanguards had to be extremely careful while scouting. Prioritize your safety out there. This is not a game. I repeat, prioritize your survival. Do not forget that you are operating completely solo out there. Do whatever it takes to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from the demons. The other vanguards started whispering among themselves. No kidding. Why is he even warning us? Who in their right mind would want to piss off a demon? Yeah, unranked and Tier 1 demons are bad enough, but Tier 2 and Tier 3. Those things are absolute nightmares. I heard the Vanguard's survival rate in the past tournaments was only around 36%. Amidst the chatter, only Aki stood there quietly, analyzing the competition. These Tier 2 core warriors are way too weak. They don't even possess the true strength of a Tier 2. The real key to power lies in a warrior's synchronization rate and absolute willpower. Maybe it's because they're still so young. They haven't had to shoulder the heavy burden of being a captain yet, so they all just look completely green. They completely lack the lethal edge of the Tier 1 warriors from the Apex Vanguard Hall. Veterans who had been forged in the brutal fires of city defense battles. He could even see some of the warriors trembling, mumbling nervously to themselves. Aki noticed every single detail. A few of them were already paralyzed by fear, just hearing about the Tier 2 and Tier 3 demons. And now, for the final instruction. The commander's voice boomed again. Every single tournament features a special bonus challenge. The hunt for a Tier 4 demon. That is correct. Deep within the hunting grounds, a devastating Tier 4 demon is currently sealed inside a containment unit. If your squad believes they are strong enough, you can make it your primary target. If any team successfully hunts down the Tier 4 demon, the tournament will end immediately, and that team will be crowned the absolute champions. A confident smirk tugged at the corner of Aki's mouth. Heh, so they really kept that old rule around after all this time. Everyone knew that taking down the Tier 4 demon guaranteed first place, but absolutely no team was ever suicidal enough to take that risk. The horn blew, and the tournament officially began. The warriors scattered in every direction like shadows. Aki cracked his knuckles and kicked off his own hunt. With a powerful push from his legs, the sheer force cracked the ground beneath him as he sprinted forward. Hell yeah, that Tier 4 demon is mine. Every step Aki took left a deep imprint on the ground. His eyes were resolute. This time, the Tier 4 demon was his absolute target. He came to a sudden halt. After scattering, most of the vanguards conservatively stuck with the main group. It looked like they had absolutely no intention of hunting down the Tier 4 demon. He glanced up at the other warriors. Even knowing that the Tier 4 demon meant absolute victory, they were still terrified of death. Over on the other side, Dai Lan pulled up the system monitor to observe Aki, calmly giving an order to his assistant. Get me that warrior's file. The assistant immediately replied. Yes, Lord Dai Lan. Which vanguard would you like to look into first? He rested his chin on his hand and pointed. That guy, the one with white hair, just strolling around like he owns the place. The assistant quickly ran a search. Found him. That is a warrior registered from Pakizia City. His registered rank is a 3-core warrior. He narrowed his eyes and thought. 3-core. I do recall that the vanguard position allows 3-core warriors to participate, but it's extremely rare for anyone at that rank to actually join. It is exhausting work with 0 benefits, and he is a whole tier higher than the other warriors. So that is why he is acting so arrogant, huh? Haha. He turned to his assistant. What is his name? She hesitated for a moment before answering. His name is Aki. The moment he heard that name, his killing intent spiked. What did you just say? Catching his shift in tone, the assistant hurriedly explained. I'm only reporting what is in the file. Please, take a look for yourself. The system displayed the information. Aki, from Pakizia City. Aki, ha, what a truly damn name. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into cheers again. Vanguard, Vanguard. It looked like the vanguards had finally spotted the demons. The warriors carefully climbed up the trees to scout the area. The live broadcast showed that the vanguards had spotted the demons. They were doing whatever it took to record the coordinates. Coordinating with extreme caution. This is a gathering spot for unranked demons. After that, the vanguards kept moving. Aki stretched lazily, recording coordinates, mapping out safe routes, and planning the ultimate way to score points. That was exactly what a vanguard was supposed to do. He smiled as he looked at the familiar scenery. Pushing his way through the dense forest, it really brought back memories. Back in Pakizia City's prep room, everyone was getting annoyed by his laid-back attitude. He looked like he was just out for a stroll. Is this guy seriously reliable? Commander Parisi stared at the screen. Just look at that Aki guy. She took a slow drag from her cigarette and kicked her feet up on the sofa. Yeah, I see him. She thought back to what he had told her before. If you trust me, I won't just follow the exact same boring path as the other vanguards. But I can absolutely guarantee that Pakizia City will take the win. What do you say? Guaranteeing a win. The pure confidence in his eyes back then showed he wasn't joking around at all. Plus, there was the raw power he had already proven in actual combat. Ha, that little brat. He's getting bolder by the day. To think he actually dared to call me by my first name. Even so, she couldn't help but find him fascinating. You are just making me even more interested in you. Suddenly, someone called out. The vanguards are scouting the path. A careless warrior was suddenly being chased down by 3 Tier 1 demons. Why are there 3 of them gathered here? Stay the hell away from these coordinates, or it is going to ruin our score. The other zones were just as chaotic. It is a Tier 2. A red core Tier 2 demon. Run for your lives. A Tier 3 demon. Get out of here. Run. Someone sprinted past Aki, and seeing how incredibly calm he was, they yelled a warning. There is a Tier 3 demon over there. If you want to live, do not go that way. Aki just stood there. A Tier 3, huh? Well, this just happens to be the only path I need to take. Up ahead, several vanguards were being tossed aside by the demon like absolute ragdolls. All they could do was scream in terror. The demon stomped closer and let out a furious roar. This was a wood element Tier 3 demon, glowing with a bright blue core. The audience in the stands watched in absolute panic. Look, it is a Tier 3 demon. Get out of there, young warrior, the demon roared with pure hatred. You damn humans. You have kept us locked up in here for way too long. Aki stood there, deep in thought. Because they have been caged up, the demons in this arena are way more violent than the ones on the outside. The beast suddenly charged right at him. You are not getting away. He easily dodged the attack. But he knew he couldn't show off his full strength in front of so many people. Aki instantly made up his mind to end this as quickly as possible. He moved at speeds measured in mere fractions of a second. 0.25 seconds to lock onto the core's location. 0.5 seconds to close the distance. 0.75 seconds to prep his stance. And then, it was time for the finishing blow. The Tier 4 is still waiting for me. Sorry, but I really don't have time to play games with you. In exactly 1 second, he unleashed a single, devastating sword strike that sent the demon crashing to the ground. The entire stadium fell dead silent. That warrior. He just killed a Tier 3 demon in a single second. A lone vanguard actually took down a demon. As the beast faded away, its core floated into the air. His gold element greatsword absorbed it, instantly boosting its sharpness and raw destructive power. Dylan had been watching Aki's every move on the screen. That energy wave just now. It belonged to the gold element. Aki let out a sigh as he collected his loot. Well, at least I got my hands on a highly adaptable Tier 3 core. He let out a breath of relief and kept moving forward. There was not much time left to overthink things. The Tier 4 demon has to be somewhere straight ahead, assuming the arena's layout hasn't changed. Based on the standard layout, in order for the highest ranking VIPs to get the absolute best view of the action, the Tier 4 demon would definitely be placed on the highest peak, right near the uppermost viewing lounge. Looking at the cross-section map of the arena, Dylan's face darkened as he figured out Aki's true goal. So, it looks like your target is actually the Tier 4 demon. The bloody battle raged on, with every single one of his strikes looking like it could rip the sky apart. His heavy blade violently pierced right through another demonic beast. That makes 5. He thought to himself as he casually finished off the monster, ignoring its agonizing death screams. The deeper he ventured into the central zone, the more unnaturally aggressive the demons became. He originally planned to keep him alive for research, but he had no choice but to kill them as they relentlessly hunted him down. No wonder so few people dare to take the vanguard position. For low-level warriors, this is basically suicide. But for me, it is a different story. I have already taken down 5 rank 2 demons. Our team's points must have shot up by a lot. I just hope it does not freak them out too much. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor, back in the prep room, Aki's teammates were standing there, with their jaws dropped at the skyrocketing score. Back to Aki, he looked up at the highest peak. The rank 4 demon was definitely up there, up in the highest viewing room. Van Dylan of the new 6 heroes was keeping a close eye on everything. Van Dylan had also noticed him. He let out a slight smirk. Such massive ambition. So, your squad's target is the rank 4 demon. Was that a team decision, or is it just yours? Aki. Their cold gazes met from afar. Both of them knew perfectly well that the other was watching. Inside the observation room, everyone was buzzing about Aki's movements. The vanguard from Pakizia City is heading straight for the rank 4 demon. This is so weird. How does he know exactly where it is? Is he planning to pave the way for his squad to take it down? But our team isn't strong enough to fight a rank 4. Was this your call, Commander Parisi? She didn't answer, just silently dragged on her cigarette while staring intensely at the screen. No, I have no idea what that kid is trying to do. She thought to herself, Aki, do not make a mess for me. Our squad is nowhere near strong enough to defeat a rank 4. Just then, the commentators roared. He found the rank 4 demon. Right in front of Aki stood its glowing seal. It looks like the vanguard from Pakizia City is scouting the area and quietly calculating his next move. He's looking around like he's formulating a plan. I am absolutely certain he's about to retreat. As long as he makes it back safely, their squad will secure the first starting position. But suddenly, everyone froze in absolute shock at what he did next. He swung his sword and shattered the seal of the rank 4 demon. The entire stadium and the commentary booth went dead silent in that very moment. Aki's gaze turned razor sharp, and he called out with a freezing tone. Get your ass out here, rank 4 demon. Up in the stands, Van Dylan couldn't hold back his excitement and burst into laughter. So that's how it is. Interesting, truly interesting. You never planned on letting your squad take down the rank 4. You want to take it on all by yourself, using your vanguard status to clinch an instant victory. The commentary booth erupted over this insane move. Pakizia's vanguard has broken past the limits. This is a situation we have never seen in the history of this tournament. A lone vanguard is going head-to-head with a rank 4 demon. Commander Parisi was so horrified that the cigarette slipped right out of her fingers. Commander Parisi stared in sheer panic. Has that kid lost his damn mind? The commentators screaming from the broadcast grew more and more chaotic by the second. The atmosphere in the stadium hit an absolute fever pitch. Aki's reckless move whipped the entire crowd into a frenzy, but that's a rank 4 demon. He is definitely going to die. Parisi didn't say a word, just staring blankly at the screen. Even if you have that special control ability of yours, a rank 4 demon is not as easy to deal with as you think. Even I have to go all out when facing a rank 4. Fighting it all by yourself. Aki, are you really that confident you can win? The seal binding the rank 4 demon shattered into pieces. It emerged. The blue core water-type rank 4 demon had finally broken free from its prison. Looking down at Aki, it sneered with pure disgust. Just a single human warrior. Then I guess I will just start with you. An explosive drill lunged right at him. Instead of scrambling to dodge, Aki swung his sword, raising a massive earthen wall to block the strike. Over in the booth, the commentators went wild. The warrior has swung his greatsword, summoning an earth wall for defense, but the demon has transformed into a high-speed piercing drill. To a rank 4 demon, that wall is nothing but wet paper. Our warrior is in serious trouble. The rank 4 demon roared, "You arrogant human. You dare to challenge me all by yourself. I will crush you just like this pathetic wall." Deep cracks began to spiderweb across Aki's earthen defense. But suddenly, a massive demon burst from the ground below and violently pinned the monster's arms down. Aki just calmly replied, "Who said I was alone?" Up in the stands, Van Dylan was completely stunned. That is the rank 2 demon he just slaughtered. Seconds later, even more dead demons clawed their way out, all swarming the rank 4 demon at the exact same time. The rank 4 demon took a brutal hit and was sent flying. The heavy stench of death filled the air. What the hell is going on? You can control corpses. Aki flashed a mocking smile. What's the matter? I thought this was supposed to be a signature trick for you demons. Not that I am in the mood to explain it to a dead thing anyway. Commander Parisi let out a soft chuckle. So the kid's special ability is finally out in the open. Corpse control. Up in the stands, the commentators were losing their minds. Are we seeing this right? What on earth did the Pakizia Vanguard just do? 3 demons are actively fighting on his side. Are those the exact same demons he just killed? This is completely unbelievable. A human warrior actually possesses the power to manipulate dead demons. With a single command, the 3 undead demons hurled themselves at the rank 4 monster in total unison. The rank 4 demon didn't flinch at all, instantly launching a vicious counterattack. You think a few dead rank 2 trashes can actually beat me? Eat my rapid water cannon. But suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared right above the rank 4 demon. The figure crashed down with a devastating strike, burying the monster deep into the earth. Aki raised his arm to block the splattering blood, his mind racing. A single impact was enough to completely overpower a rank 4 demon. It turned out to be none other than Van Dylan. He landed gracefully, a sinister smile creeping across his face. My apologies. I am just so terribly curious about your true strength and abilities. I want to have a little spar with you. Van Dylan lowered his voice. Controlling dead demons. That is the very first time I have ever heard of such an ability. I honestly believe you had what it takes to defeat that rank 4 demon. He began channeling his immense power. So, let me test your true strength. A terrifying phantom of a skull, with glowing blue eyes manifested right behind him. Suffocating killing intent flooded the area as he took slow, menacing steps toward Aki. The scene shifted back down to the stadium. The atmosphere was absolutely electric under the bright sunlight and clear blue sky. The crowd was screaming their lungs out. Wow, the great warrior Dylan wants to personally test this prodigy. The audience was going completely insane, thrilled to witness such an incredibly rare event. But a smaller group watched in deep worry. What the hell is going on? Dylan of the new 6 heroes is personally testing Iki. Parisi clutched her head in utter frustration. Damn it, this has completely spiraled out of control. Aki shielded his face, his mind racing. Has this guy completely lost his mind? Testing my strength. That raw hostility cannot be covered up with just a few polite words. Dylan maintained his flawlessly calm composure. Not bad at all. You do not seem the least bit panicked. Such seasoned composure does not belong to a young warrior like you. Aki flashed a calm, steady smile in return. I have just gone through a lot of intense training. His gaze narrowed sharply, because I was born with this special ability. My captain pushed me through brutal training ever since I was a kid. He proudly gripped his sword, standing tall. I guess that is why my strength completely outclasses everyone else my age. You know how it is. They call it being a genius. Aki snickered internally. Even if I make this entire story up on the spot, there is no way you can verify it anyway. Dylan burst out laughing. You really are fascinating. I am getting more and more interested in you by the second. Well then, if that is the case. Before he even finished his sentence, Dylan blitzed forward. His eyes flared with blinding light, and with his hand cloaked in surging blue magic, he lunged straight for Aki's throat. Aki quickly leaped out of the way. The green magic morphed into a giant fist and smashed into the ground, creating a deep, shattered crater. Aki calmly observed and analyzed the situation. Debris shot out like bullets, so he used his sword to shield his face. The attack was insanely fast and packed a massive punch, pushing his body backward. If he hadn't been on high alert, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that. He frowned at Dylan. This isn't good. It looks like he's completely serious. That damn bastard. Dylan let out a sinister smirk. You're always on your guard against me, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to dodge that last strike. His eyes glowed, and the aura around his body grew thicker and thicker. Can I expect a little more from you? Aki struggled to his feet and asked. You really don't seem too friendly toward me. Why is that? In the blink of an eye, Dylan completely vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage behind. A deep, raspy voice echoed out. There are 3 reasons. He suddenly appeared right behind Aki. First, I really don't like your attitude. Dylan threw a punch right at where Aki was standing. His movement seemed so light, almost like he wasn't using any force at all. Aki had to plant his sword into the ground just to stay on his feet, but he was still pushed back. He continuously appeared behind him. Second, you reek of the foul stench of a demon. He kept unleashing a barrage of attacks. Aki had to constantly dodge, and his body was gradually being pushed past its limit. He crashed into a tree branch, shattering it to pieces. With sweat pouring down his face, he thought to himself, I knew it. He's already suspicious. As long as this demonic power exists inside my body. Plus, the strength he's using right now hasn't even surpassed 50%. The pressure is absolutely overwhelming. He silently evaluated his opponent. This kind of oppressive feeling only appears when facing absolute power. Aside from that time I fought the 8-headed serpent in the past, it's been a long time since I've felt this way. Dylan continued to pile on the pressure and whispered right in his ear. Third, I absolutely despise your name. Aki was completely stunned by those words. He was truly furious, and his expression completely changed. You hate my name. Ha! What you really hate is my past identity as a king. Memories came rushing back. I used to put my life on the line for you guys. I lost so many comrades just for your sake. Dylan took advantage of the momentum and pressed forward. He raised his hand, pointing all 5 fingers straight at him. The game ends here. Aki's mind sank into an endless sea of thoughts. Ha! You're done playing with me already. His entire body suddenly snapped awake, and his eyes glowed brightly. A terrifying burst of killing intent and power erupted from him. He lunged forward to counterattack. Who the hell do you think you are? The two of them clashed head-on. The impact of their collision created 2 opposing waves of energy that ripped the ground wide open. Thick smoke and dust filled the air as a massive explosion shook the entire area. The crowd screamed in panic. Thank goodness for the guild master's protective barrier. Suddenly, Dylan dashed right out from the center of the blast. His expression remained completely unchanged. There was only a tiny scratch on him, with a single drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stabilized his stance, facing the colossal source of magic power right in front of him. Aki's overwhelming strength left all the spectators watching through the screens in absolute awe. Oh my god. I can't believe it. This vanguard actually managed to block Lord Dylan's attack. A powerful aura radiated from his body, leaving everyone completely stunned. We can't even begin to comprehend this vanguard's true strength. Dylan used his hexacore recovery magic to heal his wound, quietly observing the situation with a heavy gaze. The audience on the other side of the screen commented, Lord Dylan got injured in just the blink of an eye. He crouched down and channeled all of his power. His aura erupted so fiercely it looked like he was losing control. I am going to kill you. Afterward, I'll just have to make up some excuse about that demonic aura lingering on your corpse. The audience down in the stands erupted into cheers. The great Dylan just unleashed his skill. That looks absolutely incredible. The crowd grew loud and rowdy. His high-speed energy gear is going to crush everything to pieces. Lord Dylan is definitely going to end this match. Every single one of Dylan's footsteps overflowed with raw power. He stomped the ground and charged straight ahead, his speed increasing with every passing second. On the other side, Aki was locked in an internal struggle. It looks like he really wants to back me into a corner and kill me. If I keep hiding my strength, I'm gonna die right here. His thoughts were a chaotic mess. You forced my hand, Vandalin of the new 6 Sovereigns. If you really want me dead, even if I can't defeat you right now, I'm gonna take you down with me. Aki snapped back to reality and threw his eyes wide open. His gaze completely changed. He was no longer arrogant and calm, but instead wild and ready for a bloodbath. His killing intent flooded the entire sky. The 2 opposing sources of energy clashed, creating an absolutely breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from the distance. She stepped right in between the 2 of them. A protective barrier instantly appeared out of nowhere, completely blocking Dylan's skill. He leaped backward. His gaze was cold and heavy, clearly unable to predict her sudden interference. That really wasn't a smart move. Why the hell did you step in? Number 1 of the former 6 Sovereigns, the 7th-stage recovery-type warrior, Lena, calmly made her declaration. You said you despise this kid. Her eyes turned dangerously sharp. But I actually happen to like him a lot. She cast her protective skill and shot him a look of pure determination, leaving Aki completely shocked. Lena stood against the light. In his eyes, she was radiating as brightly as the sun itself. Lena, don't tell me you used your hexacore to restore your body back to its absolute peak. Vandalin glared at her with a look of pure hatred, flashing a feral, teeth-baring grin. The one and only Lena. Have you completely forgotten? You people are strictly forbidden from wearing your battle armor. Thick dust and smoke swirled all around them. He stood opposite the 2 of them, laughing mockingly, while she stood firmly in their defense, projecting a barrier over herself and the injured Aki. His hand still gripped his sword tightly, just to keep from collapsing. Are you trying to challenge the king's rules? Lena retracted her skill, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared him dead in the eye. Aki suddenly recalled the image of her fighting right alongside everyone else. The cheerful, energetic Lena who always gave her all for her comrades. Haha, Lena is still the exact same Lena, just as quick-witted and sharp-tongued as ever, the most lively person in the 6 Sovereigns. He stood behind her, staring at her back with a deep sense of nostalgia, while Vandalin just stood there with his hands shoved in his pockets, glaring at both of them. In my past life, I was always the one standing in front to protect her. I never expected our roles to be completely reversed right now. The person who had just appeared was none other than the sole former 6 Sovereign, Lena. Vandalin let out a sarcastic burst of laughter, his face gradually darkening with gloom. However, Lena and Aki stood their ground without shifting an inch. Good lord, what kind of mysterious relationship is going on here? This demon hunting tournament is just full of surprises. Vandalin sneered. I respect you because you used to be a warrior, but that doesn't mean I'm going to cut you any slack, you shameless bitch. Lena gritted her teeth, shooting him an ice-cold glare. Oh, and what about you? In broad daylight, a dignified member of the 6 Sovereigns is out here starting a brawl like this. Do you really think that's appropriate? She then gestured toward Aki. causing him to turn and look at her in surprise. This kid behind me happens to be the son of an old friend of mine. I think you've tested him more than enough already. Don't you think? Her gaze darted toward him, flashing with a dangerously sharp. Your true goal here wasn't just to test him. He stared back at her intently with a teasing smirk, a look of pure mockery plastered clearly all over his face. Haha, I knew it. He suddenly unleashed a skill without any warning. A barrage of glowing green arrows materialized and shot straight toward the two of them, catching Lena completely off guard. It is so disgusting. She focused all her strength into defense. Light flared in front of her chest, and her cold eyes were filled with absolute fury. Lord D-Lun used his meter strike command skill. The dense wave of energy completely locked down the area ahead, making it impossible for the enemy to use any skills to dodge. How boring. Lena was just about to step in and block the attack, when a shadow suddenly dashed past her. It was Aki, rushing forward to block the strike with his sword. Her eyes widened in pure shock as she looked up. Right in front of her stood a familiar silhouette, looking exactly like the person from her past. Another relentless wave of attacks came crashing down. It seemed impossible to defend against. This vanguard had managed to block the first wave, but the next one was already here. Lena rushed over and grabbed his shoulder, her eyes full of determination as she ordered him to fall back. Using his shoulder as a pivot, she launched herself straight forward. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I only showed off to stop Lena from joining the fight. She landed and pushed off the ground with her hands to build momentum. She channeled all her strength into her legs, letting her spiritual energy explode. She dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, one of her eyes glowing a bright emerald green. She shot toward him like a rocket. This battle was bound to have casualties. The commentator watched the screen in absolute awe. Is this a battle between the 6 sovereigns? That is even rarer than the 7 demon knights. Wendalen watched her with a piercing gaze and a cold, sinister smile. Dealing with her would definitely require his full strength. The two of them clashed like twin beams of light, fully prepared for a battle to the death. On this side, he tilted his head back and exhaled a puff of gray smoke. Lord D-Lun has activated his secret skill, the Demon Piercing Spear. He is actually being serious this time. When Dylan prepared to launch his sword right at Lena. Seeing this, the audience gasped in awe and cheered. Thank you, great warrior D-Lun. Lena turned around in total surprise. You used a skill. Aki's eyes were now completely white. He turned toward the two of them and shouted at the top of his lungs. Thank you, great warrior D-Lun. A deadly smirk crept onto his face. Sure enough, it worked. Then, he yelled out even louder. Even with thousands of duties to attend to, the great warrior Dylan still takes the time to pass down his experience to us younger generations. His shout echoed throughout the entire arena. The two of them were so stunned that they completely forgot they were in the middle of a fight. This junior is truly, deeply grateful. Parisi watched the match, completely clueless about what was going on. The entire audience stared at him in utter shock. He did not stop there, and just kept on shouting. May I ask if you are satisfied with my performance, sir? After his shouting fit, he turned to look at the two of them, with a mischievous grin. The crowd immediately started buzzing. The vanguard of Pakizia is passionately expressing his gratitude to Lord D-Lun. Man, I thought we were going to see a clash between the 6 sovereigns. Is it really just going to end like this? Stop complaining. The 6 sovereigns only fight when it is absolutely necessary. Getting to see D-Lun strike twice is already a blessing. Yeah, exactly. The audience stood up in unison, chanting loudly. Great warrior. Great warrior. Lord D-Lun. Even with his busy schedule, he still mentors the younger generation. When Dalen looked up at the fireworks raining down on the arena, listening to the deafening cheers, he truly is our magnificent 6th sovereign. Everyone, let's hear it for him. He closed his eyes and scoffed. You have got some tricks up your sleeve. Lena and Aki just stood still in the middle of the firework-covered arena. So, I guess I cannot really make another move now, can I? No. Thank you so much for your guidance, sir. Aki rested his hands on his hips, giving him a highly provocative look. This junior definitely will not let you down in the future. I will keep up the good work. He let out a breath. Phew, thank God this flattery trick actually worked. With so many people watching, he cannot possibly force an attack now. The two of them stared at him with dark, annoyed expressions. The battle had been completely interrupted. There was no way to continue. When Dylan gritted his teeth in pure anger, but still forced the words out. Not a bad performance at all. You have passed the test. You are quite an outstanding young warrior. Keep up the good work. Congratulations to the vanguard from Pakizia City for earning the recognition of Lord D-Lun. This was an absolutely spectacular test. The cheers of the crowd erupted as the announcer declared, Pakizia has officially won this year's championship. Pakizia. Somewhere else entirely, people gasped in total disbelief. What the heck? They literally did nothing and still won the championship. Back in the arena, he stood there, keeping his eyes on him. Meanwhile, Lena walked over to Aki. I hereby declare this to be the fastest and most surprising demon hunting tournament in history. This miracle was entirely created by the vanguard. She brushed past him with a displeased look on her face, leaving him standing there in a daze. An image of Aki popped up on the news broadcast screens. Thanks to the overwhelming strength of their vanguard, Pakizia City has officially claimed the championship in this year's demon hunting tournament. The crowd swarmed around him, tossing him up into the air and cheering in wild celebration. The dazzling gold trophy sat right beside them. Parisi happily wrapped an arm around him. You really have some guts, kid. You actually helped Pakizia City win the championship. Do you have any idea how much of a reward we are going to get? Ha ha ha. Aki could only offer a forced smile. I was literally almost killed out there. Parisi puffed out her chest with a radiant smile, leaning close to him. Tonight is my treat. We can do whatever you want. The broadcast feed was immediately cut off. Aki's face turned completely red, all the way to his ears. He stammered, totally at a loss for words. Hey, Commander Parisi, he is about to suffocate. Commander Parisi, please calm down. She turned her face away, but still stole a few glances at him. Aki let out a dry cough to break the awkward silence. Parisi. His gaze suddenly grew serious. Do you remember what you promised me earlier? She put her hands on her hips and replied, Of course I remember. I will vouch for you so you can meet the person in charge of the energy crystals. Alright then, I will be counting on you. He dusted off his cloak. My cloak got dirty. By the way, please get me a new set of everyday clothes. Also, if there is a victory party, I am afraid I will not be able to make it. Hearing this, one of the guys widened his eyes, sparkling with curiosity. Does the great warrior Aki have an important date? Is it a guy or a girl? He just offered a soft smile. Meanwhile, Lena had arrived at a high hill that overlooked the entire sprawling city. I am just meeting up with an old friend. He changed into a long cloak and slowly made his way toward her. The sunset painted a beautifully romantic scene. He walked up to Lena at a slow, steady pace. Hey, I am here. Why did you ask me to meet you at a place like this? She turned her head to look at him. You actually came. Lena flashed back to the moment Parisi had called him by that other name, and the time she had brushed past him back in the arena. He looked back at her, completely lost in a daze. How did you know about this place? Lena took a step closer, her voice trembling slightly. Are you really? Her eyes welled up with tears, sparkling with a beautiful, heartbreaking sadness. Are you really Aki? Lena and Aki stood together by the edge of the cliff. Lena spread her arms wide. Look at this, Aki. I was right, was I not? There is no one around, and you get a perfect view of the entire city. She stretched her arms out and took a deep breath of the fresh air. I really love this place. Her voice was soft and gentle. This is exactly where you and I. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stopped as old memories came rushing back. Back then, she twirled a strand of her hair and said, my secret base. Aki was completely stunned at the time, and then he just flicked her forehead. His eyes looked at her so tenderly. A secret base? Haha. His voice was incredibly gentle. Lena, are you still a kid? Lena angrily snapped back at him. Stop flicking my forehead. You're gonna make me stupid. Everyone wants to have a secret base. She grumbled to herself. This idiot Aki only knows how to kill demons. He doesn't understand anything at all. Aki calmly rubbed her forehead. Alright, he looked out toward the sunset, his voice turning soft and gentle. But honestly, it really is peaceful here. Both Lena and Aki absolutely loved this place. She used her magic to control the earth, making countless little plants sprout up, and then she carved their names right into the rock. I've made up my mind. From now on, this place is going to be our secret base. Those carved letters were actually Lena and Aki's names. Don't tell anyone, okay? Her mind suddenly snapped back to reality. That same rock was now completely covered in moss. Tears welled up in her eyes. You're Aki, aren't you? She just desperately needed to confirm it. Do you still remember our secret base? Aki hesitated for a moment. Lena turned her face away to wipe her tears. I'm sorry. I lost control for a second and startled you. It's just, you look exactly like someone who was incredibly important to me in the past. Lena's back looked so lonely as she spoke. What you did at the tournament was way too reckless. If I hadn't shown up in time, you probably would have died. Let's just consider this paying back the favor for your statue. From now on, we don't owe each other a thing. Aki suddenly called out, cutting her off. Lena. She spun around in absolute shock. Ha! What? What did you just call me? Aki reached out and gently flicked her forehead. His eyes held that same tenderness from her memories. You really still remember our secret base? After all these years, are you still a little kid? Hearing that deeply familiar voice completely paralyzed Lena. Her eyes were wide, overflowing with a mix of desperate hope and pure shock. Aki. She choked out his name as tears streamed down her cheeks. Aki gave her a warm, gentle smile. You've been living well. That's really wonderful. Bathed in the glow of the sunset, Aki softly admitted it. Yeah, it's me. I'm Aki. I'm finally back. Lena threw herself at him, wrapping him in a desperate, tight hug. Her voice was completely choked with emotion. Why did it take you so long to come back? She screamed out. Why are you only coming back now? She sobbed uncontrollably. Aki just held her close, gently rubbing her back to comfort her. Standing there in the sunset, the two of them just held each other, finally letting go of all the painful longing from their years apart. With birds soaring across the painted sky, a deep sense of peace finally returned to both of their hearts. Lena couldn't hide her curiosity. So you're saying you time traveled from half a century ago to the present day, and on top of that, There's some kind of hidden mystery inside the ancient king's steel. She kept firing off question after question. Wait, isn't the highest rank for a demon supposed to be the 7 calamities? Aki shoved his hands into his pockets and answered her calmly. It's a lot to wrap your head around, isn't it? To be completely honest, I have no idea how it happened either. His gaze suddenly grew heavy and serious. Even I feel like I sound completely crazy saying it out loud. But simply put, I really am the guy who died half a century ago. I somehow jumped straight to the present day. And what's worse, there's something totally bizarre living inside my body. He recalled the dark silhouette of the demon lurking within him. Lena just looked at him in silence, her eyes overflowing with emotion. It's just like you said, as long as you're still alive, nothing else matters. That's the best thing I could ask for. Aki looked over at Lena, looking a bit confused. Oh, by the way, Lena, there's one thing I really don't get. Why is everyone in this city so incredibly hostile toward us nowadays? His eyes were deep and distant. Back then, we put our very lives on the line. So why does everyone resent us so much? Lena let out a soft sigh. If I have to be completely honest, the root of that hatred starts with you. Me? He asked, his voice thick with confusion. Lena slowly began to explain. During the Dawn War all those years ago, you led a squad of warriors straight into the ancient king's monument. You still remember that, right? Almost everyone tried their hardest to stop you, begging you not to recklessly charge into the monument. Even the support units and frontline fighters risked everything just to talk you out of it, because the situation back then was already heavily against us. They all just wanted to maintain the current balance. Images of smoke, fire, and thousands of fallen warriors flashed through his mind. But you refused to listen to anyone, she continued. You just told us to wait for your return. Then your entire squad marched into the ancient monument amidst all the chaos, and not long after, the devastating news broke. In that memory, Aki was impaled on a stone pillar, crucified like a martyr. Lena kept her voice steady as she went on. When the news of your death spread across the battlefield, the morale and faith of every single warrior completely shattered. With our strongest warrior fallen, our king had abandoned us. 2. Absolute despair swallowed the entirety of humanity. Lena's mind drifted back to the horrific tragedy. After you sacrificed yourself, the demon army launched a brutal counterattack. The lands we had just blood to reclaim were trampled over once again. Warrior corpses littered the ground as far as the eye could see. It was a complete bloodbath, with both sides tearing each other to pieces. The death toll back then showed that 9 out of every 10 people were slaughtered. For so many, that was a nightmare that never should have happened. A wave of deep regret washed over her as she thought of their fallen comrades. If only you had listened that day. If you hadn't marched into the ancient king's monument, the number of survivors from the Dawn War might have been completely different. We could have saved so many more. Lena pressed on. As the years passed, the new 6 paragons and the new king eventually rose to power. Ironically enough, they completely condemned your decision from back then, too. Because of that narrative, a massive amount of people still hold a deep, bitter grudge against you to this very day. Those of us who actually survived from the original 6 paragons were branded as your loyalists, so we were treated like absolute garbage. In the end, the new king even stripped us of our titles as warriors entirely. Hearing all of this, Aki's face completely froze. His hands began to shake uncontrollably. My decision back then, his voice choked up, thick with guilt. Did I really lead that many people to their deaths? Lena let out a soft, comforting breath, looking at him with gentle eyes. So many years have passed, Aki. I'm used to it by now. Who was right and who was wrong in the past? None of that really matters anymore. She thought back to the old statue erected in his honor. Every time I walked past it, I would stop just looking up and reliving those old memories. She turned her gaze back to Aki. But then, you miraculously came back to life. He managed a faint smile. Yeah, it really is a miracle. Aki still couldn't wrap his head around it, his voice rising in defensive frustration. What kind of twisted logic is that? Back then, I went straight into the ancient king's monument to wipe out the demons at their very roots. I did it for humanity. I did it so our future wouldn't be plagued by those monsters anymore. Lena gently tried to calm him down. Aki, I know. I understand your pain and your intentions. But you can't entirely blame the people, either. A king like you was the easiest scapegoat for humanity to point their fingers at when everything went to hell. Aki squeezed his eyes shut, processing the heavy truth before asking, then, what about the rest of the 6 paragons? Lena's hand subtly flinched. After you sacrificed yourself, 3 other members of the 6 paragons fell in the brutal battles that followed. She lowered her head, a deep sorrow washing over her features. Only 3 of us were left standing, me included. The yellow core, Earth of the Paragons, was critically injured. They eventually retreated and went into hiding, living as a recluse in a quiet little town. Looking down at the sprawling city from the cliffside, she added, there was a time when I planned to leave this place entirely, too. It just holds way too many ghosts. She then took a shaky breath, continuing to explain the cruel fate of the blue core, Phantom Shadow. Because she openly rebelled against the new king, her arms and legs were completely shattered. They threw her into the underground dungeon, just leaving her there to rot and die. Aki ground his teeth together, absolute fury radiating from him in a fierce, overwhelming aura. They actually dared to treat our own like that. He roared, "Why didn't you all band together and fight back?" Lena looked at him, her voice chillingly calm. "Because he is simply too strong." He frowned, his mind racing. "Is it because of the elemental power?" Lena raised her hand, forming a quick magical sign. "The demons don't just possess the 6 standard cores anymore, like Sith, yellow, green, indigo, purple, and black. Now they have also evolved to harness the 5 core elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That evolution is exactly why the demons of today are infinitely harder to kill than the ones we faced back then." Aki suddenly had a realization. "So that's why my body is still missing the earth element." He looked at her, his suspicion growing. "But what does any of that have to do with the warriors?" Lena fell dead silent for a moment before answering with absolute gravity. "What if a warrior could successfully fuse with that elemental power?" Aki's eyes went wide with sheer shock. "Warriors today can actually fuse with the elements." Lena nodded solemnly. "The gap in raw power between a 4-core and a 5-core warrior is completely insurmountable. Those who finally reach the 5-core stage will fiercely fight over the ultra-rare fusion crystals." The dark, looming image of a massive stronghold flashed through her mind. "You need to head to the Dogura Ossuary Fortress to claim the power of fusion. I'm pretty sure you still remember that hellhole." Aki's gaze darkened significantly. "Of course I remember. How could I forget?" The traumatic memories flooded right back in. It was the brutal, blood-soaked battlefield where he had once led millions of warriors in a desperate clash against the demon hordes. The Dogura Fortress earned the name Ossuary because it was the absolute epicenter of the Great War back then. Lena's voice dropped to a somber whisper. The Dawn War ended years ago. But deep beneath the scorched earth of Dogura, countless corpses of both humans and demons are still buried. One day, people discovered that a very specific, mutated type of demon had started spawning there. They are at the very least stage 5 demons. Their chests are completely hollowed out, and floating right inside is a glowing fusion crystal. That exact crystal is what allows a warrior to absorb and wield an element, but making it out alive isn't for everyone. You need serious strength. Lena brought her explanation to a close. A warrior must be at least at the 5-core level, and they have to possess an inhuman level of physical resistance to even survive the fusion process. Aki's curiosity piqued. "So, if you manage to get your hands on that crystal, does it let you fuse with all 5 elements?" Lena shook her head immediately. "Impossible. A single person can only fuse with one specific element. The elements naturally generate and counter one another. So, theoretically, a single human body just cannot handle containing multiple conflicting elements all at once. Even the current new king and the new 6 paragons have only managed to fuse with a single element." Aki gasped, completely taken aback. "Wait, you're telling me that they possess elemental power, too?" Lena kept going, her tone dead serious. "When you fought Van Dylen, I didn't recognize his true strength right away. Because he was intentionally holding back to protect the audience. He cares deeply about his public image. If he had actually gone all out from the very beginning, you wouldn't have stood a single chance to fight back." The wind suddenly whipped past, blowing Lena's hair wildly around her face. She spoke with a soft, yet painful honesty. "As much as I hate to admit it, the current new 6 paragons and the new king are vastly stronger than we ever were back in our prime. They possess dual cores, and on top of that, they wield elemental power." A heartbreaking pang of guilt hit her, as she thought of her imprisoned friend. "And that overwhelming power is the exact reason why I could never save Desa from the dungeon." Taking it all in, Aki's mind raced. "So the fact that 4 elements currently exist inside my body, is that because of the stage 1 demon? Even so, compared to the new 6 paragons, my current strength isn't even in the same league." He silently pumped himself up, clenching his fists. "I am a warrior. I can't just keep relying on demonic power to survive. If I really want to save Desa, I have to become undeniably strong on my own." Aki's eyes flared with an unbreakable, burning resolve. "Alright, I understand. I absolutely have to go to the Dogura Ossuary Fortress." Lena looked at him with sympathy. "But, you haven't reached the 5th core yet." He just smiled, cutting her off. "It's a massive gap, I know." Aki's confidence came rushing back. "I'm the one who defines what that gap even means." He accepted the harsh reality. "But in this lifetime, I'm gonna shatter that limit." The scene shifts as Aki and Berzi leave the bar. She teased him. "I thought you'd stick around and enjoy yourself for a few more days." He replied casually, "Plans change. Once I sort out the energy quartz issue, I'm heading out." Berzi fixed her hair. "I promised to vouch for you, so I'm definitely going with you." Aki turned to thank her. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed nearby. "The energy quartz supply issue for Helos City has already been resolved." Stunned, he took a step toward the sound. The person continued talking. "Next, we need to hit up the operations department and request backup." Seeing them clearly now, he gasped. "Guys." Berisi looked confused. "Why did you stop?" Aki and Situlu sensed something and immediately turned their heads. "I think I just heard." The figure stepped into the light. She shouted, "Aki." The whole group called out his name in unison. Aki broke into a warm smile. "Hey everyone." They all stared at him in absolute shock. They rushed over, pulling him into a massive group hug. "What are you doing here?" Ji Yutang grabbed his hand for a firm shake. "Aki, you little punk." He was grinning from ear to ear. "You really did come back from the dead. And and you're looking stronger than ever. Aki replied, Captain Jiu-tang, you've been working hard. Shino squinted at him. Aki, did you get taller? He rubbed his neck awkwardly. Probably because of the demon core. Shino explained, we followed the commander of Bryan City here to watch the tournament, but the moment Sidu Lu caught wind of some news about you, she ditched the team to go look for you, but the intel was totally wrong. By the time we reached Dawn City, Captain Jiu-tang had already handled the energy quartz distribution. The captain chimed in, we were literally just about to go looking for you, and here you are. Aki's face lit up. That's great, since the problem is handled. I was actually planning to go as a representative to negotiate. Barisi gave a polite nod. I'll take my leave then. Since you're all Aki's teammates, I won't intrude any longer. Jiu-tang looked a bit flustered. Oh, my bad for not noticing you there. Thank you so much for taking care of Aki. She smiled warmly. No, he's actually the one who helped me. In the entirety of Big Dia City. Shino grabbed his arm and pulled him close. You need to talk to Sidulu, right now. Ever since you left, she's barely eaten a thing. Tomo nodded in agreement. She's been so miserable. Sidulu was standing with her head bowed, looking incredibly lonely. Aki stepped forward, gently making his way over to her. He spoke with a soft, comforting tone. Captain, reporting for duty. I'm really sorry for making you worry. Sidulu pressed her lips together, trying her best to look angry. She raised her hand and gave him a playful, weak little punch. With her cheeks burning bright red, she scolded him. Don't you ever leave the team on your own again. He just smiled. Yeah. The whole squad erupted into cheerful laughter and chatter. Hidden away in the shadows, Lena watched them quietly, a deep sense of regret in her eyes. She managed a faint smile. They look just like we did back then. He's still as warm and caring as ever. Meanwhile, over at the Dogura Bone Burial Castle, heavy, ragged breathing filled the air. Sidulu was supporting Aki as they dragged themselves through a sea of demon corpses, desperately encouraging him to keep going. Aki's hand was tightly gripping the fusion crystal. They had just fought so hard to snatch. Seeing his eyes slowly start to close, absolute panic set in. She couldn't let him fall. Sidulu hauled Aki onto her back, her own legs trembling violently under the weight. She kept crying out to him, don't go to sleep. Wake up, please. We fought so hard to make it this far. But before she could even finish her sentence, his grip completely vanished and his arm went limp. The elemental quartz slipped from his fingers and rolled far away across the ground. It was the ultimate treasure, the one thing that could let a warrior fuse with a demon's elemental power. Right at that moment, a massive demon stepped out of the shadows with a wicked sneer. A pathetic, low-level warrior running around with elemental quartz. What a joke. Your story ends right here. It instantly lunged at them, growling a single, bone-chilling word. Die. Sidulu quickly blocked the strike, but she was already completely drained. She collapsed heavily to the dirt, yet still desperately clawed at the ground. Trying to force herself back up, the demon found her struggle incredibly amusing. Oh, you can actually still move. She turned her head, her eyes landing on Aki, who was lying completely motionless next to her. I'm so utterly useless. I'm too weak to even protect him. I'm so sorry. She reached out with a violently shaking hand, gently touching his rapidly cooling body. Suddenly, Sidulu's eyes snapped wide open. She found herself sitting bolt upright in bed, absolutely drenched in a cold sweat. It was all just a horrible nightmare. She sat up. That dream felt way too real. Even the pain was crystal clear. So, she decided to just push it out of her mind. Looking down at her sweat-soaked clothes, she decided she needed a shower right this second. Suddenly, the door burst open. Aki rushed in, looking worried. What's wrong, Liu? I heard you screaming from the next room. Seeing him standing there, Sidu Liu scrambled to pull the blanket over herself, her face burning bright red. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it right at him. Don't look at me. Didn't anyone ever teach you to knock before barging into a girl's room? He quickly tried to explain that he only rushed in because he heard her scream, but she cut him off before he could finish. Get out. The door slammed shut right in his face, leaving him standing out in the hallway, looking completely clueless. Out in front of the Class C Town Hotel, Sidulu walked out and urged him along. Let's go. When he called out her name, she shot him a cold glare. Call me Captain. He just smiled and nodded. Alright, Captain. Feeling any better after resting up? We've got a pretty long journey ahead of us today. She gave a dismissive reply, telling him not to worry about it. Deep down, she grumbled about that stupid nightmare. Yet here this guy was, acting totally unfazed like nothing even happened. Aki held up the map. We're currently in the Class C town, the main gateway to the Dogura Bone-Burying Fortress. If we push ahead at full speed, we should get there by sunset. But we'll have to pass the guard's inspection to actually get inside. The fortress is surrounded by massive, reinforced walls, and heavily guarded by an army of high-level warriors. They're stationed there to keep intruders out, and to make sure no demons can escape. He looked over at her and asked if she was scared to head into Dogura with him, a place where only 5th stage warriors ever dared to set foot. Sidulu gave him a deadpan look. The captain of the Extreme Foresight Hall didn't trust you on your own, which is why he sent me along. I'm a 6-core healing type warrior, and I'm only here for the mission. He chuckled, telling her he definitely hadn't forgotten, just like how Hana and Snow were off doing their own special training right now. She glared at him, her tone strict. I am the captain. Last time you wandered off from the team without permission, I was incredibly worried. Hearing that, a soft smile crossed his face as he remembered how naive she could be. Catching his expression, she gave him a very confused look. Frowning, she asked, "Why are you smiling like that? Wait, are you thinking about what happened this morning?" The two of them hit the road again. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, quiet whispers and plotting voices echoed through the air. Over at the Reborn burying fortress, a group of warriors were gearing up for their inspections, before marching out onto the battlefield. After a brutal, exhausting trek, Sidulu and Aki finally made it to the fortress gates. The warriors nearby started whispering amongst themselves. A 4th Corps and a 1st Corps warrior. Did they just come out here to be demon bait? Someone let out a mocking laugh. There is absolutely no way those two are passing the combat test. Aki heard the whispers but just shrugged it off, totally calm. Well, looks like we're being underestimated again. As a crowd started to gather around them, a group of 3 tucking guys swaggered over to mock them. A red-haired 5th stage warrior sneered, giving them a look of pure disgust. Nothing but a couple of useless trashes trying to act tough. A 4th stage warrior dragging a 1st stage weakling all the way out to Dagara. You guys must have a serious death wish. Sidulu bristled with irritation, but Aki gently touched her shoulder, telling her to just ignore the cheap provocations. The crowd suddenly recognized the loudmouth. It was the young master of the Min family from Ura City, infamous for constantly having 6th stage bodyguards trailing behind him. People started muttering about how he had successfully fused with the elemental quartz, granting him some seriously terrifying elemental powers. Hearing the crowd praise him, Howded puffed out his chest, completely full of himself. That's right, I am the young master of the Min family, the most powerful warrior clan in all of Ura City. He looked over at Sidulu with a sleazy smirk, telling her she better pack up and leave, since a dangerous place like this was no place for little girls to play around. He even had the nerve to offer her a spot as his own personal, private healer. Seeing her stand there in total silence, he eyed the two of them like they were nothing but dirt under his boots. But while he was busy bragging, Aki and Sidulu just kept casually chatting with each other. Feeling completely ignored, he roared in fury. Sidulu snapped, her voice like ice. Who gave you permission to speak to me? Howdode and the blonde girl beside him flinched, all the color instantly draining from their faces. She crossed her arms, sneering at him with absolute contempt. Hiding behind your family's coattails all day. You really are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Fired up, she slammed her bags down onto the dirt. I might not be the absolute strongest yet, but I sure as hell have never been scared of anyone. Disgust burned in her chest as she glared at him. A filthy creep like you thinks he has the right to act all high and mighty. Howded flashed a wicked, psychotic grin and lunged right at them. I'm gonna teach you little brats a lesson you'll never forget. Suddenly, a blinding flash of red light exploded in the air. Moving like lightning, Aki stepped right in front of Sidulu, taking the full force of the brutal strike head-on. With just one bare hand, he effortlessly stopped the young master's devastating attack dead in its tracks. Howded roared like a wild beast, his eyes glowing a furious, blood red. Let go of me right now, or I'll kill you where you stand. Aki didn't even flinch, his voice dead calm as he delivered a chilling warning. You are the young master of the Min family. If you decide to cause a scene out here, it's your clan's reputation that's going straight into the gutter, he continued. Besides, if you cause a scene at the city gates, the guards won't let you in. You should really think this through. Howded furiously gathered his power. Think about what Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Young Master Howded, the 6th stage warrior stepped up, advising him not to cause any trouble before entering the city. He smiled sinisterly, pointing out that the inside of the city was the perfect place to handle their business. Catching his drift, Howded let out a cold laugh and pulled his hand back. This young master won't stoop to the level of a bunch of trash. He walked away with his subordinates, shooting Aki a dark, calculating glare. With a subtle shift of his footing, he quietly triggered his earth element power. Dirt and rocks erupted from the ground, glowing with a fierce red light as they hurled straight toward Aki. He didn't even blink, just threw a casual punch that completely shattered the attack. When Sidulu turned around to ask what happened, he simply smiled. It's nothing, I just swatted an annoying mosquito. Let's go, we need to take the assessment. I'm sure we'll pass it without breaking a sweat. The shattered pieces of earth crumbled to the ground, revealing that he had used his metal element to effortlessly neutralize the sneak attack. Seeing this, the 6th stage warrior was absolutely terrified. He never expected his earth element ambush to be stopped dead in its tracks. He leaned in and warned Howda that they needed to add that kid to their list of highly dangerous targets. His true power is definitely way above the 4th stage. He suggested finding a chance to kill the two of them to eliminate any future threats. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an examiner stared at a monitor in utter shock. The synchronization rate is all the way up to 54%, and the other one is over 42%. The testing staff were completely blown away. Since there are no strict rules about level requirements, I guess that means we passed, right? Aki asked calmly. The examiner nodded to confirm. So, a red core 4-stage warrior and a green core 1st stage want to enter Dagara to fight for the elemental quartz. She gave them a very serious warning. The demons inside are at the 3rd stage at the absolute minimum. Are you guys really sure about this? Aki nodded confidently. We're more than capable of protecting ourselves. She's a healer, but she's also a highly agile fighter. Hearing him say that, Sidulu blushed with embarrassment and a bit of anger. The examiner then pointed out that they were officially the lowest level due to ever step foot into the fortress. She reminded them that the elemental quartz only drops from specific, elite demons within the fortress, and it takes quite a while for them to respawn. Because of that, they wouldn't just be fighting off demons, but also clashing with powerful, greedy warriors. Even just surviving in there would be an uphill battle. Aki's eyes were unwavering. Of course we're going in. And our goal is a lot more than just surviving. The examiner simply nodded and led the way. Right this way, please. The moment they stepped inside, Sidulu let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Bone Burial Fortress was infamous for its grim survival rate of 9 deaths to every 1 life. She really should have been trembling in fear, yet somehow, she felt incredibly calm and confident. It was almost like having Aki right next to her gave her an endless supply of courage. Meanwhile, the gruesome demons prowled all around them, searching for their next meal. Let's wait for it to wander off before we make a move, Sidulu whispered softly. This entire place has been completely overrun by demons. Aki noted as he carefully observed their surroundings. The Dagura fortress might sound like just a castle, but it was actually a massive, ancient city. Because it sat right in the center of the continent, its scale and prosperity used to rival even Dawn City. In fact, it used to be the most densely populated city on the entire continent. But ever since the demons invaded, the area slowly fell into ruins and was transformed into a brutal, bloody battlefield. With the central district completely occupied by monsters, absolutely no one dared to live there. People eventually started calling it a fortress, trying to wipe its glorious, tragic past from their memories. Just thinking about it brought a fleeting look of sadness to Aki's eyes. Sidulu smiled gently and praised how knowledgeable he was. He just shrugged it off, saying he had heard plenty of random old tales when he was a kid. Sidulu couldn't help but secretly think he was being an annoying show-off. Aki suddenly stood up. Let's keep moving. We need to hunt down those elite demons carrying the elemental quartz. Make sure to conserve your stamina and avoid any pointless fights. Hearing a loud explosion in the distance, she anxiously asked if they should go help. Aki shut it down with a cold, firm tone. It's best if we don't get involved. Inside the Bone Burial Fortress, you absolutely cannot trust anyone. He let out a heavy sigh in his mind. She had grown up sheltered in the city of Hesperus with such a pure, kind heart. She still didn't truly grasp how vile and ruthless this world could be. In a place like this, there was never a shortage of selfish, bloodthirsty scum. To stay alive, we can't afford to be soft-hearted right now, he said, casually turning his head to look behind them. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer panic. Looming right behind Sidulu was a massive demon. A terrifying roar shattered the silence, and the sheer force of its strike violently shook the ground beneath them. Thank God Aki reacted fast enough, grabbing her and diving out of the way. The 5th stage water element demon let out a smug, echoing laugh. I didn't expect you little brats to react that fast. My water element strikes are usually completely silent. Sidulu was absolutely paralyzed with fear. When the hell did a 5th stage demon sneak up behind her? It must have used the fluid, stealthy nature of the water element to mask its approach. If he hadn't noticed in time, she would have died. He cut her thoughts short, telling her they needed to finish this battle as fast as possible. They needed to take it down quietly to avoid attracting other demons and fighters. She was determined not to be a burden to him. The rank 5 demon casually strolled over and sneered, "Two pathetic humans actually dare to look down on me." The moment those words left its mouth, the demon vanished, instantly reappearing in midair to launch its attack. How incredibly adorable. Just die already. Aki dodged just in the nick of time, as the massive strike shattered the ground into pieces. The demon let out a mocking laugh. I won't even bother looking at your mangled corpses. With that said, it immediately followed up with a brutal, head-on assault. Aki stepped forward to block the hit, unleashing both his wood and metal elements. The demon was caught completely off guard. How do you have 2 elements? I thought you humans had to reach rank 5 to pull that off. He dashed forward and delivered a heavy blow, forcing the demon to stagger back. The demon desperately threw up its water element to defend itself. I know how to use the water element too, you know. He suddenly accelerated, leaving the demon completely stunned. His speed, it's way too fast. Still clinging to its arrogance, demon smirked. You really think that's enough to match my flexible water element? Sidulu now, Aki yelled out. She sidestepped an attack and delivered a crushing kick from behind, while Aki simultaneously drove his sword straight through the demon's chest. After finishing it off, he gave a slight smile. Great teamwork back there. It's a pleasure working with you. Sidulu carved the rank 5 blue crystal out of the corpse, sarcastically remarking that she wouldn't bother looking at its dead body either. As she collected their loot, he mentioned how impressive her speed was. She humbly brushed it off, saying it was just a basic technique of her martial arts family. He rested his sword on his shoulder and suggested they leave, since their fight had probably attracted unwanted attention. She noticed a cut on his face and immediately wanted to heal it out of concern, but he just laughed, calling it a tiny scratch. Sidulu looked at him dead in the eye and stated that healing was her responsibility, no matter how big or small the injury was. Seeing how stubborn she was, he chuckled. You really live up to the name of Hesperus's unsmiling Rakshasa. Fine, have it your way. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them. Sidulu looked up in a complete panic. Aki, watch out. The devastating attack crashed down on them in the blink of an eye. The ground shook so violently that the sheer force sent her flying backwards. Aki quickly drew his sword to block the strike. Their attacker was a rank 6 Black Core fighter. The guy poured more strength into his weapon, but Aki held his ground firmly. You really aren't a simple guy, are you? The one-eyed fighter glared at him. Your actual strength is way beyond a rank 4 core. Sparks flew wildly as their weapons clashed together. Aki parried the heavy axe away and roared, "Get the hell out of here." His fiery eyes locked directly onto the Earth Element rank 6 Red Core fighter. Sidulu tried to jump in and help, but an invisible force instantly held her back. A rank 3 Green Core fighter stepped out of the shadows, using a paralyzing skill to trap her right where she stood. Her entire body went completely stiff, leaving her unable to move a single muscle. It was a special skill unique to the healing class. As the female fighter walked toward Aki and her allies, he quickly realized that they were the ones who had ambushed them. He glared at them coldly. So instead of protecting that red-haired idiot, you decided to sneak attack us. You do realize life and death are entirely unpredictable in a place like this, right? The red-haired guy suddenly revealed himself with a mocking laugh. What? You just don't want to lose face in front of your little girlfriend here. Hearing those words, Sidulu froze up, feeling like she had just been struck by lightning. Her face burned bright red with pure anger, but she couldn't move an inch, completely helpless as the guy shamelessly flirted with his female subordinate. He reached out and lifted Sidulu's chin, teasing her, but her worried eyes remained firmly fixed on Aki. The red-haired guy let out an arrogant laugh, saying he wanted to make her watch Aki die with her own 2 eyes. Meanwhile, the rank 6 Red Core fighter sat back on a large rock, confidently bragging that he would be the one to finish Aki off. Hadid burst into a booming laugh, completely convinced that no one would dare to launch an ambush while he was around. He scoffed arrogantly, bragging that he was a tier 5 warrior himself. Aki unleashed a terrifying aura of bloodlust. His eyes burned with such intense fury that the very air around them seemed to tremble. He coldly demanded to know exactly how many girls the red-haired bastard had ruined, but the guy just let out a highly arrogant laugh in response. He openly mocked Aki for being nothing more than a 4-core warrior, while the tier 6 warrior standing nearby also looked down on him with absolute disgust. That guy was just a pathetic loser riding on his family's coattails. He had never even killed a single demon with his own 2 hands, making his tier 5 title a complete and utter joke. With an icy glare, Aki bluntly declared that he wouldn't hesitate for a single second to strike him down. He dashed forward as fast as a bolt of lightning, leaving his opponent paralyzed with pure terror. The tier 6 warrior frantically chased after him, screaming out a warning. He was completely shocked to feel the raw power of the fire element radiating off of Aki. Aki crashed toward him like a falling meteor, while the red-haired punk desperately braced himself to counterattack. His clenched fist was entirely engulfed in a blazing, roaring fire. The red-haired guy trembled violently like a cornered animal, stumbling backward in absolute dread. He panicked, suddenly realizing that even though his opponent was only at the 4-core rank, his murderous aura felt like a literal demon from hell. Aki leveled his sword straight at him. The explosive burst of his killing intent was so heavy that no one could even keep their balance. The red-haired punk frantically screamed for help. The tier 6 warrior immediately charged in and swung his massive battle axe, but Aki easily dodged out of the way. He smoothly spun around, planting his feet to launch his next devastating counterattack. With one clean, ruthless slash, the older warrior was violently blasted away. The old warrior gritted his teeth in fierce anger. His combat style is way too unpredictable, he thought. Even though he had used his axe to block the strike, the overwhelming physical force had still pushed him back. I can't believe this damn brat can actually control the fire element, but my earth element won't be suppressed so easily. The moment Aki stepped back, he instantly activated another skill. Thick, razor-sharp vines shot out of the ground and lunged forward, leaving the older man completely stunned. Wait, that is the wood element. He frantically threw himself out of the way to dodge the vicious attack. The tier 6 Red Core warrior had to slam his hand against the dirt just to keep his balance. He can actually control the wood element too. Now this is getting incredibly interesting. I severely underestimated you, kid. You are hiding quite a lot of dangerous secrets. He forcefully smashed his weapon down into the ground. To think you have mastered 2 different elements. He triggered his martial technique, causing jagged rocks to tightly encase the blade of his axe. I am extremely curious to find out exactly how you are pulling this off. He raised his heavy axe high into the air, ready to deliver a crushing blow. If I could wield 2 elements as well, my power would skyrocket. Give me 10 minutes, and I will beat the secret out of you. Right at that moment, a pulsing surge of purple energy violently swirled around Aki. He casually gathered the mysterious energy into the palm of his hand, replied in a deadpan tone. Oh, really? Suddenly, a massive, swirling hand made entirely of water erupted from thin air, completely absorbing the axe strike and leaving the old man frozen in shock. A tier 5 blue core demon materialized right behind him, locking him in a deadly grip. Cold sweat poured down the warrior's face. He hadn't sensed its demonic aura at all. Only when he noticed the glowing warning stone on his chest did he finally realize that the monstrous demon had been creeping up on him for a while. The terrified warrior immediately jumped back to create some distance. Damn it, that is a tier 5 demon. The beast tossed its weapon aside, openly showing off its incredibly fluid and deadly water element magic. It aggressively lunged straight at him, launching a brutal strike that forced him to retreat. Realizing just how terribly the odds were stacked against him, he desperately tried to call a truce. Listen here, kid, let's put our grudge on hold for a second. We need to team up and take down this demon first. Aki slowly raised his hand, as if he were pulling the strings of the entire battlefield, completely cutting him off. Put our grudge on hold? Are you blind? Can't you see it is only targeting you? Thousands of razor-sharp water crystals suddenly materialized in the air around them. The old man's blood ran cold as he realized he had walked right into a deadly trap. His eyes were wide open in absolute panic. Don't tell me, is this brat actually controlling the demon? With zero time left to think, he frantically summoned a massive earthen shield to block the brutal rain of deadly crystals. Aki calmly watched the struggle, silently impressed. He really does live up to the reputation of an elite mercenary hired by the noble families. While desperately holding up his shield, the warrior aggressively threw his hand out to summon his weapon. The heavy battle axe rapidly spun through the air, rocketing straight back toward its master. The massive blade sliced dangerously close to the demon's back. It delivered a brutal, tearing slash before snapping perfectly back into his waiting grip. He tightly gripped his bloodied axe, painfully aware that this young kid was effortlessly dictating the entire pace of the battle. In his eyes, Aki was no longer just a kid. He was an absolute monster. Could this kid actually be a hidden tier 7 warrior, running out of time and options? He roared out loud and charged forward to clash head-on with the furious demon. But right at that second, thick thorny vines violently coiled around his legs, completely locking him in place and leaving him absolutely stunned. The demon seized the chance to strike, but the older man managed to block it with his axe. Even so, his wounds were piling up. If it were just a stage 5 demon, it wouldn't be a problem. But that brat was the real threat. The red-haired guy panicked, frantically screaming at the healer. Hurry up and kill that demon. At that moment, Sidulu's hand trembled slightly. Her fingers slowly began to move. The red-haired guy kept barking orders, but Sidulu suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind, making the 6-core female warrior cry out in agony. She spoke with an icy tone. A warrior is meant to fight. How can you just cower behind a man? The female warrior was completely horrified. How did you break free from my paralysis? Sidulu sneered. I am a 6-core warrior too. All I had to do was reverse my energy flow to break out. The healing class can save lives, but it can take them just as easily. The female warrior collapsed to the ground. You really are a healing genius. Sidulu turned to face the red-haired guy. Now it is your turn. He trembled in fear but still managed to scream. You are just a stage 1 warrior. How dare you sneak attack me? Her eyes were dead cold. You have completely tarnished the honor of a warrior. Being mocked to his face sent him into a blind rage. Bitter memories of his family forcing him to fuse with the power core flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. My plans are completely ruined. He turned and screamed at the old warrior. Get over here and protect me right now. The older warrior, who was already locked in a fierce battle, grew incredibly annoyed by his constant nagging. Finally, the man snapped and roared back. You useless piece of trash! Fend for yourself. Being cursed out to his face for the very first time left the red-haired guy absolutely terrified. He was about to talk back, but then he saw Sidulu standing right in front of him, gripping a blade. Knowing he could not count on anyone else, he was forced to take matters into his own hands. But before he even noticed, she had already teleported right behind him. A vicious stab right into his ribs made him scream out in pure agony. He violently shoved her away. Get the hell away from me. Sidulu gracefully stepped back to maintain her distance. Suddenly, he clutched his head and started screaming as his energy spiraled completely out of control. She quickly recalled Ji Yutang's warnings about the terrifying core backlash phenomenon. If left unchecked, the unstable energy would violently explode and destroy the user from the inside out. Snapping back to reality, she gave a cold smirk. This is exactly the miserable end you deserve. She lunged forward at a terrifying speed, without a single ounce of hesitation. He desperately swung his sword, slashing straight at her. Going completely berserk, he unleashed a relentless flurry of chaotic slashes. She calmly deflected every single strike, relying on her incredibly agile footwork. He let out an arrogant laugh. I am an agility class blue core warrior. Sidulu furrowed her brows. Shut your mouth. Thanks to the intense combat training she had since childhood, she easily danced around his chaotic attacks. She launched a glowing blue strike, violently knocking him backward. She spoke with cold disdain. Power is completely useless if you do not even know how to wield it. He gritted his teeth and roared like a madman. I am the young master of the Min family. You are all going to die. He poured every last ounce of his strength into one final, desperate charge. Sidulu took a step back and immediately summoned a thick blue energy shield. She decided to brace herself and take the full force of his explosion head on. Haotu's energy violently exploded, sending a blinding blue light washing over the entire battlefield. The massive shockwave of power instantly caught the attention of Aki and the Stage 6 warrior. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. As the shockwave settled, a massive crater appeared through the thick dust and smoke. Sidulu opened her eyes in pure shock, wondering if she had actually survived the blast. Aki stood right in front of her, holding up a metal and wood barrier to protect them. He smiled and praised her. "You did great, Lu." Sidulu slumped onto the dirt with a heavy sigh. That guy was nothing but talk. He couldn't even beat a tier 1 warrior. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sidulu stammered, "If it wasn't for you, I never could have beaten a 5-core warrior. I would have lost right from the start." Aki just looked at her, his voice soft but firm. "You're hurt. Hurry up and heal yourself." Sidulu finally looked down at her own body. "Oh, I guess I didn't even notice." Aki watched her for a moment before speaking up. "Your strategy and bravery out there. It was truly impressive." Hearing that, Sidulu's face flushed bright red, a rush of joy filling her chest. She stammered defensively, "Stop talking nonsense. Is your fight over already? Where's that 6-core warrior?" Aki glanced over at the ruins. "The demon I was controlling got wiped out in the blast, but it was just a mindless corpse anyway. As for that guy, he's a 6th-stage warrior, so I'm guessing he wouldn't just..." Right on cue, the red-core 6th-stage warrior stepped out of the smoke, his weapon resting casually in his hand. "Well, the useless young master is dead. Looks like I'll be hunted down by the Min family assassins every single day from now on." He let out a heavy sigh. "Those assassin warriors run an underground syndicate. They're a bunch of desperate mercenaries who only take on hits for an incredibly steep price. They've even got 7-core warriors in their ranks. If you want to hire them, cash isn't enough. You need something of equal value to trade." He hoisted his weapon over his shoulder, clearly done with the fight. "You two are absolute monsters, packing that much power, but only using low-level cores." Aki offered a calm smile. "You make a fair point. There's no reason to keep fighting. The man had already lost the person he was supposed to protect, so his will to fight was completely gone." The older warrior narrowed his eyes at Aki. "Who exactly are you, kid? Where do you even come from?" Aki kept his cool. "I'm just a 4-core warrior who got lucky with a few special abilities. To be honest, if it came down to a deathmatch, I'm not entirely sure I'd win against you." The man fell silent, mulling it over. "Special abilities, huh? You must be one of those rare geniuses. So why are you out here looking for elemental quartz?" Aki's tone turned icy. "That's none of your business." Still, the man's question lingered in his mind. Elemental quartz was meant for 5-core warriors to fuse their elemental powers. If someone could actually fuse all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, their power would reach an absolutely terrifying realm. He muttered under his breath, "I have to find a way to get stronger." The image of Desa locked away in a cell flashed through his mind. No matter what, he absolutely had to save Desa. He knew he couldn't just rely on the tier 1 demon sealed inside him. Not when his future enemies were the new king and the new 6 sovereigns. The 6th-stage warrior then turned his back, warning the two of them to get out of there as fast as they could. Right before he faded into the distance, he threw one last comment over his shoulder. "Good luck to the both of you." Aki and Situlu kept moving, carefully tracking the footprints and checking the surrounding area. Along the way, they stumbled across some strange tracks and clashed with a few demonic beasts, and even managed to pick up a new ally. Aki smiled and shook hands with a fiery red-haired girl, sealing their new partnership. Late that night out in the desolate wasteland, a soft voice broke the silence. "Are you not going to sleep?" It was Sidulu, completely bundled up in her sleeping bag while Aki took the night watch. He had told her to get some rest first, but she sleepily asked how he ended up with so much survival experience. Aki stayed quiet for a moment, lost in thought. After a long pause, he just chuckled softly. "I guess I just know how to handle things." Sidulu let out a tired laugh. "The way you act, it's just like some grizzled old veteran." Aki leaned back, gazing up at the moon as old memories slowly drifted back into his mind. The very next morning, a booming explosion jerked Sidulu awake. Aki was already up. He stood staring at a massive hole in the wall, intensely tracking a demonic aura in the air. He was absolutely certain an elemental demon had just spawned, and they needed to hunt it down immediately. 2 streaks of light shot across the landscape at blinding speed. Aki took the lead, a fierce grin lighting up his face. Sidulu sprinted right behind him, yelling over the wind, "Why are you so hyped up?" His heart was pounding with pure anticipation. This elemental demon, this was exactly the kind of brutal challenge he had been looking for. "I have to take it down before anyone else gets their hands on it." The 2 figures vaulted over the ruined city walls, moving as fast as a flash of lightning. Aki suddenly realized the target was slowing down. He locked onto its exact hiding spot. A complete map of the ruined city flashed in his mind. It was an instinctual connection, almost like he was sensing one of his own kind. "It's hiding underground." Sidulu pointed frantically toward the outer wall. "Aki, look over there." Another squad of warriors was already hot on the trail, but it was clear they still needed time to pinpoint the target's exact location. He decided to take a shortcut, grabbed Sidulu's hand, and said, "Lu, let's go." She was totally confused, not understanding what was happening yet. Right after that, she was dragged along at blazing speed, and the two of them leaped down into a deep pit. Aki realized that the demon was hiding right beneath the city. This was the absolute fastest way to reach it. He used the wood element to create a massive web of vines, catching them as they fell. The wooden nets safely slowed their descent. Situ Lu screamed at the top of her lungs, while he just laughed with pure excitement. She called out loudly, "Aki, where are you?" A voice echoed from below, answering, "I'm right down here." He scratched his head with a sheepish smile, apologizing for scaring her. Situ Lu's face turned bright red, and she immediately threw a punch at him. The two of them discovered a massive, secret underground cave. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. The target was right in front of them. He signaled for her to stay quiet. A fifth-tier demon was resting nearby. "Found it," he whispered. "The elemental quartz demon." He looked at her seriously and said, "We only have 5 minutes to take it down and grab the elemental quartz." Situ Lu thought to herself in disbelief. Only 5 minutes to deal with a 5th-tier demon. She looked at him and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The two of them quickly hashed out a battle plan in the dark, with him firmly assuring her that he trusted her completely. Aki lunged forward to launch the first strike. The 5th-tier demon let out a terrifying roar. He unleashed his true power. His eyes glowed intensely, and glowing red marks began appearing across his face. The demon was absolutely stunned, never expecting its enemies to uncover its hiding spot so quickly. The monster conjured 2 flames, 1 blue and 1 yellow. Realizing that he, too, could manipulate multiple elements, Aki leaped high into the air. The demon suspected that his aura felt suspiciously like one of its own kind and immediately launched a massive fire vortex at him. He quickly figured out the core principle. As long as he balanced the energy, he could easily control multiple elements at once. "My turn," he shouted, fully concentrating his power. He conjured 2 identical flames of his own and charged straight at the enemy. The 2 overwhelming forces violently collided, creating a massive explosion that filled the cavern with blinding smoke and dust. Situ Lu recalled the exact words he had told her earlier. "Don't be too surprised by my power." The intense shockwave sent both of them flying backward. The demon was totally bewildered. "You just looked at it once, and you've already mastered my technique." Aki relentlessly dashed forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks before the beast could even react. The demon scrambled backward, desperately using the wood element to heal its wounds. But it was completely horrified when it saw him wielding the metal element. Aki smirked with absolute confidence. "I've totally figured out your abilities. Time to end this." He channeled the wood element, summoning thick vines to bind the demon tight. Then he instantly summoned a metal element weapon, just like the one he used during the hunting tournament. The demon roared furiously. "Then let's see whose element is actually stronger. Let my metal element explode." The 5th-tier demon channeled all its energy, unleashing its ultimate technique, the 3-headed blade shield. With terrifying destructive power, Aki let out a low, confident chuckle. "I finally forced you to go all out," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Liu, now's your chance." From a distance, Situ Lu locked into her battle stance, drawing back a glowing green arrow, ready to deliver the final, decisive blow. She remembered Aki's exact words. He had explained that this was a high-level energy manipulation technique. Focus the energy in your core, and truly feel its existence. Feel the flow of energy. Turn invisible power into something tangible, and condense it into a weapon. She thought to herself, "Let me try." In her memory, when she first heard that bold plan, Situ Lu anxiously looked up and asked, "You want me to deliver the finishing blow?" She looked down in hesitation. "After all, that's a special 5-core demon, and it's highly intelligent." Aki smiled to reassure her. "I'll force it to channel all its energy into an attack. When its defense is weakened, you just need to step in and counterattack." This was the perfect opportunity. By the time the demon noticed the attack from behind, it was already too late. The energy spear pierced straight through the demon's chest, making it shriek in absolute agony. Situ Lu, she was totally amazed. "Aki's method actually let me unleash the full power of my 1-core energy. I can't believe it actually pierced right through it." The demon desperately tried to use the wood element to heal itself, but failed. "It can't heal." Seizing the moment, Aki dashed forward at top speed. "Great job, Liu." He reached out and snatched the elemental quartz right off the demon's back. Stripped of its power source, the monster collapsed to the ground. The demon growled in frustration as its energy faded away. Why couldn't I heal myself instantly?" Aki held up the quartz and explained. Liu's attack was packed with pure restoration energy, so it naturally rejects any outside attempts at healing. Completely drained of strength, the demon trembled and slumped over. "So, this was all part of your plan." Seeing that the demon was finally dead, Situ Lu rushed over. "Aki, are you okay?" Aki held up the quartz with a tired smile. "We only managed to get this because of you." Hearing the compliment, she blushed and quickly looked away. "Oh, shut up. I just didn't want to end up being a burden to you, that's all." Aki looked at her with concern. "That last strike drained almost all of your energy, didn't it?" She brushed it off, saying she still had enough strength to keep moving. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps from behind put Situ Lu on high alert. Just as they feared, the other fighters had tracked them down. Aki immediately spun around, getting ready to make a run for it. He quickly assessed the situation. The footsteps are coming from the left, so we'll slip out through the right. But before they could even take a step, a surge of agonizing pain tore through Aki, stopping him dead in his tracks. He dropped to his knees, violently coughing up blood. Sidulu panicked, completely clueless as to what was happening to him. She rushed to catch him as the elemental quartz slipped from his grasp and hit the floor. Aki, are you okay? The pain was unbearable. He collapsed further, his fingers digging desperately into the dirt. What the hell is happening to me? Trembling uncontrollably, Aki finally realized the grim truth. His body had completely reached its breaking point. He flashed back to his previous battles. Overusing the stage 1 demon power had put way too much strain on his physical form. Fighting through the blinding pain, he shoved the quartz towards Sidulu. Lu, take this and get out of here. Go without me. Before he could even finish his sentence, she snapped, shut the hell up. She grabbed his arm, threw it over her shoulder, and hauled him to his feet. We are leaving together. I don't have time to listen to your stupid excuses. She glared at him with absolute resolve. I am the captain, and I am not leaving you behind. Spotting a staircase up ahead, she tried to encourage him. Once we reach the surface, there'll be more oxygen. Just hang in there. Finally, the two of them dragged themselves out into the warm sunlight. Sidulu was panting heavily. We finally made it out. If we keep heading this way, we should be able to escape the fortress. But then she suddenly realized something chilling. The architecture of this place looked exactly like the one from her dream. Out of nowhere, the sharp sound of wind tearing through the air echoed behind them. Several dark figures leaped out, instantly surrounding them. A guy boasting a 5-core aura flashed a wicked grin. Looks like trailing you two was the right move after all. An entire squad of 5-core fighters blocked their path. Sidulu's blood ran cold. They're all elites. One of the goons crossed his arms with a mocking smirk. Just a couple of pathetic 1-core weaklings. Oh, and looks like your little buddy is hurt, too. But then, his eyes locked onto Aki's hands, and his smug expression completely changed. He pointed a finger and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hold on a second. That kid is holding the special elemental quartz. Hearing that, the entire squad froze in utter disbelief. But shock quickly turned into greedy, roaring laughter. Ha ha, well would you look at that. Seems we won't have to lift a finger to get the prize. Sidulu bit her lip in terrifying anxiety. Damn it, what do we do? If only I was stronger. I could actually protect Aki right now. Aki forced himself to stand up on his shaky legs, pressing the quartz into her hands. Keep this safe for me, alright? He calmly analyzed the situation. Their target was the quartz, but now that they had stepped in here, there was no way they were going to let them leave alive. Aki continued to channel his core energy, which made Sidulu incredibly anxious, but he firmly insisted that his body could still fight. He dragged his sword forward, leaving behind the valiant silhouette of a warrior, ready to fight until his very last breath. Seeing his heavily battered body still carrying a sword toward them, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked. A mere 4-core warrior dared to face 2 squads with 6 5-core warriors. They scoffed at him, demanding he hand over the quartz if he wanted a quick and painless death. Aki panted heavily as he walked, silently feeling the demonic power inside his body. It was a power he could barely awaken any further, because this physical shell had already reached its absolute breaking point, signaling an incredibly brutal battle ahead. Seeing no response from him, the group immediately made their move. Whoever grabbed the quartz first would reap the rewards. Meanwhile, Sidulu suddenly recalled the vision of him collapsing in her dream, which filled her with a terrible sense of dread. The mob drew their weapons all at once and charged straight at Aki. The bald guy aggressively ordered them to kill him, declaring that the elemental core would definitely belong to them this time. Another thug laughed and fought for the lead, claiming his squad had already found a buyer. Just selling it would give them enough cash to buy some top-tier gear. The remaining time he had left was roughly 1 minute. Gritting his teeth so hard his veins popped, he realized that if he activated the demonic power again, his body would only last for exactly 1 minute. Ironically, it had to happen in this life-or-death moment. Sidulu anxiously watched his every sign of instability. She made up her mind that, at the very least, she had to protect herself and get out of this place. Aki borrowed strength from his sword, temporarily suppressing the 6 enemies who were relentlessly attacking him. Drops of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. But his fighting will remain completely unshaken. As long as I have a single breath left, it's enough to send all of you to hell. His true power erupted, and the countdown started at 60 seconds. The enemy's eyes widened in utter disbelief. That terrifying aura threw them into absolute panic. Could he be a demon? Aki dashed forward as fast as the wind. With a sudden whoosh, his silhouette vanished in the blink of an eye, forcing his opponents to use their perception skills just to track him. Even Zago's incredible observation skills couldn't keep up with his movements. In a split second, he appeared right behind them. The clock was at 58 seconds. By the time the blonde guy realized it, he had already taken a brutal punch to the gut. Aki's eyes were as cold as ice. Let's start with you then. Brace yourself. Before the rest of them could even recover from the shock, a fierce rage quickly flared up. At 55 seconds, they screamed about avenging their comrade and charged forward all at once. The countdown continued. 53 seconds. 52 seconds. He channeled the metal and earth elements, landing precise and devastating strikes. Moving as fast as lightning, he took down each thug in the blink of an eye. The bald guy was horrified by that overwhelming speed and skill. In just a flash, 3 of his men had fallen, He couldn't even comprehend what kind of monster was standing in front of him. At 40 seconds, he was forced to reevaluate the situation. 3 5-core warriors who mastered perception skills were defeated in mere seconds. The remaining enemies decided to team up. They roared, risking their lives, because losing to a demon like this would be way too humiliating. He walked straight toward them, coldly replying, "Go ahead, just try it." Suddenly, he staggered and stopped. He planted his sword into the ground for support. The clock hit 38 seconds. He bit his own arm just to stay conscious. His internal organs felt like they were going to explode, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. 36 seconds left. Sidulu realized that his time was almost up. His body had hit its absolute limit. 34 seconds. The attackers rejoiced as if they had just struck gold. They figured that once they finished him off, snatching back the core would be a breeze. The bald guy rushed in with murderous intent at exactly 32 seconds. Aki was still sharp enough to coldly challenge them. "You want to kill me? Come and try." He channeled his energy to raise an incredibly solid defensive barrier. The bald guy sneered and ordered a frontal assault. But every single strike was completely useless, leaving them gasping for air. His frantic henchmen asked if they should keep going, since they had drained way too much energy, and still couldn't break the shield. The bald guy fell into a total panic, having no idea what was going on. He snapped out of it, frantically screaming for everyone to stop. Aki flashed a highly satisfying smile. But it was way too late. All that energy was about to be returned in full. The energy surged, and the damage reflection skill activated. The countdown finally hit 0 seconds. Every single attack that crashed into the barrier was now blasted right back at its owners. Far off in the distance, someone recognized that this energy surge was linked to the elemental quartz. They immediately dashed toward the blinding flash of light. The protective barrier shattered. Aki collapsed to his knees, completely drained, and Situ-Lu rushed over to catch him. He gasped for air, barely clinging to his last breath, before slowly closing his eyes. Unable to even speak, he quietly thanked his lucky stars that he had managed to contain the energy blast. Knowing she was safe, he fell backward, and Situ-Lu quickly caught him in her arms. Drifting in and out of consciousness, he begged her to run, warning her that the massive energy spike would attract countless warriors and demons. Situ-Lu frowned in frustration. She asked if he would ever abandon a teammate, then told him to hold tightly to the quartz, while she carried him on her back. Hoisting Aki onto her back, she was absolutely determined not to let him fight alone. Even as that awful, nagging dream flashed through her mind. Everything is playing out exactly like that dream. Aki. The heavy wooden door creaked open, letting a sliver of outside light bleed into the deep, endless corridor. The air inside the hallway was thick with the suffocating stench of blood. Knowing the danger, Situ-Lu still carried him forward, stepping over the gruesome traces of demons left everywhere. She gripped the elemental crystal tightly, gritting her teeth to keep him steady on her back. "We finally got it." When he didn't answer, she called out in a total panic. "Please don't go to sleep, Aki." But he remained completely silent. His dead weight made her legs tremble, and right at that moment, his grip loosened. The elemental quartz slipped from his hand, hitting the floor and rolling away into the darkness. The sight sent a cold wave of absolute dread crashing over Situ-Lu. She carefully shifted his weight to turn back and grab at the quartz, her chest tightening with panic as the memory of her nightmare came rushing back. Every single detail she had dreamed about was now becoming a horrifying reality. So, what was going to happen next? Swallowing hard, she slowly looked up, and her absolute worst fear was staring right back at her. 2 high-level demons were glaring down from the ceiling. Realizing they were completely trapped, her legs started shaking uncontrollably. She used every ounce of strength she had left to secure Aki on her back, sprinting frantically to get out of their attack range. No matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outrun their terrifying speed. Left with no choice, she threw her body over his to shield him, as the demon roared and lunged in for the kill. The monster violently drove its razor-sharp arm straight through Situ-Lu's body. As it mercilessly ripped its arm back out, she collapsed face first onto the ground, sending Aki tumbling a few feet away. The 2 demons glared down at their lifeless bodies, cruelly laughing at how these pathetic humans had managed to snatch the quartz. Meanwhile, in absolute despair, she realized her heart had been pierced right through. A vicious blue demon stepped forward, brutally kicking Aki over onto his back, only to realize the boy was somehow still breathing. His scent seemed to deeply disgust the monster. With her vision rapidly fading to black, Situ-Lu still desperately forced her bloody hand forward to stop it. The demon squatted down, eyeing him like prey, before deciding to just rip his head off. Hearing this, she screamed with everything she had left. "Don't you dare touch him." She glared at the monsters with burning hatred, completely ignoring the pool of blood, endlessly spilling from her chest onto the cold floor. The blue demon let out a sick sneer and delivered a devastating punch straight to her stomach, sending her flying across the hall, while mocking her pathetic weakness. Situ-Lu writhed on the ground in excruciating agony, bitterly swallowing the harsh reality of just how powerless she truly was. She forced her heavy eyelids open to look at Aki one last time, drowning in self-blame for failing to protect her dearest teammate. As the darkness finally began to consume her vision, she weakly mumbled, "Don't touch him," hating herself for being so incredibly weak. She just couldn't accept this. If only she had been stronger. Even just a little bit. Right at that exact moment, An incredibly annoyed, exhausted female voice echoed through the empty space. Ah, what a pain in the ass. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels echoed down the corridor. A blinding flash of light froze time and space itself, catching Sidu-Lu completely suspended in midair. Hai Wangqi stepped gracefully out from a spatial rift. As one of the 6 great king banners with absolute control over space and time, she smiled with wicked amusement, muttering that even though Qi Wangqi strictly forbade her from helping this human warrior, she was going to break the rules anyway. She gently massaged her temples, feigning a massive headache as she stared down at a Qi, who was barely clinging to life right next to a frozen demon, about to strike the killing blow. But she quickly made an excuse for herself, claiming the only reason she even cared was because Qi Wangqi was currently hiding dormant inside this pathetic human's body. Smoothing out her elegant dress, she crouched down and casually remarked on how ridiculously fragile a human body was to handle Qi Wangqi's overwhelming power, yet he somehow managed to force his body to use it up until now. Staring at the boy's peacefully unconscious face, she had to admit, the sheer willpower of this human that Qi Wangqi had grown so fond of was genuinely astonishing. And just like that, a wicked little idea popped into her head. Hai Wangqi leaned in intimately close to his ear, whispering with the seductive tone of a lover. "Are you in there?" Check. The space remained completely dead and silent. She stood back up with a dramatic sigh of disappointment, pouting over the fact that it was incredibly rare for them to cross paths. Yet he was completely ignoring her. Her piercing gaze finally drifted over to Sidu-Lu, suddenly remembering that the poor girl was still frozen right there in midair. In the absolute blink of an eye, she teleported, instantly materializing face to face with the dying girl. She studied her intensely for a moment, then let out a soft, knowing smile. She recognized a very familiar, incredibly rare surge of energy deep inside Sidu-Lu, though it was a total pity that she was just a mere human who hadn't even figured out how to awaken her hidden powers yet. Thinking about this, a wildly bold idea suddenly crossed her mind. A mischievous smile crept across her face. She figured that if she couldn't help directly, stepping in indirectly would work just as well. What a brilliant little plan. Gently lifting Sidu-Lu's body, she bared her sharp fangs, deciding to gift her an entirely new evolution using the power of time. Without a second thought, she pressed her lips against the girl's, directly transferring her own immense power. Instantly, the glowing green core on Sidu-Lu's chest was stained pitch black. Every single cell in her body began to mutate. The Stage 1 insignia spun wildly before finally locking onto Stage 4, forging an overwhelming, jet black core. As the absolute powers of time and space awakened within the girl, Hai Wangqi finally broke the kiss with a satisfied smile. She stared down at the dark core on Sidu-Lu's chest with deep satisfaction, noting just how fiercely the girl hungered for strength. Before stepping backward through a spatial portal, she gave a playful wink, completely entrusting the future into Sidu-Lu's hands. In that exact fraction of a second, the frozen spacetime shattered, and the flow of the world violently snapped back to normal. Caught entirely off guard by the shifting momentum, Sidu-Lu slammed hard against the ground, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. Meanwhile, the demon's razor-sharp arm was just inches from slashing down, but it was abruptly caught midair by a single hand. The demon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief when it realized that the hand blocking its strike didn't belong to Aiki. Panicking, it snapped its head to the side, staring in absolute terror at the source of this suffocating new aura. As the thick smoke cleared, Sidu-Lu stepped forward in a completely terrifying new form. "Don't you dare touch him," she warned, her voice dripping with ice. With her striking black and white hair and piercing eyes, just like Hai Wangqi's, she had fully ascended to a Stage 4 demon, commanding the absolute laws of time and space. Without a second of hesitation, she launched herself straight at the monstrous demon. Activating her spatial manipulation skill, she ripped a vicious claw strike through the air, sending the monster shrieking in absolute agony. The demon scrambled backward, completely bewildered, mistaking her for one of its own kind. "Your own kind?" Sidu-Lu echoed, her tone mocking and colder than ice. Staring at it with pure disgust, she declared that she would never stand alongside filthy monsters. Hearing this, the remaining demon flew into a blind rage and charged. It let out a blood-curdling roar, lunging straight for her throat. She didn't even flinch. She simply raised a single hand and cast her magic. A massive spatial cube materialized right above the demon, instantly crushing down and completely paralyzing it. This was the terrifying reality of absolute spatial dominance. Despite frantically thrashing around, the pressure kept crushing it. The demon shrieked defiantly, screaming that a pathetic attack like this would never be enough to kill it. Sidu-Lu just let out a dark chuckle. Because there wasn't just one spatial cube. Dozens of them had already formed, completely surrounding the beast. All at once, they mercilessly crashed down on their target. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed through the air, perfectly blending with the demon's agonizing death screams. When the dust finally settled, its entire body had been erased from existence, leaving only a massive, spatially crushed crater. The sight left the last remaining demon trembling in sheer terror. "You're next," she declared with a deadly calm. The terrified demon stumbled backward, unable to comprehend how a frail little human was radiating such a suffocating, monstrous pressure. Stuttering in fear, it demanded to know what the hell the two of them actually were. It was convinced that her powers reeked of their own demonic kind. And what was worse, she wielded the incredibly rare element of space. On top of that, the bizarre, looming aura coming off of Aki was enough to make its demonic blood run cold. Unfazed, Sidulu simply brushed the question off. "We're just human warriors," she replied evenly. The demon let out a strained, hysterical laugh, completely refusing to buy that nonsense. It began mocking her, pointing out how absurd it was for her to suddenly spike from stage 1 to stage 4. It bragged that not even a stage 5 could stand a chance against it. Before it could finish its arrogant speech, she blurred forward and brutally ripped the monster's body in half. "You talk too much," she muttered coldly. With the bloody battle finally over, she stood in silence, her eyes softening as she looked down at Aki. Kneeling beside him, she gently stroked his dirt-streaked face. "You were always the one saving me before," she whispered softly, "but this time, I'm gonna be the one protecting you." After grabbing the dropped magic stones, she carefully wrapped his arm over her shoulder and helped him to his feet. The two battered fighters finally reached the massive exit doors of the Bone Graveyard Castle, just as a loud knocking echoed from the other side. The vanguard troops stationed outside picked up their human life signatures and quickly hauled the heavy iron gates open. They stood in stunned silence as they watched Situlu limping out, heavily supporting a bloodied and bruised Aki. She let out a long, exhausted breath. "We finally made it out." As soon as those words left her mouth, she collapsed to the ground. Two warriors rushed over and quickly carried them into the healing ward. But as they glanced back through the gateway, pure terror washed over their faces. Before their eyes lay the mangled corpses of demons, utterly crushed by spatial forces. It was a bone-chilling and gruesome sight. Dozens of demons had been skewered or squashed flat. Just looking at the carnage was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Deep within a dream, a mysterious voice echoed out. It praised Sidulu for being perfectly attuned to her power, while hinting at an unawakened gift of prophecy. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find another version of herself staring right back. Jolting awake, she stared blankly at the ceiling in a daze. As she sat up, she realized she was lying in an outpost medical room. A wave of relief hit her. They had actually been saved. Still, she couldn't help but wonder about that bizarre dream. She looked down at her completely healed hands in disbelief. It was as if those brutal injuries had never even existed. Her memories of the brutal fight inside the buried bone castle were already fading, obscured by a thick, dark haze. Suddenly, someone gently draped a coat over her shoulders and softly thanked her. She turned around and saw Aki standing right behind her. He explained that she was the one who had dragged them both, all the way to the city gate. This triggered Sidulu's memories of the battle, and she frantically began asking how he was holding up. "Are you badly hurt?" she asked, her voice filled with panic. Aki smiled to calm her down. "Just a few scratches," he replied, yet there was an unmistakable heaviness lingering in his voice. He apologized for taking such a reckless gamble with the elemental core, a move that nearly got them both killed. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered that crucial item. He pulled out the core and told her not to worry. He said he found it safely tucked inside his clothes when he woke up, and he thanked her for keeping it so secure. Sidulu blinked in confusion. Had she really been the one who put it there? She couldn't remember. Aki declared that their mission at the buried bone castle was officially complete. He suggested they find a secure spot so he could begin refining the core. She agreed with a nod, pulled the coat tighter around herself, and headed out to handle their discharge paperwork. Seeing that she was finally back on her feet, a warm smile spread across his face as he replied. But then his expression shifted. He sensed something off and asked what exactly happened back in the castle. Why did she suddenly share the exact same aura as him? The two of them hopped into a car and left the medical outpost, hitting the road for the next leg of their journey. Sidulu turned to Aki. She asked if he needed a totally quiet place to go into closed-door training. Keeping his eyes on the road, Aki spoke with a serious tone. He definitely needed peace and quiet to focus his mind and study the elemental quartz fragment. This would make the fusion process much smoother. Since he possessed demonic power, he could command all the elements, and this specific fragment held the final missing piece. The earth element. What would happen if he managed to gather all 5 elements and merge them using the quartz? Sidulu thought about it for a moment, then mentioned that her father used to talk about this very thing. She explained that a few rank B towns and above offered special training rooms for rent, specifically designed for warriors. A place like that would absolutely give him the environment he needed. Aki nodded in agreement. They decided to head over to Salamanca, a nearby rank B city. From the outside, it looked like an ancient fortress, but inside, it was a booming modern commercial hub. Stepping out of the car, they merged into the bustling streets. The area was completely packed with warriors from all over the place, proving that this town's reputation was the real deal. Sidulu spotted 2 warriors walking by with heavy guns strapped to their backs. She gasped in surprise. She couldn't believe even elite hunting squad members showed up here. Aki just chuckled at her reaction. She went on and explained that hunting squads were groups of nomadic warriors who roamed the wild outside the city walls. They were highly disciplined experts who specialized in exploring dangerous ruins and scavenging for rare resources. Even though Salamanca was only a rank B city, its reputation as a major trading hub meant that warriors from all walks of life gathered there. Hopefully, they would be able to track down a suitable training room without much hassle. 300 battle points. The shop owner's voice echoed across the room, completely shocked by their request to rent a room for that price. He glared at Aki, eyeing him up and down. "Are you even a real warrior, kid?" he asked suspiciously. Battle points were the universal currency used exclusively by warriors. They were accepted in absolutely every city across the land. Noticing Aki's blank stare, Sidulu stepped in. She showed him how to check his balance using a standard identity scanner. The shop owner watched her, visibly impressed by her deep knowledge of the system. Aki held out his ID to scan it. In his past life, all resources had been distributed equally, so this whole concept of earning battle points felt totally alien to him. He let out a sigh, marveling at how insanely fast the times had changed. The scanner gave a sharp beep. His balance was 0. The crowd around them instantly burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking him for trying to rent a room, without a single battle point to his name. The shop owner slammed his hands on the desk, furiously accusing Aki of being a time-wasting troublemaker. Aki could only offer a helpless, awkward smile. Meanwhile, the owner loudly declared that their absolute best room cost a whopping 600 battle points per day. Right at that moment, Sidulu calmly swiped her own ID. The screen lit up, displaying a staggering 1,200,000 battle points. The entire room went dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Their eyes bulged out of their heads, completely unable to believe the insane wealth right in front of them. Turns out, she was the wealthiest young lady in Hilo City. The owner immediately gave them a warm welcome and showed them the room, while Aki admitted he owed her a huge favor this time. The owner stopped in front of a massive room, introducing it as the training chamber. The space inside was nearly 200 square meters wide, built with reinforced materials to guarantee absolute safety. It also had a balcony, a lounge area, and even an underground shelter. Aki was thrilled, while Sidulu just smiled and said she was glad he liked it. She decided to rent the room and paid up front, saying they could figure out the exact rental period later. Sidulu said her goodbyes, leaving him to focus on his cultivation, while she went out for a walk around the city. She planned to rent a room nearby. Aki promised to keep in touch and even offered to lend her his jacket, which made her blush and politely decline. After parting ways, they both got to work. He set down the core, swearing to himself that he would become stronger. He was absolutely determined to rescue Dessa from danger. Thinking about the enemies who had devastated Shinluhao and Sinwang, he swore to make them pay for what they did. The backlash from the demonic power made him realize that he couldn't just rely on that dark energy alone. He needed to boost his own foundation by fusing with the earth element and perfecting the 5 great elements. As he chanted the spell, the elemental core began to glow. Meanwhile, Situ Lu was walking down a crowded street, recalling some hazy memories. She could feel a mysterious power that had just awakened inside her body. Her strength had skyrocketed to the 4th stage in the blink of an eye. It was an energy that felt incredibly foreign, yet undeniably powerful, almost as if it was urging her to fight. She couldn't help but wonder if it was an entirely different alter ego of herself. However, she still couldn't fully control this overwhelming new power. Lost in thought, she noticed a massive line of people queuing up in front of the fighters' arena. This was a famous battleground, a place where fighters from various factions gathered to climb the leaderboards. She realized that real combat was the best way to master her newly found strength. But if she wanted to join, she would need to hide her true identity. Right at that moment, the sound of vendors selling masks and nano cloaks echoed near the entrance. She bought a mask, fully determined to become an unstoppable force. Refusing to be a burden or be looked down upon by the demon, she resolved to conquer the mysterious power within her. Stepping into the hall, she saw the manager happily counting a stack of cash. She walked right up to him and registered for the arena battles. When asked about her rank, she replied that she was a stage 4 fighter going by the alias Rakshasa Cat. The manager greeted her with a wide grin, excitedly asking if she wanted to compete today. Sidulu nodded, choosing to step into the ring right away. Thrilled by her answer, the manager quickly ordered a staff member to guide her through the paperwork. A young boy rushed over to show her the ropes. He respectfully invited her to follow him down the back hallway. Along the way, he explained the arena rules, while she simply asked him to call her Rakshasa Cat. The kid cheerfully agreed and started addressing her by that title. She curiously asked about the highest rank in the arena, and found out it was 5 core. However, the women's division only had stage 4 fighters. Since female participants were extremely rare, she wondered why they had to separate men and women, and was told that male fighters felt awkward facing off against female opponents. Explaining this made the young kid look a little embarrassed. Sidulu completely disagreed, stating that pure skill was the only thing that determined victory or defeat. Her words left the young boy staring at her with total admiration. The bright lights from the arena shined ahead, signaling that they had arrived. Right in front of them was an 8-sided arena, buzzing with the deafening cheers of the crowd. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves, ready to step onto the battlefield. As soon as she found out there was a cash prize, she became entirely focused on the glory of being a warrior. Without hesitation, she stepped into the arena with a commanding and majestic aura. Her imposing presence left the little boy staring after her in absolute awe. His face flushed bright red, and his heart started racing wildly. Deep down, he secretly thought to himself that he might actually be in love. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium, introducing the new Tier 4 warrior who went by the alias Rakshasa Cat. The crowd instantly erupted into wild, deafening cheers the moment she made her appearance. The announcer then moved on to introduce her upcoming opponent. It was none other than the absolute goddess of the women's arena. A girl holding a palm leaf fan stepped out, taking Sidu Leo by surprise when she realized she was the only challenger. The beautiful warrior introduced herself to the crowd as Radiant Flower. The audience went absolutely crazy, cheering frantically for their beloved idol. Sidu Lu let out a heavy sigh, realizing that the women's arena had become completely commercialized. Radiant Flower offered a seductive smile as a greeting and politely asked for her guidance in the upcoming match. Sidu Lu replied calmly, calling herself Rakshasa Cat, fully determined to fight and test out her space-time powers. Sidu Lu looked at the friendly beauty in front of her with a hint of hesitation, while Radiant Flower parted her lips in soft surprise. "Oh, a rare black core. And you're even hiding your face. You're just making me even more curious about you, little sister Rakshasa Cat." She struck a provocative pose and reached out her hand, declaring that if Sidu Lu lost, she would have to take that mask off. "Consider this a little bet with your big sister," she teased, driving the fans in the stands into an absolute frenzy over Radiant Flower's stunning, arrogant beauty. Sidu Lu coldly shot back that she hated this kind of flashy nonsense. If they were both Tier 4 warriors, they needed to take this fight seriously. With that said, both of them unleashed their core energy at the exact same time. The match officially began, and she immediately dropped into a defensive stance the second the referee shouted to fight. In stark contrast, Radiant Flower lightly went up on her tiptoes, smiling as she asked if her opponent was ready to enjoy her beautiful dance. She moved gracefully like a fairy, with brilliant flowers blooming under every single step, turning the bloody arena into a romantic scene. The fans in the stands screamed wildly, begging her to keep the dazzling performance going. The announcer pointed out that Rakshasa Cat seemed to have dropped her guard, wondering out loud if she had already given up against such a massive attack. But as Radiant Flower danced closer, a sudden brutal slap landed squarely on her face, contorting her features and sending her crashing to the ground. The entire stadium fell into stunned silence, with absolutely no one able to believe what had just happened right in front of their eyes. Even the loudmouthed announcer was left utterly speechless by the terrifying and decisive strike. The little boy who had guided her stared in pure shock as Radiant Flower lay there completely knocked out, defeated with just a single hit. Behind her mask, Siduli looked absolutely disgusted, thinking to herself that this opponent was even more ridiculous than that trashy young master she had met before. Her voice rang out, keeping the entire arena in pin-drop silence, as she firmly declared that warriors exist solely to fight. Emitting an intense, suffocating killing intent, she clenched her fists tightly and warned everyone not to insult the title of a warrior. The little boy excitedly threw his hands in the air and cheered, praising Rakshasa Cat for being so incredibly awesome. The hardcore fans of Radiant Flower just looked at each other in total bewilderment. But in the blink of an eye, they completely switched sides and started screaming Rakshasa Cat's name with frantic enthusiasm. The announcer rushed out to officially declare the victory belonged to Rakshasa Cat, instantly placing her at the very top of the women's arena rankings. Sidulu coldly demanded that he take her straight to the men's arena rankings next. While the announcer was still reeling in shock, she unleashed a burst of blue energy and firmly emphasized that she wanted to challenge the men's arena. The scene shifted over to a bustling, crowded marketplace right in the heart of Salamanca City. The curious locals couldn't help but stare at a young man wearing a bathrobe, casually carrying a little girl on his back. Completely ignoring all the weird looks, he just smiled and pushed his way through the massive crowd with Little Bean. The little girl pointed eagerly at the bright red skewers of candied haws, whining adorably that she really wanted to eat one. The man walked right up to the stall to buy some, listening to the vendor pitch the mouth-watering sweet and sour flavor. The stall owner enthusiastically bragged that his candied haws were undeniably the best in the entire city. The young man nonchalantly picked up the entire display stand of candy, leaving the stall owner completely dumbfounded. He then handed the whole thing to the little girl, without paying a single dime, making the poor stall owner practically fall over in shock. As he turned his back to leave, the shop owner yelled out, angrily demanding his money. Hearing that, he stopped right in his tracks. The two of them turned around. One was completely emotionless, while the other was just an innocent little girl. The shop owner furiously chewed them out, threatening to get physical, since he used to be a tough arena fighter. Suddenly, the man's eyes glowed with a mysterious, eerie purple light. The shop owner instantly lost consciousness, his eyes going completely blank and lifeless. Guided by a dark whisper, the owner obediently turned around and walked away, acting like he was totally hypnotized. The man flashed a sinister smile, revealing that all the high-ranking fighters had already left the city. He let out a cold laugh, completely disgusted by the pathetic weakness of the human race. Looking up, he ordered Xiaoduzi to brutally slaughter every single person in the entire town. The scene cut straight back to the men's arena, where the crowd's deafening cheers echoed through the air. The announcer excitedly shouted through the mic, declaring that this was the very first time a female fighter had ever challenged the men's arena. He hyped up the challenger, Rakshasa Cat, and she stepped right out into the spotlight with an incredibly fierce aura. The crowd went absolutely wild, screaming and cheering for the arrival of this powerful female warrior. The announcer then grabbed the crowd's attention again, introducing her very first male opponent. A rank 4 fighter known as the Iron Hand Cleaver stepped into the ring, radiating a chilling and ruthless energy. He locked his eyes right on his opponent, genuinely surprised to see her incredibly rare black core. After quickly running through the rules, the announcer stepped out of the fighting ring. The Iron Hand Cleaver reached his hand out for a shake. He put on a friendly fake smile, but deep down, he totally looked down on her. He quietly suggested they rig the fight and split the prize money, just so she wouldn't embarrass herself out there. Sidulu stayed completely silent, just staring coldly right through him. Instead of answering, she turned her back in absolute disgust, completely ignoring his little handshake. Feeling incredibly insulted, the Iron Hand Cleaver furiously stomped his foot into the ground. Completely ignoring the rules of the match, he charged right at her to deliver a lethal blow. She easily dodged his first punch, but suddenly, razor-sharp blades popped right out of his left arm. He kept up his relentless assault, brutally trying to slice his opponent cleanly in half. The crowd gasped in panic, seeing that Rakshasa Cat wouldn't be able to dodge the strike in time. A massive explosion echoed out as the arena floor cracked wide open. Everyone thought she had been completely crushed. The announcer was absolutely stunned when he saw her vanish completely into the thick smoke. Suddenly, a dark silhouette surrounded by a glowing blue light materialized right behind the Iron Hand Cleaver. He frantically dodged out of the way the second he realized it was a hand crackling with pure energy. His eyes shot wide open, desperately looking around to figure out what just happened. The announcer was totally blown away, screaming that Rakshasa Cat was actually using a spatial trump card. Sidulu reconstructed her entire body right out of the spatial rift, flashing a confident smirk from behind her mask. The crowd went absolutely crazy, completely hyped up by her mysterious black core abilities. The Iron Hand Cleaver was visibly annoyed, but his eyes were filled with pure, unfiltered greed for that kind of power. He lunged forward using his swift snake dash skill, moving in a rapid zigzag pattern for the attack. He threw a massive left hook, striking forward with absolutely terrifying speed. Sidulu's blue eyes flashed brightly. She had already read his attack perfectly before it even landed. Using her spatial powers, she caught his wrist in an unbreakable grip, leaving him completely shocked. Without missing a beat, she teleported right above him and locked down his other arm too. She delivered a brutal stomp that smashed his chest straight into the arena floor, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. She looked pretty satisfied with the outcome, while he was just left trembling in shock at her flawless technique. Refusing to give up, the Iron Hand Cleaver quickly materialized his nano gauntlets to launch a desperate counterattack. The announcer screamed through the mic, hyping up the guy's incredible equipment synchronization skills. He threw a full-force punch, but Rakshasa Cat opened a spatial rift to block it. A hand from another dimension swatted his fist right out of the air. Iron Hand Saber was knocked back, completely losing his balance against this bizarre ability. Behind her mask, Sidulu realized her true power was manipulating space and seeing the future. The announcer's power scouter blared an alarm, showing that Rakshasa Cat's synchronization rate had skyrocketed to over 42% and was still climbing. 50%, then 60%, and it just kept rising. What the hell is going on? Is my scouter broken? Right at that moment, memories of Bone Burial Castle came rushing back into Sidulu's mind, the one who gave her that power. As the truth was revealed, intense emotions fiercely surged within her heart. It was the demon. Opposite her, Iron Hand Saber gritted his teeth and braced himself, but before he could even finish his sentence, she spawned a transparent pillar that crushed down exactly where he stood. The massive pillar slammed down, making his eyes bulge as he coughed up blood, without a single chance to fight back. The crowd gasped in pure horror. What kind of insane power was this? Was Rakshasa Cat really this strong? Pinned to the arena floor, he still screamed in absolute defiance. How could he, the proud 10th-ranked fighter of the South Arena, lose to a female warrior? He would rather die than submit. The moment those words left his mouth, she summoned a massive array of floating pillars in the sky, turning his face pale with raw terror. Sidulu's icy gaze stared coldly right through him. Finally, he trembled and begged for mercy, prompting the announcer to immediately declare Rakshasa Cat as the winner. The stands completely erupted. The audience cheered wildly for her very first victory at the South Arena. Taking the chance, the MC asked if she would continue to accept challengers. Under the blinding spotlights, Sidulu turned her head and coldly replied, "Next." Her words sent the entire stadium into an absolute frenzy. Bright fireworks signaled a sleepless night, as the hyped-up crowd eagerly watched her fight all the way until dawn. Meanwhile, in the training room, Aki was grinding his cultivation just as hard. Our main guy panted in sheer frustration after failing to sense the quartz element for half the day, but he quickly regained his composure and zeroed his focus back in. Closing his eyes to feel his body, he realized that he was still missing the earth element to perfect his 5 elements power. A sudden idea sparked in his mind, making his eyes snap open as he finally grasped the true nature of the demonic element. He deduced that elemental power was just a byproduct of demonic power, which meant that human cultivation methods simply weren't going to work. Even though he hated relying on it, he had no choice but to draw out his demon power. A crimson aura violently erupted from the core on his chest, Before long, the five banners symbol materialized, and the quartz element was successfully activated. Massive stone hands jutted out all around him, surging with so much energy that the entire room began to violently shake. As the dust settled, Aki's piercing gaze emerged from behind the colossal stone arms. He flashed a deeply satisfied smile. He had finally tapped into the power of Earth. The leaking demonic aura rippled outward, instantly catching the attention of Jiniao from far away. He stood in silent thought, not rushing to give an answer. Then, he shook his head, reassuring himself that it was just a fleeting sense of anxiety. Standing high above and looking down at the city lights, he asked Xiao Duzi if she was ready. He smiled, promising her a chance to advance to the Five Banners realm if she pulled off this mission. Hearing that, Xiao Duzi closed her eyes as a pair of horns began sprouting from her head. When her eyes snapped open, she had fully transformed into a demon cloaked in crackling purple energy, declaring that the operation had officially begun. Tonight, the entire city of Salamanca was buzzing with excitement as crowds flocked to the arena. Everyone was gossiping about the fierce female warrior named Rakshasa Cat, who was relentlessly challenging the South Arena. The news spread like wildfire, drawing in such massive waves of people that the stadium was completely overloaded. The boss cheered in pure excitement, realizing he was about to strike it rich. The ticket clerks were so overwhelmed by the crushing mob that they completely lost control of the situation. Despite their constant desperate pleas for order, the flood of people kept pouring toward the fighting ring. Right in the center of the arena, Rakshasa Cat stood proudly, locking eyes with her next opponent. Her opponent trembled, completely baffled as to when Salamanca had birthed such an incredibly overpowered female warrior. He frantically analyzed the situation, realizing she possessed a black core, a ridiculously rare spatial ability, and could even read his every move. He realized right then and there that her power was absolutely terrifying. To verify his suspicions, he summoned his weapon and prepared for battle. Seeing this, she summoned her own daggers, fully prepared to throw down. She spoke with calm confidence. "Let's see what you've got." In an instant, she dashed forward at blinding speed. Using her spatial powers, she closed the gap in a flash, catching her opponent completely off guard. The two clashed in a blur of lightning-fast strikes. She forced him on the defensive, making him second-guess his own strength. He launched a fierce counterattack, knocking her daggers aside with a smug grin. Then, he poured all his strength into a devastating forward charge, aiming for the kill. She had no time to meet the attack head-on. Thinking fast, she used her spatial abilities to blind him, violently slamming him to the ground. The impact sent him flying heavily across the arena. Stumbling to his feet in a daze, he cursed loudly, his vision completely gone. The announcer declared Rakshasa Cat the winner, revealing she would now face the top-ranked fighter of the men's division. Just as he started to protest, a deafening crash echoed through the arena, shocking him into silence. The reigning champion made his entrance, oozing absolute confidence. The announcer hyped up the crowd, formally introducing the undisputed champion, who had defended his throne for 6 straight months. He was the absolute strongest 5-core warrior among all the free fighters in Salamanca. It was none other than the Lulan warrior, Kailio, stepping proudly into the center of the ring. The crowd went wild, buzzing with excitement for the ultimate showdown between Rakshasa Cat and the champion. A nervous staff member suggested calling off the match, but the boss flat out refused. He didn't care about their safety. He only cared about the massive profits this fight would pull in. Meanwhile, Rakshasa Cat kept her eyes locked on Kailio, studying his every move. She was burning with curiosity, eager to test the gap in power between herself and a true 5-core warrior. Kailio smirked, praising her as a rather interesting female warrior. He openly admitted that her spatial powers, and her ability to predict attacks, were seriously intimidating. But the sheer killing intent rolling off him put her on high alert, ready for anything. He launched a crushing aerial suppression skill, forcing her to counter with a spatial teleport. However, he predicted her move, landing a surprise blow that sent her crashing to the ground. He sneered at her, mocking her desperate attempts to predict his actions. As far as he was concerned, that trick was completely useless against him. The brutal hit made her second-guess her own abilities. She quickly realized his attack pattern was completely different from what she had foreseen. Kailio glared at her with murderous intent, warning her not to be a disappointment. His arrogant taunts fueled her anger, but she forced herself to stay perfectly calm. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she locked her focus onto his footwork. Kailio tightened his grip on his weapon, a thrilled, twisted smile creeping across his face. He lunged forward, just as her precognition flared to life once again. She readied her daggers, absolutely certain she had seen through his attack. But at the last split second, Kailio attacked from the right, leaving Sidu Lu completely stunned. As she scrambled to block his ferocious assault, he swung his weapon, blasting her back, and growled, "I'm gonna shatter that mask and crush your skull." The crowd grabbed their heads in sheer terror. Oh my god, another brutal smash right to the face. This Kailio guy is an absolute monster. He truly lives up to his name as a battlefield veteran. Is Rakshasa Cat's mask gonna fall off? I'm dying to see what she actually looks like. But Kailio quickly realized something was off. Wait, no, she actually managed to block that. Sidu Lu wasn't hurt at all, just pushed it back. The announcer screamed into the mic. by the skin of her teeth. Rakshasa Cat blocked the strike with her daggers at an unbelievable speed. Her arms were trembling slightly. So fast, if it wasn't for the raw power of that move, I almost would have forgotten that he possesses a red core. In her eyes, Kai Lu was nothing short of an apex predator. His speed and sheer power were leagues above her own. He truly was a 5-core warrior. Her gaze hardened with resolve. It wasn't that her precognition was wrong, but rather that he was throwing out countless high-speed feints. If she wanted to win, she had to rely entirely on the power of her black core. Sidulu stomped hard enough to shatter the arena floor, forcing herself to take the initiative and go on the offensive. She flickered in and out of sight, dashing forward like a phantom wind. A murderous glint flashed in Kai Lu's eyes. Spatial abilities again. Trying to take the lead, are we? It's not a good look for a woman to be so damn aggressive. He activated his secret technique, Lulan Shadow Dance. He moved at such a terrifying speed that the naked eye simply couldn't track him. Kai Lu let out a booming laugh. It doesn't matter where you pop out from, you're getting hit. Your spatial tricks are completely useless against me. In the blink of an eye, he whipped up a violent tornado of staff strikes that left the announcer absolutely terrified. This kind of raw power was enough to level the entire arena. Sidulu's voice echoed with an icy chill. You seriously underestimated my spatial powers. The moment the words left her mouth, she materialized right behind him. A vicious thrust pierced straight through his stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere as Kai Lu screamed in pure agony, collapsing heavily to the ground. He clutched his bleeding leg, completely unable to stand. A wave of sheer terror hit him as he realized she wasn't just teleporting. She was actually tearing through the fabric of space itself. Sidulu stood over him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. If your speed is getting in my way, then I'll just have to cripple it first. Kai Lu trembled in fear. He never imagined a black core could be this utterly terrifying, especially since her aura still only felt like a 4-core. The crowd went absolutely wild. A 4-core completely dominating a 5-core. Rakshasa Cat truly was an absolute idol in the arena. Meanwhile, an anxious staff member came sprinting toward the entrance gate, genuinely thinking she was in mortal danger. He was panicked because Kai Luo was notoriously ruthless, but he was still dead set on stopping the match to save her. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Rakshasa Cat has taken absolute control of the match. The announcer immediately took the chance to plug some limited edition Rakshasa Cat merchandise, which finally made the worried staff member let out a huge sigh of relief. The announcer confidently declared that her victory was practically guaranteed, then hurriedly started prepping to sell even more tickets. Hearing that, the relieved staff member immediately ran over to help out with the sales. Grabbing a microphone, the staff member hyped up the crowd. Get ready to witness the very moment Rakshasa Cat claims her crown. He yelled at the top of his lungs, urging the roaring audience to keep their eyes locked on this historic moment. The entire crowd erupted, chanting Rakshasa Cat's name in perfect unison. Backstage, the announcer was gleefully calculating the massive piles of cash they were going to rake in tonight. He muttered to himself as he walked down the hall. That Rakshasa Cat really is a walking gold mine. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks when he spotted a strange little girl standing in the shadows. He quickly warned the girl, telling her she couldn't just wander around such a dangerous area. Xiao Duzi slowly looked up, her glowing red eyes utterly devoid of emotion. I don't have any parents. Pure panic washed over the announcer's face as realization hit him. You're a demon. Before he could even react, the little girl slaughtered him right on the spot. Xiao Duzi cast a cold glance toward the roaring arena, then calmly walked forward, leaving the bloody corpse behind in the dark. Down by the arena, the announcer's voice was still booming over the speakers, hyping up the frantic crowd. He proudly declared that Rakshasa Cat had officially proven that true warriors aren't defined by their gender. Suddenly, a mysterious spatial rift ripped open right behind Kai Luo, throwing him completely off balance. Rakshasa Cat didn't hesitate for a second, immediately lunging forward to launch a brutal counterattack. Kai Lu gritted his teeth in rage, his red core violently flashing. He refused to let himself get played with like some kind of toy. He swung his weapon for a desperate strike, but a sudden vision of the future flashed right before her eyes. The horrific scene played out in her mind, causing her to freeze for a split second. She mentally shook herself, wondering what the hell that strange, chilling sensation was. A heavy, unsettling premonition washed over her, like she had just caught a glimpse of something terrible about to happen. Seizing her moment of hesitation, Kai Lu launched a deadly, last-ditch strike, but she effortlessly dodged, casually stepping right on his head before landing gracefully on the ground. Her mind drifted back to that unmistakable demonic aura she had just sensed creeping into the inner city, but that made absolutely no sense. There was just no way a demon could ever breach the city walls. Yet, that aura felt so familiar. It was like it was resonating with the very power flowing through her body. Kai Lu roared in absolute fury. He swore he was going to kill her. Up in the stands, the crowd just laughed, mocking him as they watched him get kicked to the ground. Luo Shimayo, on the other hand, stayed completely calm, just quietly scanning her surroundings. Her strange behavior left everyone totally confused. They had no idea what she was even looking for. Kai Lu bellowed in rage. He thought she was just looking down on him. Sidu Lu just spoke in a cold, deadpan voice. She told him she had just sensed the presence of a demon. Kai Lu scoffed at her. He didn't believe a single word she said. He confidently declared that there was absolutely no way a demon could get inside the city of Salamanca. But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive hook pierced right through his chest from behind. He was paralyzed with terror. This wasn't her power. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was ripped apart. Standing right behind him was Xiao Duzi, wearing a bone-chilling smile. Instantly sensing the danger, Situlu jumped back to keep her guard up. That wasn't a little kid. That was a demon. The announcer frantically grabbed the microphone, screaming at the top of his lungs to warn the crowd. Trembling with fear, he pointed a shaking finger straight at the little girl. It's a demon. A demon is here. Run for your lives, he shrieked in pure panic. The audience was completely bewildered. They hadn't even processed what was going on yet. Then, Xiaoduzi slowly turned her head to look at them. The sheer terror of her gaze left them gasping for air. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos, shoving and trampling each other as they scrambled to escape. The little girl just gave a mocking laugh. Humans really were so pitifully weak. Luoxia Miao furrowed her brows, trying to wrap her head around the fact that a demon could disguise itself as a little girl. Xiao Duzi smirked wickedly. Her mission to assassinate the 6-5 core warriors was turning out to be way too easy. Hearing that, Siduli was struck with dread. She finally realized the intruder's true goal. It was only then that Xiao Duzi finally noticed her standing there. The demonic girl smiled and said that in just 1 minute, the human warriors would come swarming in. Luoxia Miao realized that this enemy could shape-shift at will. This definitely wasn't your average, run-of-the-mill demon. Xiao Duzi casually challenged her to a fight, giving her exactly 1 minute to survive. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Aki suddenly flinched. It was like he just sensed a really bad omen. I can feel this weird, heavy aura coming straight from the inner city, he muttered to himself. The inner city had been acting up since yesterday. But why were there suddenly 2 massively powerful demonic auras appearing at the exact same time? Aki knew something was seriously wrong. He stared out the window, deep in thought, wondering if maybe he was just being paranoid. He furrowed his brows and shook off the thought. He couldn't let anything distract him right now. A bright orange light flared up around his body, making him sweat bullets. This is not good, he grunted. The elemental quartz on his chest glowed brilliantly, pulsing with the pure energy of the 5 great elements. If he could trigger a resonance, he could finally locate the missing element. Sitting on that creepy, hand-shaped statue like a throne, he focused all his senses. He was absolutely determined to fuse metal, wood, water, fire, and earth together. His willpower had never been this unshakable. He poured his entire soul into the process, waiting to see what would happen next. Back at the arena, the terrified crowd was trampling over each other to reach the emergency exits. It was a completely chaotic, disastrous scene. The sheer terror was driving people insane. But Xiao Duzi just stood there, soaking in the sounds of panic with a delighted expression, like she was listening to a beautiful symphony, all the screaming and crying echoing around her. Oh, it was just music to her ears. Suddenly, she paused. Her glowing red eyes flashed with pure cruelty as she giggled. My master Ji Tiao always said humans are lowly creatures, so easily controlled by their own fear. She proudly bragged that demons never let emotions control them, making them a far superior existence. Meanwhile, Sidu Lu watched her in silence. She stayed on high alert, constantly reminding herself not to be fooled by that innocent, childlike face. Seeing that eerie green aura radiating from the girl, Situ Lu knew for a fact this was a high-tier demon. It was on a completely different level from any monster she had ever faced. Gripping her weapon tightly, Situ Lu asked in a deadly cold voice, "Who the hell is Ju Tiao? And exactly how many of you demons have infiltrated Salamanca?" Out of nowhere, Xiao Duzi vanished and reappeared right behind her. You only have 1 minute left, the demon teased, unleashing a massive barrage of razor-sharp green light beams right at her. Sidu Lu reacted in a split second. She activated her spatial teleportation skill, barely dodging the lethal attack. Little Bean's eyes went wide when he saw Sidu Lu's power. It was definitely a super rare spatial type ability, the kind that's incredibly hard to find. Only then did he finally take his opponent seriously. Her scent and aura were just too overwhelming. Who gave you that kind of power? A spatial attribute. Could it really be that person? Right as he finished speaking, Sidu Lu's oppressive pressure erupted violently. The air was stained a sickly green that spread everywhere. Like a phantom, the terrifying illusion of a supreme demon appeared, standing right behind her. Even Sidu Lu froze for a second when she felt the demon kid's power. She dropped to one knee, clutching her face. Such unbelievably pure energy, she thought. It really is a high-level demon. To actually guess the source of my power. But who the hell is that person? I need to squeeze some information out of him. Making up her mind, she immediately put on an act to fish for clues. Yeah, exactly. We're on the same side, remember. So, what's your real goal for infiltrating the city? Little Bean kept a completely straight face and replied, an evolution quest. Hearing that, she took a step back, instantly on guard. An evolution quest. Don't demons just absorb others of the same level or higher to rank up? Then what the hell is that quest? She thought. Little Bean paused, looking a little surprised for a second. And then, he broke into a totally creepy smile and started walking toward her. Absorbing others is just a trick for low-level trash. Before she even realized it, he was standing right in front of her face. We have more than just one path to evolution. Hearing this brand new information, she completely froze up. Oh, right, she bluffed, while panicking internally. Oh my god, do the other warriors even know about this? I have to ask more. Who is that person? Suddenly, she realized Little Bean had grabbed her hand in a very suspicious way. He smirked. We're on the same side, but you didn't know that. Turns out, you're just playing me. A razor-sharp spike lunged right at her. Crap, she thought. Her rhythm was totally broken, so she couldn't open a spatial portal in time. Luckily, she managed to dodge, escaping death by a mere inch. Looking back at the sheer destructive power of that attack, she broke into a cold sweat. She barely had time to catch her breath before her arm was yanked forward. Her opponent blasted a blazing light beam right at her at point-blank range. This time, she was much faster. She immediately dashed around to his back. Thanks to fighting so many arena matches, her skills were a lot smoother now. Just keeping her balance, she seized the perfect opening and struck directly at the back of his neck, even with a blade pressed right against his throat. Little Bean stood perfectly still, like a statue, sensing that something was completely wrong. She instantly backed off and stopped her slashing attack. From inside the smoke, his voice echoed out. Your moves are seriously weak. You're forcing me to change my form. Hearing that he was still alive, she was totally shocked. Wait, wasn't that a self-destruct? She thought. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a figure completely surrounded by blue fire. I was actually planning to save my original form for this quest. Little Bean stepped out in his true original form, the Azure Flame. Sidulu was completely stunned. He actually has an original form. Just how many secrets is this demon hiding? He walked toward her and growled, I'm out of patience. I still have a mission to finish. So right now, I'm just gonna tear you to shreds. Outside the arena stands, the warriors were spreading out to check on the situation. The captain and vice captain are away, and of course, something goes down. This is way too coincidental. Another warrior replied, normally, demons act predictably. But for the past few days, it feels like they have an actual plan. There have been back-to-back massacres around the city. The supply transport teams were also hit by mysterious ambushes, and a lot of high-level warriors were among the casualties. That's exactly why the captains launched a massive sweep to secure Salamanca. But who would have guessed that on day one? We'd get a report about a demon infiltrating the city. Alright, let's just go check it out. If 3 rank 4 warriors team up, normal demons don't stand a chance. We're all candidates for vice captain, so don't underestimate us. Meanwhile, up on a rooftop, a red-haired demon was just sitting there, chuckling sarcastically. Looks like from now on, I'll need to make these things look a bit more like random accidents, he muttered. Humans are so bizarre. They completely ignore the things they should be paying attention to and then overthink the pointless stuff. Time to go see how Little Bean is doing. Back inside the arena, the two of them were still locked in a fierce, brutal battle. Sidulu, now in her Rakshasa cat form, stared at her opponent's blue flames and thought to herself, I absolutely cannot touch that. Even from this far away, the heat coming off it is absolutely terrifying. Her train of thought was cut off when he shot forward like an arrow. He laughed mockingly, just dodging all the time is boring me to death, warrior sister. She instantly dashed forward to strike back. Do not call me sister. That sounds absolutely disgusting. She ripped open another dimension to drag him in. But he stayed totally calm. A cheap trick like this isn't going to hold me. It's useless. Your pathetic human abilities can't do a damn thing to me. The very next second, she grabbed him, and they both rocketed high into the air. He was caught totally off guard. She dragged me straight into the sky. What level is this spatial magic anyway? An ability that locks onto and drags a target like this is only seen at the executive level. How could a human ever reach this level? Could she actually be connected to that lord? She looked down at the burn marks on her hand. Just a light graze and it burned me this badly. Thank God I have demonic power backing me up, or I wouldn't be able to endure this. I have to exploit this while his core is in an unstable state. She tightened her grip on her opponent's arm and flashed a confident smile. It was originally just an aerial grappling technique, but by combining it with spatial magic, she could upgrade it into a devastating finishing blow. She locked her legs around his neck, pinning him down so he couldn't move a muscle. Then they plummeted to the ground like a meteor, landing with an earth-shattering crash. He didn't even have time to fight back, taking the brutal hit head-on. Her mask shattered and fell away. Just how many demons in disguise had infiltrated this place? Xiao Duzi gritted his teeth. Getting beaten down like this was absolute humiliation. He sprang back up to counterattack. Was it Black King Q who gave you that spatial power? There's no way you'd have such high-level abilities otherwise. Just who the hell are you? Hearing that name made her freeze. Black King Q, that woman. Are there actually king-tier entities among the demons? I thought the highest level was a 7 core. So what tier does Black King Q belong to? Pinned beneath her foot, he roared in fury. You lowly human. You dare act so high and mighty while using our power. Master was absolutely right. Suddenly, one of his arms snapped back, and a blazing purple flame erupted. The massive explosion sent her flying backward. Her body went completely numb. Is this a mental attack from a purple core? How did he figure out that I've already broken through the 5th stage? The demon slowly stood up and sneered. If Master saw me looking this pathetic, he'd be incredibly disappointed. He unleashed every last drop of his monstrous power. I can't believe a piece of trash like you forced me to go all out. He had transformed into a dual-core 5th stage demon. Sensing the terrifying aura, the human warriors immediately rushed into the fray. It's a 5th stage demon. Don't panic. The 3 of us teaming up is more than enough to take him down, they yelled, charging straight at the monster. Weak and battered, she desperately gasped, "No, stay back." He let out a contemptuous laugh. "You pathetic, weak humans. You aren't even worthy of being my targets." The 3 warriors froze in absolute panic. It's a dual core. The demon turned, pointed a finger at them, and cast soul-bewitching sound. Right after, he chanted an annihilation incantation. The blood of the 3 warriors sprayed violently across the battlefield. He slowly turned his gaze back to her. "But you're different. You actually qualified." Xiao Duzi watched her trembling as she struggled to her feet, letting out a twisted, sadistic laugh. "You are my true prey." He took a slow, menacing step forward. "High-level demons can evolve by passing a trial. My mission is to assassinate 6 5th-stage warriors, and then butcher this entire city." He recalled his master brilliantly manipulating the entire city, luring out all the vice captains. "If they teamed up against me, it would be a real headache. But there are still a few 5 cores left in the city, which is plenty for my evolution. And even though you're only a 4 core, your combat strength makes up for it." He sneered at her broken, bloody body. "Yeah, you definitely qualify." She gritted her teeth, her mind spinning in pure chaos. "What do I do? This monster is a dual-core 5th stage. I can't possibly beat him." Aki. Her panicked thoughts suddenly ground to a halt. She weakly reached up to brush her hair back. Warm memories of her days with Aki flooded her mind. Why am I thinking about him right now? But before she could even gather her senses, the demon condensed a terrifying mass of dark energy into a black sphere. "I've wasted enough time on you." The demonic sphere rapidly expanded, violently sucking in everything around it. "Thanks for giving me a little bit of entertainment." Even the blue flame was devoured by the vortex. He slammed his foot into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him as his speed exploded. He lunged at her like a bolt of dark lightning. "Just die already." It was so insanely fast that her eyes could only widen in horror. She had zero time to react, but in that exact fraction of a second, she was violently pulled into an alternate dimension. A gentle voice echoed around her. "I cannot interfere too much, little sister, but everything I wish to protect, I have already entrusted to you." She floated weightlessly in the endless void, feeling like she was sinking deep underwater, her completely bare body exposed to the silent expanse. Her eyes suddenly snapped open as another voice resonated. "You've finally begun to grasp the spatial skill, but how far you can push it completely depends on your own grit. Everything comes down to your level of enlightenment." The phantom image of Black King Chu manifested right behind her, but the girl just curled her lips into a disdainful smirk. "You're nothing but a filthy demon anyway." A terrifying surge of energy exploded from her body. "You dare lecture me about enlightenment?" As the demon lunged forward, he suddenly sensed something horribly wrong. Right in front of him, her power completely erupted. An overwhelming pressure blasted him away, leaving him in absolute shock. Such a dominating aura. This was definitely granted by Black King Qi. "Just who the hell are you? Aren't you just a lowly human warrior?" Did Black King Q betray our kind? But she didn't even bother to answer his frantic questions, instantly deploying her ultimate technique. "I couldn't care less," she coldly declared, her body slowly levitating into the air. "Now that I've accepted this power, I won't hesitate ever again. To protect the one I love, the only path is to keep getting stronger." Blazing green lightning swirled fiercely around her body, forcing her to evolve continuously. Driven to madness, the demon roared in pure rage. "Don't you dare think that borrowing a demon's power puts you on our level. If you want to know Black King Q's true motives, you're gonna pay with your life." He viciously summoned the phantom of a grotesque, wide-mouthed beast packed with razor-sharp teeth. "If you want the truth so badly, I'll carve it right out of your severed head." She stared down calmly. "Then go ahead and try. Even if it costs my life, I will end yours." Both sides unleashed their attacks at the exact same time. The collision of their power created a massive shockwave that lit up the entire city. Somewhere else, the red-haired guy, wearing a loose bathrobe, looked up at the sky. "This weather sucks. All this loud thunder and lightning is so annoying." While he was still busy staring up at the sky, a group of people called out to him. Led by Carmen, they ran over and interrogated him. "What do you think you're doing? Are you seriously taking a casual stroll? Don't you know demons have appeared in the city?" He calmly held his robe together and took a slow step forward. "There are demons in the city, and you guys are planning to go bother them." His eyes suddenly turned cold. "Oh, wait, my mistake. You guys are planning to go take care of them." The leader grew furious. "Answer me, are you a citizen of this city? Waiter? Do you have ID?" He was on high alert, having heard rumors of demons disguising themselves as humans. He burst out laughing and raised his hands. "I'm just a passerby, man. Don't be so tense." Then he reached into his robe like he was searching for something. "Here, let me show you." He dug around for a moment, making everyone tense up. Then, he held up his fingers in the shape of a heart and winked. "Here you go." That little stunt made the whole group snap. "You think this is a joke? I don't care what you are. I'm gonna tear you to pieces." He let out a cold laugh. Instantly, a purple aura and the phantom image of a monster appeared. This is my ID. He took slow, deliberate steps toward them. With a single snap of his fingers, the aura surged forward. Before the group could even react, they screamed and dropped dead. A single drop of blood splattered onto his face. He frowned and wiped it off. I hate blood. You really shouldn't have bothered me. He flicked the drop of blood away in disgust. Then, he turned his back and walked away. Rude humans. After walking for a bit, he stopped in front of a training room, noticing something. So it's coming from in here, that strange aura. He immediately released his energy and stepped inside. Let's take a look. Aki was still meditating. The energy inside his body was constantly transforming, and the water element had finally stabilized. He entered a deep trance to fuse the elements. Right now, he needed to consolidate the earth element. If he succeeded, he would have all 5 elements. Let's try merging them. The energy at his glabella made him furrow his brow. Channeling the earth element was harder than he thought. Just one wrong beat, and the energy flow would snap entirely. It wasn't simple at all. The elements were gradually fusing. He absolutely could not afford to get distracted. Outside, someone was complaining. Why does that guy get to hog the big room all by himself? The boss sighed. You just don't understand the feeling of being a sugar baby. I wonder if there's a rich lady out there for me. Right then, the TV broadcasted an emergency alert. Breaking news. Suspected demon presence inside the city. All residents are ordered to stay indoors. Suddenly, the shop door swung open, and the red-haired guy walked in. The boss was surprised as one of the guys stepped forward. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You don't look like a fighter. Didn't you hear the warning? The shop is closed, so get out. But he completely ignored them. The boss got angry. This is a training facility strictly for fighters. You can't just barge in here. The red-haired guy spoke just one word, generating a force that pushed everyone back. He thought to himself, so it's a training room. Does that mean the aura belongs to a human fighter? He kept walking. Which room is it, anyway? Someone shouted. Who the hell are you? He replied coldly, none of your business. Someone screamed, get the hell out of here, but he just kept walking. Every door he opened was instantly painted with blood. Which room could it be? Meanwhile, Aki remained deeply focused. Sweat poured down his face as he concentrated his spirit. The water element was almost completely fused. Just one final step left. At that exact moment, the red-haired guy arrived at his door. Only one room left. How interesting. He smirked and gathered power into his hand. A human fighter. Then, he unleashed a blast to obliterate the door. But out of nowhere, a hand appeared and blocked it. The energy instantly vanished. The door was completely unharmed. He was stunned. This feeling. He looked down to see a hand firmly gripping his own arm. The grip tightened, and Red King Chi materialized right before him. He froze in pure shock. You're Red King Ki. The king shushed him with a finger to his lips, then ruthlessly snapped his arm, sending a wave of agonizing pain through him. Red King Ki frowned in annoyance. Keep your voice down. The kid is at a very crucial stage right now. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a glowing crimson soundproof barrier. The man trembled violently. You're the legendary Red King Ki. He let out a soft chuckle. Am I a legend now? He paused, recognizing the man's aura. Oh, you're one of Purple King Ki's lackeys. The man instantly dropped to his knees. Yes, my lord. The kings have always been the absolute strongest, and that includes you. He let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, I'm really not in the best shape right now. He glanced down at the sprawling city below. You've got some decent skills. There's another demon running around down there. Is he with you? The man bowed his head deeply. That is my disciple, my lord. He's just taking his qualification test. He laughed softly. A mission to slaughter the whole city and hunt down tier 5 cultivators, right? That's an old rule I set up myself. But that's not gonna fly this time. I really don't want my boy over there getting interrupted. The man shivered in terror. Who exactly is that person? That terrifying aura. Red King Q. That's my little secret. Which means I can't let you run back and report it. All the color instantly drained from the man's face. He frantically begged for his life. Please no. I swear I won't say a single word. But before he could even finish his sentence, his entire upper body violently exploded into a mist of blood. The king smiled warmly. Well, that definitely puts my mind at ease. He turned his back to the gore. My little secret. Can't have anyone finding out about it just yet. Hovering right next to Aki, Red King Chu muttered to himself. His growth rate is absolutely insane. To think he can actually materialize the elements. He floated effortlessly, watching the boy closely. I really like this kid's style. You're in absolute agony right now, aren't you? You can't even sense that I'm standing right here. Cramming 5 different elements into your body is basically suicide. Yet somehow you're still breathing. Aki gritted his teeth, pushing through the torment. The king nodded in approval. Such terrifying mental fortitude is insanely rare. No wonder Aki was once hailed as the strongest warrior. He smiled to himself. Choosing this kid as his vessel was definitely the right call. He casually stretched his arms. Alright, time for me to hop back into your body. He chuckled softly. It's all gonna be worth it. Your physical body is getting a massive upgrade, which works out perfectly for me too. Suddenly, a fierce spark of electricity flashed from the earth element sector, quickly chaining its way across the other elements like a wild domino effect. Red King Q raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Wait, is that lightning? Meanwhile, our guy just kept his brow furrowed, completely locked in deep concentration. Dense webs of crackling lightning began to crawl furiously across the ceiling of the training room. He suddenly realized what was happening, but before he could react, a massive, apocalyptic bolt of lightning smashed directly into the building. The sheer force of the impact utterly obliterated the entire structure in an instant. It sent tons of concrete and steel crashing down, leaving absolutely nothing but a catastrophic pile of rubble. Red King Q quickly threw up a crimson barrier to shield himself, narrowing his eyes. Why the hell is it lightning? The 5 base elements inside his body. They're actually linking up and binding each other together. He scowled in disbelief. He's trying to forcefully fuse all 5 distinct attributes into a single element. Is that even physically possible? The chaotic attributes clashed violently inside him, while he just ground his teeth and braced through the devastating torture. A second later, he threw his head back and let out a raw, deafening roar. Boom! Another catastrophic bolt of lightning slammed down from the heavens. Red King Q stared at the glowing silhouette floating in the blinding light. I severely underestimated this crazy bastard, he thought. Not only did he break straight through to Tier 5, but he actually fused the 5 elements to forge a brand new, unique lightning attribute. And this pure white lightning. It feels incredibly obnoxious. This is the exact type of energy I despise the most. With that final thought, his projection slowly faded away into nothingness. Miles away, Sidulu looked up at the raging pillar of light. Feeling the terrifying lightning energy tearing the sky apart, she gasped. What in the world is that? Right at that moment, a dark shadow lunged forward, slamming into her with such brutal force that the ground shattered beneath them. Hey there, little squirt. The demon let out a mocking sneer. To think a mere Tier 4 could pack a punch like this. It really proves you were blessed by Black King Key. She desperately blocked the assault, her mind racing. If this drags on, I'm absolutely not gonna survive. This freak is a dual-core Tier 5. She grit her teeth, her brow furrowing deeply. The captain should be back any minute now. I just have to stall for time. The demon threw a vicious punch right at her. Don't you dare think I don't know exactly what you're plotting. The devastating fist blasted straight toward her face. She immediately tilted her head to dodge it. A swarm of spatial cubes appeared behind her, then launched right at it, knocking the monster back a good distance. She stomped her foot on the ground. More spatial cubes materialized. She remembered her training. If you aren't absolutely sure of victory, keep your distance and observe. Snapping back to reality, she unleashed a barrage of kicks right into the cubes. Those strikes pushed the enemy back, putting it under heavy pressure. It let out a cold laugh. Spatial power. Ha. Then, it unleashed its hypnotic sound. The mental attack hit hard, making her freeze completely in her tracks. It smirked, effortlessly blocking her assault. Then, it drove a strike right through her calf. She desperately scrambled back to retreat. Her mind was an absolute mess. Her leg was severely injured, and there was no time to heal it. Xiao Duzi laughed. This place will be a dead city sooner or later. Even if I lose. No, wait, I won't lose. But if Master Red Hair steps in, it'll fall even faster. Basically, this city isn't surviving the night.
It said.
Before unleashing another attack, just give up. Human warrior. She couldn't dodge in time. She thought it was the end, but a lightning shield crashed down from the sky, blocking the strike completely. Xiao Duzi was absolutely horrified. My attack got destroyed. A figure appeared, standing protectively in front of her. She stared in shock. Was I just saved by a rank 5 demon? But a second later, she recognized it. This aura. Aki, the main character, had arrived, looking like a rank 5 thunder god. He glared coldly at his opponent. The demon began to back away, terrified of this new, overwhelming power. It stammered in fear. Who are you? She looked closely, realizing it really was him. Aki, is that really you? He replied, yeah, it's me. This guy is pretty tough. You did great. He glanced at her, noticing that she seemed to have absorbed some demonic power as well. She quickly warned him, be careful. It's a dual-core demon, not your average monster. He just smiled. I know. I actually specialize in dealing with these high-tier freaks. The demon snarled. Your aura feels just like hers. You both reek of our kind. Hearing that, he let out a cold laugh. Don't act like we're on the same side. He suddenly flared his power. We are demon hunters. Those words pissed it off. His lightning is so damn irritating. I have to kill him right now. It launched a devastating attack, screaming, just die, both of you. Situlu shouted a warning, but he stopped her from jumping in. You're hurt. Don't push yourself. He dashed forward. Leave this to me. A massive thunder snake materialized, slicing right through the demon's attack. The two streams of energy violently collided, sparking a massive electrical storm. The demon watched in horror. My pure energy attack was sliced in half? What kind of lightning is that? His overwhelming power made the demon hesitate. As lightning crackled around him to protect his teammate, he smirked, thinking that fusing the 5 elements to create this power was totally worth it. He remembered clearly, this specific type of lightning was incredibly effective against demons. When he was fusing the elements, he almost died from the agonizing pain. He seriously thought his body was going to explode. But surprisingly, it gave birth to this unique lightning attribute. He clenched his fist tight. Let's see just how much damage this can do. The demon sneered. You think you can kill me? You've only managed to block one attack. You're way too cocky. It snarled, preparing to detonate its core. It thought to itself, if Master finds out I did this, he'll definitely chew me out. Recalling its master's words, the demon decided to go all out and kill them both, transforming into its absolute strongest form. Aki stayed fully on guard. A core. That's just like the limit break mechanism that warriors use to boost their power. It spread its wings wide and dive-bombed them, sending a massive shockwave through the ground. Then, it used the recoil force to launch itself high back into the air. Its power skyrocketed as thick veins bulged all over its body. With those wings, it completely dominated the fight with blinding speed. The main character seized the perfect opportunity to launch a counterattack. It roared, locking him down, forcing him to defend entirely barehanded. The relentless barrage of attacks left him with no choice but to block. His lightning power was still incomplete, making it incredibly difficult to strike its core. If they kept fighting midair, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Even though he could manifest wings, he could only maintain them for a short amount of time. While dodging, he asked Sidulu about its abilities. The demon just laughed, admitting that demonic power really did help humans adapt surprisingly well. But it sneered, calling humans a weak and pathetic species. Even if they borrowed power, it would never change their true nature. It gathered all its strength, summoning spatial gravity like a miniature universe. It was a true city-destroying technique, forming a massive, swirling black and blue vortex. Right at that moment, Aki shouted, "Now is our chance." He grabbed her hand and made a run for it. The demon let out a maniacal laugh. "Run all you want. You can't escape." The vortex began sucking in everything in its path. It was absolutely certain that victory was already in the palm of its hand. It roared with laughter. "You are completely dead this time." But Aki had already spotted its weakness. A spatial rift suddenly appeared right behind it. In a flash, he launched an ambush from behind, proving that a true warrior never backs down. Aki and Situ-Lu channeled every ounce of their strength. They dove straight down, generating a massive surge of energy as they both let out a fierce battle cry. "Get down here." A terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing directly into Little Bean before it could even put up a defense. It gritted its teeth in agony. How could this lightning be so insanely overpowered? Its entire body was completely paralyzed. The two of them landed gracefully, standing on top of transparent, floating crystal blocks. Aki leaned forward and looked down at it. With cold, merciless eyes, he said, "The lightning will keep you paralyzed. Tonight is the night you die." Little Bean glared back, its eyes burning with pure hatred. "You dare kill me? If you do, my master will avenge me. He is an immortal being." Aki remained completely calm. "Immortal. I don't care who he is. If he dares to show his face, I'll keep killing him until he stays dead." Furious, the demon slammed its hand into the ground. "How dare you look down on my master? You have no idea how terrifying his power is." Meanwhile, Aki materialized a long lightning weapon, raw energy exploding around its sharp tip. He confidently replied, "It doesn't matter how strong you guys are. I just have to be stronger, and that is enough." The demon struggled as it glared at the two of them. Sidulu wanted to back him up. "Aki, let me help you," she said, and he gave a firm nod. She used her spatial power to accelerate his speed, allowing him to move so fast it looked like instant teleportation. Aki tightly gripped his lightning arrow. Blinding electric arcs flared violently around his body. Before he launched himself straight down, two massive lightning dragons materialized in the air. This was the twin dragon lightning style, and it roared straight toward its target. A colossal explosion shook the area the second the attack made impact. Thick smoke choked the air, and massive chunks of debris were sent flying in every direction. Little Bean lay there in a pathetic state, its body critically wounded. It coughed up blood, weakly calling out for its master as memories suddenly flooded its mind. It remembered its master lifting it up, so proud that it possessed a dual core. It remembered being taught how to evolve, how to disguise itself, and the long days spent training and slaughtering humans. The memory of a sunset over a quiet meadow flashed before its eyes. It was the day it asked its master, "What does sorrow feel like?" Its master had only smiled warmly. "Not knowing sorrow is a blessing. I hope you never have to understand what it means." As its body slowly began to disintegrate into nothingness, it whispered a faint apology. For the very first time, it finally felt true sorrow, and a single tear rolled down its face. It finally understood what it meant. Right before it completely scattered into floating fragments of energy, Aki landed softly and let out a long breath. "It is finally over." Sidulu clutched her shoulder and said, "That was a high-level demon. Even though it was incomplete, it was incredibly dangerous." He turned around and gave her a gentle smile. "You were amazing to hold out for this long." A blush crept across her cheeks. But deep down, Aki was thinking to himself, "She has demonic power too. I need to keep a close eye on her." Noticing the deep wound on her leg, he asked with genuine concern in his voice. She shifted her leg slightly. "I have already used my energy to stabilize the wound, but it is still going to take some time to fully heal." Just then, a surge of purple aura appeared out of nowhere. Aki immediately recognized it as the aura of a high-level warrior. Situ-Lu said the captain had finally returned. This was definitely a demon scheme. and it was the perfect time to report the situation to him. She spoke with a dead serious tone. There's an incredibly powerful entity among them, one that might even surpass the 7th rank. Aki was completely caught off guard by her vast knowledge. Humanity only knew up to the 7th rank, but this high-level demon was on a whole different level. He asked her, should we really be sticking around here? She looked down at herself, feeling completely lost. He gently explained that since she had just absorbed demonic power, it would be really tough for her to turn back to normal right away. I'm in the same boat, he said. We don't look like normal warriors anymore. If anyone sees us like this, they'll definitely get suspicious. Come on, let's get out of here. He hoisted her onto his back and dashed off, telling her, hang on tight, I'm taking you to get healed up. Piercing through the dark clouds, a ray of light gradually peeked out. The scene shifted back to the training room, where the red-haired guy was lying flat on the floor. His severed body parts began to twitch, as a dark, swirling energy enveloped his entire body. Every single cell and drop of blood was slowly restructuring itself back together. He slammed his fist into the ground, gasping heavily for air. Damn it, good thing I have this regeneration ability. That Red King rank was absolutely terrifying. I have to report this to the Purple King rank right away, he muttered. But wait, Little Bean's aura. It just vanished. He peered out the window. Below, a massive crowd of warriors was already gathering. One of the guys walked up carrying a strange box to give his report.
Sir,
These are the core fragments we managed to recover from the scene. The commander-in-chief examined it and said, it's completely drained of energy. Take it straight to the lab for a full analysis. The commander pondered deeply. This ambush was clearly planned out, and way too many of his warriors had just lost their lives. There's no way this was just an ordinary 5th rank demon. He thought to himself, who exactly was it fighting? And who managed to kill it? A million questions raced through his mind. Could it have been demons fighting among themselves? But he immediately brushed that ridiculous thought aside. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a blonde guy was busy running his patrol mission. He smirked, thinking his golden opportunity to show off had finally arrived. He was definitely getting that sweet promotion soon. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows. Hey, get over here. He froze right in his tracks. He slowly stepped into the dark alleyway, where the redhead was standing, waiting to interrogate him. The blonde nervously explained that the demon had already been wiped out, but he had no clue who actually did it. The redhead stood there in dead silence. Little Bean was really dead. It couldn't have been the Red King rank. He thought grimly. He then snapped his attention back and demanded to know about the box. He aggressively ordered the blonde to open it up. He glared inside, desperate to find out exactly who dared to slaughter his beloved disciple. He immediately activated his soul sight technique, reconstructing the final memories trapped inside the core. A glowing screen materialized in the air, projecting a flawless playback of the brutal battle. It showed 2 human warriors fighting for their lives. He could clearly hear Eki's voice echoing with a vicious threat, vowing to hunt them down to the bitter end. Hearing his disciple's tragic final words, veins bulged furiously on his forehead. In a flash of blind rage, he viciously sliced the blonde guy's head right off his shoulders. He gripped the core tightly in his bloody hand and blasted away into the night. I have to report this to the Purple King rank immediately. Meanwhile, in a safe hideout, Aki was busy patching up their wounds. He gently held on to Sidulu's ankle. As he carefully treated her, he softly said, "You've burned through way too much energy today. Just let me handle the rest." She blushed deeply and whispered a shy thank you. She looked up at him and asked, "So, where do we go from here?" He smiled confidently. "Our main objective is already done. Now we're just going to keep gathering more intel." Tilting her head in curiosity, she asked, "Wait, what kind of intel?" He figured Lena was the only one who knew his reincarnation secret. As for his plan to save Desai, that was still completely under wraps. Thinking about all the rival factions, and unsure if they'd actually take his side, he told her he was going alone. She nervously asked him if he was sure. He nodded, but agreed to travel with her for a little while, since his wounds still needed time to heal. As the sun began to set, Aki finally spoke up. "Alright, let's head out." Sidulu nodded in agreement, and 3 days later, they arrived at the C-rank Hesperus city. Meanwhile, Tomo was super excited after snapping a perfect shot of a bird flying right past her window. But then she just slumped against the windowsill, groaning about how she was bored to death. Right after that, she flopped down onto the floor, rolling back and forth. "Oh, when are Lou and Aki coming back? It's so depressing without them." Shino, who was standing nearby, just laughed and said they were probably out farming ranks. He glanced over at her with a smirk. "We can't afford to fall behind, you know." Tomo rested her chin on her hand, staring at her camera. I know. I'm just bored. Leveling up inside Hesperus City is way too slow. I want to go out and hunt some monsters." Right at that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the room. "If it's too slow for you, how about your captain takes you out for a grind?" She immediately jumped up and stared at the door. Both of them screamed in unison, "Lou." Sidulu just gave them a soft, affirmative hum. Shino rushed over and asked, "Lou, you're back. Wait, where's Aki?" She replied flatly, "He went to see Jiudang. He wants to revoke his warrior status in Hesperus." Hearing that, the two of them were completely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, over in the captain's meeting room, Jiudang slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. You want to revoke your status in this city. He was sitting there with Joel and Zago, his back turned to them. What exactly happened out there, Ike? Joel rested his chin on his hand, scoffing sarcastically. Man, you go out for a little bit and suddenly you're too good for Hesperus. Aki just laughed and waved his hands defensively. You're totally misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of guy. He went on to explain. It's just that the things I have to do from now on. I really don't want to drag you guys or Hesperus City into my mess. Zago crossed her legs and pressed him. Drag the whole city into it. You better explain yourself because that's not a small claim. Inside, Aki was nursing a massive headache, knowing he couldn't just casually bring up his reincarnation, or his plan to overthrow massive syndicates. Aki's expression turned dead serious. It's really hard to explain, but I need you guys to trust me. I just refuse to put all of you in danger. The three of them fell into a heavy, thoughtful silence. Suddenly, Joel burst out laughing. Ha, this kid reminds me exactly of myself back in the day. Zago immediately shot him a look. Are you seriously agreeing to this right now? She then turned her attention to Ji Yudang. Come on, say something. What if he ends up in real danger out there? He just furrowed his brows, staying completely quiet. Finally, he stood up and spoke. It's not that I don't trust you, kid, it's that I'm worried about you. Tell you what, if you can beat the three of us in a fight, I'll approve your request. Aki blinked in surprise. I'm actually pretty strong now. Can we maybe do this another way? But Ji Yudang was dead set on it, treating it as an official test of his strength. So, which one of us do you want to fight? He asked. Joel and Zago both leaned in, eagerly waiting for his answer. With his aura surging, Aki didn't hesitate. Why don't all three of you just come at me at once? It'll save time. Meanwhile, back in the training room, Shino was still struggling to process the news. Wait, you mean he wants to leave the squad completely? He looked down at the floor, his voice dropping. So, he's just cutting ties with us. Then, Tomo chimed in softly. He must have his own painful reasons for doing this, right? Sidilu cast her eyes downward, admitting that he hadn't made things clear. Her mind then drifted back to their conversation on the way home, while they were in the car. Aki had told her that he needed to do something that was strictly forbidden at this stage. He was planning to go head-to-head with a massive faction to save an old friend. To keep everyone else safe from the fallout, he had no choice but to erase his identity here. Liu had asked him why this was all so sudden, and if they could help. But he turned her down, bluntly stating that their current power levels simply weren't high enough yet. Hearing that had left her feeling incredibly conflicted. After recounting the story to Shino and Tomo, she sighed. That was everything she knew. Shino sat in silence for a moment before speaking up. He's always been the kind of guy who looks out for his squad. If he made this decision, he definitely has a good reason. I believe in him. Despite his supportive words, his hands were trembling from the overwhelming emotion. Frustration leaked into Shino's voice. Still, the feeling of not being trusted is just awful. I can't just accept this lying down. Tomo managed a small smile. Come on, Liu, you've never been one to accept defeat. Aren't you going to win back your pride? Shino nodded in agreement, pointing out that their team of 4 hadn't even gone on a single mission together yet. Siduli looked at her teammates, visibly moved by their words. Tomo held up a group photo of them. Our team of 4 needs every single member. No one gets left behind. In the photo, Liu was standing in the back with her usual cold expression, while the other 3 were smiling brightly in the front. Looking at it, she gently pursed her lips. We can't just let that guy leave all by himself. She turned around. Let's go. The 3 of them immediately went looking for Aki. Over at the training ground, he was standing face to face with the 3 captains. Joel laughed. Looks like you're a lot more confident after your trip. But don't underestimate us. Ji Yutang stretched his muscles. Joel loosened up. And Zago stood with his hands on his hips. The 3 of them gave off an intense, fighting aura. Joel even joked about coming up with a team name, which Zago immediately shot down. Aki stood up straight and asked, so, what are the rules for winning and losing? Ji Yutang replied, go all out and defeat your opponent. Energy erupted around him. If you want to leave, this is your test. But challenging 3 of us at the same time is just too arrogant. Aki smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Joel also burst out laughing, saying the kid needed to be taught a lesson. All 3 of them charged forward at once. Zago yelled, since this is an exam, we're not holding anything back. Ji Yutang pushed off the ground and dashed forward. I'll take the first strike. He leaped into the air and threw a devastatingly powerful punch. A massive explosion rang out, and the sheer energy blew everything away. When the smoke, Keiki had blocked the attack with just one hand, leaving Ji Yutang completely stunned. Suspended midair, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Aki calmly said, all 3 of you, come at me together. The scene repeated itself. His punch was effortlessly blocked, and he still couldn't believe his eyes. The other 2 rushed in. Zago was in pure shock. He blocked the captain's attack with one hand. The 3 of them simultaneously ignited their cores. Joel flew up to coordinate their assault. Aki pulled his hand back. I shouldn't fight them head-on. Transform. The 3 captains were sent flying. Aki revealed his red demonic form and uttered a single word. Wood. He waved his hand, and giant trees burst through the walls, completely binding them. The thick branches tightly constricted their bodies. Pinned and hanging against the wall, gritted his teeth. Are you a demon? Aki stood completely still, his demonic form on full display. He spoke calmly. I don't have any bad intentions. Just let me explain. The wooden vines retracted. The captains dropped to the ground and listened as he recounted his journey and the elemental quartz. He had actually found that legendary quartz. He accidentally refined it and gained a brand new power. Both of them had their appearances altered by this power, and this was the most logical way to explain it. He definitely couldn't tell them he received demon power. Still amazed, Zago asked about Lu's current strength. Aki replied that she was still getting used to it, but she was currently around stage 4. The 3 captains were absolutely dumbfounded. They immediately asked about his level. Aki focused his energy and shifted back into his human form. He told them that in this state, he was at the 5 core level. The 3 of them were in utter shock. But if I use my demonic power, I'm even stronger than that, he thought to himself. Joel was hyped. Elemental quartz is insanely rare. You two are incredibly lucky. Zago nodded in agreement. They turned around, only to see Ji Yutang standing there in complete silence. Aki called out to the captain, snapping him back to reality. He said he was proud of them, but his mind drifted back to a painful memory from the past. Hesper's city was once attacked. His little brother had been taken by demons and killed. He had held his brother's lifeless body amidst a sea of flames, screaming in absolute agony. A blood-red orb of energy materialized. Ji Yutang lowered his voice. Ever since that day, I swore to become strong enough to protect the people around me. He put his hands behind his back, staring seriously at Aki. With greater power comes heavier responsibility. Hearing this story, Aki fell deep into thought. So the captain had been carrying such a heavy burden. He must have thought of his little brother when the squad was captured. The image of Ji Yutang frantically searching for his teammates flashed in Aki's mind, remembering how the captain looked like he was losing his mind. Ji Yutang closed his eyes. I don't know the exact reason why you want to leave, but seeing that you haven't been corrupted by this power, and can actually control it, it's truly admirable. He looked at the boy with genuine pride. As the captain of you and Lu, I am so proud of you both. Zago immediately cut in. Wait a minute, do you mean? Before he could even finish his sentence, Ji Yutang cut him off decisively. I agree to let you revoke your status. Hearing that, Aki was completely stunned. He stood up straight and said, I trust you know exactly what you're doing. Everyone has their own path to walk. Aki bowed his head in gratitude. The 3 of them stood outside the city walls, watching the car slowly fade into the distance. Zago brushed her hair back inside. That kid really left. Ha! Memories of the past flashed before their eyes, showing a frail Aki who used to collapse over and over again during his training. She remembered how incredibly weak he was during his assessment, wondering just how far he could possibly go this time. The 3 of them stood there, gazing off into the distant horizon. Joel let out a chuckle. Who knows? But there was no way we could keep him here. Honestly, that kid reminds me of a truly great existence. Ji Yutang kept his eyes on the departing car and murmured, perhaps his future will surpass even that great existence. Beneath the vast, open sky, Aki was driving all by himself, thinking about how he absolutely had to reach the 6-core stage if he wanted to save Desai. There had been a lot of demons around lately, so hunting for more cores would definitely make leveling up much easier. Suddenly, the trunk of the car started violently shaking. He looked back in confusion, and then, a sudden punch completely blew the trunk lid right off. Aki let out a terrified scream. Inside the trunk were Situlu, Tomo, and Shino, all panting heavily for air. Tomo groaned, complaining that she almost suffocated to death in there. The 2 of them immediately started interrogating him. Were you really planning on leaving the team all by yourself? Aki stammered, then yelled back, when the heck did you guys even get in the car? After hopping out of the car, the whole group gathered around together. Aki called out to his captain. Situlu's face turned bright red as she looked down and muttered, even a captain has to respect the opinions of her team members. He was about to argue back, but she quickly cut him off. I don't want you to go. I don't want our team to disband. You just don't get it at all, do you? Aki just stood there looking completely dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. Tomo chimed in to scold him. We were bored out of our minds back in the city, and here you are trying to leave the team. I absolutely refuse to let that happen. Shino agreed, adding, we're a team, which means your problems are our problems too. If it's incredibly dangerous, there's absolutely no way we're letting you go in alone. Aki scratched his head in frustration. Seeing that he really had no other choice, he figured he had better explain the whole situation to them clearly. He looked at them with a serious expression. Once you hear this, you all need to make your own decision. This is going to be extremely dangerous. After hearing the whole story, the entire team was completely shocked. You want to rescue someone right out of the new king's hands. Aki calmly nodded and confirmed that it was true. He asked them again, now that you know all that, do you guys still want to get involved? Tomo looked thrilled. That sounds super exciting. Count me in. Shino immediately agreed as well. Situlu stepped right up and declared she was joining too. Aki looked completely bewildered. You guys do realize that we'll be going up against the new king himself, right? Shino quickly explained. The city of Helos has always remained deeply loyal to the old king. Situlu's expression grew serious as she revealed that her grandfather used to be a subordinate of the former 6 heroes. Memories from the past slowly began to flood back. Suddenly, a realization hit Aki like a ton of bricks. He remembered incredibly familiar surname, Situ. It turned out she was related to that exact person. The image of that great warrior from years ago flashed in his mind. Man, time really does fly by so fast. Aki finally made his decision. Alright then, fine. Your current strength isn't nearly enough for this. We're gonna have to meet someone first. The whole team got super curious and immediately asked who it was. Standing right in front of them was Lena, one of the former 6 heroes, a true master at the 6 core, 7th stage. The entire team froze in absolute shock. Aki politely asked her if she could help train them. Sidulu, Tomo, and Shino were completely mind-blown. They never expected to personally meet such a god-tier figure in their entire lives. Lena agreed to help, but she warned them that getting stronger would be entirely up to their own hard work. Then, she turned to Aki and asked, "Are you really planning on dragging these 3 kids along?" Aki just sighed and explained that he really didn't have any other choice in the matter. Lina let out a soft laugh. "You're exactly the same as you were back then. You always managed to draw people right to you." She asked him about his lightning magic, and Aki flashed an incredibly confident smile. "Hey, I'm Aki, aren't I?" Lena looked at him, her eyes practically sparkling with warmth. She gave him a gentle smile and murmured, "You really haven't changed one bit. You're still that same person who can make the impossible happen." The rest of the team stood off to the side, totally lost and having no idea what those two were talking about. Shino scratched his head, whispering, "How on earth does Lena look so incredibly young?" Sidulu whispered back, explaining that it was one of the incredible perks of reaching the 6 core stage. Aki turned back to the group and stated their plan. Their main goal was to break through to the 5 core stage before they took any action. Otherwise, it's just a suicide mission. The whole team looked completely panicked. Lena just smiled. This was going to be one hell of a challenge. She told them the training would be absolutely brutal, and asked if they could handle it. The entire team shouted their agreement in unison. The scene shifts to the gates of Dawn City. A car sped out onto the open road. Inside sat the red-haired guy, deep in thought about the elemental quartz. He leaned back comfortably and mentioned, "I actually know a thing or two about that quartz." Aki kept his eyes on the road and asked why the Crimson King had suddenly shown up. He remembered the guy was supposed to be in a deep sleep. The Crimson King chuckled. "Thanks to your fusion, I managed to recover a bit of my spirit, but it's still not enough. Helping you last time really drained my energy." He pointed out that Aki's method of finding the quartz was way too slow. Aki slammed on the brakes and asked, "Wait, do you have a better way?" He was highly suspicious that the demon was plotting something. The Crimson King grumbled, after being jerked forward by the sudden stop. Then, he brought up the battle with the dual-core demon. Aki confirmed it. The king smirked. "If it had been a stronger demon, you would already have a demon subjugation core." An image of a glowing red stone flashed in his mind. Aki frowned, asking what a demon subjugation core actually was. The Crimson King explained that high-level demons use it to evolve, and if a human refines it, they can gain that immense power, too. But you can only get one from a 6th-stage, dual-core demon. Aki narrowed his eyes, demanding to know what his real motive was. He was worried the guy might be betraying his own kind. The Crimson King burst out laughing. "Other than the 9 kings, the rest of them are nothing but mindless, chaotic beasts." He placed his hand on the back of the seat. Then, he suddenly lunged right at Aki. Startled, Aki yelled, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" The king pinned both of his hands down. He leaned in close and whispered that the two of them were one and the same. His tone turned dead serious. "If you get stronger, I get stronger. So just focus on evolving and don't worry about it." Aki gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. So this was the aura of a king. Even with just a fraction of his power left, it was still enough to completely paralyze him. Aki panted heavily, his toned abs showing through his shirt. "Back off a little, will you? You being this close is creeping me out." The Crimson King scoffed. Aki snapped again. "I said let go." The king sighed and hopped up onto the hood of the car, acting like a total hard ass in both attitude and posture. Our main character got serious again. "So where exactly do I hunt a 6th stage, dual-core demon? Those high-level freaks come and go like ghosts without leaving a single trace." The Crimson King's eyes flashed. "Shh, you humans are always in such a rush. I can't help you directly. It might attract something you absolutely cannot handle." The wind blew through his hair as his voice dropped lower. "I'll point the way, but taking it down is entirely up to you." Aki thought about his target, the 6th-stage dual-core demon, and nodded. Got it. Even though he hated the place and knew exactly how dangerous it was, if the info was real, it was a gamble worth taking. Under the bright blue sky, the young man's voice rang out. "Alright then, let's hit the road." The Crimson King grunted and asked where they were going as the car sped off. "Back to Dawn City," Aki replied. The king went completely silent for a second, then awkwardly asked, how do you buckle this seatbelt?" The car finally rolled to a stop. "We're here. Let's park it right in the city's blind spot." The king crossed his arms. "I won't be showing up again until you get that demon subjugation core. Manifesting like this takes a serious toll on my spirit." Aki muttered, "Yeah, I know," and stepped out of the car. The Crimson King shot him a warning glare. "And don't be stupid enough to let your teammates force refine the core. Their brains will literally explode." Aki rolled his eyes, grumbling. Yeah, you talk too much. But then he suddenly stopped, turned around, and scratched his head awkwardly. Hey, can you do me a quick favor? The king looked surprised. Well, that's a first. You're actually asking for help. Spit it out. Aki's face flushed as he bit his thumb. Can you change my appearance? I need to sneak into a high-level subjugation mission. I can't use my normal face since I got exposed at the demon hunting tournament. Oh, and if you don't mind, throw in a new weapon while you're at it. A massive broadsword materialized in his hand, but he still felt like it lacked a real punch. The Crimson King flag looked incredibly smug as his body started glowing. Now that you and I are one, a little thing like this is a total piece of cake. His body turned into a blinding beam of light and shot straight into Aki, knocking him completely flat on his back. The main character's eyes rolled back and turned completely white, as if he had lost all control of his body. The wild energy of the Crimson King flag coiled tightly around his arm, covering it completely, and began a rapid transformation. The eyes of Chi Wonki, hidden deep inside Aki's body, flashed brilliantly. He let out a haughty laugh as he checked out the new look, and then a sword suddenly materialized out of thin air. I'll let you borrow this sword for a little fun. That sword was named Crimson Dynasty. Aki's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the weapon that had just appeared right in front of him. Aki pulled up his hood, drew the sword from its scabbard, and let out a smirk. Thanks a lot, you bastard demon. Gripping the hilt tightly, he walked forward with absolute confidence. He decided to join the subjugation squad just to get a taste of the action. Over at the northwest corner of Dawn City, an announcement echoed across the drill grounds. Welcome Outlander warriors to the support registration. This purge operation requires a rank of at least 4 core. A successful subjugation will be rewarded with a massive payout. The Outlander warriors filed into the training area one by one. Everyone was buzzing with rumors that a ridiculously strong fighter from Dawn City would be leading them this time. Hearing the instructions to line up, Aki quietly followed along. He figured that when it came to hunting demons, the more people they had, the better. The leader finally showed up, sporting a chiseled physique and bulging muscles. He was the captain in charge of this purge operation. Ran Yang, a red tier 6 core warrior. He spoke up in a deep, steady voice. Thank you all for coming to support us. I am the one leading this purge operation. The crowd broke into excited whispers, seeing the captain step up personally. Rumor had it that Ran Yang had once faced stage 5 and stage 4 demons all by himself, and even beheaded the strongest one. The warriors of Dawn City were famous for being absolute elites. He announced that Squad 6101 had vanished in the decaying forest, 3 kilometers north of the city, and not a single person had returned. He continued, the captain of the scout squad is a blue tier 5 core warrior, and a brother-in-arms I've known for years. He is no pushover. The rest of his crew are all peak 4 core fighters. They've never had a single accident before this. Based on the final transmission from the scout squad, there's a very high chance they ran into an incredibly powerful demon. It's a stage 5 at the bare minimum, and we can't rule out the possibility of a dual core or high-level demon either, no matter what it is. It's a massive threat to the supply routes around Dawn City. Ran Yang added that since the city couldn't afford to spare any more of its own fighters, they desperately needed the help of the Outlander warriors for this mission. Aki thought to himself, if it really is a stage 6 dual-core demon, then it perfectly matches what Chi Wonki told him about the demon subduing core. Ran Yang's voice turned dead serious. As warriors, we must always be ready to lay down our lives, but I need to see them alive. Bring back their bodies. I will slaughter this demon. If you're willing to fight, step forward. We move out immediately, and we'll be back before sunset, over at the northwest gate. The warriors formed up perfectly, ready to move out. Every single one of them was fully decked out in heavy combat armor, the metal gleaming brightly under the harsh sun. Standing before them were the citizens, desperately hoping for victory and peace. Wipe out the demons. Wishing the purge squad a total victory. Move out, wipe out the demons. When they finally arrived, a scorching wasteland stretched out before them. Ran Yang warned everyone that the total distance was about 3 to 4 kilometers, and there would be plenty of demons along the way. The warriors had to stick tight to the formation and stay completely quiet. If anyone broke off from the group, they'd be swarmed by demons, and the consequences would be fatal. Aki nodded in agreement. The moment they left the city, the squad had already drawn the attention of the demons. But one arrogant warrior just laughed out loud, bragging that with a force this massive, any demon showing up was just begging to die. Those words instantly pissed off Ran Yang. He hissed in a low shout, "Shut your mouth, you absolute fools." But right after that, the arrogant guy was ambushed. A sharp claw pierced straight through his heart and gut while everyone watched in pure horror. It was the demon tribe. The sand demons were a species native to the wasteland. They loved hiding under the sand to set up ambushes. With their dark yellow bodies, they would launch lightning-fast attacks and immediately vanish back into the dunes. A squadmate screamed at the top of his lungs. Sand demons. It's an ambush. The warriors were forced to band together and fight off the sand demons. But hunting them down was a total nightmare, since the sand was basically the perfect playground for these monsters. Ran Yang was getting anxious. This number was almost the size of a full stage 3 demon horde. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Do not fight them alone. Group up into formation. Everyone charge forward. unleashing everything they had in their attacks, fighting as if their very lives depended on it. Ran Yang erupted with terrifying killing intent as he charged into the fray. Even though they were just stage 3 sand demons, he still activated his system to physically buff his body. He tore through the battlefield with ease, slaughtering them one by one. These desert demons weren't even worth his time. A cocky smirk spread across his face, making the soldiers cheer wildly, but their formation had already been broken apart. Once a squad is separated, they get picked off one by one. A few warriors had already been pushed way too far out. They could only save whoever was close. As for the rest, they could only pray for them. The demons only grew more savage the longer they fought, torturing the scattered warriors with brutal ease. Right at that moment, Aki stepped in. Crimson flames erupted, forcing the horde of demons to back off. His squad mates stared in utter shock at the black-haired, golden-eyed boy like he was their savior. In his hand, he casually crushed something to dust. Aki snapped at everyone to stick to the formation and stop standing around like idiots. Panicking, they asked if he was coming with them. The gap between them and the main squad was getting wider, and more sand demons kept popping up. Hurry up and get out of here. There's no time to worry about anyone else. He just let out a soft smirk. Ha! Then, he activated destruction mode on everything in his line of sight. Honestly, moving alone was going to be way easier anyway. Meanwhile, the other warriors were desperately fighting back, trying to push the demon horde away. Fortunately, Ranyang made it just in time to break them out of the encirclement. He barked out orders to stick to the combat formation and not fall behind. Reporting to the captain, the squad is fully assembled. Good. Suddenly, another report came from the back. Captain Ranyang. One of the stragglers just made it back. He marched over and asked, "You guys were the group pushed out the furthest. Is there anyone else?" They replied that an Outlander warrior had stayed behind to hold the line against the remaining demons, which left Ranyang completely stunned. Staying behind alone to hold the line is just plain stupid. That is a complete rookie mistake. But they added that the ambush was massive this time. By staying behind alone, he'd be going up against more than 10 sand demons all by himself. We begged him to fall back, but he didn't even look back. He just said one sentence and walked away. Ranyang asked what he had said, and the soldier replied. It sounded like he said it's just easier to go it alone. Someone in the back scoffed. What an arrogant punk. He'd be incredibly lucky just to keep his corpse intact. However, Ranyang's intuition told him that with over 10 demons like that, even he would have a hard time making it out in one piece. If that guy hadn't stayed behind to cover their retreat, their casualties would probably have been much worse. Dead or alive, he's still one of our warriors. Let's go take a look. Stay sharp, there are still demons scattered around. Prepare for battle. They advanced into the high wind zone ahead, where visibility was severely limited. This was the exact spot where the squad had previously been cut off by the sand demon tribe in the blinding sandstorm. Before their eyes raged a fierce, almost impenetrable sandstorm. This was the true territory of the desert demons. A teammate shouted out, "Captain, incoming demons." Ranyang ordered everyone to prepare for combat, but through the hazy blowing sand a figure emerged. It was Aki holding his sword behind his back, looking completely cold and mysterious. Seeing him there, Ranyang simply couldn't believe his own eyes. The teammate pointed excitedly. That's him. The guy who stayed behind to cover our escape. It's really him. Aki saw the group and spoke up. Why are you guys still here? I figured you had already moved on, so I was planning to catch up with you. Ranyang observed him closely. The boy's body was radiating a highly dangerous aura, most likely coming from the demon blood splattered all over him. The teammates checked in on him. Are you okay? We heard you stayed back to hold the line. Where are the rest of those sand demons? Weren't there more than 10 of them? He casually thought to himself how he had already slaughtered every last one of those demons. All that remained in front of them were scattered white bones on the desert sand. That news sent shockwaves through the entire squad. Taking out over 10 sand demons all by himself. Just what rank was this guy? This kid was seriously abnormal. Aki answered briefly. I'm a 5-core. Even though he knew full well that his hidden power had already far surpassed that level, his current strength was actually enough to go toe-to-toe with a 7-core warrior. But he wasn't technically lying. His admission left everyone stunned. Even Ranyang couldn't believe a 5-core could possibly pull something like that off. He calmly explained that he was just good at mobile combat, keeping them from grouping up, and then taking them down one by one. Doubting him was useless anyway, since everything had been perfectly set up. The group suddenly understood. So it was a hit-and-run tactic, facing them one at a time to avoid being surrounded. He truly was a combat genius. Ranyang praised the young outsider warrior for a job well done. Thanks to him holding the line, the team had enough time to regroup. He then gave the order to keep moving forward, and they finally arrived at the location where the scout squad had vanished. However, the map only marked 2 entrances, but now a third one had mysteriously appeared, leaving everyone completely surprised. They pushed deeper into the rotting forest, and stood before the pitch-black entrances. One soldier pointed out that exploring each path one by one would take way too much time. The forest wasn't overly large, but searching for people took a lot of effort, and they only had enough manpower to split into 2 groups if they wanted to maintain their combat effectiveness. Ranyang hesitated. Splitting into 2 teams was the safest bet, But that still left one path completely unexplored. What if the missing scout squad was trapped down that exact path? While everyone was feeling stuck, Aki spoke up and volunteered to explore the remaining path all by himself. His eyes were filled with absolute determination. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from deep inside the forest, sending the group into a panic. "Captain, that sound is definitely not normal." Time was running out, and they needed to form teams and go in immediately. One veteran soldier noted that there were probably more than just rank 5 demons lurking inside. Aki stepped up and asked for the total area of the forest. This confused the guy next to him, but Ranyang held up a hand to stop any complaints and listened. He answered that the exact area hadn't been fully mapped out yet. In fact, one of the scout squad's missions was to survey this very forest. Normally, it would take 10 people about 3 to 4 hours to finish the job. Aki lowered his head, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. If that's the case, with the amount of people we have right now, covering 3 entrances just isn't going to cut it. He held up a single finger and made a proposal. "If you let me scout one path, I can still get it done before sunset." He looked incredibly confident, adding that even if something went wrong, it wouldn't slow down the other 2 teams. 2 more squads showed up from behind. They were arguing loudly over how to split the groups, throwing insults back and forth, and making the atmosphere incredibly tense. The bickering just kept getting worse. The independent warriors and the hunting teams were arguing so fiercely, they were practically at each other's throats. Aki could only sigh in total exasperation. He felt totally helpless, thinking to himself that outsider warriors really were a chaotic bunch and practically impossible to control. Ranyang massaged his temples before shouting loudly, demanding everyone to shut up. The captain's ironclad voice boomed over the crowd. "As long as you are in this squad, you will follow my orders. If you really want to throw down, then you can fight me." The whole group immediately went dead silent. Ranyang let out a quiet sigh. As expected, outsider warriors only had so much discipline. Anyway, the most important thing right now is to quickly find the scout squad and pull out. Dragging this on will only make things worse. He agreed to Aki's request. "Fine, but remember this. If you go in alone and get into trouble, nobody is coming to save you." Aki brushed past the captain. "I understand. I might even finish scouting before you guys do." The crowd in the back instantly started whispering. What a cocky brat. Sure, his performance before wasn't bad, but actually daring to go solo in a situation like this. There are at least rank 5 demons in there. Ranyang was decisive. "Alright then, let's see who finishes first." He handed out clear assignments, adjusting their clearance operation based on the demon ranks they'd be facing. The primary objective shifted to rescuing the scout squad, and the remaining members split up into 2 teams to head inside. The dark aura oozing from deep within the forest was growing thicker by the second, and everyone dropped into a ready combat stance. Aki was the first to step into the forest. He walked at a leisurely pace, taking in a clear view of the surrounding scenery. From high up in the thick canopy of tree branches, a creature that had been lying in wait suddenly swooped down, diving straight for him. But he remained completely calm, as if he had anticipated this the entire time. His longsword was instantly drawn, thrusting straight through the monster's body. Green liquid splattered everywhere. His eyes softened, giving off the relaxed vibe of an apex predator. From deep within the forest, thousands of glowing red spots watched him like countless eyes. The demon's corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud, totally motionless, as he turned to scan his surroundings. With the forest of corruption being this massive, you guys definitely run in packs. You just can't resist preying on a lone target, can you? He smirked with pure arrogance. "I came alone exactly so I could unleash my full power without holding back." Saying that, he activated his own demonic abilities. His eyes darkened like an abyss, and 2 sharp red horns sprouted from his forehead. Power exploded from his body, cracking the ground beneath his feet. "Bring it on. I'll slaughter every last one of you until your strongest boss shows up." His voice echoed with terrifying authority. Surging with energy, he charged straight into the swarm of low-level demons, pouring out from the deep woods, easily numbering around 1,000. Cutting over to the main company, the thick canopy blocked out the sun, making the forest pitch black even during the day. The guide held a flashlight, nervously warning everyone to stay alert, saying that if they stuck together, the demons wouldn't dare attack. From the back, someone scoffed, mocking that the arrogant kid from earlier had probably died a brutal death by now. Suddenly, the leader's flashlight caught a figure in the distance. "Shh, keep it down. Look over there. What is that?" A familiar silhouette came into view, and he quickly recognized it. It was the uniform of the Dawn Scout squad. He was absolutely thrilled. Talk about lucky. We found them right after walking in. The squad behind him cheered with excitement, already dreaming about the massive reward. "Hey buddy, are you from the Scout squad? Where's your captain? Are you okay? Hurry up and come with us." But the figure stood completely frozen. It let out a creepy, grinding noise, like teeth scraping together. Confused by what was happening, he shined his light right at the body. "Bro, what are you doing?" The exact second he realized the truth, sheer terror flooded his eyes. Right in front of him was a demon, ruthlessly tearing into the corpse like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Panicking, he dropped his flashlight and let out a blood-curdling scream. The demon crawled off the dead body and crept closer, speaking with an eerie, twisted voice. "Perfect timing. I just finished eating this guy." The entire squad behind him trembled in terror as they realized what it was. A 6-core. No, a dual core. The monster unhinged its massive jaw, and its core started glowing intensely. Two differently colored cores materialized above its head. It was a dual-core Stage 6 demon. The dual-core Stage 6 demon flashed a sickening, blood-soaked smile, bearing two razor-sharp fangs. Its left eye burned a bright, vicious red as it locked onto its prey. You guys arrived at the perfect time. In the gloomy forest, beneath the massive trees, a voice rang out. Stage 6. Dual-core. It's a dual-core Stage 6 demon. The blue-haired guy shivered in front of the bloodshot-eyed monster, immediately barking orders. Quick, signal Captain Ran Yang. He instantly triggered the device in his hand, firing off a flare. A blinding streak of light ripped through the dark canopy above. But down below, the demon was still sitting on top of a collapsed figure. The blue light brightly illuminated a small patch of the ground. The front was blocked out, only showing the boots of the person kneeling at the demon's feet. The intense glare irritated the demon. Squinting its eyes, it let out an angry roar. That's way too bright. I hate the light. Now they could clearly see a red-haired guy kneeling there, his body bizarrely pitch black. Suddenly, a blue streak of light shot up from behind. But too sharp, three-fingered hands snatched it right out of the air. It was the dual-core Stage 6 demon. It had leaped up and caught the flare. With bloodshot eyes and a ferocious snarl, it absolutely terrified everyone on the ground. The guy gritted his teeth and looked up, his face pale with dread. Are you kidding me? What the hell is that speed? His teammates ran over, gasping in shock when they saw it catch the flare barehanded. He panicked and screamed, Don't just stand there, fall back, we're no match for this. We need to group up with Captain Ran Yang, right now. The second he finished speaking, a dark shadow blurred past the branches. He threw his head back and looked up. The demon landed smoothly on a branch, glaring down at its two prey with a suffocating, deadly aura. Its purple eyes flared as it let out a sinister laugh. There is nowhere to hide. The dual-core Stage 6 demon flashed its jagged fangs, licking its lips with ravenous hunger. Meanwhile, Ran Yang was feeling deeply uneasy. The forest was dead silent, and there was something seriously wrong with this fog. The sharp sound of a sword slicing through the wind echoed out. At the girl's feet lay the corpse of a freshly killed demon. He scanned the area, feeling like something was horribly off, especially with the ground littered with monster carcasses. His teammates cautiously noticed the unnatural silence of the forest of corruption, feeling like they were totally isolated. The girl, however, kept fighting casually, thinking everything was just fine. She turned her head to keep fighting, feeling super confident. With their commander and the help of the foreign warriors, they were making great progress. She just wondered how that stubborn guy who insisted on going solo was doing. In the hazy wind, Aki's silhouette appeared, looking like a totally solitary warrior. A sudden flash of light behind him made him jump. Countless demon corpses covered the ground, but the two warriors, the red-haired and blonde ones, had already collapsed. The girl behind him spoke up, slowly stepping out of the shadows. You're the leader of that AHG group, aren't you? He immediately spun around, going on high alert. The girl's body began shifting into a demon, half of her face grotesquely twisting as a wicked smile crept across it. Enjoying the view, the red-eyed demon let out a chilling laugh. You're up next. He swung his sword with brutal force. Die. Just as the battle reached its breaking point, a figure in black appeared right behind the demon, lunging forward with a crimson sword like a bolt of lightning. The two blades clashed, setting off an earth-shattering shockwave. Half of the forest was bathed in blazing red, while the other half glowed with a bizarre, eerie blue. His eyes flew wide open in absolute shock. It was Aki. His gaze was razor-sharp, and the red sword in his hand radiated a majestic, overwhelming aura. He was absolutely furious, screaming at the top of his lungs. Why the hell are you protecting a demon? The boy answered him with pure calm. Calm down, Captain Ran Yang. That clash just blew away some of the fog. He casually blocked the blade. The girl from a second ago had returned to her normal human form, holding her sword up to defend herself. Take a good look. Is the person you were about to slice in half actually a demon? He looked back in absolute horror. Every single one of his teammates behind him was clutching their heads in agony. They had all fallen victim to the demon's illusion magic. He quickly snapped back to reality, realizing a purple core demon was manipulating their minds. Aki nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, and this one is way stronger than your average purple core demon. Glancing over at the blonde guy who was clutching his aching shoulder, Aki spoke up. If I hadn't stepped in and stopped you, you would have sliced your own teammate right in half. The guy panicked, stammering about how he just saw everyone die in his hallucination. Aki analyzed the situation with a grim tone. The illusion forces you to face your deepest fears. If you lose your grip on reality, you'll end up slaughtering each other. Ran Yang immediately barked out orders to check on every single squad member. He was about to walk away, but stopped and turned back to ask, how did you even figure it out? Weren't you heading in a completely different direction? Thank God you got here in time, or I really would have killed my own teammate. Aki turned his back to them, his crimson sword radiating an intense aura. I've got an ability that completely nullifies illusion magic. These red flames and lightning shield my mind, making it impossible for anything to break in. He kept a sharp eye out for the demon hiding high above them, sweeping his crimson sword across to wipe out the monsters. But they just kept coming, no matter how many he killed. That was when he realized it was all just a sick trick created by the fog. This damn fog quietly messes with your head, trapping you in a hallucination, and making you lose your way. Before you even realize what's happening, Ran Yang stared at the black outfit and the blazing crimson sword. Utterly amazed by his power, he had to ask, Are you seriously just a 5th-rank warrior? Aki's voice turned ice cold. I'll help you out, but don't go poking around asking about my powers, Captain Ran Yang. I am not one of your subordinates. Besides, this demon might just be the dual-core 6th-rank target that I've been looking for. Ran Yang's face grew dead serious as he nodded. Understood. Out of nowhere, a terrified scream echoed through the dark woods. Captain Ran Yang, please help me. Everyone instantly went on high alert, frantically scanning the trees to pinpoint where the voice came from. Ran Yang's eyes widened with realization as he barked out a command. That's one of the other squads. All warriors, move out and follow me. The warriors immediately charged forward, leaving only Aki standing there, gripping his glowing crimson sword as he watched them go. Far off in the distance, the dual-core 6th-rank demon had a young man pinned to the dirt. It chuckled with twisted amusement, thrilled to sense someone who was completely immune to its illusions. The dual-core 6th-rank demon flashed a jagged grin, its glowing red eyes practically burning with excitement. Well now, I think I'll go take a little look for myself. In the dead silence of the night forest, the terrified young man pinned beneath the monster couldn't even put up a fight. He trembled violently as he choked out the words. What the hell are you? Aki was deep in thought. A 6th-rank purple core demon was no joke, and blindly charging him would just lead straight into a trap. He turned to walk away, but deep down, he knew he couldn't just abandon everyone to die. He suddenly broke into a sprint, rushing forward to catch up with the rest of the squad, keeping his guard up and ready to adapt to whatever came next. The warriors scrambled through the trees, chasing after the desperate cries for help. They constantly shouted reminders to hold tight formation and stay sharp, knowing damn well this wasn't just some run-of-the-mill demon they were dealing with. Ran Yang stared ahead into the darkness, his eyes widening in pure shock before he suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. Stop. Halt right now. Bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes. He absolutely could not believe the horrific scene unfolding right in front of him. His voice shook as he finally managed to speak. Is that? When they all looked up, they found the missing members of the other squad. They were completely unconscious, their limp bodies left dangling high up from the thick tree branches. One of the men pointed up in absolute terror. Captain, those are the guys from the other squad. Oh my god, they're all dead? Aki just observed the scene with cold, calculated eyes. Ran Yang quickly tried to calm his men down, shouting that this was just another sick illusion conjured by the purple core demon. But Aki calmly stepped forward, his tone flat. No, this is real. Let's get closer and see. That really is the other squad. Ran Yang stared at him in utter disbelief. Suddenly, a grotesque demon materialized out of the shadows. Its eyes were rolled completely back into its skull, its long tongue lolling out as thick, vile drool splattered onto the forest floor. Every single man instantly drew their swords, locking into a defensive stance. The monster was way too close. Breaking the tense silence, a blood-soaked man weakly gasped out. Captain, please, save me. He looked up at the young man who had just cried out, his face twisted in pure horror as the victim pleaded again. Help, somebody, please help me. Ran Yang's heart soared with hope as he roared out an order. Hurry up and get them down. They're still alive. The squad warriors shouted back in unison. Yes, sir. But just as the team rushed forward, Aki drew his blade, unleashing a fierce horizontal slash right in front of them, before slamming it down into the dirt. The sudden move left everyone completely stunned. One of the warriors even stumbled backward and fell flat on his back with a startled yell. Ah! Ran Yang was furious. What the hell do you think you're doing? Aki's voice was ice cold, his eyes dangerously sharp. Take a closer look, Captain. The man who had just cried out was actually being held hostage. The dual-core 6th-rank demon had him pinned tight from behind. One massive claw wrapped tightly around his throat, while the other violently yanked his head back. Hiding its vile body behind the hostage, the monster let out a wicked, mocking chuckle. Heh heh. The demon slowly slinked out from the shadows to reveal itself. Oh, now this is interesting. I certainly didn't expect you to see through my little trick so quickly. Since my illusion magic is utterly useless against you, I suppose this pile of meat has outlived its usefulness. A sudden burst of eerie light flared up right beneath their feet, sending everyone into high alert. Ran Yang let out a furious, blood-curdling roar. You sick, twisted animal. I'll kill you. A blinding streak of crimson energy violently tore right through a massive tree trunk. Aki flourished his glowing blade, falling into a combat stance, fully prepared to slaughter the beast. Ran Yang let out a deafening battle cry, leaping into the air and bringing his heavy blade crashing down with all his might. Just die already, you bastard. The earth-shattering slash exploded upon impact, sending a massive shockwave of red light tearing through the dark woods. An entire section of the forest was instantly flattened to the ground, kicking up thick, suffocating clouds of dust and debris. Massive, ancient trees had been violently cleaved right down the middle, leaving absolutely nothing behind but smoking craters and ash. In the dead, heavy silence that followed, one of the warriors broke the tension with a trembling voice. Did we actually get it? For a brief moment, there was nothing but silence. But then, an arrogant, chilling laugh echoed down from a different tree branch. "Oh, my. You humans are just so brutally violent." The entire squad whipped their heads around in pure horror. The demon hadn't even been scratched. The dual-core 6-rank demon lounged casually on a high branch, chuckling with absolute disdain. "You're still miles away from landing a hit on me, you pitiful little warrior." Ran Yang's face darkened with unbridled fury. "If I can't kill you with one strike, then I'll just keep beating the living hell out of you until you break." A chaotic barrage of blazing red, blue-green, and yellow energy blasted down from the sky, completely illuminating that entire section of the forest. "Wait, hold on." Hearing the chaos, Aki cursed under his breath, his anxiety spiking. "Damn it, there's way too many of them in the blast zone. Their anger is completely blinding them right now." The entire squad launched a desperate, all-out assault against the demon, who was just sitting on the branch without a care in the world. Its dark purple eyes flared with a sinister light as a deeply mocking smile crept across its twisted face. "Well then, how about we play a little game?" A blazing crimson blade violently pierced right through the thick smoke, followed by a furious roar. "How about we play a game, you dropping dead?" Completely caught off guard, Ran Yang's bloodshot eyes widened as he furiously swung his heavy sword straight into the swirling purple smoke. He hit the ground hard, throwing an arm up to shield his eyes from the suffocating, dense purple smog. The demon had completely vanished without leaving a single trace behind. One of the warriors started to panic. It turned straight into smoke. "Hurry up and find that dual-core 6-rank demon right now." But suddenly, a blinding, intense flash of white light erupted from right behind him. The young man frantically whipped his head around. Standing right in front of him was Aki, engulfed in the terrifying, ghostly visage of a pale demon, a chilling hybrid of half-man and half-monster. Son of a bitch. In everyone's eyes, his body gradually morphed into a dual-core 6-stage demon, with his pitch-black face twisting into a terrifying smile. The crowd pointed all at once. "There is the demon." He realized the illusion magic made everyone mistake him for a demon. He was immune to the illusions, but the others had their minds manipulated. It made them turn against him, while the real culprit hid up high, just sitting back and reaping the rewards. The demon sat on a cloud of purple smoke, casually crossing its legs as it watched. Behind it, a massive purple eye suddenly appeared. Completely controlled by the illusion magic, the soldiers raised their swords and attacked him all at once. He just stood there, holding his red sword. Up above, the demon laughed maniacally, thrilled to watch them slaughter each other. Ran Yang charged forward, screaming, "Die, you demon." He coldly faced the captain. Looking down from above, the entire scene below was painted in a chaotic, bloody red. The demon laughed smugly. "What a beautiful sight. It has been a long time since I got to enjoy such a spectacular bloodbath." He was furious. "You think we are just your entertainment? Fine, taste the true power of lightning." A blast of red energy shot straight toward the demon, while simultaneously intercepting Ran Yang's attack. Aki activated the power of the Crimson King flag. If the true nature of lightning can suppress demons, then here we go. The Crimson King flag channeled its power into the brilliantly glowing sword. Ran Yang roared, charging in to avenge his fallen soldiers. The Crimson King dashed straight ahead and calmly said, "Captain, please take a little break." The Crimson King swung his sword down, and the exploding energy blasted the soldiers far away. Ran Yang was completely stunned. "It is lightning again. Who the hell is this kid? His lightning power carries this massive demonic aura that puts me on edge." The Crimson King stood among the knocked out soldiers. "By just adjusting the intensity of this special lightning, I can wipe out all negative status effects and illusion magic." The Crimson King looked up at the giant purple eye in the sky. The demon was still there. The demon was equally shocked. "Lightning can actually break my illusion magic. What is he trying to do?" Standing on the ground, the Crimson King let out a massive shout, his booming voice infused with the raw power of lightning. The demon up above lost its balance, its voice trembling. I cannot believe his voice alone carries such destructive power. Countless cracks began to shatter across the giant purple eye. Finally, the eye exploded, sending the demon crashing down. It immediately tried to launch a sneak attack on the Crimson King. "Die, human warrior." The Crimson King spun around, his eyes glowing a fierce red. "You are the one who is going to die." He swung his blade and slashed right at the demon. The demon was knocked flying backward, barely managing to block the strike. The Crimson King rested his sword on his shoulder and casually walked over. "Just as I thought, a dual-core 6-stage demon. This trip was definitely worth it. Not only does he wield this bizarre lightning, but he does not show an ounce of fear when facing me. On the contrary, his eyes are full of pure excitement. It is almost as if he is the real demon, and I am just the prey." The Crimson King leaped forward. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, but the demon dodged the attack by a hair. The demon agilely slipped away from the strike. It started to regenerate its power. A massive horde of summoned demons surrounded the Crimson King and rushed in for the kill. This is not just simple illusion magic anymore. The Crimson King mercilessly cut them down one by one. Without a single moment of hesitation, demons kept spawning from all directions, relentlessly attacking and taunting him at the same time. This is a combination of illusion magic and the dual core's mobility. But there is only one true body. The Crimson King's sharp eyes tracked their every move. He suddenly spoke up. "Found you." The sword flared with brilliant light, slashing straight into the true target. The summoned demons vanished into thin air instantly. This power is my absolute counter. My illusion magic is completely useless. A bright flash of light sparked right above the demon's head. In a flash, the Crimson King dove down from the sky, his blazing sword driving straight into the demon's skull. Hand over your demon subduing core. The scene shifts to Dawn City. Lightning violently tore through the gloomy sky. Sidulu stood high above, looking down at the massive skyscrapers. She pressed her lips together softly, not saying a single word. Suddenly, a scream rang out. It was Tomo. Sidulu pulled her hand back after delivering a palm strike. Tomo slowly got to her feet, looked up at the person beside her, and quietly asked, "What are you doing?" The only response was a cold, indifferent voice. "Nothing. I am just sensing Aki's aura." With that said, Sidulu stepped forward. Tomo was completely surprised. "Ha! Is that really Aki? You mean that lightning over there?" But before anyone could answer, they heard Shino's voice. Shino tilted her head and asked, "What are you guys looking at?" Tomo pointed toward the wildly flashing lightning. "We are watching Aki." The two of them squatted down, deep in thought. Is that Aki?" Tomo replied that she wasn't sure. She just heard Sidulu say he could feel his aura. Shino shot that down immediately. "Stop talking nonsense. That's just thunder. It's probably just raining over there." Before they could argue, a loud shout from behind startled all three of them. "What are you three doing standing there?" Lina marched over with a strict, unyielding expression on her face. She yelled right in their faces. "If you guys don't get stronger before Aki gets back, you're just going to be a burden to him." She recalled his instructions right before he left. "Please, help me train them." Aki's image flashed clearly in her mind, along with his earnest, pleading request. "I'm counting on you, Lina." She silently swore to fulfill that request no matter the cost, just as long as he made it back safely. Lina yelled at them, "Keep fighting. This time, you have to defend for 10 seconds. Tomo whined. 10 seconds. We were already exhausted from just 5 seconds ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Crimson Kinki was still hunting down the dual-core 6th stage demon. The demon roared in absolute fury. "Damn it, I'm the only one allowed to sneak attack people." Before it could even finish speaking, Crimson Kinki swung his sword like a flash of lightning. He chuckled in amusement. "Are you faster than lightning?" He gritted his teeth, his voice turning ice cold. "How can you be so stupid, 6th stage demon?" The demon began to tremble in sheer terror. Why is his body giving off such an unfathomable aura? Is he really just a human warrior? Crushed by Crimson Kinki's terrifying pressure, the 6th stage demon was practically forced to its knees. In the blink of an eye, the icy blade pierced straight through the demon's body. He said coldly, "It ends here." The 6th stage demon desperately gripped the blade in its chest and screamed, "Damn you! Your bizarre lightning stopped my dual cores from using even half of their power. But don't even think about taking them for yourself." The moment it finished speaking, the demon's dual cores started emitting a bizarre light. "Let's die together." It turned out it was planning to self-destruct, its eyes flashing with pure madness. Not letting its plan succeed, Crimson Kinki swung his sword, launching the demon high into the air. He gave a cold smirk. "You want to blow yourself up?" Saying that, he instantly summoned his lightning. "Let me help you out with that." In just a split second, the sky grew thick with storm clouds. Massive bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly on the 6th stage demon's body. It shrieked in absolute agony. "Are you a human or a demon?" Crimson Kinki didn't even bother to answer. He just said with flat indifference, "I am a warrior." The demon's body instantly exploded, sending thick black smoke billowing into the air. Finally, the dual cores were revealed. The two cores slowly drifted down right into Crimson Kinki's hand. He gripped them tight, then relaxed his hand, thinking to himself. So these are the demon subduing cores. The sky gradually darkened, leaving a full moon shining brilliantly above. In the middle of the forest, an unconscious figure was leaning against a tree. Ranyang weakly opened his eyes, clutching his head with a groan. "Was I knocked out? Since when?" He looked around and realized everyone else was also unconscious, thinking to himself. "Everyone's here. Did they all pass out?" In the middle of his chaotic thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly spoke up. Aki asked, "Captain, you're awake." He gasped in absolute shock. "It's you." Aki was leaning against a tree trunk, resting one hand on the ground. Ranyang instinctively reached for his sword, ready to charge, and asked, "Is it already night? Where's the dual-core demon?" "It's been killed. The other demons around here have been taken care of too, so you can relax." Ranyang froze in pure disbelief at the answer. He accepted the water bottle that Aki handed over to him. Aki said casually, "Drink some water, Captain." He asked again, totally stunned, "Did you take out the dual-core demon all by yourself?" Aki leaned back against a large tree, his sword resting right next to him. "Yeah, but the other team members tried their best." Ranyang was completely astounded. "That was a dual-core 6th stage demon. Just what exactly is your true power level?" Aki sluggishly got to his feet. "Just think of it as me having a natural counter against it. The important thing is that everyone survived, right? I'll go check and see if there are any demons left. It's already midnight, so you and the other soldiers should rest a little longer." Ranyang turned his head and looked around. Seeing everyone scatter across the ground, he muttered softly, They probably won't be waking up anytime soon. This demon's illusion magic was truly terrifying. Even I had my mind invaded without realizing it at all, Aki explained. A dual-core demon is at the absolute peak of combat power for its level. Having two different cores means its strength isn't just doubled. Waking up this fast proves you're already incredibly strong. Ranyang let out a deeply frustrated sigh. He furrowed his brows. As the captain and the one in charge of Dawn City's purge operation, considering the fact that you saved our lives, I won't look into your real identity. But as a fellow warrior, I just can't let this go. Ranyang clenched his fists tightly. I'm extremely curious. Between a 6-core warrior like me and an outsider like you, who's actually stronger? Let's spar. Aki turned him down flat. There's really no need for that, Captain. I know your true strength isn't weak at all. You were just at a disadvantage this time, because we lacked intel on the demon. Before he could even finish, Ranyang cut him off. Reject me. Just treat it as me being curious about your power. The tip of his sword pointed straight at Aki. Please, spar with me. Aki quietly sized him up. Aggressive and fiercely competitive. Those were the exact qualities of a strong warrior. Thinking this, he replied, I don't have a problem with that. There's an empty clearing nearby. The bright moonlight cast a glowing veil across the dark forest. The two of them made their way over to the nearby clearing. Ranyang shifted into a combat stance. Please don't hold back. If you're truly strong, I want to see it. Aki replied calmly. I used to be just as battle-hungry as you are, so I'll take this spar seriously. He reached behind his back and smoothly drew his sword. Ranyang smiled with pure excitement. Excellent. Like a sudden gust of wind, he dashed forward and unleashed his wild slash. The crimson blade unleashed a relentless barrage of back-to-back strikes. But then he froze in his tracks. Where did he go? He looked around wildly, but there was no sign of him, only the deep marks left by his own attack. Suddenly, he looked up just as a dark silhouette plummeted from above. Reacting with lightning speed, he was completely stunned. He's above and behind me again. Ranyang instantly raised his sword, desperately blocking Aki's heavy strike. But Aki stomped brutally right onto his hand, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Thick clouds of dust and smoke immediately swallowed the entire clearing. In a flash, he effortlessly stripped Ranyang of his weapon. Aki spoke with total calm. You lost. He completely pinned the man down. No matter how many times you try, I will always find an opening to take your weapon. His eyes were entirely cold and devoid of emotion. Do you still want to try? Ranyang trembled slightly. He was right. No matter how much he prepared, he'd still end up disarmed. The gap in their raw power was just too immense. He had only ever felt this kind of overwhelming pressure from the new 6 heroes. Aki reached out a hand to help him up. Alright, let's stop here. His face softened just a little. Ranyang was still in a complete daze. The vibe was entirely different from a moment ago. He felt almost like an elegant, seasoned elder, freezing cold one second and warmly gentle the next. He smiled, quietly making up his mind. What a deeply mysterious warrior. Ranyang grabbed Aki's hand and said cheerfully, I admit defeat. He then rubbed his sore arm, unable to hold back his curiosity. With your kind of power, why did you join a temporary squad? You are definitely not some ordinary 5-core warrior. In fact, you're the strongest fighter I've ever met, second only to the new 6 heroes. Aki furrowed his brow slightly. The new 6 heroes? I'm only second to them. Ranyang continued explaining. 7-core warriors are at the absolute peak. The gap between a 6-core and a 7-core is even bigger than the gap from 1-core to 6-core. The raw power of the new 6 heroes is beyond imagination. Rumor has it that one of them actually went into the ancient king's domain completely solo, and made it out alive. Aki was genuinely shocked. They went into the ancient king's domain. Is it really the ancient king's domain? He recalled his own deeply traumatic memories from that horrific place, his expression turning incredibly serious. No, that's not right. They're definitely hiding something. Ranyang snapped him back to reality. It's almost morning, and the other fighters are about to wake up. Are you heading back to Dawn City with us? Aki answered completely nonchalant. Yeah, I'll head back. It just so happens I have a few things to take care of anyway. Dawn slowly broke over the horizon, bringing total clarity to his mind. It was finally time to test the effects of the demon subduing core. The two of them headed back to Dawn City together. Meanwhile, back in the central command room, Tian Sangyo summoned Ranyang, a dual-core 6-mark purple core. That was a truly terrifying existence. I heard there was an incredibly strong Outlander warrior with your group. What was his actual strength? Ranyang respectfully bowed his head and replied. He was just a 5-core warrior, sir. He left the squad as soon as the mission was over. During the mission, his overall performance was very stable, but we still suffered inevitable losses, especially the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives. The tactical commander of Dawn City, Tian Songyao, a 7-core yellow-core warrior, asked in absolute disbelief. A 5-core warrior. I really thought he would be a much stronger Outlander. If that were the case, I would have wanted to meet him for recruitment. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed to get some rest. We'll handle the detailed report later. Ranyang nodded. Yes, sir. The moment he stepped out of the command room, his teammates immediately started buzzing with excitement. Captain Ranyang is finally out. He didn't answer them, lost in his own deep, heavy thoughts. Just as you asked, I kept my promise. He remembered Aki's exact words. Please, severely downplay my strength. I only joined this temporary squad, and I really don't want to draw any attention from the higher-ups. Consider this a personal request. At the time he had asked in pure shock. You saved our entire squad. If I can help you, I absolutely will, but don't you care about the reward at all? What is your actual goal here? Aki let out a heavy, tired sigh. Phew. Then, he looked up at the endless sky and casually said, I don't really know myself. Right now, inside a quiet hotel room in Dawn City, fresh out of the shower, Aki walked into the room, vigorously towel drying his hair, finally washed off all that nasty demon blood. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he locked his intense gaze right on the demon subduing core. He gently sat back, holding the demon subduing core securely in the palm of his hand, and muttered softly to himself, this thing is up next. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The demon subduing core was indeed completely different from a regular demon core, especially the demonic aura inside it. If an ordinary warrior forced themselves to absorb it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Right at that moment, Chuangqi appeared. The consequences would be unimaginable. Great job, getting your first demon subduing core this fast. He asked in surprise, why did you just show up out of nowhere? He replied casually, since you've already gotten the demon subduing core, don't tell me you don't know how to use it. No one else but you can use this thing. Hearing that, Aki asked in surprise why. Chuangqi replied casually, because you are very special. Saying that, he transformed Aki into a form identical to his own. He immediately got angry. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He just laughed. Well, I like this look on you. Annoyed, Aki still asked, what do you actually want? Stop acting so chummy. He laughed in amusement. Humans are so damn annoying. I'm just reminding you. This form is incredibly useful. The demon subduing core is a unique product found inside the bodies of high-level demons. The power inside it isn't something a normal human body can handle. It's too violent, enough to drive a warrior completely insane, or even make them explode. But your body possesses two factors that can suppress it. He immediately asked back, two things. Chuangqi answered, first is your demonic physique, which exists because of me. It makes you immune to the demonic aura. The second is the lightning attribute that you've evolved. He still didn't quite get it. So he conjured a spark of lightning in front of him and asked, you mean this? He frowned in annoyance. Yes, exactly. No need to show off, put it away. At this moment, he thought to himself, this guy is obviously countered by my lightning. He continued to explain, your lightning is extremely effective against demons. It doesn't just suppress the demonic aura inside the demon subduing core, it purifies it. By combining these two abilities, you can help others fuse with the demon subduing core. But the condition is that they must have a strong enough mind and body. Otherwise it will mess with their sanity. As for the other details, you'll only find out once you actually try it. He asked further, so, how exactly do we fuse it? Chuangqi answered bluntly, one-on-one, totally naked, and connect your energies. He panicked and screamed, wait, what? Naked? How are we supposed to connect like that? He explained, don't overact, it's just to increase the energy resonance. You just have to transfer your energy into their body, that's it. He followed along, but his mind was racing with crazy thoughts. This was a very dangerous situation. It wouldn't be too bad with Shino, but Sidulu and Tomo were both girls. If they misunderstood, he'd be dead meat. Thinking about doing it with Shino felt even weirder. He imagined the awkward scenario and clutched his head. No way, I can't do that. The demon sighed. What the hell are you thinking about? Humans are so annoying. While he was still a nervous wreck, the room door suddenly opened. The door swung open, and Winlina walked in with a happy face. You're back, Aki, he replied calmly. Yeah, I'm back. Where are the other three? Right after that, the three of them walked in. And Winlina pointed. Right here. Seeing him, all three ran over. Tomo asked, why did you change again? Sidulu said softly, your aura is much easier to recognize now. He hesitated. Regarding our cultivation, I have something important to say. His face turned serious. After hearing his explanation, Winlina stomped her foot hard, making him jump. Are you seriously telling the truth? She glared at him furiously. Tomo covered her mouth in shock. Oh my god, a naked fusion really. Winlina gritted her teeth. In your past life you were so cold. And in this life you're playing it this wild. She glared at him. You pervert, he quickly explained. This is absolutely necessary. If I'm not there, they'll be corrupted by the demonic power. His voice was trembling. Also, could you put your foot down? I feel really unsafe. Winlina was speechless and turned away. You guys discuss it yourselves? I'm gonna sleep. The door slammed shut, startling everyone. The room fell completely silent. Tomo asked softly, what's wrong with Senior? He explained seriously. This method is dangerous, but it works. Right now, we only have one demon subduing core. Who wants to try it first? Tomo thought about it. Even though we're teammates, it's still super embarrassing. Sidulu hesitated in the corner, wanting to speak up. She blushed and said there's already demonic power inside my body, so maybe it'll be easier to fuse. Let me try it first. Shino immediately jumped in. No, let me do it. He smiled happily. Alright, thanks for trusting me. Tomo nodded. I support this. Sidulu stayed quiet. Inside the room, the two guys started getting ready. Shino's physical strength had been trained extremely well. Shino asked, do I need to take everything off? Aki jumped in surprise and turned around. You keep it. There's no need. This is more than enough. Outside, Tomo and Sidulu peeked through the door. Is it really okay for us to be watching like this? Winlina suddenly appeared behind them. It's fine, we're just taking precautions. Tomo jumped in surprise. Senior, you're here too. She held a finger to her lips, signaling them to stay quiet. The three of them stood outside watching. Inside, Shino held the demon subduing core. If what you said is true, this thing contains a terrifying amount of demonic power. The core emitted a faint glow and thick black mist. Just holding it released an overwhelming pressure. He channeled his energy into it and guided him. Close your eyes. Feel the energy, and establish a connection. Shino closed his eyes, sinking deep into his subconscious. Suddenly, a vast, empty space materialized around him. A brilliant golden light gradually spread outward, perfectly mirroring his own core. The surrounding space began to heat up as he stepped toward the blinding light. He suddenly froze in his tracks. A colossal creature was hovering there, tightly embracing the orb of light. He stared in absolute shock. Is this the primordial demonic power? With a trembling hand, he reached out and touched it. Instantly, a crack spiderwebbed across the glowing orb. A massive explosion of energy erupted, completely swallowing him whole. The violent energy violently invaded his body, bringing an unbearable, tearing pain. He screamed in agony. How could any human possibly withstand this kind of power? The colossal creature slowly opened its glowing eyes. Panic set in as he realized his body was being taken over. Chiwonki observed everything from high above. I told you so. He slowly opened his hand. Now it's your turn. His eyes snapped open, releasing a terrifying aura that completely filled the area. The enemy had finally shown up. The golden demon glared up at him. I never expected to run into Wonki here. He just looked down coldly, holding a small miniature entity in his hand. He spoke with absolute calm. This is the true source of a demon's primordial power. His eyes flared with a dangerous light. If you want to save your friend, you'd better act fast. He was brutally swatted away like a fly. He pushed himself forward, struggling. Shino, you can't just give up and die here. The golden demon suddenly noticed something off. There's a disgusting stench coming from you. A blinding golden light erupted into the air. A massive warrior clad in golden armor materialized, completely blocking the deadly strike. The small entity immediately dashed forward, launching a fierce counterattack. The golden demon stumbled back in pure shock. What? Why is there another demon here? Chiwonki looked down from his high vantage point. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to defeat that thing first. The golden demon roared and charged forward to attack. He just stood there casually, arms crossed, watching the whole thing unfold. He even sat down, treating the life or death battle like a theater show. The golden demon dove straight down with the speed of lightning. It raised its massive foot, fully intending to crush its opponent into bloody paste. A massive explosion echoed across the battlefield. He roared at the top of his lungs. Bring it on. Both sides violently crashed into each other, sparking an insanely fierce battle. Crackling lightning suddenly exploded right beneath his feet. He launched a devastatingly powerful kick straight into the golden demon's stomach, screaming, "Get the hell away from me." However, its thick armor barely took a scratch. His eyes glowed a furious red as he glared at his opponent. If I only use physical combat, this is going to take way more effort. As expected, the absolute defense of a yellow core is no joke. The golden demon slowly traced its razor-sharp claws over its stomach, rapidly condensing a terrifying amount of energy. The colossal monster closed the distance, so fast he nearly dropped his sword. It sneered at him. You really think you can beat me in hand-to-hand combat? His eyes flashed with deadly intent. Let's find out, then. The golden demon shuddered uncontrollably. What kind of freakish power is this? To think the combination of demonic power and lightning could be this absolutely terrifying. He accelerated like a flash of lightning, kicking up rubble along his path. He channeled all his strength into his arm, gained momentum, and drove his sword straight through the golden demon's stomach. A blinding light erupted from behind the monster. On either side of him appeared the phantoms of twin snake demons, bearing sharp fangs and vicious eyes, as if they had finally found the perfect solution. Down below, a figure cloaked in black unleashed their demonic power, creating an even more devastating blast of lightning. He unleashed another heavy blow, triggering an explosion of blinding light. The golden demon's golden armor shattered to pieces, sending blood splattering everywhere. Pierced straight through the stomach by the sword, the golden man fell to its knees in agonizing pain. It stared up at him, trembling violently. He actually stole the demon's materialized demon subduing core with his sword. Even though I possess that exact same power, Chiwonki stood in the background, watching closely. Even the primordial power of the demons would be amazed by you. He licked his lips in sheer amusement. Keep evolving, human. A beam of white light shot straight up into the sky. A massive white creature with razor-sharp teeth roared and lunged forward, before suddenly being called back. He spread his arms wide inside the pillar of white light, gritting his teeth. Fifth stage form, evolve. He lowered his hands, and thick black smoke began billowing up around his legs. He opened his mouth and exhaled plumes of dark smoke, revealing a set of cold, razor-sharp fangs. His glowing golden eyes burned with pure rage. Is that all you got? Sixth stage form, complete. The golden demon just stared at him in stunned silence. A massive sphere of light swallowed up the golden demon's sword and golden armor, before completely vanishing into thin air. Chi flew over, laughing as he praised him. Impressive. Devouring most of the demon's subduing core's power really helped you evolve. The two of them watched as the golden light swept everything up. The leftovers will be more than enough to help your friend awaken his demonic power. Far away, Shino's eyes slowly fluttered open. Meanwhile, inside a spacious room, the group of friends gathered around the bed. Aki placed her hand on Shino's back, radiating a warm golden light. Sidulu was nodding off to sleep. Tomo was happily snapping photos, and Lina let out a long yawn. Is it still not done yet? Tomo adjusted her camera, but suddenly jumped. Wait a second, I think Shino just noticed us. Sidulu instantly woke up with a start, her eyes shooting wide open. Everyone stared intently at the golden light surrounding Shino. Completely mesmerized by the sight, Shino opened his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shifted to a glowing, brilliant gold. Lina thought to herself, those eyes, they look just like a demon's. Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out, violently shaking the entire building. The golden light flashed brightly. The three girls stumbled back in panic as Shino's body started to rapidly mutate and transform. The beam of light twisted into a swirling golden vortex. Before exploding violently in mid-air, his body floated up into the air along with the light. As everyone watched in absolute shock, something was slowly starting to sprout right out of his back. The strange lumps trembled for a second. Before aggressively bursting out, they transformed into an entirely new set of arms, complete with fully formed flesh and bone. The three girls were completely stunned. 4 arms. Thick black smoke quickly enveloped his entire body. Shino now possessed 4 muscular arms, along with 4 golden horns growing right out of his head. His expression darkened as he let out a heavy sigh. Shino had successfully evolved into his 4th stage demon form. Lina's eyes went wide. Wait, demonic power can actually fuse with a human even without a core. Aki, adjusting her black cloak, spoke in a dead serious tone. Now is not the time to be amazed. We need to get out of here, right now. Before anyone could fully process what was happening, Situ-Lu immediately bolted for the door. I'll keep watch. But before she could even take a step outside, she was pulled back by one of Shino's massive hands. His forearms gently grabbed hold of each person. Pardon the intrusion, everyone. He smiled back and gripped Shino's hand. We'll leave it you. Then, suddenly, a massive pair of glowing golden wings burst from Shino's back. A deafening explosion instantly echoed through the room. Carrying everyone securely in his arms, he blasted right through the roof of the building. Tomo let out a bright, thrilled laugh of pure admiration. The group soared high up into the sky, leaving a massive, smoking crater right in the roof of the hotel. By the next morning, a massive crowd had gathered in front of the hotel. Everyone was buzzing with gossip about the collapsed sign. One of the warriors gave his report. Aside from the massive hole in the roof and the destroyed sign, we haven't found any other traces, sir. The captain frowned deeply, clearly sensing the lingering demonic aura. Suddenly, one of the warriors pointed up at the sky. Cap, look up there. Hurry. The two of them immediately dropped to their knees in respect. A mystical blue light illuminated the area, and a cloaked figure slowly descended from the sky. Lord Dylan. The man hovering before them was none other than the new 6 stars, Fan Dylan. Meanwhile, miles away, Shino carried the group toward a mountain near a roaring waterfall, touching down onto the ground gently. Tomo looked at him in total awe. Wow, so, Shino, how does it feel? He stared at his hands in deep thought, his body surging with intense demonic power. As soon as his feet hit the ground, the dark energy faded away, and he shifted back into his human form. Lina looked skeptical. She wondered out loud, did he manage to evolve straight to the 4th stage? Just because Aki helped him? Shino nodded. He explained that when his consciousness was fading, Aki constantly channeled the power of the demon's subduing core to help him out. It is just a shame that he needed more time to adapt, so he only managed to hit the 4th stage. Lina chimed in, noting that Aki was hiding quite a few secrets. Aki stayed quiet for a moment before finally speaking up. Well, it looks like we will not be able to go back to Dawn City anytime soon. Lina let out a heavy sigh. That is fine, she replied softly. That place just is not the same anymore, so it really does not matter if we never go back. Sidulu flashed a confident smile. If that is the case, let us ride this momentum and help Tomo and me rank up next. Hearing this, Tomo eagerly cheered in agreement. Lina crossed her arms and asked what their next move should be. Aki then turned to Shino, checking in to see how well he was adapting to his newly acquired power. Hearing the question, Shino just grinned. I am doing great. Honestly, I kinda want to see what your current power level looks like, too. Aki threw out a suggestion. In that case, let us go hunt down a 6-stage dual-core demon together. Shino reluctantly transformed, striking a cool pose so Tomo could snap some photos. The energetic girl squealed with absolute excitement as she clicked away. A little while later, Lina was sitting quietly by a waterfall. She suddenly picked up on the sound of approaching footsteps and glanced back over her shoulder. Aki casually strolled up to her. Hey, what are you looking at? He asked. He playfully teased her. You are usually so straightforward, so why so deep in thought today? With that, he took a seat right next to her on the ground. Lina kept her eyes on Shino in the distance, her voice dropping lower. Seeing humanity mixed with demonic power just feels so surreal to me. In the past, something like this would absolutely never have been accepted. She continued sharing her thoughts. You have demonic power inside your body too, Aki. Where exactly are humans and demons heading after all this? Aki took a moment to think it over before answering. You know, at first, I completely despised this power too. But the truth is, just like how we warriors have to synchronize with a demon core to get stronger, without it, we stand zero chance against more powerful enemies. Besides, I have a feeling that demons might not even be our only enemies anymore. Lena nodded in grim agreement. Aside from the demons, both the new 6 stars and the new king are insanely stronger than any of us. The new king, especially, is on a whole different level. She shuddered as she recalled the absolute terror she felt when facing the new king. That kind of devastating power was completely beyond the limits of human capability. She trembled slightly, wrapping her arms around herself. For a split second, even I wanted to just give up and stop fighting. It is pretty pathetic, isn't it? A 6-core warrior, completely paralyzed by fear. Aki reached out and gently tapped her on the head. You dummy. What is there to be afraid of when you have me right here? Lena gazed down at his reflection shimmering in the running water. Yeah, you are right, she replied softly, a small smile forming on her lips. Suddenly, a voice called out from the camp. Hey Aki, we are all done resting up over here. Let us find a nearby town to crash for the night. Aki turned his head and shouted back. Alright, sounds good. He pushed himself to his feet and looked down at Lena. Come on, let us get moving. We still need to hunt down some more dual-core demons, so we can grab those last 2 demon subduing cores. With their spirits lifted, the entire group finally set off, heading down the trail, just as the sun slowly dipped behind the distant mountains. Oh my gosh, there's a demon munching on something, and its mouth is completely covered in blood. It looks absolutely terrifying. Shino walked right up and asked if it was gnawing on a rotting corpse. He mentioned that these stage 1 demons are everywhere, and you just have to follow their tracks to find them. It looked like a massive nest. Just then, Aki threw his sword, piercing it straight through the demon's mouth. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the area, signaling an ambush. Aki gripped his sword and stepped forward, radiating intense killing intent. He said they had been searching from morning until night, and they finally managed to track down such a rare and massive lair. The MC really hoped there was a dual-core demon inside. Otherwise, this would all be a total waste of time. A terrifying red aura erupted from him, making the demons whisper among themselves that it felt exactly like the aura of their own kind. Without a sound, a towering figure appeared right behind them. Shino grabbed 2 of the demons by the head and violently slammed them together, leaving them completely dazed and heavily concussed. Their heads were completely severed from their necks, and he just casually brushed it off, saying the job was done. Tomo watched the whole thing in absolute amazement, with a look of pure admiration in her eyes. Aki suddenly sensed that something was very wrong deeper inside the cave, so he quickly spoke up. The MC mentioned he could feel a pretty strong energy source deep inside the cave, and guessed it might be a demon subjugation core. Sidulu desperately wanted to join the fight, but before she could even finish her sentence, he shut her down, telling her it wasn't the right time yet. He firmly reminded them that both she and Tomo couldn't fight until they had successfully fused with the core. The fusion process was taking a massive toll on Sidulu's physical and mental energy, so they absolutely couldn't afford to take any stupid risks right now. The MC insisted that they needed to stay in top shape, then he headed deeper into the cave. He told Lina to keep a close eye on the 2 girls, and she nodded in agreement. Out of nowhere, 3 demons lunged out of the darkness for a surprise attack. They roared furiously, screaming that anyone who dared to invade their nest would have to pay with their lives. Shino raised his hand, saying he wanted to test his strength, but Aki had already dashed forward and delivered a vicious slash first. Shino stepped up and faced the ferocious demon head-on. He gathered all his strength and threw a devastating punch straight into his opponent's face. The other 2 demons panicked, terrified and confused whether he was a human or a monster. Still, they shrieked that no matter what he was, they had to kill him. They lunged forward with brutal aggression to take Shino down. Tomo turned to Aki and asked if she would turn into something like that when she underwent demonification. She even imagined herself sprouting 4 arms. The MC frowned, admitting he really wasn't sure. He thought quietly about how demonification always seemed to make people more bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Shino grabbed another enemy by the head and unleashed a brutally savage attack. Shino muttered about how incredibly weak he used to be back in the day, even with a defensive core. When faced with low-level grunts led by a stage 1 demon, all he could do was stand there helplessly and watch his captain do all the fighting. Whenever they ran into a fire-type stage 2 demon, his only option was to run for his life. But things were totally different now. He finally had the kind of power that made even the demons tremble in fear. Aki stepped forward, his intimidating aura drawing the attention of every single demon in the area. The MC frowned as he watched their numbers multiply. It really was a massive monster hive. Seeing the horde of demons rushing at them, he started to get a little worried about how fast their numbers were growing. Lena quickly asked if he needed backup, and he instantly agreed. Hearing that, Lena immediately slammed her hands onto the ground to activate her power. She gathered her momentum, getting ready to launch herself forward. Tomo was super excited, dying to see the power of a 6-core user in action. Lena stomped hard, completely cratering the ground beneath her feet. She shot forward like a bullet, obliterating the entire group of demons in an absolute flash. Sidulu was completely blown away by her speed. The sheer power of this level was way beyond anything she could have imagined. Tomo pouted in disappointment, because it happened so fast, she didn't even get to record it. Shino was totally stunned too, since the enemies had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Aki laughed in amusement, pointing out that she didn't even use a single skill. Watching Lena still zooming ahead, he explained that she literally just threw up a shield and barreled straight through them. The group quickly talked it over and decided to chase after her. As Lena sprinted forward, she realized that deep inside the cave was a massive open area, where all those demons had just poured out from. She charged right into the cavern, but immediately slammed on the brakes. Lena stayed on high alert, looking around right as a monstrous, echoing voice growled out, "Exterminate." A demon chilling on a massive stone throne revealed itself. It sneered that this human was completely different from the warriors they had faced before. It was none other than a stage 6 dual-core demon. Lena didn't even bother giving it an answer. She just charged straight at it. The demon barely managed to dodge, but its stone throne was completely smashed to pieces. It shrieked in absolute rage over losing its favorite seat. Lena just smirked, stepping dismissively on the shattered rubble. She glared down at it coldly, throwing out a snarky comment about its precious throne. With clear contempt in her eyes, she told it that it wasn't worthy, making the demon go absolutely crazy and smash the ground. Countless tentacles radiating evil energy suddenly sprouted up from the ground. They shot straight toward Lena. Shino, who had just arrived and wanted to play the hero, threw a powerful punch that completely shattered all the tentacles. The demon froze in shock, suddenly sensing a dark aura from behind and realizing there was someone else there. Aki appeared, drew his sword, and threatened to hand over the core before immediately rushing into attack. Blood splattered everywhere like falling rain. The main character stepped on the enemy's corpse. He looked completely satisfied, because he had finally obtained the demon subduing core, noting he only needed one more. Remembering her, he turned and asked Lena how she was holding up. After the fierce battle, she clutched her wounded shoulder and said she was just a little exhausted. Lena looked at the core on her chest and sighed, because her energy was almost completely drained. High-level cores were incredibly hard to find, and their usage had been heavily restricted ever since the new king took power. Aki just looked at her in silence. Lena broke the heavy silence. She said she was getting too old and didn't need to push herself to reach the 6-star rank anymore. She then looked at him with eyes full of hope, wishing for him to create a miracle once again. He trembled slightly and tightly clenched his fists, with absolute determination. He replied that he would take back everything they had lost, somewhere else inside a modern hotel. Aki stood in the hallway holding a vial of liquid. He said they already had 2 of them, so now he had to help them fuse with the demonic power. He told Lena and Shino to keep a close watch. They felt totally confident, brushing it off since this was just a low-level Class C city. Lena suddenly asked what about him. Her cheeks flushed red as she teased him, making the situation feel a little awkward. He got a bit annoyed and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Inside the room, the 2 girls could hear the commotion happening outside. Tomo timidly asked Sidulu if she was feeling nervous. The door opened and Aki walked in. He turned on the lights and asked if they were ready, wondering who wanted to go first. A stuttering voice replied that they were already prepared. Sidulu hesitated, completely unsure of what to do. Out of embarrassment, she said Tomo should go first. This made Aki cough lightly before asking again, just to be sure. He awkwardly looked down, not knowing where to rest his eyes. Tomo hugged Sidulu and teased her, saying she actually wanted to go first, but was just too shy to admit it. This made Sidulu's face turn completely red as she yelled back. She stuttered out a denial, while Aki quickly agreed with the idea just to break the awkward tension in the room. He looked at her with gentle eyes and finally decided to let Sidulu go first. Tomo slipped away, conveniently taking a camera with her while flashing a mischievous grin. This made Sidulu furious, demanding that she put it down immediately. After kicking Tomo out, she sat up straight. She just stared blankly at Aki as he took off his shirt to reveal his abs, making him ask why she was staring at him like that. Sidulu's face instantly burned red as she hurriedly denied it, stammering that it was nothing. Her mind was an absolute mess, completely overwhelmed with embarrassment from the sight right in front of her. She lowered her head and mumbled nervously, asking if she needed to take everything off. He quickly told her she didn't have to, otherwise it would be too hard to focus. Meanwhile, in the next room, Tomo and the others were also blushing furiously, letting their imaginations run wild. Inside the room, the bright lights shone down as they prepared for the fusion process. Aki and Sidulu sat upright on the bed. He slowly opened the container holding the demon subduing core, then decisively placed the glowing core right into her hand. She took it, her expression growing serious. She asked if the demonic power inside was anything like the dark energy already existing within her own body, since she still didn't understand its true origin. Sidulu lowered her gaze. She confessed that she was deeply terrified of that power, yet somehow she desperately craved it at the same time. She thought back to her own demonic form. She explained that in her dreams, she was often enveloped by a familiar yet strange figure. It was a source of overwhelmingly immense power, but also incredibly dark and unpredictable. Hearing this, Aki gave a slight nod, He told her that if that was the case, then this fusion process might actually help them find the answers they were looking for. He guided her to hold the demon subduing core tightly in the palm of her hand, telling her to let her spirit slowly sink into it. Aki placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling that it was time to start. Sidulu closed her eyes, memorized his instructions, and completely relaxed her consciousness. In almost no time at all, she slipped into a deep spiritual state, entering the inner dimension of the demon's subduing core. She opened her eyes, feeling like she was endlessly falling through a strange, unknown space. Right in front of her was a demon clutching a brilliant sphere of light. It was the absolute, primordial sixth-stage demonic power. Sidulu took a slow, deliberate step forward. She thought to herself, the absolute restoration energy is concentrated right here. But this aura is terrifyingly evil. Sensing her presence, the demon snapped its eyes open, unleashing a crushing pressure that stopped her dead in her tracks. For a split second, her entire body went completely rigid. Her eyes slowly glazed over with desire. She knew it was wicked, but the thought whispered in her mind, if I make this mine, I'll be so much stronger. Drawn in like a magnet, she reached out to touch the orb. A seductive voice whispered, just embrace this primal power, and you can protect whoever you want. Right at that moment, another hand suddenly snatched her wrist. Another demon materialized with a smirk. That is not gonna work, my little warrior. Her voice snapped Sidulu back to reality, realizing it was the demon from her dreams. She looked at the girl with a deeply satisfied smile, wrapping an arm around her waist as she whispered about the primal power. She was the Black King Banner, one of the 6 King Banners who ruled over time and space, and she boldly declared that this girl belonged to her. The 6 Banner demon immediately recognized her identity, finally understanding why this fragile human carried such a familiar aura. The Black King Banner firmly stated, she is also helping me look after another human, before dropping a cold warning. Don't you dare give her a hard time. Sidulu stammered out, is the demonic power inside my body? Did you give it to me? She stared straight at her, asking directly if she really was one of the 6 King Banners. Her face went pale as it dawned on her that this being was ranked even higher than the 7th Banner. The Black King Banner spoke with a slow drawl. This is our first official meeting. Suddenly, a very familiar voice echoed out, man. What an absolute pain in the ass. The 6 Banner demon gasped. Well, you definitely do not see this every day. Aki and the Red King Banner made a badass entrance, exuding such immense pressure that the other demon could only marvel at the gathering of 2 kings. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if Sidulu's sudden power really did come from the Black King Banner. Both of them threw their hands over their faces in sheer disbelief at who had just shown up. They greeted him in unison, just as the Red King Banner and Aki touched down onto the ground. The Black King Banner immediately ran over, calling out to him with undeniable affection. Her cheeks flushed bright red, acting all cute and clingy like a teenage girl hopelessly in love. She quickly explained that she wasn't interfering with his business. She just set Sidulu up as a little helper to gather intel, which really made him question what the 2 King Banners were actually plotting. The Red King Banner gave her a helpless pat on the head, making her heart race wildly in embarrassment. He warned her in a low tone, if you get involved, you will just increase our chances of being exposed and drag in unnecessary danger. The Black King Banner pouted in frustration, but finally caved when he asked her, are you doubting my choices? But entirely out of nowhere, she raised a hand towards Sidulu, threatening to end her life right then and there. Aki instantly sensed that something was wrong, his eyes flaring with intense anger. He exploded with power, lunging forward to strike down the Black King Banner, but she didn't even flinch. With just a simple flick of her finger, she casually neutralized his entire attack. Seeing him getting blasted backward, Sidulu panicked and screamed his name. He hit the ground hard, dropping to his knees and clutching his stomach. That hit was definitely not a joke. She frantically rushed over to his side, asking in a worried tone, oh my god, are you okay? His body was trembling so violently that he couldn't even force a word out, which only made her panic even more. The Red King Banner sharply warned her not to hurt him. She just brushed it off, saying, I just paused his time for a little joke, before she snapped her fingers and cancelled the effect. Only then was his body finally freed from the invisible bindings. Sidulu gently helped him up, checking on him while he kept one hand on the dirt, gasping heavily for air. The Black King Banner teleported right in front of him. The sheer, crushing pressure radiating from her made him painfully aware that he was nowhere near ready to fight a King Banner. Right after that, she slowly raised her hand, like she was about to pull some crazy stunt. Out of nowhere, Sidulu's body was forcefully yanked away, leaving her utterly bewildered. She was dragged straight toward the Black King Banner, while the Red King Banner turned his back and coldly told him to leave. He shouted at the top of his lungs, like hell I am leaving her with that crazy demon. The Red King Banner stopped in his tracks. He looked back with eyes like ice and stated, the Black King Banner is the absolute strongest existence. She holds absolute dominion over time and space. He claimed that if she had any killing intent, they would be dead before they even knew it. Plus, this was actually an honor for humanity. Hearing that, Aki couldn't argue anymore and was urged to leave. Right before disappearing, he still warned the Black King not to pull any unnecessary stunts. Once they left, she turned to the 6th stage demon and told it that things would end right there. The demon had no choice but to agree. The 2 demons looked over at Sidulu. Then the Black King channeled its power directly into her forehead. Her body began to transform, and her eyes briefly mirrored the demon's. Deep inside her, a surge of green energy finally awakened. The power completely erupted. A pair of wings sprouted from her back, signaling that the inheritance process was perfectly complete. Outside, Aki was getting pretty anxious. But suddenly, her body radiated an intense wave of energy that left him completely stunned. As the smoke cleared, she stepped out in her incredibly seductive, six-stage dark green form. Our main guy was totally mesmerized. Meanwhile, the Red King just smiled, knowing that the Black King's power had definitely rubbed off on her. Out of nowhere, she raised her hand and pulled him right up to her, throwing him into a total panic. Her hand gently rested right against his chest. She leaned in close and whispered a question that caught him so off guard. He blurted out her name. Sidulu boldly asked if he had feelings for her. This left him completely flustered because her personality after the awakening was way too aggressive. Standing off to the side, the Red King let out a long, exhausted sigh. He muttered to himself, amazed that someone so powerful would still care about silly romance. Humans truly are impossible to understand. Suddenly, the door burst open. Tomo and Shino came tumbling into the room, and the Red King vanished in a flash. Tomo started complaining that Shino was way too heavy, and now they had ruined the perfect moment. When she looked up and saw Sidulu grabbing Aki by the collar, her eyes went as wide as saucers. Tomo practically yelled, asking what on earth she was doing. This made Sidulu blush deep red and stumble over her words. She quickly tried to explain that it was just a side effect of the demonization. Meanwhile, Aki let out a massive sigh of relief since he didn't have to answer her question anymore. Later, Tomo held up the demon subduing core. It felt incredibly light, yet so warm that it made her entire body tingle with energy. Aki tilted his head in confusion. Warm. What do you mean? He asked. He got totally serious, warning Tomo that she needed to focus. If she let her guard down for even a second, the demon subduing core would fiercely backlash against her. Tomo shot her hand up in a serious salute, quietly mumbling, roger that. Aki could only sigh. This girl really knew how to keep everyone on edge. He placed his hand firmly on Tomo's back. He carefully instructed her to keep her mind perfectly calm to connect with the core. Once she entered that inner space, she would be facing a primordial demon. Our guy made it very clear that the pressure would be crushing, both physically and mentally, but he promised he would go in with her and provide all the support he could. Aki started channeling his energy into her body. He kept reminding her to stay sharply focused. She couldn't let the power control her. She had to be the one pulling the strings. Taking a deep breath, Tomo closed her eyes and listened. He tried to calm her nerves, reminding her that both Shino and Sidulu had taken quite a bit of time to adapt before. Seeing Tomo completely motionless, Aki was startled. Wait, don't tell me. She's already entered the space. He muttered in disbelief. He immediately closed his eyes, intensely focusing on entering that exact same space. When he finally opened his eyes, his physical appearance had completely shifted to match his mental state. The Red King looked at Tomo and couldn't help but offer some praise. He admitted this girl was truly something else, especially since she hadn't faced a single attack yet. Not only did she successfully break into the space, but she was proudly standing right in front of the demon, casually absorbing its spiritual energy. Even the Red King was thoroughly impressed. The massive demon stared down at her, and Tomo just calmly stared right back. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single ounce of killing intent in its eyes. With effortless grace, Tomo began absorbing all the chaotic energy from that high-level demon. Aki was completely blown away. The Red King just smirked and said, "Well, look at that. It seems even a primordial demon has accepted her." Suddenly, Tomo's entire body started glowing with a mysterious, radiant blue light. The light grew brighter and more intense by the second, eventually swallowing up the entire space. Two cute little horns sprouted from the top of her head, and a sleek, new battle outfit began to form around her. But the most stunning part was the pair of breathtaking wings that unfolded right from her back. The brilliant light quickly condensed into a massive sphere, and Tomo completely vanished inside of it. The Red King was genuinely shocked. She didn't need any help whatsoever. A massive wave of energy exploded from the sphere. Like a butterfly breaking out of its chrysalis, she confidently stepped out into the open. Tomo had perfectly completed her 6th-stage demonization into the blue-white lion. Even she was totally speechless, amazed at how incredibly fast the whole process had been. She softly called out Aki's name, brimming with excitement. Her wings flapped gently, and Tomo realized she could speed up. She tried soaring upward, flying just as fast as Lena. She teleported right in front of the main character, startling him because she was just so incredibly fast. Tomo proudly praised herself, boasting about how strong she had finally become. Aki nodded in agreement. Deep down, he secretly thought she might actually be a hidden genius capable of fighting above her rank. Suddenly, 4 colorful streaks of light appeared up in the sky. They shot up high, causing the panicked citizens to gossip and point. But the group just kept flying, completely ignoring the stares. Those 4 beams of light were Aki, Lena, Tomo, and Sidulu. He reminded everyone to find a good spot, so they could practice their teamwork. Lena suggested the Devil's Cave, located west of Light Devouring City. It was a place that even the local warriors were terrified of. She confidently stated that their current team was strong enough to test their limits there. With that, the whole group continued moving forward. The very next morning, Aki and Lena stood by the stream, having a quiet conversation. He hesitated for a moment before asking if she was really going to leave them. He wondered if he had done something to upset her. Lena looked down, explaining that her core was almost out of energy. She said she would only be a burden if she stayed, which annoyed him so much that he lightly flicked her forehead. He explained that she was one of the 6 hexagrams. She had helped them out so much, especially with the intel on the cave. He gently rubbed the spot he had just flicked. His voice softened as he told her that everything would be fine once they found a new core. But Lena just shook her head, saying that she simply couldn't keep up with them anymore. He demanded to know why she couldn't just equip a new core. With all her rich combat experience, she could definitely keep going. Lena sadly admitted that she was getting too old, and she couldn't travel with them for much longer. She revealed that her youthful looks were only thanks to the green core. In reality, she was quite old, and even a little fighting left her exhausted. She compared herself to the rest of the group, who were all still in the prime of their lives. Lena felt that now that they had obtained demonic powers, she was no longer capable of guiding them. She grabbed Aki's hands, desperately begging him to let her leave. She just wanted to watch over them from a distance. He really didn't want to agree to this. He told her that even if she couldn't fight, it was totally fine. Lena smiled warmly and told him to find her when he went to save Dessa. Then, she handed him an item. It was a tracking compass that could pinpoint her exact location. It even gave out voice notifications about her status. She also gave him a scroll detailing where the demons usually gathered, along with some other really useful information. Aki carefully put the items away. He asked her where she planned to go, since she obviously couldn't just walk back into Dawn City in broad daylight. Lena calmly replied that she still knew how to protect herself. She planned to pack up some treasure and move to a small town to retire. She chose to leave quietly because she was used to living alone. Before she left, she brought up Sidu Lu. He was startled and quickly turned his head to look in the direction she was pointing. Sidu Lu was standing quite a distance away, but she somehow felt their gaze and instinctively blushed. She tilted her head, radiating an elegant aura like a heroine stepping right out of a novel. Then she turned back, laughing and chatting happily with Tomo and Shino. Lena warned Aki not to ignore Sidu Lu's feelings, leaving him deep in thought. When it was time to say goodbye, she turned around and said she was heading to the nearby town to catch a ride back to Dawn City. He called out after her, yelling that if he found a new rank 7 green core, she wasn't allowed to refuse it. Lena smiled to herself, thinking he was such an idiot. After all, no girl ever wants to look weak in front of the guy she likes. Sidu Lu, Tomo, and Shino came running over, asking if Lena had already left. Aki watched her fading silhouette and told them she just had to go take care of some personal business. Sidu Lu felt bad that she didn't even get to say thank you. Shino then asked if they were heading straight to the cave, and he nodded. He started walking, mentioning that he also needed to find another item along the way, which made Shino pretty curious. Radiating killer intent, he replied that it was a rank 7 green core. He was going to give it to Lena the next time they met. The 4 of them shifted into combat mode, then set off into the night, leaving behind the brightly lit Dawn City. Meanwhile, 2 patrol guards spotted a suspicious shadow and immediately gave chase. That shadow was actually Lena. She had just sneaked back into the city and was hiding in a dark alley, realizing that the security had gotten incredibly tight. She found a safe entry point through the window, then activated her speed boost and scaled the wall. In just the blink of an eye, she was inside the room. Lena told herself she had to grab her things quickly and get out of there. While she was searching, Dalen suddenly appeared behind her, saying he knew she would come back. Startled, she spun around instantly. Dalen crossed his arms, questioning her coldly, and revealed his identity as the strongest new 6-star. Lena angrily fired back, but he just pulled out a small box, smirking as he asked if this was what she came back for. Old memories flooded her mind, taking her back to when she fought alongside everyone. Back then, Lena even scolded Aki for slacking off right in the middle of a battle. The main character turned around, telling her he had something to show her. It was a sparkling, handmade necklace he crafted just for her. At the time, Lena happily praised how beautiful it was. Snapping back to the present, Dalen mocked the necklace for being old and ugly, making her clench her fists tightly. The moment he finished speaking, Lena lunged forward, demanding he give it back. She snatched the necklace, clutching it tightly in her hands. Out of nowhere, Dalen delivered a devastating kick to Lena's stomach, making her spit out a mouthful of fresh blood right on the spot. The force of the impact was so overwhelming that she was blasted backward, crashing straight into the wall. Lena tried to drag herself outside, but Dalen stayed right on her heels like an inescapable shadow. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, sending her flying out onto the balcony, where she had to use her feet to skid and break her momentum. She finally managed to force herself up, only having time to grit her teeth and curse under her breath. Lena frowned, realizing the energy in her core was almost entirely depleted. Even worse, one of her arms was broken and couldn't heal on its own. Dalen approached with a cold smirk, saying her aura was now no different from a common soldier, and if that was the case, her only end would be death. Lena bit her lip hard, still holding the necklace tightly in her mouth, refusing to let it go. She screamed in fury, reminding him that she used to be a 6-star, and the new king promised that if she stepped down voluntarily, she wouldn't be hunted. Wen Dylan laughed coldly, saying he sensed a suspicious aura from her after the shockwave, suspecting she was connected to some mystery figure. And then he drew his blade. Out of the corner of her eye, Lena saw a terrified, fluffed-up cat shivering behind her. He raised his blade high, roaring as he aimed to finish her off. The blade slashed down at blinding speed, but Lena spun around to shield the little cat. She pulled it behind her, making the panicked animal thrash around wildly. The strike triggered a massive explosion, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Lena, with her clothes torn to shreds, was still rubbing the cat's head, telling it to stay far away the next time a fight broke out. Without warning, Wen Dylan closed the distance and seized her in a crushing grip. He sneered, mocking that she could have dodged it if she only cared about herself. Before dragging her away because the commotion was getting too loud, he dragged her along as he bolted across the rooftops, heading straight toward the outskirts of the city. Lena was hurled violently toward the woods just outside the walls. She crashed heavily into the dirt in the middle of the dark forest. As the dust settled, she sat slumped against a tree, completely paralyzed from exhaustion, yet her teeth were still firmly clamped down on the necklace. Wen Dylan stood high above, staring down at her, coldly stating that her core had barely any energy left. He mocked how those hands, which had once saved over 600 people, were now nothing more than useless trash. He raised his foot with a sadistic grin, and a second later, Lena's agonizing scream echoed throughout the entire forest. Over at the demon cave, Aki's group was locked in battle with a rank 7 demon, and Shino admitted that the 4 of them still weren't perfectly in sync. Aki picked up the rank 7 core, smiling in satisfaction since they had finally achieved their goal. Suddenly, a scream rang out in his head, making him whip his head around. Seeing him act so weirdly, Shino asked what was wrong, and he replied that his heart started racing the moment he thought about Eclipse City. He pulled out the compass Lena had given him to check it, a terrible sense of dread swelling in his chest. The compass showed Lena in a near-death state, leaving all 4 of them completely stunned. Sidulu immediately summoned her wings. She said they needed to head out right away. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Wen Dylan was still ruthlessly unleashing his torturous attacks. Aki's group rushed over at top speed, and he said the compass was pointing somewhere close by. In just a moment, they managed to find Lena. Aki gritted his teeth, terrified by how dangerously weak her aura had become, and sprinted toward her. When they finally got a clear look at her condition, all 4 of them froze in absolute horror. Lena was slumped weakly against a tree, both of her arms completely destroyed. Her severed arms were scattered on the ground, yet she was still biting down hard on the necklace. Tomo gasped and covered her mouth in sheer disbelief. Uncontrollable tears started streaming down her face. Shino was trembling, while Sidulu screamed that they had to save her first, because she was losing way too much blood. She immediately cast her healing power. Wiping away her tears, Tomo told Shino to help her guard the perimeter, since the person who did this was definitely no ordinary enemy. Shino and Tomo spread out to set up a defense, while Aki stood there in dead silence, watching Situlu heal her. His eyes fixated on the necklace still clenched in Lena's mouth. He remembered the day she received it, and how she had told him how much she loved it. Back then, Lena had promised to cherish the gift, and now he knelt down, softly calling her an idiot for coming back just to retrieve it. Aki gritted his teeth, torn up over the fact that it was just a cheap handmade trinket he had carelessly thrown together years ago. Sidulu turned around with urgency, saying her condition was critically dangerous and her internal organs were severely damaged. She explained that Lena's green core was completely drained, meaning she couldn't heal herself, and then Lena weakly whispered the word, aging. Sidulu was shocked to realize that the mechanism keeping Lena youthful had completely vanished. She burst into tears, realizing that Lena's breathing and pulse were slowly fading away. With tears rolling down her cheeks, her voice trembled as she said Lena wasn't going to make it. A sudden thought flashed through Aki's mind. Realizing they needed a rank 7 core, he slumped to the ground, desperately asking Sidulu if there was any way to save her. She replied that with their current strength, she could only delay the inevitable by combining her healing power with the space-time authority of the Black King's banner. She suggested sealing Lena inside an isolated dimension to slow down the flow of time. But by doing that, she would have to use all her strength to maintain the spell, leaving her completely immobilized for a long time. She warned that if they didn't find another way before sunrise, Lena would definitely die. Meanwhile, Tomo wondered how someone so insanely powerful could be lurking near Devouring Light City. Aki immediately ordered Situlu to go through with the plan to keep Lena alive, and she firmly nodded. He instructed Tomo to stay behind and guard them, making sure no demons could interrupt the process. He called Shino to follow him, while Shino asked if he already knew who was behind this. An image of Wen Dylan instantly flashed through Aki's mind. He loudly declared the name, Wen Dylan, the new 6-star, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Aki stated that he was familiar with that bastard's aura from their past battles, and that leaving Lena alive was nothing but a sick bait. Sidulu grew anxious, pointing out that even if they used their demon forms, they would still have a hard time matching him. He turned away, burning with fury, swearing he wouldn't let that scumbag use Lena as bait. She asked what the plan was, while Aki just clenched his fists, growling Wind Dalen's name. Aki roared that he was going to slaughter him and rip his core right out of his chest. The scene shifted toward the city, as streaks of light bolted straight for it. Shino worried that charging in would endanger the civilians, reminding him that Dawn City was an S-rank town with a massive energy shield. Aki explained that the shield was powered by demon core energy, capable of blocking even a full power attack from a rank 7. Shino looked surprised, asking how he knew so much about this city. Aki said that if that was the case, they should just lure him out. He then bolted straight toward the city, and Shino nodded in agreement. A massive explosion echoed out, violently shaking the entire area. The people inside the city panicked, frantically asking each other what had just crashed down. A curly-haired man wondered out loud what it was, while the woman next to him guessed that it probably wasn't one of their fighters. As the smoke cleared, Aki and Shino were revealed in their demonic forms. The crowd immediately started screaming in terror, yelling that 2 humanoid demons had appeared. The curly-haired guy screamed at the top of his lungs, ordering them to activate the defensive laser cannons. He knew that the automated system wasn't always accurate when dealing with humanoid demons. All the laser turrets swiveled toward Aki and Shino at the exact same time, locking onto their targets. Aki stared at the massive weapon array, feeling a bitter sting in his chest. He never imagined that the very defenses he helped build would one day be aimed right at him. He gritted his teeth, finally accepting the harsh reality that everyone now saw him as nothing more than a monster. Aki yelled out that they weren't there to attack. He said they only wanted to see Wind Dalen. Hearing that name, the red-haired guy completely froze. The red-haired guy furiously snapped back, shouting that they had no right to casually say Lord Dalen's name. He cursed at them, calling them filthy, low-class demons. He smugly declared that there was no way they were getting into the city tonight. That arrogance instantly reminded Aki of Lena, making his killing intent explode. He thought to himself, if anyone gets in my way, they are dead meat. The curly-haired guy screamed to open fire, and a barrage of lasers instantly blasted toward them. Aki casually raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the entire volley of laser fire. It was absolutely nothing. The soldiers completely panicked, stammering in absolute shock that he actually blocked the defensive cannons. They looked at Shino and started screaming for backup. Meanwhile, Shino desperately tried to calm Aki down, realizing he had almost slaughtered innocent people. But at this point, Aki was completely losing his grip on his sanity. A dark mocking laughter echoed inside his mind, urging him to just wipe out all these worth ants and be done with it. Aki forced himself to remember that these were just ordinary guards, and he couldn't bring himself to kill them. But by then, waves of reinforcements were already swarming in. Suddenly, a brilliant blue beam of light shot up from inside the city, catching Shino completely off guard. Under the pale moonlight, the imposing figure of Wind Dalen finally revealed himself. A deadly blue energy blade slashed right toward Shino, forcing him to throw up his strongest shield. Dalen instantly closed the distance, delivering a devastating kick that completely shattered Shino's defenses. A massive shockwave exploded right in the middle of the air. Shino was sent violently flying backward, but Aki managed to catch him just in time. Shino gasped in shock as he got a clear look at the guy who just attacked them. It really was Wind Dalen. He stood there with one leg raised high, looking down on them with absolute arrogance. Dalen gave a cold smirk, sarcastically praising them for actually surviving his attack. Meanwhile, the city's residents erupted into wild cheers because Lu Hao had finally shown up. The soldiers scrambled to power up every single laser cannon, getting fully ready to provide backup. When Dalen ruthlessly mocked the 2 humanoid demons, openly implying that Lena had completely sold out and conspired with them, he let out a wicked laugh, casually throwing out filthy insults about Lena. The sheer disrespect instantly made the air thick with suffocating killing intent. Hearing those words, Aki's eyes glowed a furious crimson, and his murderous rage completely boiled over. He didn't say another word. He just let his absolute maximum power explosively erupt. Dalen flinched, genuinely startled by the overwhelming surge of energy. He also felt a strangely familiar vibe coming from it, one that strongly reminded him of Lena. Aki told Shino to just focus on holding off the reinforcements, and that he was going to handle Dalen himself. The city's fighters poured out in droves, aggressively shouting to support Lu Hao in the battle. Shino asked what Aki was going to do, and Aki just pointed at himself, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Aki drew his sword and marched straight toward Dalen, coldly declaring that he was going to kill him with his own 2 hands. Every single step he took was incredibly heavy, yet radiated a terrifying, unstoppable authority. He lunged forward for a brutal head-on strike, forcing Dalen to instantly throw up a defensive shield. But the shield couldn't even handle a fraction of that insane power, violently shattering into pieces. Glowing fragments of the broken shield aggressively scattered everywhere. Dalen stumbled back a few steps in sheer shock, while his panicked subordinates desperately called out his name. Taking total advantage of his distraction, Aki fiercely swung his sword and closed in for the kill. Suddenly, Dalen's entire body started glowing with a protective aura, and he just stood there, completely unbothered. His aura effortlessly dissolved every sword strike, making him look like he was just taking a casual stroll. Aki froze as he realized something was terribly wrong. He got hit by a counterattack and was stunned for a few seconds by a strange surge of energy. Gritting his teeth, the main character yanked the energy current back toward Dalen and launched a fierce kick right into his stomach. Dalen grimaced and spat out a mouthful of blood, but immediately let out a menacing laugh. He panted heavily, then launched a sudden counterattack. The energy current tightly bound Aki, dragging him high into the air under Dalen's control. He burst into arrogant laughter, openly mocking the main character's fighting style. A deafening explosion shattered the ground, blasting Dalen into the air, right in the middle of his sentence. A crimson sword spun through the air before violently stabbing into the ground, carving out a deep crater. The blade stood tall and imposing, like an unyielding pillar. Soldiers in the distance tried to rush in, but they were blocked and had to surround the area instead. A brilliant golden light poured down from above, blasting the entire group of warriors away. They were shocked to find that they were only knocked back, without taking any serious injuries. Shino realized the enemy was holding back their killer moves because of the massive crowd, and he urgently warned the main character to hurry. Shino got sneak attack from behind, but just barely managed to yell out a warning. He looked up at the city walls and spotted two unfamiliar silhouettes, one tall and one short, both gripping glowing weapons and ready to join the fight. Those two were the assault captains, both having reached the 7th rank. One wielded a massive hammer, while the other had a cold, piercing gaze. Right after those words, they vanished, leaving nothing but streaks of light behind. Down below the wall, voices shouted out orders to increase firepower. Aki's golden pupils wavered when he realized there were two 7th rank warriors, and he immediately threw up a golden defensive barrier. The main character stood completely alone inside the barrier, enduring an absolute rain of attacks. In the blink of an eye, he was pinned flat on the ground, looking completely exhausted. Aki thought to himself that even possessing two 7th rank cores wouldn't be enough. Seizing the opportunity, Dalen unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes from above. The main character just lay there motionless, glaring daggers at his opponent. The final defensive barrier was absolutely shattered by a massive sphere of energy. Coughing up blood, Shino looked up at the glowing mass and heard a voice announcing that dawn was about to break. Everyone around was heavily injured, with some trembling in absolute terror. But Aki just burst out laughing, calling upon Chiwonki to lend him some power. Dalen poured all of his energy into a finishing blow, letting out a scornful laugh. Before he could even finish, an invisible force brutally knocked him back. He was completely stunned, thinking he had already killed his opponent and was totally clueless about where this new surge of energy came from. From the rubble, Chiwonki's voice echoed out, scolding the main character for being way too prideful. His aura skyrocketed multiple times over, making Dalen's face turn dead pale. The main character stood proudly beside the crimson sword, radiating an overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura. In a flash, he called the sword right back into his grasp. A highly provocative voice rang out, calling out to Chiwonki. Chiwonki just smirked, saying he was going to teach that little brat how to use real power. The soldiers shivered in fear, feeling the cores in their chests trembling as a demonic aura completely engulfed the area. Abandoning his comrades behind, that one soldier panicked and ran for his life toward the city walls, screaming at everyone to retreat immediately. The girl behind him whipped around with a vicious look on her face, screaming that she would beat anyone to death right on the spot if they dared to run away. Some stood completely frozen, staring at a scene that was totally different from before. Meanwhile, Aki casually stepped forward, releasing an aura that made everyone shudder. The main character's face was as cold as ice, completely stripped of any emotion. Up in the air, Dalen let out a cold laugh. He said he didn't expect him to still be hiding his true strength, then confidently declared that even if he was a 7th rank demon, it wouldn't change a thing. He clasped his hands, gathering blue energy around his body as steel chains snapped out with a gleaming flash. Gripping the chains in his hands, he provocatively reminded his opponent that he possessed two 7th stage cores. The moment the words left his mouth, both of them charged into battle. Suddenly Dalen froze. Aki's attack was so incredibly fast that he didn't even have time to react. The terrifying destructive power of the blow sent him flying far into the distance. The soldiers panicked, screaming out, "Lord Dalen just got blown away." The main character gripped his sword tightly, thinking to himself that this body was starting to crack under the strain of his restricted spiritual power within a fragile human vessel. Staring down at the deep crater in the ground, he still wasn't satisfied, muttering to himself that his current strength was just too weak. The crowd of soldiers frantically called out, "Lord Dalen." Even though he was sent flying, he still managed to land in a defensive stance, quickly realizing that the speed and power of that strike were far beyond the 7th stage. Dalen forced a stiff laugh, thinking to himself that he absolutely could not show such a pathetic state in front of the commoners. He stepped out of the deep crater, gripping his weapon tightly, as he prepared to continue the fight. Dalen planned to change the battlefield to avoid destroying the city. But then a fierce, blinding light suddenly erupted. He lunged forward, roaring at his opponent to just be a good little victim and take the hit. Aki just kept his head down, remaining completely silent without giving a single reply. The two opposing forces of power clashed, triggering a massive, radiant explosion right in the middle of the sky. The main character shot up into the air, violently knocking Dalen away yet again. When Dalen let out a furious roar, his hand trembling uncontrollably from the severe damage he just took. The soldiers were shaking like leaves when they saw him falling from the sky in absolute panic. Explosive energy surged out in all directions, creating a blindingly bright flash of light. Aki kept up the relentless pressure, closing the distance and not giving his opponent a single second to breathe. A piercing scream echoed out, followed by a devastating strike that literally tore through the air. It felt as if the very fabric of space was being crushed under the sheer weight of that power. Dalen had lost his entire left arm, with only his right arm left. He pointed a trembling finger at the main character, stammering out that he couldn't believe the attack was actually blocked. Aki coldly scolded him for daring to unleash such a dangerous move right in the middle of the city, stating the irony that the one they called a demon was actually the one protecting the town. Refusing to accept defeat, Dalen immediately opened his mouth to argue back, but the main character ruthlessly cut him off, commanding that his remaining arm be chopped off too. His voice was ice cold as he said to just deal with him the exact same way he had treated Lena. A dark, gloomy voice suddenly echoed out,
asking,
"Just how much longer can your body hold up?" Aki's body started making distinct cracking sounds, while Dalen simply clutched his bleeding wound and let out a sinister sneer. The main character stepped closer with his crimson sword in hand, whispering that he was going to teach him a few lessons just as the sun slowly began to rise. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a sharp flash of light streaked by, slicing several demonic beasts cleanly in half. One of the monsters lunged straight at Tomo, but she smoothly spun around and vaulted right onto its back to dodge the attack. Tomo stomped down with incredible force, shattering the ground beneath them. The monster's blood splattered upward, making her frown in pure disgust. Standing victorious on top of the dead demonic beast, she coldly muttered, "Next." Beneath a large tree, Lena lay completely unconscious, while Situlu quickly threw up a magical barrier to protect them from the swarming monsters. She grew extremely anxious, knowing they were running out of time, and had to bring the 7th stage core back immediately, all while 3 distinct beams of energy violently clashed in the sky above the city. A massive explosion detonated, forcefully blowing 2 figures apart. Gathering every ounce of his strength, when Dalen screamed, "Die!" Before charging forward like a madman, he unleashed a rapid barrage of blue energy slashes at Chiwonki, but they were effortlessly deflected. The counterattacks came back even sharper and more lethal, forcing him to struggle frantically just to dodge them. Dalen quickly realized that he had no choice but to unleash his absolute strongest ultimate move. The very ground cracked open as he launched his attack, but the color completely drained from his face when he realized Chiwonki had already circled around behind him. He snapped his head back in absolute terror. A brutal sword thrust pierced straight through his stomach, causing blood to violently spray everywhere. He realized in sheer horror that his opponent's power was leagues above the 7 banners, while his subordinates screamed in absolute terror. The red-haired guy panicked, desperately calling out for backup. Even though he was badly injured, Shino grabbed onto the legs of 2 enemies, refusing to let them get any closer. An old man furiously plunged his sword right into Shino's back, making the boy grit his teeth in agonizing pain. He clearly felt the massive gap in strength between him and the 7 banners, but he still refused to give up. Even with his back torn open, Shino resolved to tap into a higher level of power, remembering Lena's teachings. A massive surge of power suddenly crashed down from the sky, leaving the enemies completely stunned. The red-haired guy yelled out that he had evolved, sprouting a 5th wing as Shino struggled to get back on his feet. He stared straight ahead, absolutely determined to protect the person he cared about most. On the other side, Dai Lan was beaten to a bloody pulp and had lost another arm, but he still forced himself to control his energy. He condensed his power to create the void-shattering light bullet. Then, he launched it straight at the Crimson King banner, but a single counterattack sent him blasting back dozens of meters. The ground violently exploded upon impact, carving out a massive crater. Dai Lan lay at the bottom of the crater, completely covered in blood. With both arms entirely gone, he gasped weakly for air. He forced a twisted smile and said, "You cut off my arms just to mock what I did to Lena, didn't you?" Meanwhile, the main character reminded himself that they were out of time, and had to rip out his core. The golden eyes of the Crimson King banner were as cold and merciless as death itself. Dai Lan channeled a crimson aura into his sword, laughing maniacally that killing him wouldn't be that easy. A sinister green energy instantly enveloped his body, and his severed arms started regenerating right before their eyes. His horrific wounds rapidly sealed shut as he slowly pushed himself back up to his feet. He let out a demonic chuckle, muttering to himself how he had once promised the king never to use this form. A pair of sickly green wings erupted from his back, completely shocking both Aki and the Crimson King banner as he underwent full demonification. Now in his terrifying demonic form, Dai Lan flashed an incredibly dangerous smile. The Crimson King banner stared intently, carefully assessing his newly transformed opponent. He let out a cold scoff, suddenly realizing that Dai Lan had intentionally dragged their battle far away from the city. Thanks to that clever little trick, his demonification would be much harder for anyone to detect. Dai Lan burst into manic laughter, replying that this was exactly why he had so much praise for his opponent. Brimming with arrogance, he declared it had been ages since he last needed this form, and even though he absolutely despised it, the power it granted was practically invincible. In a flash, his figure completely vanished, leaving nothing behind but lingering after images. In the blink of an eye, He reappeared right in front of the Crimson King banner, launching a vicious attack along with a sarcastic taunt. The crushing blow smashed the Crimson King banner straight into the ground, tearing the earth apart. Dylan immediately shot out black tendrils to bind him tight, then rained down more strikes, screaming that the battle was far from over. Deafening explosions shook the very earth, violently tearing the ground apart beneath an endless barrage of brutal slashes. Dylan hovered high in the air, a dark expression on his face as he looked down, his body surging with overwhelming demonic power. He watched intently, never dropping his guard for a second. Down in the deeply scared crater, as the thick dust finally began to settle, a lone silhouette emerged. The Crimson King banner was still standing tall, his sword raised defensively across his face, glaring up at his enemy with dead, freezing eyes. He thought to himself that the sheer power of this demonification form was genuinely beyond his wildest expectations. Dylan smugly praised him before breaking into a psychotic laugh, mocking his opponent for ever thinking he could actually win. The Crimson King banner gave a cold, dismissive smirk, replying that this was the very first time anyone had ever dared to say something like that to his face. His grip tightened fiercely around the hilt of his sword. A blazing torrent of crimson energy cascaded down from the heavens, completely enveloping his body, and violently warping the very terrain around him. The suffocating waves of raw power left Dylan utterly stunned, gasping out loud in total disbelief. The Crimson King banner's eyes turned razor-sharp, and he coldly declared that he was about to show his opponent the true meaning of absolute power. But suddenly, he completely froze in his tracks, squeezing his eyes shut as he endured a crippling wave of pain. Blood started seeping from every pore of his body, as he realized that Aki's physical vessel had been pushed past its limits for way too long. The heavy drops of blood hitting the dirt were a grim sign. He had finally reached his absolute limit. His entire body was covered in cracks. If he didn't pull back in time, both his physical body and his very soul would be completely wiped out. He let out a self-deprecating sigh. He mocked himself for getting way too caught up in the thrill of fighting this opponent. Even though it was a huge shame, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and retreat. His eyes shot wide open. His aura slowly returned to normal, which caught Dylan completely off guard. Chiwonki forcefully stabbed his sword deep into the dirt. He seethed with anger, wondering why the hell he couldn't just kill the guy right here and now. Chiwonki's voice echoed directly in Aki's mind. He explained that if they hadn't retreated when they did, both of them would have been totally destroyed. My teammates are still waiting for the monster core. Aki trembled as he realized something terrifying. The overwhelming power of the Crimson Dynasty still lingered right inside the blade. The voice urged him to channel his divine sense into the weapon, so he could fully awaken its true power. Standing directly across from Aki, Chiwonki spoke with a cold, dismissive tone. He told him that if he couldn't even kill a guy like that, then he was completely worthless. He openly admitted that he might have chosen the wrong guy for the job. Seeing his opponent finally collapse, Dylan burst into a loud, mocking laugh. He realized that the insane power from earlier didn't actually belong to Aki at all. Chiwonki remained completely silent, offering absolutely no response. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the sword to give him an answer. His eyes snapped open with a cold, piercing glare, as he called out the name of the Crimson Dynasty. Deep in the forest, Tomo darted around like a literal flash of lightning. She effortlessly sliced down countless demonic beasts in her path. After the bloody massacre, she tensed her muscles and finally came to a halt. She frowned in frustration. She quickly realized there were just way too many demons, as another massive horde of monsters came swarming in. A colossal demon suddenly stepped out of the shadows. Its sheer size forced all the smaller monsters to scramble out of its way. Two rank 6 demons, along with a rank 5 demon, confidently approached them with twisted, sadistic grins. Tomo's face went totally pale. Meanwhile, Sidulu, who was right behind her, anxiously asked if she was doing okay. She quickly reassured Sidulu, telling him to focus on protecting Lena. She warned him to brace himself for an even more brutal battle. The rank 6 demon licked its lips with a sinister, greedy smile. It desperately wanted to capture them alive for some twisted research. Tomo instantly shifted into a combat stance. She boldly declared that she wouldn't let a single one of them make it out alive. She dashed forward, violently sending one of the rank 6 demons flying, before driving her blade right through it for a deadly kill. Her cold, determined expression made it perfectly clear. She was fully prepared to slaughter every last one of them. But the remaining 2 demons launched a sudden surprise attack from behind, landing a heavy, painful blow on her. She quickly leaped high up into the air to dodge their follow-up strikes. Tomo spun her body around in mid-air. Her eyes flashed with a deadly chill as she prepared a fierce counterattack. She unleashed a massive tornado strike, forcefully blasting both of the demons far away. The red rank 6 demon grew visibly excited. It started gathering its dark energy, getting ready to launch a massive counterattack of its own. But Tomo was already right in its face, dropping down from above with a crushing, powerful blow. Her devastating attack was completely blocked. This made her painfully aware that her body had already been pushed to its absolute physical limit. All the color suddenly drained from her face. The demon she had killed just moments ago was somehow coming back to life. The fatal, gaping wound right through its heart was rapidly healing up before her very eyes. It let out a mocking, creepy laugh before charging straight towards Sidulu. Sidulu panicked, Desperately throwing his arms up to defend himself from the incoming attack, Tomo lunged forward just in the nick of time. She brutally struck the enemy down to save her friend. She gritted her teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. She was fully committed to protecting her teammates, no matter what it cost her. But right after that, she was brutally blindsided from behind and sent crashing violently through the air. Blood splattered everywhere across the ground. The horrific sight left Sidulu completely terrified and frozen in fear. Tomo gasped heavily for air. Her mouth was completely stained with fresh blood. She ground her teeth together, stubbornly refusing to just give up and go down. Tomo aggressively swung her arm, absolutely smashing the rank 5 demon's head into pieces. As she let out a furious, deafening roar, she unleashed her Phantom Blade Flurry, slashing the enemy to death and striking fear into the horde of monsters. Tomo's entire body trembled from pure exhaustion. She forced herself to stand tall, glaring fiercely to keep the monsters from taking another step forward. Terrified, the beasts slowly backed away into the dark forest. Finally, they turned tail and completely vanished into the shadows. Sidulu rushed over with relief, asking Tomo if she was alright. But Tomo just stood there frozen, before suddenly collapsing to the ground after the fierce battle. Tonight, she had slaughtered countless demons and successfully protected her teammates. Meanwhile, back on Aki's battlefield, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a pair of blood-red eyes. Our main character was completely shocked to realize that the Crimson Dynasty could actually communicate through telepathy, just as Dylan started getting suspicious of his weird behavior. Never one to miss an opening, Dylan launched a barrage of toxic vines right at him, declaring that without his previous powers, there was no way he could ever win. Facing the vines charging in with the hurricane, Aki calmly raised his sword, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve as he prepared for battle. He whispered to the red eye on the blade, "Crimson King Banner, let's finish off the guy in front of us first." Hearing his proposal, the blood-red eye replied coldly, "No." Aki was stunned. Before he could even react, Vandalin's toxic vines slammed into the ground, triggering massive explosions that tore the earth apart. The terrifying destructive power sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere, leaving the landscape in absolute ruins. The deeply embedded vines carved out long trenches like a dungeon, with blinding dust filling the air, a testament to the horrifying strike. Caught off guard by the attack and the Crimson King Banner's sudden refusal, Aki was forced onto the defensive. The toxic vines tightly bound his body in agonizing pain, completely locking down his every movement. His limbs trembled from exhaustion, but he still gripped the sword tightly. The red energy radiating from his arm was slowly being absorbed by the vines. Realizing this, Aki gritted his teeth in pain and thought, "They're draining my energy." Vandalin watched the scene with extreme smugness. "Now that you're bound by my toxic vines, just wait to be melted down into a puddle of blood." He looked down at where Aki was suspended in midair, writhing in pain. Our main character winced as his energy was relentlessly drained away. Trapped within the vines, he sent a telepathic message to the sword. "Crimson King Banner, why did you refuse?" A freezing voice echoed back. "Only the true Crimson King is worthy of fighting alongside me. Who do you think you are?" The moment those words faded, the energy inside Aki's body exploded violently, completely ignoring the vines that were still crushing him. From high above, Vandalin watched in sheer shock as a blazing red light erupted from the sphere of vines trapping Aki. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. The sphere was blown to pieces, sending a pillar of red energy shooting up alongside fierce lightning. Aki stepped right out of the smoke and dust, gripping the crimson sword, surrounded by the scorched remains of the shattered vines. His eyes flashed with power, each breath exhaling a trail of white smoke. The main character declared with absolute resolve, "Even if I lose, I'll stand up and fight to the bitter end." Seeing his opponent survive, Vandalin instantly went on the defensive. Green energy enveloped his entire body. He panicked. That freakish lightning. How could he possibly possess the lightning element? His gaze turned deadly. "I have to finish him right now." At the exact same time, the Crimson King Banner seemed to be calculating something. The sword suddenly burst into manic laughter, sparks of lightning flashing across its blade. The Crimson King Banner spoke. "This power, so that's how it is. You've proven yourself worthy." Hearing that, he tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes burning with determination. "Alright." Aki raised the sword high, surrounded by a blinding red light and crackling lightning. "Then fight by my side, Crimson King Banner." But the moment he finished speaking, the sword shattered to pieces, leaving him in utter shock. He widened his eyes, completely dumbfounded by what just happened. But a second later, the floating shards began to gather back together over his arm. They fused into a blazing red suit of armor. The blood-red eye appeared right on his gauntlet. It spoke up, "I'll show you the true power of the Crimson King Banner." Shaking off his surprise, the young man broke into a wildly confident smile. Admiring his new armor, Aki laughed in triumph. "You really are as strong as they say, Crimson King Banner." Vandalin was rapidly losing his patience, glowing green cracks spreading across his face. He snarled in frustration. What kind of monster is this kid? His energy morphed into a massive, terrifying snake. "I have to kill him right now." The energy snake lunged straight at our hero. Vandalin thought to himself, "I'll crush him with my strongest skill." His eyes rolled back into his head, his face looking like it was about to shatter completely. His claws gathered immense power, unleashing an absolutely devastating attack. The giant snake charged in, but Aki just stood his ground. Suddenly, he stomped hard into the earth, ready to counterattack. He blasted off the ground, turning into a streak of red light that shot straight toward the vicious serpent. Our protagonist pulled back his fist, his eyes blazing with power. He roared out loud, "Bring it on." The red light slammed into the giant snake, sparking an explosion that lit up the entire sky. Vandaland stared in absolute horror. My ultimate skill was destroyed just like that, but the beam of red energy kept going. Eki drove his fist straight toward Vandaland. An intense clash erupted. The two massive forces of red and green collided head-on, completely illuminating the heavens. Another violent explosion rocked the battlefield. Vandaland braced himself with everything he had, screaming in denial. "Impossible. There's no way you can beat me." The main character replied with ice-cold calmness. "To me, you're nothing but a cheap knockoff." Channeling every ounce of his strength, Aki threw the decisive punch. "I used to be a king." Vandaland trembled as he tried to resist. "Used to be a king? No, that's impossible. That person is already dead." Without giving him another second, Aki's fist blasted right through his body, settling the match once and for all. Vandaland died drowning in sheer shock and utter despair. The hero flew straight through him. As the green energy faded into nothing, Vandaland's lifeless body plummeted from the sky. He glanced back over his shoulder, speaking with a freezing tone. "You guessed right, you idiot." Two spheres of energy streaked across the sky above the mountain range. A shadowy figure flickered in and out of sight, moving like a bolt of lightning. Aki dashed in and snatched the two green orbs right out of the air. He blasted off again, leaving a brilliant red trail streaking across the sky. "Got him! I need to head back now." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, the desolate battlefield was littered with countless scars of destruction. Down in a deep crater, Shino struggled to lift his head, glaring at Vandaland's two elite subordinates. The silver-haired old man stared in disbelief. "What the hell is wrong with this guy? We teamed up and hit him with everything we had, but he's still getting back up." The red-haired guy chimed in. "It's not just his insane defense. The aura on this humanoid demon just keeps getting stronger the more he fights. He's absolutely terrifying." Shino gritted his teeth, his voice filled with venom. "I am not letting you bastards get past me," the red-haired guy yelled. "Whatever he is, kill him now," the white-haired old man replied. "Focus all your energy." The ground crumbled beneath their feet. They both shouted in unison. Final strike. Two streams of energy merged into a full-force attack, rushing straight toward Shino. Unable to dodge in time, he thought helplessly, "I'm afraid this is it for me." He closed his eyes. "Aki, I hope I stalled long enough." Right at that moment, a massive strike crashed down from the sky, blocking the attack entirely. Aki appeared in his Crimson King form. He unleashed his lightning flash technique, blowing both enemies away. Both of them immediately lost consciousness. Shino breathed a heavy sigh of relief and called out, "Aki." Our guy smiled. "Don't worry, they're just knocked out. We got the core, let's go." The two of them dropped their demon forms and quickly went to find their teammates. Aki looked worried. "The stench of blood is way too strong." They came to a halt in front of countless monster corpses. While they stood there in shock, Tomo suddenly lunged at them. She unleashed a fierce attack, forcing him to scramble and block. He was completely stunned. Standing right in front of him was an unconscious Tomo. "Tomo, is that really you?" Looking into her lifeless eyes, he realized the truth. She was already out cold. He grabbed her hand, trembling. "Did you really do all of this by yourself?" He spoke to her gently. "We're back, Tomo." Hearing his voice, she suddenly stopped moving. Then, she softly collapsed forward. Aki hurriedly caught her, pulling her into a warm embrace. From a distance, Sidu Lu spoke up while healing Lena. "Tomo completely lost her mind, but she still protected us. You guys finally made it back." Sidu Lu was holding two Stage 7 cores in her hands. Aki looked surprised. "I can't believe you guys managed to beat a Stage 6. She gently brought the cores closer to the unconscious Lena. The cores were immediately absorbed. A surge of energy erupted from her body. The massive wave of power rippled throughout the entire forest. Color visibly began to return to Lena's pale face. With the necklace still in her mouth, her complexion became rosy again. A vibrant green energy began to heal her body. Aki was thrilled. It actually worked. Suddenly, Sidu Lu collapsed. The two of them panicked and yelled, "Lu!" He quickly caught her and checked her vitals. "Thank goodness, she's just exhausted." Shino managed a weak smile. "They completely drained all of their energy." Aki nodded. "They really are incredible fighters." He chuckled and said, "Shino, do you think maybe the two of them?" He paused, calling out softly, "Shino!" Right across from him, his friend had already fallen fast asleep. Aki smiled warmly. "Get some rest, my brother." A warm ray of sunlight washed over the group. Aki thought to himself, "I'll keep watch over everyone. Thank you, all of you." On a lush green hill, fresh grass swayed gently in the breeze. Lena was lying on the grass, looking like she was fast asleep. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open. She pushed herself up, her eyes filled with confusion, as if she had just woken up from a very long dream. Lena wondered in complete bewilderment. Could all of that really have just been a dream? A sudden voice snapped her back to reality.
"Lena,
"What are you just standing around for?" Standing right in front of her was a group of people in red cloaks. looking majestic up in the clouds. One of them turned around. It was Aki, in his Outlander warrior form. He asked her gently, "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." She replied, still feeling flustered, "I think I just had a really long dream." In the dream, both of my arms were completely gone. A terrifying image flashed through Lena's mind, her body drenched in blood, with both of her arms violently chopped off. Aki laughed it off to calm her down. "You silly girl, you're probably just exhausted and having nightmares." Another girl walked over and wrapped her arms around Lena, calling out tenderly, "My sweet little sister." She knelt down in front of Lena and smiled warmly. "Take it easy now, it's just a little rain." It was Celine, the Queen of Mist, who possessed the strongest purple core. She spoke with a gentle tone. "Don't overthink it." Aki pointed straight ahead. "Look over there. The main city is almost finished. It's probably going to be the first S-rank city in history." Right before Lena's eyes stood a massive, impenetrable fortress city, a true symbol of new hope for all of humanity. Carlos, the master of the second strongest red core, smiled radiantly. "The citizens even volunteered to build a statue of you in front of the city gates just to honor you." The image of Aki's giant statue appeared. He sighed helplessly. "I already turned them down, but nobody ever listens to me." Yasunari, the master of the gold core, spoke with utmost respect. "You are our king, the one who brings us hope and a future. You truly deserve it." A blue-haired young man smiled in agreement. "Of course he does." Everyone chimed in together. "No one is more worthy." Aki shook his head helplessly. "You guys are really making a big deal out of nothing." Even so, a happy smile bloomed on his face. "Come on now, let's head back to the city." Xavier, the master of the Void Core, spoke seriously. "The ancient relics have been acting up lately. Should we send troops to investigate?" He pondered for a moment. "There are still a lot of important projects in the city. I was planning to dig a tunnel connecting the towns to share resources. I also heard that a religious faction is starting to rise up." Lina listened quietly to everyone chatting, her mind still in a haze until she heard someone call out, "Lena, hurry up and keep pace." She happily replied, "Yes, I am coming right now." But when she pushed herself up, an agonizing pain suddenly hit her. Both of her arms were gone and blood was pouring out endlessly. She looked in despair as everyone slowly faded away. "My arms, wait for me." "Aki." Everything abruptly snapped back to reality. Right in front of her were Aki, Tomo, Sidulu, and Shino. Aki's eyes widened in sheer shock, and he gently laid Sidulu down. He rushed over and asked, "Lena, are you finally awake?" She looked down at her own body, thinking to herself, "This energy, is this because the two Marvel cores merged together?" Lena stared at her fully healed hands, trembling. "My hands grew back." Aki hugged her tightly in excitement. "That is so amazing, Lena." She looked blankly at the battlefield behind them, where the corpses of demonic beasts were scattered everywhere. Tears fell as she choked up. "Did you guys do all of this just for me? I am so sorry for being a burden." Aki held her close to comfort her. "Please do not apologize. Teammates are always willing to put their lives on the line for each other." Lena was terrified. Is Vandalin really dead? When the new Six Stars find out about this, they will definitely take action. Michael looked worried. "We have to retreat right now and recover as soon as possible." Aki nodded. "You are right." In his memories, he thought of Yasunari, the man who abandoned his identity to live in hiding in a secret town. The image of him walking all alone through a sandstorm flashed in his mind. "We can go find him. It will be safe there." Aki's eyes lit up. "Yasunari, my old comrade in arms." He made up his mind. "We hit the road immediately." Lena replied, "Alright, let me heal everyone first." Lena focused on the healing process. "Vandalin's core energy is so overwhelmingly strong, I barely have to use any effort to heal you guys." Looking at the sleeping Sidhu Lu, Lena spoke with deep gratitude. "This is also a reminder that we really need an incredibly strong green core." She smiled. "Aki, you just gained another very reliable teammate." He asked, "Is the journey going to be far?" Lena replied, "The problem is not the distance, but whether Yasunari is actually willing to help us or not." Lena hesitated. "After your death, Yasunari fell into utter despair and bitter resentment." Aki's eyes showed a hint of sadness. "He hates me because I left them behind." But his determination quickly returned. "I absolutely have to see him and explain everything." In a barren valley, a gloomy cave came into view. Inside, Ji Yutang, wearing red armor and holding a mysterious bag, was deep in thought. He scoffed in sheer contempt. "What a bunch of disgusting pests." Suddenly, the watch on his wrist started buzzing. In the dark cave, floating energy spheres reflected light. As he answered the call, a voice echoed out, "Did you secure the item?" He replied in absolute annoyance, "I got it." "Did you really make an emergency call just to ask me that?" He snapped. "I have been here so many times. Are you guys still worried?" The voice on the other end spoke. "Dylan is dead." The devastating news left him completely stunned. The voice continued. "The new Six Stars were ambushed by two humanoid fiends." He was absolutely furious. "When I get back, hand the investigation over to me." The other person replied, "We will discuss this later." Murderous intent flared up in his eyes. "I am not asking you. I am giving you an order." After a moment of silence, the other person finally agreed. "I will send you the investigation results." The voice sounded deep and sorrowful. "Please stay calm. You and Dylan grew up together, after all." The call ended, and the entire space sank into dead silence. He reminisced about their childhood days. His body trembling, he called out in utter despair. Dylan. He let out a loud, agonizing scream. Why did you have to die? Pure, unadulterated rage exploded from within him. I swear, I will avenge you. A terrifying surge of power obliterated the cave, sending shockwaves that shattered the very sky. Somewhere else entirely, two streaks of light tore across the horizon. Aki flew at the front, carrying Lena in his arms, while Shino followed closely behind, supporting both Tomo and Situ-Lu. He looked back and asked, "Are you guys holding up okay?" Situ-Lu replied softly, "Tomo and I are fine. It's just been really hard on Shino." Shino brushed it off with a calm tone. "Don't worry about me, I'm doing just fine," Lena chimed in, her voice tense. Killing Vandalen was a massive deal. The new 6 heralds are definitely investigating it by now. We need to reach the shelter before the sun goes down. Aki quickly reassured her. "It's gonna be okay, don't stress about it." Situ-Lu quietly watched the two of them ahead, a deeply thoughtful and conflicted look on her face. After flying for a while, the group finally arrived at a lush, green city hidden deep within the forest. This was Green Oasis Town, a quiet and peaceful C-rank city. Aki gently touched down just outside the city limits. He gave the order to disguise their appearances, then looked at the city with genuine excitement. "Wow, I honestly didn't expect to find a C-rank city out here." The group stood before the towering city gates, surrounded by fresh, vibrant trees and a remarkably simple, rustic atmosphere. Lena introduced the place to everyone. "This is Green Oasis Town. And Ran once told me she was going to come here." Situ-Lu quickly asked, "Are we here to look for the former 6 heralds?" Aki nodded firmly. "That's right, Lena actually advised us to come here, so we could lay low and dodge the pursuit." Situ-Lu lowered her head, hesitating for a moment. "I understand that. What I really meant was..." Aki looked at her with genuine concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling alright?" She suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stared at him, her eyes searching for the truth. "Who exactly are you?" Lena, who was walking slightly ahead, had a faint trace of sadness in her eyes seeing them act so close. Aki replied with absolute, deadpan seriousness. "I'm Aki, the king who was hailed as the absolute strongest warrior, who died exactly half a century ago. I was reincarnated into this very body." Situ-Lu trembled in pure shock, completely unable to process the insane revelation. Shino was utterly dumbfounded, and even Tomo started stammering. You're really Aki." Aki kept his voice perfectly calm. "If you guys want to know the truth, I'll tell you absolutely every single secret." Everyone just looked at each other in massive confusion, completely at a loss for words. Aki then began to recount the entire, unfiltered truth about his real identity. Lena listened quietly, her face completely thoughtful, but noticeably lacking any real surprise. In stark contrast to her, Shino and Situ-Lu both had their eyes wide open in absolute disbelief, their bodies literally shaking from the overwhelming shock. Shino could barely believe his own ears, quickly turning to ask him. "Brother Aki, you're messing with me, right? Time travel, reincarnation, and you're the strongest king from 50 years ago. The guy who actually led humanity to build the holy city of light. That just sounds way too crazy to be real." Aki replied with the same steady calmness. "Due to certain reasons, I transmigrated to the present timeline, and I'm only alive right now thanks to this body. Residing inside me is the Crimson King Banner, the 8th demon, one of the absolute strongest king banners in existence." Those heavy words struck all three of them to their core, completely unable to hide their growing panic. Shino stammered uncontrollably. "A king banner, the 8th demon?" Lena asked in sheer amazement. "Something even stronger than the 7th demon. You mean an entity that completely surpasses the 7 demon lords?" Situ-Lu furrowed her brows in deep thought. "The 8th demon, the king banner." Aki softly explained. "Situ-Lu, an incredibly similar power actually exists inside your body too, which is what gives you the ability to manipulate both space and time." He stated it with absolute certainty. "That specific power comes directly from the Black King Banner, an entirely different king banner." Hearing that, Situ-Lu jolted in surprise. "The Black King Banner? The King of Demons?" Lena asked, completely baffled. "What in the world are king banners anyway, and why exactly are they acting like parasites inside the two of you?" Aki lowered his head, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "I really don't know the full picture either. The Crimson King Banner has never once revealed its entire plan to me. All I know is that it previously collaborated with the other king banners." Flashbacks of the Crimson King Banner and the Black King Banner briefly flashed through his mind, and he spoke with absolute conviction. Especially with the Black King Banner, he recalled the bitter memory. "In my past life, I actually entered the Ancient King card, and completely discovered the existence of the 8th demon. But even after fighting until I was severely injured, I just couldn't stand against their overwhelming power. I honestly have no idea why it ended up choosing me, nor do I understand its true motives. But I can strongly feel that whatever its master plan is, it's deeply tied to the ultimate fate of all humanity." He lowered his voice, his tone turning dead serious. "Right now, what matters way more is the sudden appearance of the new king, and the new 6 heralds. I absolutely have to save Deja and somehow meet this new king face to face." He gazed up at the endless sky above. "I need to know exactly where he plans on leading the remaining survivors." Situ-Lu asked, her voice laced with intense worry. Are you just gonna exist alongside the Crimson King banner forever? He quietly replied, I really don't know. It honestly feels like a double-edged sword right now. He could practically feel the Crimson King banner, silently watching him from within the shadows, patiently waiting for some unknown, fateful moment to strike. Looking right at everyone, he spoke from the heart. Well, I don't have any more secrets left to hide. You guys are my comrades, so I totally have the right to know. Shino just awkwardly scratched his head. Man, your secrets are honestly terrifying. Shino let out a highly awkward chuckle. If Tomo was fully awake right now, she'd probably be so utterly shocked that she'd just lose her mind. He then looked Aki dead straight in the eyes. No matter who you really are, I still trust you with my life, because at the end of the day, you're my brother. Sidaloo nodded, her expression incredibly earnest. Thank you for trusting us enough to share all of this. Aki flashed a warm, gentle smile. No, I'm the one who really should be thanking all of you. He turned to Lena. Keep leading the way. Once we meet in Ran, we will heal our injuries and figure out our next move. Lena looked at Shino and Sidaloo, thinking to herself. All of this must be so hard to believe for these young warriors. She walked on, telling herself that they just needed time to process everything. The group continued to press forward. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the distance. Halt! Do not take another step. Lena jumped in surprise. A Tier 1 city guard blocked their path. He barked, outsiders are not allowed inside. Leave immediately. Lena quickly tried to explain. We are not enemies. We just need a place to rest. My teammate is badly hurt. Please help us. Shino chimed in. We came all the way from Hilo City. You have to believe us. Another warrior flew down from above, landing right in front of Shino. He drew his bow as a warning. Leave right now if you value your lives. Crimson magic flared up around Aki as he stepped forward. You want to kill me? He snatched the arrow that had just been fired at the ground. Our main character snapped it in half, his eyes turning cold. Do you want me to level this entire city to the ground? The guard panicked. That look in your eyes. I knew it. You are demons. Prepare for battle. Shino desperately tried to hold him back. Aki calmed down. Lena was terrified too. The enemy was a Tier 1 guard. Sidaloo thought himself. This killing intent. The Crimson King banner is eating away at his mind. Right at that moment, a figure slammed down from above, creating a massive shockwave. Aki froze and ran. A man draped in a yellow cloak emerged from the thick cloud of dust, and Rand spoke in a low, rumbling voice. Who dares to cause trouble in my city? The guards immediately bowed in deep respect. Lord and Rand. He locked his intense gaze straight onto Aki. The two of them faced off against each other. Lena quickly ran over. Wait, it is me, Lena. And Rand's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled warmly and pulled down his hood. His aged, weathered face was revealed. Lena, what are you doing here? Lena explained the situation. We need a place to heal. My teammate is critically injured. And Rand thought for a moment before issuing a command. Open the gates. One of the guards looked worried. But my lord, and Rand brushed him off. Do not worry. I will take full responsibility. The guard bowed his head. Understood, sir. He immediately relayed the order. Open the gates. The massive wooden gates groaned open, revealing a peaceful, bustling scene inside the city. The heavy doors slowly swung wide open to welcome them. Meanwhile, in another location, a man clad in crimson armor walked into a room, tightly gripping a briefcase. Inside the room, Tarina, a member of the new 6 Stars, spoke up. You finally made it. Ji Tang. I am so sorry about what happened to Dylan. But he did not say a single word. His expression remained dark and grim. He heavily set the briefcase down onto the table. Ji Tang snapped the briefcase open, revealing a row of glowing power cores. I brought them back safely. His hand gently brushed over the cores, pausing over a glowing emerald green one. But in the end, his fingers tightly gripped the crimson red core instead. He turned his back, ready to leave. Send me the intel on Dalen's battle. Tarina quickly stopped him. Wait, someone else is going with you this time. It is a direct order from the higher-ups, she added, letting out a helpless sigh. Ji Tang furrowed his brows. Is it an order from the king? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the dark corner of the room. The sudden intrusion clearly annoyed him, and his expression instantly turned ice cold. A man draped in a long cloak confidently stepped out from the shadows, looking completely relaxed. It was Joel, a ridiculously handsome demon flashing a bright, charming smile. I hope we can work well together. Ji Tang clicked his tongue in pure annoyance and stormed off ahead, while Joel casually strolled after him, playfully teasing the grumpy warrior. He replied coldly, if it wasn't for the higher-ups' orders, I wouldn't even spare a glance at a demon like you. Don't get in my way. I don't have an ounce of sympathy for demons. Ji Tang scoffed with disgust. A 5th-stage demon like you. I could crush you with one hand. Right as he finished speaking, a massive scythe pierced straight through his chest. He roared in agony. You dare sneak attack me. But the scythe suddenly vanished. Joel spoke calmly. Let's go. Looking down at his completely healed chest, the old man was left absolutely speechless. Ji Tang realized it was a high-level illusion technique, proving that Joel was far from simple. Joel smiled faintly. 5th stage is only what I want you to see. His tone turned ice cold. Let's move. I have my own scores to settle. The scene shifts to a cozy wooden cabin. A gasp of pure amazement rang out. Xiaoi was visibly thrilled as she listened to the story. Sidaloo burst into laughter. I knew you'd react exactly like that. Meanwhile, Shino just shook his head at the little boy's endless appetite. Meanwhile, out in the yard, 3 others were having a deeply tense conversation. Aki spoke softly after finishing his explanation. That's the truth of what happened, and ran. Lena chimed in. Our main goal right now is to save Deja. If we coordinate this well, we absolutely have a fighting chance. At that moment, Enran suddenly stepped forward. He marched straight toward Aki, his eyes dark and heavy. Without a single word, he threw a vicious punch right into Aki's face, leaving everyone completely stunned. Lena stood there frozen, completely lost on what was happening. Caught completely off guard by the blow, Aki lost his balance and crashed hard into the dirt. Lena panicked and rushed in to stop him. Hey, what the hell are you doing? But she couldn't even intervene. Her body trembled as an overwhelming pressure forced her back, leaving her to curse silently in frustration. And Rand's fury erupted like a volcano. His eyes flared with a piercing golden light as he lunged forward, raining down more relentless punches. He screamed as his fist flew. Do you have any idea what you did? You recklessly charged right into the ancient king realm back then, completely ignoring all of our warnings. Do you even know what we had to go through after that? The main character didn't fight back at all, silently taking every single hit. Hearing the commotion, Sidu Liu immediately vaulted out the window, screaming in pure panic. Stop it right now. And Ran unleashed his power, blasting everyone back. Stay out of this. Nobody interferes. After delivering a brutal barrage of punches, he grabbed Aki by the collar and roared in his face. Our comrades died. Others were left crippled. And you just vanished. Faced with the heartbreaking accusations, Aki simply lowered his head. I am so sorry. He then looked up, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. Brother and Ran, please fight by my side just one more time. In this lifetime, I swear I'll make it up to you 100,000 times over. Those raw, sincere words finally broke in Ran, reducing the hardened man to tears. The commotion had also drawn his family out into the yard. His furious young son screamed at them. Who the hell are you people? Get out of here right now, Lena whispered anxiously. That must be Enran's family. A heavy silence instantly fell over the yard. After a long moment, Enran released his grip and spoke through the pain. My king, please forgive me. I'm just not the great Earth Enran you once knew. A sudden breeze swept past, blowing his sleeve back to reveal his severed arm. Seeing that empty sleeve, Aki felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow for the once mighty general, who now stood so utterly powerless. Enran fell to his knees, begging him, once your wounds are healed, please, just leave this place. The scene suddenly cuts back to Ji Yu Tang. He lay sprawled on the ground after a devastatingly fierce battle, his eyes practically burning with killing intent. Just 3 hours earlier, he and Joel had stopped to rest up on a high, rocky cliff. Back at the cozy little cabin, Tomo offered Frank a warm smile. We really just need a place to rest for a bit. She playfully reassured him that they meant absolutely no harm. Little Frank blushed, looking totally flustered. The young boy nodded shyly. Yeah, I get it. Frank stammered out, big sister. Suddenly, Shino appeared right behind him, and gave his shoulder a friendly pat. The little guy gave a reluctant sigh. Okay, I trust you guys. Over in the kitchen, a delicious stew was bubbling away on the stove, while Valia happily prepped dinner. She gave them a warm, motherly smile. This is the very first time we've ever had so many guests in our home. Valia sincerely apologized for being so on edge earlier. Sidu Liu replied with a gentle, understanding tone. It's totally fine. We completely understand why everyone is so worried. Lena smiled warmly. We are incredibly grateful to be able to help out, Valia said cheerfully. Once the rice is done cooking, we can all sit down and eat together. The scene shifts to Aki, sitting all alone in a lush green meadow under a breathtakingly vibrant sunset. He quietly watched the sun go down, completely lost in his own thoughts, and Ran walked up right behind him, calling out in a low, steady voice. Aki looked up at the older man, his eyes totally calm and steady, and Ran spoke with deep emotion. The whole reincarnation thing is just so unbelievable. I honestly couldn't accept it at first. He thought back to the past, and a massive wave of emotions suddenly washed over him. Remembering that punch from earlier, he looked genuinely regretful, and Ran suddenly dropped down to one knee. My king, please accept my deepest respects. He started telling his story. Hey, I was heavily wounded, so I fled all the way to this little town. My current wife was the one who saved my life, and she has stayed by my side ever since. We fell completely in love, so I gave up my old identity just to protect my family and this town. This peaceful life we have here is absolutely the most precious treasure I could ever ask for. Aki gave a soft smile. I am genuinely happy that you finally found a place where you truly belong. His voice suddenly dropped. I have never once dreamed of a peaceful life for myself because I was born to create it for others. The ancient king deck still exists, which means the disasters are nowhere near over. I honestly have no other choice but to face it head on. And Ran replied, and that is exactly why you are so worthy of being the king. Aki stared up at the sky above. I really want to know exactly where the new king is going to lead humanity. But the fact that the new 6 hexagrams can turn into demons, that makes me incredibly worried. And Ran panicked and desperately tried to stop him. Please, do not go up against the new king. His power is absolutely terrifying. Even so, I still have to meet him at least one more time. The main character let out a light chuckle. What makes you so sure that I can't win? and Ran was completely shocked by his overwhelmingly powerful aura. Back inside the tiny room, everyone gathered around the dinner table together, and Ran said cheerfully, "It has been a really long time since things were this lively around here." Suddenly, Aki's sword started floating right in midair, radiating a heavy wave of dark energy. He called out, "Crimson King flag." A sudden sense of danger hit him hard, and the main character realized that enemies were quickly closing in. The entire space instantly turned a dull gray. Shino asked in absolute panic, "What is going on?" Right up in the sky, a strange bird appeared, carrying a truly terrifying amount of energy. Aki screamed out, "Watch out!" The bird suddenly dive-bombed and violently attacked the house. A massive explosion echoed out, instantly reducing the entire house to a pile of rubble. Thick, choking dust and smoke aggressively billowed up everywhere. Joel casually walked right out of the ruins, with the bird now shrunken down and resting quietly on his hand. He smiled wickedly. "It only took me a little bit of time to track you all down, just by reading the memories of the birds." A deep, heavy voice suddenly rang out. "Is that him?" Ji Yutang stepped right out into the open. His eyes were completely cold. "The bastard who murdered Dylan." Ji Yutang asked Joel exactly why he wanted to come here, and Joel replied that it would help them track down the killer. When pushed about his true motives, Joel just brushed it off, saying it was nothing more than a personal grudge. He totally refused to reveal anything about his past, keeping his answers incredibly short. Ji Yutang analyzed the situation. "A massive battle obviously took place right here, so there is definitely a connection." He then added, "This entire team-up is a direct order from the higher-ups, but honestly, all he really cared about was hunting down the one who killed Dylan." Joel signaled for silence, raising his hand to call a bird over. He whispered, "Tell me, what did you see?" The bird recounted everything in a language that Ji Yutang couldn't understand. Joel translated, "There are 4 of them, all injured, and they ran away." He pointed in a specific direction. "They went that way." "Very good." Joel then released the bird back into the sky, and he and Ji Yutang headed straight in that direction to begin their pursuit. It didn't take long for the two to find Aki's group. Ji Yutang was furious, veins bulging on his face. How could a mere human warrior kill Dylan? He glared at Aki, asking coldly, "Was it you?" Joel felt the surge of power radiating from his opponent's right arm and chuckled. "So that's how it is. This demonic power is quite interesting." Unsure of their true strength, Aki immediately asked the Crimson King flag, "Just how strong are these two?" After a few seconds of analysis, the Crimson King flag gave its assessment. "That guy is stronger than the green core from before." It gave a special warning about Joel. "He's the real threat, especially that guy with his eyes closed." Looking at Joel's eerie aura, the Crimson King flag judged him to be incredibly hard to deal with. Ji Yutang immediately made the first move. He lunged forward like lightning, his murderous intent exploding. "You are the one who killed Dylan." His power was as ferocious as a wild lion, making the very air tremble. Aki's teammates were forced back, and Sidulu called out in worry, "Aki!" The powerful strike was neutralized by the main character thanks to the Crimson King flag. Ji Yutang was stunned. "You can actually block my Lion King fist." After that, Aki borrowed the power of the Crimson King flag to counterattack, knocking away his opponent's assault. Seeing that, Ji Yutang gritted his teeth. "It's this exact aura. You really are the one who killed Dylan." He launched a direct strike, sending blood splattering into the air. Seeing Aki get hurt, his teammates rushed over immediately. "Aki!" Ji Yutang unleashed a massive surge of power. "I'm gonna kill you." Aki recognized the familiar demonic aura, realizing this guy could also undergo demonification. Not knowing the enemy's true identity, Sidulu asked, "Who are these guys?" Lena gave a short reply. "Crimson Lion Lie." Her voice turned serious. "One of the new 6 trigrams." Behind them, Enran was fearfully protecting her family. Enran blamed herself, desperately trying to think of a way to help. "What should I do?" Aki's group was ready to fight, and Tomo activated her skill. Shino unleashed a massive burst of power, and Sidulu prepared to support them, as all 3 joined forces to meet the attack. Sidulu took the lead, giving a decisive command. "Let's go." Lena wanted to join in too. "I'm gonna fight with you guys," but Aki gave an order. "Lena, escort Enran's family out of here." He explained, "The other guy is a high-level demon, and high-level demons never operate alone." Hearing that, Lena realized the level of danger. High-level demons always show up in packs. She finally decided to listen, telling Enran to take her family and fall back. Lena pulled Frank and Valia away from the battlefield. On the other side, Sidulu's group charged forward, aiming right for Ji Yutang. He blocked their attacks with ease. Sidulu assessed the situation. His speed is as fast as a blue core. The longer they fought, the more uneasy she felt, with the sense of danger becoming clearer by the second. Meanwhile, Joel was still leisurely enjoying his roasted meat. Looking completely unbothered, Ji Yutang complained, "Why aren't you making a move?" Joel answered casually, "You're already strong enough." Aki kept a cautious eye on Joel, realizing that his aura was incredibly dangerous. Tomo, Shino, and Sidulu launched continuous attacks, determined to take down Ji Yutang. Sidulu came up with a plan to create an opening so Aki could deal with Joel. Shino threw a heavy strike, but Ji Yutang dodged it effortlessly. Shino kept pushing in close combat, but the opponent's defense was just too terrifying. Ji Yutang's expression remained completely ice-cold as he effortlessly blocked the strike. Seizing the opening, Tomo launched a fierce sneak attack right from behind him, but the old man glided away as lightly as the wind, instantly reappearing right behind her back. He stared down at Tomo with an entirely hollow, emotionless gaze. She was absolutely stunned. No way, that is completely impossible. Sidulu quickly analyzed the situation. He possesses such well-rounded, overwhelming power. He really is Hong Shili. Even so, she quickly realized that the battle was taking a serious turn for the worse. All three of them were attacking together. Yet they still couldn't manage to overpower their opponent. Over on the other side, Aki was facing off against Joel, ready to make the first move. The ground completely shattered as he explosively released his power. Our main character threw a heavy punch, but Joel instantly cast an evasion skill to dodge it. The strike completely missed its mark. It was nothing but an afterimage. Joel spoke in a totally relaxed tone. I'm really not that great at head-on combat. Right after saying that, he vanished into thin air, right in front of Aki's eyes. Focusing his senses, the boy instantly detected his enemy's presence right behind him. After exchanging a few fast blows, Joel let out a faint smirk. You're fast, but it's still not enough. Aki immediately got the message. Alright then, let's see who's faster. Activating the power of the Crimson King flag, he blasted forward like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Aki appeared right in front of Joel. Multi-lightning wrap. The attack landed perfectly, sending Joel flying backwards. The main character immediately went on the hunt, quickly closing the distance with his opponent. Joel took the massive hit, both of his hands visibly trembling from the brutal impact, but the guy just smiled and praised him. Wow, you're pretty amazing. Out of nowhere, Joel pulled a fast one on Aki, tricking him into almost attacking Situ-Lu by mistake. Situ-Lu cried out in sheer pain. Aki, he completely panicked. Lu, why is it you? The Crimson King flag immediately warned him. Calm down, that is just an illusion magic. Aki snapped back to reality, realizing that the whole thing was nothing but a fake illusion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ji Yu-Tang was still clashing with the other three. The intense battle was seriously pushing all three of them to their absolute limits. Suddenly, Situ-Lu noticed something terribly wrong. Their opponent had completely vanished. Joel was standing up on a rocky cliff, flashing a horribly arrogant smirk. A terrifying aura began to radiate from him. You guys are way too careless. Situ-Lu instantly realized she had fallen right into his illusion magic. Tomo angrily gritted her teeth. The guy we were fighting, he never even existed. Shino was also completely dumbfounded by just how incredibly real the illusion felt. Aki finally pieced it together. His illusion magic has reached a level where it's practically reality. The boy shouted at the top of his lungs. Where the hell is Shili? Joel calmly replied with a shrug. He already left to go find the rest of your little friends for some entertainment. Hearing that, the whole group was struck with pure horror, as they immediately thought of Lena and ran. Joel stared down from above, his cold, dead eyes locked directly onto Aki and Situ-Lu. In his darkest memories, he clearly remembered that day. It was the two of you, Joel growled, his eyes practically overflowing with pure hatred. To avenge Xiao Duzi's death, Ji Yu-Tang and I swore a blood oath. We swore we would slaughter every single one of you. He explosively unleashed his mana, making the very air around them violently tremble. I absolutely refused to wait any longer. Immediately, a deafening explosion ripped through the sky, making the entire ground violently shake. The whole area started to dangerously sway, throwing everyone into a total panic. Is it an earthquake? Hurry up and get somewhere safe. And Ran and Lena quickly pushed their way through the totally chaotic crowd. Suddenly, a massive street sign came crashing down. Watch out, and Ran quickly tried to comfort Valia and Frank. Just stay right here. Valia, with a deeply trembling voice, pleaded with her husband to be careful. Meanwhile, Frank firmly promised that he would protect his mother, no matter what. He turned back to Lena. Follow me up to the city wall. That sound isn't normal. Up on the wall, countless soldiers had gathered. A thick, oppressive demonic energy blanketed the entire sky. One of the guards was visibly trembling. We've never seen anything like this before, and Ran and Lena touched down right next to him, and Ran looked up and barked an order. Don't just stand there gawking. Report the situation. The guard shakily pointed straight ahead. Lord and Ran. Look, his eyes went wide. Right in front of them, a massive horde of demonic beasts and demons had amassed. Their eyes were glowing crimson, like a blood-red sunset. The demon horde let out a furious, deafening roar, surging violently toward the city wall. Lena gasped in absolute horror. It's a demon tide, and Ran quickly analyzed the threat. A horde of this scale is at least tier 3. Someone is definitely behind this, summoning them here. Lena thought for a second. It has to be those two guys who showed up earlier. The faces of Ji Yu-Tang and Joel immediately flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a red blur tore through the wind, vaulting right over the city wall, and leaving everyone in absolute shock. The figure crashed down heavily. It was Ji Yu-Tang, and his landing sent a massive shockwave rippling through the ground. And Ran stared in sheer disbelief. The fierce red lion. He slowly stood up to his full height, backed by the terrifying, deafening roars of the demon horde. Lena gritted her teeth in anger. So Sinlohao is actually colluding with demons. It looks like the new king made his choice a long time ago. Ji Yu-Tang sneered, his voice completely ice-cold. dead men tell no tales, and Rand muttered under his breath. Today we'll see if Osis Town can actually hold the line. From a distance, Sidulu saw what was happening. The demon tide is already here. Aki kept his cool and started giving orders. Everyone, move out, provide backup for Lena and Enran immediately. Sidulu immediately objected. Are you gonna fight alone? But Aki just gave her a hardened look. Just go. Now. She clenched her jaw in frustration, then turned and shouted to the others. Alright, everyone follow me. Right then, Joel stepped out of the shadows with a twisted, sinister smile. Nobody is going anywhere. Aki stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him, and launched himself straight at Joel. Leave this guy to me. He unleashed a brutal, roaring blast of lightning that completely ripped through his opponent's body. But Joel just stood there, completely unfazed, keeping that same eerie smile on his face. In the blink of an eye, he vanished entirely, and pitch-black darkness swallowed the entire area. Aki instantly realized what was happening. This is an illusionary domain. Off in the distance, 3 faint, ghostly lights flickered into existence. Those 3 lights morphed into the forms of his teammates. Sidulu was panicking, desperately looking around for everyone else. She cried out frantically, Aki, where are you? The image of Tomo appeared next, looking completely lost and disoriented. Tomo's voice trembled with anxiety. Are we caught in another illusion? Shino stared down at the fractured, broken ground, utterly bewildered by the sight. Aki grimaced, piecing it all together. They've all been dragged into the illusion. This level of power, it's way beyond tier 7. Suddenly, Joel materialized right behind him. The flesh on his legs was rapidly transforming into thick, demonic armor. He let out a cold, sadistic laugh. I cannot wait to watch you all slowly die in absolute despair. The full suit of armor finally locked into place. It was the super tier 7 demon Joel. He gave a twisted, psychotic grin. Torturing the strong is my absolute favorite pastime. Aki didn't hesitate and launched his attack. Flash thunder. Joel completely vanished into thin air, but his mocking voice echoed from all directions. What a magnificent strike. He continued his vicious taunting. You only sliced through a phantom. Red King Key told me to conserve my strength. After all, Joel crossed his arms smugly. This is my illusionary realm. Wasting your energy here is completely pointless. He let out a low, dark chuckle. In here, I can even manipulate the flow of time itself. Joel pointed a finger right at Aki's struggling teammates. Just look at them. As far as their minds are concerned, they've already been trapped in here for 2 whole days. Sidulu appeared, tightly bound by thick vines. The vines wrapped tightly around her body. Sidulu slashed right through them. Get lost, she panted heavily. How do I get out of this place? She looked down at her battered and bruised body. Sidulu cast a healing spell. Heal. Joel emerged from the swamp. This place will just drain your life force dry. In another dimension, a barren desert stretched out endlessly. Shino sprinted at full speed, desperately searching for a way out. He managed to block 2 massive tornadoes, but countless more tornadoes just kept tearing toward him. Joel appeared again. This wasteland will completely erode your soul. Shino collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Just give up already. Somewhere else, Tomo was fighting all by herself. She was completely surrounded by countless identical clones. The clones launched one relentless attack after another. Tomo groaned in frustration. Have I seriously been fighting for 2 whole days? Joel's voice echoed around her. This realm will make you completely lose your mind. He appeared with a wicked smirk. Tell me, can you even defeat yourself? More clones just kept rising up right behind her. Aki watched it all unfold. If we don't shatter this illusion realm, they're gonna die from exhaustion. He desperately tried to find a way out, but every single attack was completely useless. His fist trembled with anger. We can't break it from the inside. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Wait, what if we break the illusion from the outside? Back at the city walls, Lena shouted at the top of her lungs. We have to stop him. And Rand stared straight ahead. Lena, we have to fight. Lena hesitated. But, what about your arm? And Rand coldly replied that no matter what happened, she would risk her life to protect this place. She yelled with absolute determination. No matter what, we used to be the 6 trigrams. Hearing this, Lena furrowed her brow slightly. But then a sudden, thrilling smile spread across her face. And Rand and Lena pushed off the ground at the exact same time. In an instant, the surface of the city wall shattered into pieces like broken glass. The 2 of them launched themselves from their positions. Their eyes immediately locked onto the roaring demon tide swarming below. And Rand and Lena dove straight down like 2 streaks of light tearing through the wind. The moment they hit the ground, they wiped out a whole row of demons blocking their path with lightning-fast strikes. They regained their footing, glaring at the enemy with icy stares. Their battle-ready auras erupted with overwhelming intensity. In the distance, Lee gave a subtle hand signal, causing the surging demons to suddenly halt in their tracks. A chilling voice rang out, ordering them all to stop. Lai called out the names of Enran and Lena, mocking them as the remnants of the old 6 trigrams. He scoffed. The 6 trigrams, the old dynasty, whatever you call it. It's all in the past. He ground his teeth, and in a flash, his face contorted, sprouting terrifying, grotesque spikes. Lai stood completely still, but his demonic energy suddenly exploded. His hair slowly turned as white as snow. His body was encased in a blazing red armor. His eyes glowed fiercely, radiating a crushing, overwhelming aura. Lena's eyes went wide as she recognized his demon form. Lai tilted his head and arrogantly challenged them. Come at me together, you old relics of the 6 trigrams. But when you lose, you'll suffer the consequences. Behind him, tens of thousands of monsters from the demon tide surged forward like a black tsunami. Lai slowly stepped forward and declared that the demon tide was going to swallow this entire place whole. Aki stood there, his heart twisting in pain as he watched his teammates being tortured in the illusion realm. Xinyao taunted him. Those 3 don't have much time left, come on. Show me your true power. Trembling with bulging, bloodshot veins, he let out a maniacal laugh and started choking himself. He screamed, hate me, try to kill me. I want to see the utter despair on your face when the people you care about die right in front of you, one by one. He laughed sadistically and mocked. You can't do a damn thing. You're just gonna stay trapped in this illusion until you're completely exhausted. And then I'll take your life? What a beautiful sight that will be. Little Bean is definitely going to love this. Aki gritted his teeth and shot back. You're severely underestimating my teammates. Suddenly, Juniao froze, staring in shock at the floating images of the illusion. Sidulu was being swallowed by a swamp, with thick vines wrapping tightly around her body without any mercy. Her face was tense with sheer agony. But she kept telling herself, I'm the captain. I absolutely cannot be the first to fall. I have to find a way to save everyone. As for Shino, he was struggling alone in a desolate desert, battling against howling hurricanes. He clenched his jaw and reminded himself, it's just sand and wind, nothing I can't handle. Somewhere else, Tomo was getting relentlessly struck by lightning. Her fierce battle was a total matter of life and death. Absolute determination was written all over her face. She silently prayed, everyone, you have to hold on. Seeing how resilient they were, Niao couldn't understand why his illusion wasn't breaking their spirits. Aki calmly said, you just don't get it. Demon, if humanity was truly that weak and cowardly, why haven't we gone extinct after all these years? Niao just sneered and replied, that's only because you insects still have some use to us. Suddenly Aki shifted his stance, turning his feet at a perfect right angle. He replied with an icy tone, is that so? A soft yet impossibly deep energy began to radiate from his hands. He declared that he would face him using the true stance of humanity. Raising his hand to eye level, Aki wore an expression as cold as ice and vowed to take him down. In the very next second, a blinding light violently erupted, flooding the entire space. Niao started shaking, wondering to himself, why am I feeling so terrified of this kid's aura? Crackling bolts of lightning shot out from Aki's hands. He firmly stated faith, courage, and hope. Those are the exact reasons why humanity will never be wiped out. The sky turned blood red as clouds swirled into a massive eye of a storm, and the ground beneath Junao's feet violently cracked apart. He realized in sheer horror that Aki was breaking the illusion from the outside, watching as the boy clenched his fist and aimed it straight at the heavens. Then, Aki slammed his fist downward with explosive force and roared, shatter this illusion for me. From the center of the storm's eye, a furious bolt of lightning struck, straight down into Juniao's illusion. Lightning also flashed above the heads of his teammates trapped in the mirage, deep within the swamp holding Sidulu captive. A brilliant light suddenly flared up. Beneath Shino's feet, the ground ripped open, and a radiant light poured out, instantly chasing away the darkness. The space around Tomo began to fracture and shatter, allowing pure light to pierce right through. Sidulu's eyes lit up with absolute joy. Shino and Tomo were also stunned as one name simultaneously flashed in their minds, Aki. Juniao flew into a rage, dark energy furiously swirling all around his body. He roared, that's impossible. Just what kind of power do you have to break my illusion? An earth-shattering explosion echoed out, and blinding light engulfed the entire area. Outside the city walls, Lena and Enran also saw the stark white flashes of lightning. Lena looked up at the crimson sky and said, that's a key. Enran's voice trembled as she realized, this aura, it's completely different from his last demonification. The monsters in the demon tide also looked up at the sky, panic written all over their grotesque faces. Lai watched in silence, completely ignoring his terrified subordinates, who were screaming to retreat. His eyes were dark and thoughtful as he wondered, could it be that Juniao has already lost? Is his illusion really that useless then? He let out a furious roar, his body erupting with dark magic, sick to his stomach that he couldn't even trust his fellow demons. A split second later, Lee darted toward Enran and Lena as fast as lightning, sensing the incoming danger. Enran immediately stepped forward to shield Lena. She barely managed to raise her earth shield in time to block Lee's roaring, lion-like punch. The resulting shockwave blew everything away within a radius of several hundred meters. Enran's golden shield started to crack under the terrifying force of his attack. Lai unleashed another brutal punch that punched right through her defensive shield, landing a direct, devastating hit on her body. From behind, Lena pressed her hands against Enran's back, pouring healing magic into him. He had been sent flying by the impact, and she had to brace herself just to keep him steady while tending to his wounds. Lena pushed every last drop of her remaining energy into Enran to keep him going. Lena anxiously asked how he was holding up. He coughed, replying that the last punch had cracked his sternum. It even pierced right through his earth defense, a barrier that once blocked the combined attacks of the 7 fiends. She frowned, realizing his demonic transformation power was even greater than Van Dylan's. Lee let out a dark chuckle, mockingly calling them nothing but trash from a bygone era. Radiating pure arrogance, he scoffed, if you can't even take a single punch, then this is just too damn boring. Following that explosive burst of lightning, the entire illusion completely shattered into pieces. Aki and his team slowly touched down. Everyone was completely stunned to see that the illusion had actually been broken. The main character turned back, warning everyone to stay on high alert. "Is anyone hurt?" he asked with concern. Sidulu stared at Judiao standing amidst the rubble. She warned the group that this guy was definitely bad news. Panting heavily, she explained that his illusions completely messed with their 5 senses, making it impossible to tell what was real. If it wasn't for their absolute trust in one another, they would have broken down a long time ago. Shino chimed in, his voice shaking. "Every ounce of pain in that illusion felt completely real. Every time I went down, I honestly thought it was the end." He added that the only reason he kept fighting was because he knew Aki would find a way to break them out. Tomo nodded in agreement. "We have Aki, our nearly invincible fighter." She fully admitted that if he hadn't shattered the illusion, the whole team would have been lost in there forever. Zidiao hovered above the wreckage, they had to admit. His strength far surpassed any of the 7 fiends they had ever faced. His face twisted in bitter resentment. After all, the power of lightning was supposed to be his exclusive ability. He raised his hand, gathering a terrifying sphere of lightning. Screaming that he was going to kill the little runt, he charged straight at Aki's team. Aki didn't flinch at all. He channeled all of his own lightning into his fist, ready to meet the attack head-on. He blocked Judiao's direct strike perfectly. The sheer pressure of their collision caused the very air around them to tremble violently. Sidulu nervously asked if he planned to fight this monster alone. Aki calmly told her to trust him, ordering the team to go back up. Lena and ran immediately. A massive explosion erupted between the two fighters. Thick clouds of dust and smoke rolled through the air, completely swallowing the battlefield. When the dust finally settled, nothing was left but the utterly devastated ground where they had just clashed. The entire team had retreated in the blink of an eye, completely catching Judiao off guard. He ground his teeth in pure frustration at letting them slip away. Suddenly, from the smoke right behind him, a deep, mocking voice echoed out. "Looks like your luck just ran out." Aki stepped out of the white smoke, a fierce look in his eyes. "My lightning is nothing like the cheap tricks you demons use." Silver-white lightning arched around his body, tightly coiling around his arm and turning it completely white. Judiao actually trembled, realizing that Aki was generating his own pure lightning. With every step he took across the grass, a scorched white trail was left in his wake. Aki fully shifted into his lightning demon form. He smirked, throwing out a taunt. "Come on, let's see what you've got." Hearing that, Judiao flew into a rage. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared right behind Aki, winding up for a fatal strike. He threw both of his arms forward at blinding speed, instantly activating his illusion magic. 2 massive, shadowy arms reached out right in front of Aki, as the heart-tearing phantom skill surged with terrifying power. Aki stayed completely calm. He simply swung his arm back, summoning the roaring lightning dragon. Instantly, a majestic white dragon made of pure electricity burst forward. Zidiao's face dropped into a deadly serious expression as he witnessed this overwhelming display of power. The lightning dragon completely obliterated his attack, sending Judiao blasting backward through the air. Knocked off balance, he screamed in furious resentment at the hated lightning. He immediately unleashed the soul-shattering ghost illusion. Countless sharp-beaked shadow beasts swarmed forward, like a pack of starving wolves. Aki stomped his foot hard onto the white frosted ground. The earth exploded, sending huge chunks of dirt and rock flying in every direction. At that exact moment, he launched himself high into the air. He easily dodged the swarm of beasts, while putting some distance between them. Aki roared, unleashing his azure lightning. A brilliant flash of electricity exploded from his entire body, instantly wiping out the demonic beasts. Jidiao could only stare in shock, completely unable to react. Panic set in as he frantically dashed around, desperately trying to dodge the endless barrage of silver-white lightning shooting from Aki's body. Second later, Jidiao gritted his teeth and charged straight ahead at terrifying speed, completely ignoring the deadly lightning arcing all around him. The two of them violently clashed in a fierce aerial battle against the blood-red sky. Zudiao was absolutely battered by Aki, getting blasted hundreds of meters away. His body was trembling uncontrollably from the agony. He was barely holding together after taking Aki's devastating combo. Aki's face was as cold as ice. "I can shatter your illusions from the outside. My lightning perfectly counters your skills. And in close combat, you're not even in my league. Just give up." Jiao ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. "I'm planning to save my strength to slaughter your friends." Suddenly, a third eye ripped open on his forehead, blasting out a wave of pure dark energy. Right behind Aki, a massive, pitch-black portal tore open. It was a black hole of agonizing illusions. Floating high in the air, he smirked with total confidence. "Are you ready to experience the most agonizing death imaginable?" Aki flashed a fierce, bloodthirsty smile. "Devard? What kind of power is this? Opening a black hole right on my own body." Jiqiao raised both hands to channel his magic. The black hole spawns directly on the target's body, pushing single target damage to its absolute limit. "You can't dodge this." Aki furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. This move is insanely overpowered. He truly is a demon who has pushed illusion magic to its absolute peak. His body was slowly being dragged into the dark portal, completely disrupting his energy gathering. Zhu Tiao flashed a sinister, mocking grin. "Enjoy the ride." And just like that, Aki was sucked into the endless black hole, spiraling down until he completely vanished from sight. As the dark portal slowly sealed shut around his body, Zhu Tiao let out an arrogant scoff. Devard. He boasted loudly, explaining that the void of agony was a dimension made entirely of infinite suffering, a place of endless torture until death, where no living creature had ever escaped. Inside that bizarre, twisted dimension, Aki let out an agonizing scream as he felt all of his power being violently drained away. The lightning surging through his body was being siphoned off, as if some invisible force was ripping his energy clean out of his veins. The white mirror on his chest sparked with weak bolts of lightning in a desperate attempt to resist, before flashing brightly as he yelled, "Scatter!" Suddenly, he found himself floating helplessly among hundreds of floating skulls, each bearing a twisted, agonizing expression. The skulls glared at him with dead, milky white eyes, their jaws snapping wide open as if trying to swallow him whole. Bizarre streams of eerie white energy shot out from their gaping mouths, desperately trying to invade his body. The ghostly white energy pierced straight into his chest, unleashing pure torture. Aki's body convulsed uncontrollably as every last drop of his strength was violently sucked dry. His bones let out a sickening cracking sound, snapping and twisting as if being crushed by some invisible, massive force. The haunting skulls fought fiercely to possess him. These phantom spirits weren't physical entities, but pure, raw agony condensed directly from the illusion magic. Aki shrieked in absolute agony. It felt like being slashed by knives, burned alive, and frozen all at once. Waves of despair and crushing regret flooded his mind. As images of his fallen comrades flashed before his eyes, he gasped, my memories. His tortured screams echoed throughout the dark, purple void. His consciousness felt completely trapped in an endless, hellish cycle of reincarnation. As his life force was completely drained, his body aged decades in a single blink. His skin wrinkled, his hair turned snow-white, and his power felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. But then, everything violently reversed. He was suddenly a child again, burdened with agonizing memories. His black hair returned, he grew up, and then he was thrown into reincarnation all over again, forced to live through countless, tragic lifetimes. In one life, he was just an innocent little boy, tightly hugging a teddy bear, but he was forced to watch helplessly as every single one of his loved ones was brutally murdered right in front of him. In another lifetime, he was just an ordinary soldier, only to die a gruesome, bloody death at the hands of terrifying demons on the battlefield. Then there was a life where he stood as a solitary king, gripping his sword alone in the middle of a war-torn wasteland. He survived, surrounded by the rotting corpses of his loyal soldiers, forced to carry the crushing weight of endless regret. With every single cycle of reincarnation, a new, unbearable layer of agony was added. Both his physical body and his spirit were being completely shredded to pieces. Jitiao slowly touched down on the ground, dark feathers shedding gracefully from his massive wings. He stared coldly at the black sphere trapping Aki. For him, barely a moment had passed, but for the boy inside, he was enduring countless, grueling years of absolute torment. He bared his teeth in a wicked grin. Even Lu Hao would have a hard time escaping this one. He then flew up and commanded, "Open instantly." The dark sphere split apart. He gazed up at the blood-red, silent sky, his eyes drifting away as if recalling some distant, faded memory. His mind drifted back to the joyful, carefree days of his past. Surrounding himself with his loved ones had felt so incredibly warm and happy. My sweet little bean. Suddenly, the black sphere holding Aki shattered completely. The void vanished into thin air. He raised his hand, glaring down at Aki's frail, lifeless-looking body. "Consider this your master, getting revenge for you, my child." He crossed his arms, looking down at the boy with sheer, unadulterated disgust. He chuckled darkly. "Tell me, exactly when did your miserable life end in there?" But then, Aki's eyelids slowly peeled open, revealing the blinding, pure white pupils of the first-stage demon lightning. Aki had forcefully returned to his ultimate lightning form. Jitiao staggered back, his face completely pale with absolute horror. "No, why?" He screamed in a complete panic. "That's impossible. Nobody can survive that attack." In less than a heartbeat, Aki vanished into thin air. The next second, he materialized directly behind the demon, viciously stabbing him through the back. Exhaling a heavy, scorching breath, Aki whispered with ice-cold venom, "You absolute fool." He proudly declared, "I am the strongest human warrior to ever live." Flashback to exactly 5 years ago, torrential rain ruthlessly battered down on the Tier City, as thick crimson blood mixed with the muddy water, streaming violently across the cold pavement. A single, terrifying shadow walked in dead silence through the massive piles of slaughtered corpses. Jutiao stood motionless in the freezing downpour, his dark hair completely soaked to the bone. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets, letting out a frustrated sigh. This place completely wiped off the map. It's going to be a massive pain to rebuild. I literally told you idiots to go easy on them. A chilling, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. These useless subordinates of mine. Their evolution is just way too damn slow. Suddenly, out of the pouring rain,
A weak,
trembling hand desperately grabbed the hem of his jacket, weakly pulling him back. He turned around, only to see the human girl lying at death's door on the wet ground. Catching a clear glimpse of her face, he froze in sheer disbelief. He knelt beside her. She had already lost consciousness, yet she still clutched his shirt. Her instinct to survive was truly fascinating. He gently brushed her cheek. "Humans are so fragile, yet so stubborn. I could save you, little one." But the power of Jitiao flared up. "If I do, you'll forget you were ever human." A glowing purple stone emerged from his chest, radiating light through the pouring rain. He held up the stone and whispered to her, "Hey." The rain battered the stone, and the wind howled around them. "From now on, I'm calling you Little Bean." A brilliant flash of purple light erupted, tearing right through the curtain of rain. Amidst the downpour, the faint, trembling silhouette of a butterfly wing slowly appeared. Out of nowhere, Aki lunged from behind, striking with lightning speed. The sheer force made him tremble, dragging his memories back to the rain from that fateful day. Barely finishing his sentence, Ji Tiao stiffened and collapsed to the ground. "I'm so sorry, Little Bean." He lay there in the rain, his soaked hair completely covering his pale, lifeless face. He gritted his teeth, swallowing back the agonizing pain. Right in front of Aki, the blue stone hovered, pulsing with light. Strange, glowing symbols began to surface on the stone, cutting through the heavy rain. Aki slowly reached out his hand to catch the glowing crystal. The stone vibrated trying to dodge, but he snatched it right out of the air. The 7th stage core. If my lightning hadn't countered it, I definitely wouldn't have won this fight. Even from here, Aki could feel the terrifying combat power of the new 6 hexagram. With his current strength, taking them on head-to-head would be pure suicide. He silently swore to himself, "I have to get stronger, strong enough to face the demons, the new king, and whatever dark plot is pulling the strings. I have to protect everyone." Without hesitating, Aki slammed the stone right into his chest. Evolution is the only way to find the answers. A blinding light exploded, instantly followed by an agonizing, heart-shattering pain. A terrifying surge of raw power cascaded through his body, causing the very space around him to violently shake. Aki let out an agonizing roar into the rain as the chaotic energy violently erupted. Thick veins bulged across his face, and a frenzied, chaotic aura blasted outward like a massive tsunami. The storming sky violently churned, birthing a colossal tornado that roared as it crashed down upon him. Aki's eyelids twitched, his pupils darting around in a state of deep unconsciousness. His eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a deep, demonic glare. Aki screamed at the top of his lungs, "Keep evolving." Breakthrough directly to the perfect 8th stage. In that exact moment, the entire area went absolutely insane. The ground violently quaked, and the air shrieked, sounding like it was being brutally torn to shreds. Ear-piercing gales howled around him, ripping massive chunks of grass from the earth and hurling them into the sky. Aki's hair whipped wildly in the torrential downpour, slashing through the air and blending into the blinding sheet of white rain. Aki calmly strolled right through the heavy storm, every step he took feeling like it was hammered into the earth. He had fully mastered the 7th stage form of the 1st stage demon, a suffocating, wicked aura violently swirling around his entire body. The massive wings on his back slowly folded, resting against the completely soaked ground. One of those wings had been entirely replaced by crackling, blinding lightning, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Without a second thought, he exploded with speed, shooting forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. "Hang on, everyone, I'm coming." At that exact moment, the battlefield outside the city walls had turned into an absolute bloodbath. Facing such a monstrously strong enemy, our side was practically drained of all energy, with almost everyone severely wounded. Lai stepped forward, his eyes ice cold. "One of you puts up a shield over the entire city wall, and the other constantly heals all 5 of you. You 2 old fools actually aren't half bad." His voice dropped into a sneer, dripping with absolute disgust. "But even with 3 extra pieces of trash, you still can't put a single scratch on my armor. Don't you feel absolutely pathetic?" Lena poured everything she had into her defense. "Just what the hell is that barrier? We can't crack it at all." Even Enran was completely helpless. His punches hit like a freight train. "My shield's about to shatter." Meanwhile, Sidulu glared intently at Lai. "He has to have a weakness. We need to figure out how that red aura works." With that thought in mind, she pushed off the ground, darting straight for Li's blind spot. But the moment Sidulu tried to land a sneak attack, the energy layer swirling around him instantly stopped her dead in her tracks. Worse than that, the brutal rebound launched her flying backward. But because of it, she figured it out. "Everyone, listen up. That red aura is absorbing every single ounce of our damage. The more we hit it, the tougher it gets." She quickly warned the others that it was also boosting his fighting spirit, making Lai hit harder and faster the longer they fought. This has to be his exclusive skill. Hearing this, the 2 teammates nearby immediately dropped into a combat stance, wrapping their bodies in raw energy. Both of them charged forward. Shino roared, "Tomo, let me take him head in. You find an opening and shatter that red aura." But before they could even launch their attack, 2 blinding streaks of energy flashed right in front of their eyes. Shino took a direct hit, getting blasted completely away, while Tomo barely managed to dodge to the side by a hair's breadth. With nowhere left to run, she unleashed her ultimate move, the Swift Bee Stinger, but right before her stinger pierced the target, Tomo suddenly froze. Wait a second. She remembered Sidulu's warning. She couldn't attack him directly. His shield would just absorb the impact and make him even stronger. Meanwhile, Lai had already finished trashing Shino, and violently whipped his head around to face Tomo. He unleashed a full-power palm strike. A blinding light completely engulfed Tomo's position, and the terrifying force blew the blast far away. Witnessing that scene, Shino could only scream her name in absolute despair, "Tomo." Just when it seemed like the worst had happened, Sidulu spoke up to reassure him. "It's okay." Turns out, she had managed to pull Tomo away from the fatal blow just in time, but before they could even catch their breath, Li charged at them with surging killing intent. Right in front of them, the red light morphed into a roaring, giant beast. "You two just keep jumping around in front of me, just die already." Shino immediately rushed in to shield them both. He unleashed his divine steel assault with absolutely everything he had, even knowing that Lai would just absorb the energy and get stronger. He still risked his life. After absorbing the blow, Lai stomped on Shino, using him as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. Seeing this, Lena panicked and screamed out, "Shino." Thankfully, she still had just enough energy to activate her recovery skill, and she immediately cast a healing spell. A soothing green light enveloped Shino's body. Lena kept a cautious eye on Lee. "Thank goodness I saved him in time. This guy is just getting stronger and stronger. If he shifts his target to me, I have to keep my healing up." The moment that thought crossed her mind, Lai shot a maniacal glare right at her. Without a second of hesitation, he spun around and charged straight for Lena. It suddenly clicked for her. He had used the shield to scatter their formation. His real target all along was her, the core healer. But right at that moment, a beam of light shot down from above, aiming straight for Lai. With just a single strike, Lee was violently blasted backward. A blazing red sphere emerged from the thick cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, the layer of energy surrounding Lai completely vanished. His eyes went wide in pure disbelief. "No way. How could anyone break my invincible shield?" Furious, Lai scanned the area, desperately searching for whoever had attacked him. There, a figure with flowing white hair appeared. Aki stood tall and imposing. "That shield of yours isn't exactly invincible, you know." Seeing him standing there, everyone was absolutely stunned. The main character looked incredibly badass right now. Just seeing his broad, dependable back was enough to put everyone at ease. "It's me. I've got this." He tilted his head and spoke in a deep, calm tone. "Leave the rest to me." Meanwhile, Lee was still sizing him up, totally unable to read the sheer power standing right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Aki's figure blurred into a raging red tornado. Just seconds later, a hand equipped with gleaming golden claws was already inches from Lee's face. Without hesitation, Aki violently slammed him into the ground, planting his feet firmly as if he were about to explode with power. The very next second, he dragged Lee across the dirt with terrifying force and speed, plowing a massive trench straight through the earth. Lai was completely helpless in his grip. How the hell is his power this terrifying? My red core can't break free at all. The space around them seemed to blur into a single red streak. When Aki finally stopped, he was soaring high in the sky, dangling Lee by the neck like a cheap toy. "Just die." Once they reached a high enough altitude, Aki gathered every ounce of his strength and hurled him back down toward the cold, hard ground. At the point of impact, the earth violently exploded, looking as if the sheer force was going to tear the world apart. Sidulu was utterly stunned. Did he evolve again? He is incredibly strong. Tomo immediately urged the group to provide backup, while Aki remained hovering in the air, calmly observing the situation. Down below, Lai stumbled to his feet, barely standing after taking that brutal combo. He gritted his teeth so hard they bled. To think he actually evolved again, after killing the people from Wandalen. Raw power surged through Lee's body. "Fine, I'll just tear you all to pieces." Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy engulfed his entire being. Up in the pitch-black sky, a massive pillar of pure energy suddenly materialized. Even Lena couldn't help but shiver. Is this his true power? Was he not even taking us seriously earlier? Right in the center of the blinding pillar, Lai slammed both hands into the dirt, gearing up to unleash absolute destruction. Hot, steaming breath hissed through his clenched teeth. He had fully activated his dual red cores, entering the enraged battle armor state. Yet, from the very beginning, Aki's expression remained completely calm and unfazed, unable to hold back his rage any longer. Lee dug his feet deep into the earth. He launched himself straight at Aki with every last drop of his power. Aki immediately unleashed his own aura, charging forward to meet him head-on. High up in the air, a devastating collision erupted as two colossal waves of energy violently clashed and pushed against one another. The two of them were completely evenly matched. They traded blows for what felt like an eternity, but neither could gain the upper hand. Aki quickly ran the numbers in his head. Dual red cores, combined with a phase 1 demon. Looks like my only option left is to fuse a brand new power. The very next moment, a blinding flash of light erupted from his illusion core. The light rapidly expanded, forming a massive energy barrier, fueled by his devouring illusion core. A massive sphere of energy materialized and completely swallowed them both. Lee was instantly dragged into a bizarre, twisted dimension filled with fragments of his own shattered memories. Caught off guard, Lee unconsciously called out the name. He thought he had forgotten. Wandalen. Cracks began to appear on the outside of the giant sphere. After a deafening roar, Lai shattered the sphere. His pupils were completely dilated, and his explosive aura showed that he had entered a berserk state. Floating in the middle of a pure white space, he gritted his teeth as his white hair whipped wildly in the wind. Right at that moment, Aki dashed forward and unleashed a spinning kick, landing a surprise blow straight on Lai. Despite the hit, the enemy's eyes remained completely cold. Meanwhile, our main character spun in midair and followed up with another fierce kick. A long streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky, crashing straight down into the ground. Lee's sheer force of impact even punched a massive hole through a corner of the magic wall behind him. Lying in the rubble, Lee was completely bewildered. He thought Aki only had a red core, so since when did he get a purple core too? Just then, Aki slowly floated down right in front of him. Suddenly, Aki's silhouette morphed into the shape of Wandalen. A warm, familiar voice called out to him, Lie. In that split second, Lee was completely swept away by his emotions. Wandalen. Everything around them faded into white as she ran toward him, softly calling his name. The moment she reached him, Wandalen wrapped her arms around him, leaving Lee completely stunned. She whispered tenderly, That's enough. Let's go. Even though he felt unwilling to give up, his body trembled under the intense emotional shock. Finally, he softly replied, Yeah. The moment those words left his mouth, Lee's body jolted violently, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blue blood. It was none other than Aki. He had just delivered a lethal, decisive strike to finish Lee off without a single ounce of hesitation. The agonizing pain tearing through his body snapped Lee back to reality. The spot where Wandalen just stood was now replaced by pure, freezing killing intent. As the blade was pulled out, drops of hot blood splattered onto the ground. Without a single drop of strength left to defend himself, his body collapsed to his knees in absolute, excruciating agony. It was only then that he finally understood everything. The heartwarming reunion he just saw was nothing but an illusion magic trick. Even as his life force faded away, Lai resentfully whispered that this was exactly why he absolutely despised illusion magic. Then, his lifeless body slowly slumped over onto the freezing ground. Now, the only thing left in front of Aki was a cold, lifeless corpse. A few seconds later, a glowing crimson magic core dropped from Lee's body. It was a stage 7 red attribute core. The core suddenly vibrated and hovered in midair, as if it had a mind of its own. However, our main character did not rush to grab it, but simply turned around and started walking away. The rest of the group watched his weird behavior in total confusion, and called out loudly, Aki. He just gave a casual wave of his hand, directing the magic core to fly over to the side. Sidhu Lu, hold on to this for me. Caught completely off guard, she reflexively caught the magic core right in her hand. The second she touched it, she could instantly feel the terrifying aura of Lee's dual stage 7 core. The energy hidden deep inside felt absolutely boundless, beating fiercely like two hearts working in unison. Aki then finally explained that it would be incredibly useful for the upcoming rank up of those three. He told them to make sure they kept it safe. After that, he walked over to Anran and Lena. Thanks for your hard work, you too. Because of everyone holding the line, I could go help out with total peace of mind. But Lena nervously reminded him that the demon tide outside hadn't dispersed yet. They had only lost their leader. Hearing that, Aki shifted his gaze toward the confused horde of demons in the distance. It looked like they had no idea whether to keep attacking, or to retreat. And Rand spoke in a serious tone, even without a commander. A swarm this massive will be incredibly dangerous if they lose control. If they flood into the town, the civilians won't stand a chance. Even though he understood the stakes, Aki calmly reassured them, don't worry about it. Shino quickly tried to stop him, pointing out that their numbers were just too insane. Tomo volunteered to fight alongside him, while Sidhu Lu suggested they should come up with a solid plan first. In response, he only glanced back slightly, looking like he was calculating his next move. Standing right in front of him wasn't just a single magic beast, but the entire raging army of the demon tide. He confidently said, just leave this to me. After a brief moment of thought, Aki channeled his power into his toes. The ground cracked wide open, and chunks of rock were levitated up by his pure willpower. The massive boulders began spinning wildly, creating a terrifying vortex that completely engulfed his body. In the blink of an eye, that swirling vortex of raw energy expanded so much that it looked like it was touching the very clouds above. A blinding crimson light suddenly pierced through the gloomy sky. Just from that alone, the entire demon tide army below began trembling in fear. The overwhelming pressure from Aki's swirling vortex of power forced the horde of demons to stumble backwards step by step. Then, a colossal beam of light smashed down from above, sweeping straight across the demon tide's formation, like an apocalyptic lightning strike. When our main character finally reappeared, a majestic white dragon was coiled entirely around his body. Its eyes were split into two different, incredibly intimidating colors. The raw aura radiating from him right now was more than enough to completely swallow up the entire massive battlefield. The moment it opened its mouth, two razor-sharp fangs flashed fiercely, looking exactly like an apex predator out on a hunt. Following his absolute will, the white dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a deafening roar. The sheer force of its roar made the demons clutch their heads in pure agony as they scrambled away. With just one single move, the massive demon tide was completely forced to retreat from the base. Just a few seconds later, the entire demon legion vanished without a trace. The battlefield was reduced to nothing but shattered rocks and rubble. Aki's teammates were still in absolute shock. My god, was that really just a single roar? And Rand stared in total disbelief as the massive demon tide actually retreated out of pure terror. His eyes suddenly went wide, his pupils shrinking as a terrifying realization hit him. Standing right in front of him was Aki's unwavering back. Just what kind of insane realm had their king finally reached? Above them, the dark skies slowly began to clear up. Meanwhile, in the council room of Dawn City, a lone figure stood by the window, staring quietly out into the distance. It was Tarina. Her eyes were heavy, filled with a deep, hidden sorrow. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open right behind her, rapidly expanding into a massive void gate. Inside the rift, mysterious orbs pulsed with a bizarre, glowing multicolored light. Luzin stepped out from the portal, closely followed by Barros and Hustle. The moment he stepped foot in the room, Luzan aggressively demanded to know why Lee was dead. Barrow stayed silent, but he was clearly waiting for an explanation too. The hardest one to read was definitely Hustle, mostly because the guy didn't even have a visible face. Hearing their voices, Tarina slowly turned around to face them, looking right at them. She bluntly stated that the four of them probably have to join forces and take action. Cutting back to Aki, and Ran asked if they really had to leave right away. The main character replied that they couldn't afford any delays, or the war would spread right into the town. Then, he genuinely thanked the older man for lending them the combat vehicle. He turned to Lena and asked if she had any solid intel on Dixia. She pulled out a small compass, explaining that she couldn't get the exact coordinates, because all information regarding the old hexagrams was completely blocked off. Aki took it from her, finally getting a rough idea of the location. Lena explained that once they got close enough, the compass would start reacting because the place where Dixia was being held captive was the Twilight Tower. Hearing that name, Sidu Liu muttered it under her breath in pure shock. The Twilight Tower. Lena mentioned that according to some scattered rumors, the place was guarded by a terrifying, mysterious creature. Because of that monster, the land for hundreds of miles around the tower had turned into an absolute dead zone. Even the demon stayed far away from it. Shino and Tomo were completely stunned hearing this. Lena didn't say anything else, but the look in her eyes made it obvious. That was probably the exact reason the tower could hold someone like Dixia. It might even be holding other unknown entities, and there was no telling if they were friends or foes. Aki calmly gripped the compass. "Alright, I got it," he said. But Lena suddenly pulled her hand back, saying she would hold on to it. She wanted to study the dual cores and Lee's combat data, hoping to analyze the new hexagram's fighting style to help out the team. But the main character made a firm decision. "Lena, you're staying here." The atmosphere instantly grew heavy and completely awkward. He explained that he wanted her to stay back and help Ran defend the city. "I'll feel a lot better knowing you're here watching over things," he told her. And Ran just stayed quiet, watching to see how Lena would react. She had been standing there motionless for a while now, being unusually quiet. Finally, Lena softly replied that she would follow Aki's orders. An awkward silence hung over the city gates. Only Lena knew just how much her heart was hurting. She knew she couldn't keep up with their power levels anymore, and she was terrified of becoming a burden to them when they finally faced the new hexagrams. While she was still drowning in her own guilt, Aki reached out his hand. "Thank you," he said. He gently patted Lena on the head, thanking her with absolute sincerity in his voice. After that, the main character and his teammates hopped into the vehicle and drove off. Once it was just the two of them left, and Ran looked at her and asked, "Are you sure you don't regret staying behind instead of following our king?" Hearing that, Lena softly muttered Aki's name, her mood taking another hit. Standing under the glowing moonlight, she said that he was carrying a mission far beyond anything they could imagine, and she was no longer a little girl who could just do whatever she wanted. Bathed in the moonlight, Lena admitted that this new era belonged to their generation. Her way of loving him was to give him her full support, not to hold him back. She just stood there in silence, watching the vehicle fade into the distance. She took a deep breath, stretched her arms, and turned around. There was still a lot of work that needed to be done inside the city. Inside the car, Sidu Liu checked the compass and said that they still had a long way to go. They were going to pass through 3 A-rank cities, and they could probably take a break at the closest one. Tomo's eyes completely lit up when she heard that. "An A-rank city, awesome. We're finally hitting a major city, where I can get my camera properly serviced." Meanwhile, Shino was just sitting there, hugging his stomach as it loudly grumbled from hunger. He awkwardly scratched his head and complained that he didn't even get to eat dinner, because the battle broke out. Now he was absolutely starving. Just thinking about a massive, delicious meal made his stomach roar even louder. "Honestly, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow's head right now," he declared, before suddenly pausing. He quickly corrected himself. "Actually, scratch that. Make it 2 cow heads. That should be enough." Tomo burst out laughing. Seeing her laugh, Shino generously offered to share a piece of steak with her when they got there. Sitting in the driver's seat, Aki glanced over and asked Siduli what she wanted to do. Her face turned bright red as she shyly confessed that she just really wanted a nice, long soak in a hot bath. Hearing that, Tomo instantly threw her arms around Situlu's neck, begging to scrub her back for her. Situlu's face turned bright red as she quickly refused. Tomo just blinked in surprise, wondering why she would say no. Meanwhile, Shino excitedly offered to scrub Aki's back. Aki frantically turned him down, secretly thinking to himself that it was finally time to take their strength to the next level. After a long and exhausting journey, a massive, bustling city finally appeared right before their eyes. As night fell, their carriage slowly pulled up to a high-end hotel, right in the heart of the Class S city. Over at the front desk, Mortis was busy crunching the hotel's daily revenue numbers. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Business was booming today. He thought about the 4 new guests who arrived at dusk. They looked weathered and covered in dust, clearly warriors from out of town, but it was almost impossible to gauge their actual combat power. His mind drifted back to Aki's group and that ultra-rare, special privilege gold card they flashed. He especially remembered the young girl who spent money like water, booking the 2 quietest, top-floor suites without batting an eye. No matter how he looked at it, She seemed like some filthy rich heiress taking her friends on a luxury vacation. Right at that moment, Sebet rushed over to report, "Boss, the captain of the second company from town is also staying on the third floor with his men. They're pretty close to our new VP guests. Are you sure this is a good idea?" Just hearing that guy's name gave Mortis a massive headache. Even though he was a powerful tier 5 core warrior, the guy was a notorious creep, and to make matters worse, 2 of those 4 new guests were incredibly cute and beautiful girls. Mortis let out a heavy sigh and put in some eye drops. He could only pray that those outsiders were smart enough not to provoke someone they couldn't handle. Otherwise, it would turn into a total disaster. The scene shifted over to the hallway, right outside room 308. Inside the room, Aki and his teammates were sitting cross-legged, completely focused on their cultivation. Hovering right between Situlu's hands was the monster core that Aki had given her earlier. Slowly but surely deep, visible cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the core. A few moments later, as she fully absorbed its energy, the core shattered and vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Aki finally let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling a heavy weight lift off his shoulders. Keeping his expression completely calm, he softly said, "All right, it's done." Sitting right across from them, Tomo had also just finished absorbing her 2 magic cores. She slowly fluttered her eyes open. Aki explained that during their last battle, they managed to loot 3 tier 7 cores by carefully guiding that energy. He had successfully raised everyone's physical power limits. "Your foundations might feel a little unstable right now," he added, "but once your bodies adapt, you'll solidify that power in no time." He then dropped the ultimate good news. As of right now, every single member of their team had officially broken through and become tier 7 warriors. Shino stared down at his own hands in absolute disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around how they had jumped up so many levels in such a ridiculously short amount of time. He was actually a tier 7 warrior now. However, Aki quickly grounded them with a serious reminder. Looking at them, he said they were his most precious comrades. "This special method caused a massive spike in your power," he warned, "but the path ahead, and the long journey after, is still going to be insanely brutal. Getting you this power was the absolute limit of what I could do to help." Sidulu immediately shook her head and shot back. "Don't say that. We are warriors fighting to protect humanity. That is our entire reason for existing. If it weren't for you, there is no way the 3 of us could have reached this level so fast." Shino chimed in, his voice filled with overwhelming gratitude. "Seriously, man, I honestly thought hitting tier 2 would be the peak of my entire life." Tomo nodded vigorously in agreement, adding with a bright smile, "Yeah, we're a team, no matter what." Grabbing her camera, she excitedly suggested they snap a photo to memorialize this epic tier 7 breakthrough. Sidulu ended up standing right next to Aki, her face burning completely red, but she managed to quickly compose herself, shyly tilting her head closer to his shoulder. And with a flash, a perfect photo capturing 4 passionate, fiery young warriors was born. A little while later, over in the girls' room, room 307, Tomo could be heard groaning loudly, "This is so gross. I'm completely drenched in sweat. It's so uncomfortable." Standing nearby, Sidulu cautiously sniffed the combat gloves she had been wearing for days on end. She sighed, complaining that they had been fighting for days straight, without a single proper shower. "Hey, I heard this hotel actually has a natural hot spring built specifically for warriors," she mentioned. Her eyes instantly lit up with longing. "And they even provide cute outfits." Tomo's face absolutely beamed with excitement. "Oh my gosh, I've only ever read about hot springs in the books back at Hero City. I can't believe we actually get to try one. This is gonna feel amazing." Once they gathered all their stuff, Tomo cheerfully suggested they go knock on the guy's door. "Let's go get Shino and Aki so we can all soak together." Situluja just nodded casually, "Yeah, sure. It's right on the way down anyway." A minute later, a rapid knocking echoed against the boy's door. Shino carefully cracked it open, peeking out as he asked, "Yeah, who is it?" But the second he looked out into the hallway, his eyes practically bugged out of his head, shining with a very suspicious gleam. He was completely blown away by how incredibly cute Tomo and Situlu looked in their fresh clothes. Inside the room, Aki noticed Shino acting weird. He walked over to the door and asked, "It's pretty late. Where are you 2 heading?" The girls stuttered nervously, explaining that they were heading down to the free hot springs, and asked if the boys wanted to tag along. Tomo tilted her head and innocently asked, "Do you guys want to come soak with us?" Both guys instantly shouted no in perfect unison. Even Situlu turned bright red, wildly waving her hands. "Tomo, what the heck are you saying?" Tomo just pouted naively, "Ow, but I thought it would be super fun if we all used our tier 1 demon transformation to have a massive water fight." Despite the awkward chaos, the whole group eventually made their way down to the hot springs area together. Standing out front, Tomo was genuinely confused. She pouted, asking why they had to be split into boys and girls baths, when the books clearly said people could bathe together. Sidulu couldn't take the embarrassment anymore. She reached out and firmly flicked Tomo right on the forehead. She sternly scolded her, saying that the tier 1 demon transformation was absolutely not a toy. "Next time we go to private beach, I'll play water fights with you." With that, she dragged the pouting Tomo straight into the women's bath, yelling back that Aki and Shino could go ahead and wash up on their own side. But right at that very moment, the curtain over the men's bath entrance next door was roughly pushed aside. Bai swaggered out into the hall, abruptly freezing in his tracks when he saw what was standing in front of him. His filthy eyes locked onto Tomo and Situlu's absolute beauty. He greedily licked his lips, staring at them like a starving predator who had just stumbled upon two literal goddesses. A dark thought flashed through his mind. Tonight, they were going to have some real fun. He eyed the two girls, muttering under his breath about what absolute knockouts they were. They had to be tourists. Viper and his goons swaggered over, surrounding the two gorgeous girls and throwing out cheap pickup lines. Situlu shot them a freezing glare and asked, "What do you want?" Tomo kept her tone polite. "I think you guys might have the wrong people." Bai smirked and introduced himself. "I am the captain of Silver Moon City's second company, a core warrior of the 5th banner. The name is Bai." Then he slickly asked if they wanted to grab drinks tonight. He was completely full of himself, convinced that no woman had ever slipped through his fingers. He figured all he had to do was flaunt his status and power, and they would instantly swoon. Situlu gave him a deadpan look. "The second company of the 5th banner. So what? That just reminds me of a total piece of trash." Tomo offered a tight smile. "Well, if that is all, please get out of our way. We are heading to the hot springs." Bai's face instantly darkened, his whole body shaking with a bruised ego and absolute rage. He stomped his foot and slammed both hands against the wall right in front of them. "You dare look down on me?" he roared. He let out a vicious laugh, declaring that he was going to drag both of them away tonight and have some real fun. Situlu stared him dead in the eye and challenged, "And if we say no?" Bai licked his lips with a sleazy grin. "If you say no, then I will just have to use force." Suddenly, two figures materialized out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Aki and Shino. Aki's icy glare cut through the tension, prompting the two girls to call out in unison, "Aki, Shino." Shino glared at the thugs, barely keeping his absolute fury in check. Bai bellowed, "Do you have any idea who the hell I am?" "I am." Aki just furrowed his brow and coldly started a countdown. 3 Vipers screamed at him. "You dare disrespect our captain." Completely ignoring the barking dogs, Aki just kept counting down 2. Bai cursed at him, spitting, "What the hell are you counting?" He then arrogantly finished the countdown himself. 3. The moment the word left his mouth, a terrifying wave of power crashed into him, freezing him in place with wide, terrified eyes. In less than a second, he ate a full-force punch straight from Aki. The sheer, overwhelming impact sent Bai rocketing through the air. He smashed violently against the back wall. Veins popped on Aki's forehead as his fist completed the countdown. The goons watched in absolute horror, trembling at that monstrous display of power. They scrambled over to him, frantically calling out for their captain. Bai dragged himself up, violently coughing up blood. He stammered in disbelief. "That speed. Are you a warrior too? How the hell are you using your powers without any combat armor?" Normal warriors had to wear specialized combat suits and a chest converter to safely channel demonic core energy. The higher the synchronization rate, the stronger they were. That was basic common sense. Aki just thought to himself, "Yeah. But it looks like the 4 of us really do not need that crap anymore." Bai stared at the 4 of them, shaking like a leaf as they radiated a terrifying aura of power without a single piece of gear. The entire group panicked and scattered like roaches, tossing out empty threats over their shoulders as they ran for their lives. Sidulu opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly froze. All she could see was Aki's incredibly toned, muscular chest right in front of her. He leaned down, tilting his head as he looked at her with genuine curiosity. Aki blinked and asked, "Why is your face so red? Are you coming down with a cold or something?" She quickly bolted, stammering, "No, I am totally fine." Before dragging everyone toward the hot springs, Tomo giggled softly, and their chaotic day finally wrapped up with a nice, warm soak. Inside the women's bath was a cozy little hot spring pool, beautifully surrounded by lush nature. Sidulu slowly dipped her pale, slender legs into the warm, inviting water. The moment the hot water hit her skin, Sidulu let out a soft, incredibly satisfied sigh. Over on the other side, Tomo quickly pulled a towel up to cover her rather generous curves. Standing amidst the thick, rolling steam, she gave a big stretch and exhaled in pure, relaxing bliss. Tomo groaned happily. "Oh my god, this feels amazing. It feels like my whole body is just melting away." A few girls nearby whispered in absolute awe, "Look at those two, they are frontline warriors, but their skin is totally flawless." Another woman quickly chimed in, "That is not even the best part. I saw their abs in the locker." Suddenly, a girl walked up to them and called out, "Hey, you two." She smiled and asked if they were warriors from out of town. She gave off total expert vibes as she offered, "Care for some tea?" With that, she set down 2 incredibly fragrant cups of tea, introducing it as Silver Moon City's signature Snow Peak tea. She mentioned that taking a sip while soaking in the hot spring was absolutely heavenly. Situlu quickly thanked her. Meanwhile, another girl brought over a tray of tea for Tomo. Suddenly, everyone around them was competing to offer the 2 girls a taste. Absolutely captivated by Situlu's beauty, the women kept pushing their drinks toward her. "Try my tea." No, you have to try mine first." She just smiled awkwardly and said, Alright, thank you so much everyone." She had no idea how to politely turn them down. While Tomo was already happily sipping away at her tea, Tomo's eyes practically sparkled as she looked at her cup. Gushing, wow, this is incredibly good. After finishing her first cup, Tomo cheerfully asked for a refill. Sidulu took a sip of her tea, thinking to herself that as the team captain, she really ought to relax a bit more like Tomo. At the exact same time, right behind the privacy screen was the men's bath. Over there, a whole group of guys were staring wide-eyed in the exact same direction. They were huddled together, whispering quietly about Aki and Shino. Look at the muscles on those two. They've got to be warriors. Someone whispered. They look way tougher than your average fighter. They must be high-ranking. Another guy pointed at the heavy scarring across their bodies. Those are definitely from fighting demons. Keep your voice down. You don't want to piss them off. They don't exactly look friendly, so watch your mouth. Shino's gaze darkened as he looked over. He quietly called out to Aki, and the main character shot him a quick glance in response. Shino muttered, I've got a question. Aki replied flatly, yeah. Me too. Shino asked, why the hell is everyone standing so far away from us? The group of guys immediately ducked their heads in terror, panicking that the two had noticed them staring. To everyone else in the bath, Aki and Shino were giving off an incredibly intimidating, ice-cold aura. After soaking for a good while, all four of them finally finished their baths. The guys stepped out at almost the exact same time as the girls, noting the people here seemed a bit lifeless and way too easygoing. Tomo wagged a finger in disagreement. What do you mean? The ladies at the hot spring were super friendly. They offered us tea and even told us all the best spots to hang out in Silver Moon City. Hearing this, the two guys just exchanged a blank look. Aki rested his chin on his hand, recalling the weird stares they got in the men's bath. Things were a little different on our side, he said dryly. Tomo blinked in surprise. Really, why? Sidulu turned around and brushed it off. Just leave them be. Come on. Let's head out. Tomo perked up. Where are we going? She smiled and replied, I'm taking you to get a new camera lens. Tomo cheered excitedly. Oh my gosh, I love you. She hugged her camera tightly, practically bouncing with excitement. You know this lens is super expensive, right? Tomo flashed a radiant smile and thanked her profusely. Sidulu just answered softly, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. Up ahead, someone was whispering. Look at those four over there. That's blue core Barros, yellow core Luzanne, and purple core Tarina. Aki didn't seem to care at all, taking the lead as he casually walked right past them. Suddenly, both Aki and Tarina froze in their tracks. Hold up, they both said at the exact same time. Both groups stood dead in their tracks, their expression darkening. Not a single word was spoken. Sidulu turned to Aki, confused. Why did we just stop out of nowhere? The rest of his team was completely on edge, realizing that the aura coming off those four strangers was dangerously deep and unrateable. Tarina shot them a quick, assessing glance before silently signaling her group to move out. Aki's team just watched them go, not saying a word. The tension in the air between the two groups was incredibly thick. As they faced off, the heavy atmosphere felt like it had completely frozen over. Aki and Tarina kept their eyes locked on each other, maintaining absolute silence. Then, completely out of the blue, Tarina tilted her head up and smiled, showing off her strikingly beautiful face. Our main guy was caught totally off guard, staring at her in a momentary daze. But just as quickly, she turned away and ordered her team to fall back. Sidulu nudged Aki and asked, do you know them? I swear that woman just smiled at you. He shook his head, doesn't ring a bell. But deep down, he was extremely unsettled, wondering why the core in his left eye had just reacted to her. Shino quickly analyzed the situation. The aura on those four was completely bizarre, like a bottomless pit. When they stand together in formation, they create a flawless defense that would be a total nightmare to break through. Tomo guessed, maybe they're a high-ranking warrior squad from an A-class city. Or maybe seasoned mercenaries. But Sidulu looked worried, quietly adding, who knows, they might even be demons. She suddenly raised her voice, calling out after the four retreating figures. Hey, wait a second. But before they could stop, a loud shout echoed from the distance, launched them. Immediately, brilliant fireworks shot high up into the sky, bursting in vibrant colors. Tomo's eyes went wide with wonder. Oh my gosh, it's the Silver Moon Festival fireworks. She excitedly threw her camera up and started snapping pictures like crazy. I used to only hear stories about this back in Harrow City, but seeing it with my own eyes, it's just so gorgeous. Aki and Sidulu also stood silently, admiring the view. He slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking how great this kind of life was. Sidulu turned around to look at where the other four were, but they had vanished without a trace. She softly said, they're gone. Suddenly, a deep voice called her name, Lu. Aki looked up at the fireworks, praising how beautiful they were. She replied, they really are. The fireworks continued to bloom, mesmerizing the heart. Up on the roof of a high-rise building, Tarina and her gang looked down at the city. Hozo asked if those four were the targets. She replied, not necessarily, but they are all top-tier warriors with extraordinary strength. Thinking back to Aki, she said, that leader in particular really piques my interest. Barrows suggested they'd rather kill the wrong people than let them go. Let's just finish them all off and be done with it. Tarina sighed, telling him not to be so hasty. Our mission is to track down the clues about the group that killed Daelun and Lee. They might be passing through here, but we can't just carelessly kill people in an Arank city. We are hexagram human warriors, not mindless demons. Hozo asked, so are you planning to use the puppet soldier art? Tarina gave a mysterious smile, saying exactly tonight, I'll find a chance to turn that handsome guy into a perfect puppet. If he's not the target, we'll still get evidence, and if he is, we'll use him to infiltrate their group. She flashed a wicked smile, adding, wouldn't it be so much more fun to let him kill his friends with his own hands? Luzon nodded, saying, the power of your death core really is terrifying. It can silently invade the mind, hijacking their consciousness, wiping out their ego, and turning the target into a loyal death puppet. Under her command, There was already an entire legion of rank 6 warriors that had been turned into puppets. With their strength and fearless spirit, teaming up to kill a rank 7 warrior would be a piece of cake. Barrows commented with interest that Deathcuff core ability sure is handy. Tarina laughed, telling him he was flattering her. Hozo spoke in a deep voice. Windalen and Lee, we will get revenge for the two of you. Tarina placed a hand on her chest, whispering, just wait for me, handsome tonight. I will dig up all of your secrets. The Silver Moon Festival enveloped the whole city, with citizens pouring out everywhere to join the lively atmosphere. Tomo looked around excitedly. This really is the festival you girls were talking about. Sidulu was also overwhelmed by the massive crowds of the A-rank city. Suddenly, Tomo's eyes were drawn to a street vendor's stall. She grabbed Shino's arm, inviting him to play a ring toss game. Seeing them so close, Aki and Sidulu burst out laughing. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, a strange light flashed. Tarina had followed them, observing the Aki group's every move. She muttered, what a great bond they have. Her tone turned twisted. So great that it makes me want to destroy it with my own hands. She even realized that Sidulu was only the captain on the surface. But Tarina guessed that the true core of this team was actually Aki. Speaking of this, she curled her lips with deep interest, sharing the same name as the former king. Huff, now that sounds interesting. The magic power around Tarina began to surge wildly. Alright, let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, her silhouette vanished as if she had never been there. At the same time, Shino was hugging a huge pile of stuffed animals, his loot from the ring toss game. He kept praising Tomo nonstop. I had no idea you were so amazing at ring toss. While the group was still having fun, Aki suddenly froze. Right in front of him was Tarina, intentionally releasing her magic power to lure him in. She was clearly very confident in her plan, her eyes looking almost provocative. Tarina's pupils glowed, her gaze sharp and full of danger. Sensing the danger, Aki stopped dead in his tracks, right while everyone else was still joking around. Tomo was the first to notice. Why did you suddenly stop? He replied in a low voice. I just saw one of those 4 warriors from earlier. But her aura and the look in her eyes were completely different. She's right by that tree ahead. Hearing that, the other 3 immediately stood close to Aki, their eyes full of caution. However, they couldn't see anything at all. There's no one there. Not wanting to worry everyone, Aki just said, I probably saw it wrong. Little did he know, a hand was silently reaching out for him from behind. Tarina, as if playing a game, reached out and touched his hand. The moment he noticed the strange movement behind him, Aki spun around instantly. Tarina had boldly closed in right next to him. Gotcha, she murmured. With 2 mysterious words, she activated the death puppet art. In an instant, a magic runic circle appeared right beneath the feet of Aki and his teammates. In just the blink of an eye, he was dragged into a subconscious world completely locked down by Tarina. Meanwhile, in the real world, he just looked like he was spacing out for a second. She laughed and said, you fell right into my trap. In this dark mindscape, it's just you and me. From now on, you can't hide any secrets from me. I'm really curious to see exactly what you're worth. Tarina was absolutely thrilled. This is the first time I've ever seen such a massive key. Saying that, she tightened her grip on the glowing weapon in her hand. She charged straight at Aki, screaming, become my puppet. This move has never failed me. As long as she could forcefully break the chains of his mental defense, she could completely take over his consciousness. But right when she was feeling triumphant, a giant hand suddenly reached out from behind Aki. That massive hand grabbed the chains binding him, and gave them a violent yank. Tarina was stunned silent. Right in front of her eyes, Aki transformed into a colossal demon. What the hell is that? At the same time, the Crimson King appeared in his battle form. His blazing red armor gleamed, and his white hair whipped wildly in the air. Half of Tarina's face was cast in shadow, and pure, unadulterated terror filled her eyes. The Crimson King glared at her coldly and said, little girl, you picked the wrong target. In that dark mental space, he had taken absolute control. Tarina froze in shock. What is this, a mental defense skill? I've never heard of a defense this terrifying. She trembled, thinking to herself, impossible. Human willpower can't create something like this. That phantom isn't his will. Just what exactly is parasitizing his body? Now, Tarina desperately wanted to know who Aki really was. The Crimson King slowly spoke up. A weakling like you dares to pry into the mind of this vessel. Looking at the shivering Tarina, the Crimson King mocked her with disgust. What kind of garbage skill is this? How pathetic. Saying that, he drew his longsword and roared, get lost. A single sword strike slashed right through Tarina in the mindscape. Meanwhile, in the real world, Aki still looked like a guy who had lost his soul. The other 3 noticed something was off, and hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Tarina's physical body in the real world vanished as well. Aki suddenly snapped out of it. He looked around but didn't see anything. Did I see that wrong? But I swear I just saw Tarina a second ago. Seeing that nothing was there, he reassured the group. It's nothing, let's keep going. Tomo gave a little nod. Even so, Aki was still suspicious. There was no way he would just hallucinate that high-level warrior for no reason. Plus, his own illusion magic hadn't been affected at all. No matter what, he needed to be careful. He pushed the thought aside for now and decided to keep enjoying the festival. Little did he know, Tarina was hiding behind a nearby stall. After that massive shock, she didn't dare show her face. What the hell was that thing? Tarina recalled the terrifying scene. The Crimson King had shattered her strongest illusion magic with just a single wave of his hand. She still hadn't calmed down. Thank God I ran fast enough. or my head would have been separated from my neck. Right at that moment, the stall owner came back and asked what she was doing back there. He looked at her, confused. Hey, what are you doing hiding back here? Sensing her own chaotic aura, Tarina immediately used her magic to erase her presence. The spell took effect, making the boss turn away as if he hadn't seen a thing. Only then did she check on her own condition. Damn it. Even my passive presence erasing skill got completely wrecked. Tarina realized that it was all because of the phantom parasitizing Aiki's consciousness. My death puppet technique shouldn't have been neutralized so easily. Thinking that, she took a deep breath to regain her composure, and stood up. This time Tarina made up her mind. She couldn't fail again. She was going to crush this squad from the inside out, and her new target was the white-haired girl next to him, Sidu Liu. Back with a key, the group was still diving into the fun, especially Tomo. Out of the four of them, Tomo was probably the only one genuinely enjoying the festival vibe. Sidu Liu covered her mouth with a giggle. Completely unaware that Tarina had already locked onto her from the crowd, dark magic silently crept toward the group. This was also part of Tarina's calculation. To avoid Aki interfering again, she made sure to keep a much farther distance. Even though she knew casting from afar would drain a massive amount of magic power, she decided to risk it all. Just as Sidulu took a step, a freezing chill ran down her spine. A split second later, a bizarre lock materialized on her body. If that's how it is, using a captain like you as a weak point to break through and destroy this team from the inside out isn't a bad choice at all. Only then did Tarina finally dare to show herself. While her power couldn't quite compare to Aki's, her secret key was certainly nothing to scoff at. She tightened her grip once more, firmly holding onto the weapon that was now radiating a blinding light. Tarina chanted her spell, decode the secret for me, and become my puppet, facing Sidulu. She didn't encounter a single ounce of resistance, easily plunging the key straight into the lock. The radiant light from the key spread along the grooves of the lock, moving just like a living, flowing stream. As if resonating with the magic, the heavy chains nearby began to rattle and clink. A triumphant smirk spread across Tarina's face. Unlock successful. I absolutely refuse to stay stuck in the same place and fail twice. I am one of the new 6 stars. Suddenly, an eerie blue light reflected onto her face. The mind space, which was originally submerged in total darkness, was instantly swallowed by a blinding, overwhelming light. Tarina also realized that Hao Wang had suddenly appeared right behind her. She panicked. What the hell is this thing? Hao Wang, radiating an extreme, bone-chilling aura, slowly walked over. She demanded with a freezing tone, "You actually dare to use a mind-type skill on my precious little baby?" Hao Wang glided right past Tarina, her dress fluttering with every single, authoritative step. She looked over at the heavily restrained Sidu Liu, throwing her hands up. She sighed in exasperation. "You really are a little treasure that makes people worry, aren't you?" Sidu Liu stood completely frozen, head bowed with lifeless eyes, fully sealed away by Tarina's key. Hao Wang stepped in close and gently placed her hand on the key lodged inside the girl. She smoothly pulled the key right out, crushing the seal to pieces with effortless grace. Hao Wang narrowed her eyes, bringing her face inches from Sidu Liu's, and whispered, "I granted you a fraction of my power to break past your mortal limits. The whole point was for you to stay by the side of the Crimson King Flag's vessel and protect him." She tilted her head slightly, her voice dropping low. "Do not disappoint me." Turning back to the paralyzed Tarina, she muttered, "I really have no idea what that pathetic little bug planned to do with my darling." Hao Wang raised her hand, her voice echoing with pure ice. "But I am absolutely certain it wasn't anything good, right?" She pointed her index finger straight at Tarina as dark energy rapidly gathered around it. She murmured, "I don't like this one bit." In the blink of an eye, Hao Wang fired a violent blast of energy, piercing right through Tarina's head. Tarina remained paralyzed, but the sheer agony bled through, forcing a quiet, painful moan from her lips. Hao Wang turned back to Sidu Liu, her tone softening beautifully. "There, I've helped you vent your anger." She stepped close, gently cupping the girl's cheek, and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. She whispered tenderly, "Make sure you protect the vessel of the Crimson King Flag with everything you have." Hao Wang pressed a finger against Sidulu's lips, her voice warm and deep. "I believe you will do your absolute best. I understand your devotion, but good intentions simply aren't enough." Pulling her hand away, she offered a faint, knowing smile. "After all, that boy Aki is a crucial piece of our grand plan." Hao Wang's body slowly began to fade away. She spoke softly, "I'll be going now. Next time, do not let anything." The space around them suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. As she vanished completely, her voice echoed from far away, "Ever easily intrude into our little home again." Loud cracking sounds rippled across the fractured dimension, with brilliant rays of light bleeding through every crack. Sidu Liu and Tarina stood frozen as an overwhelming flash erupted between them. The scene snapped right back to reality, like waking from a fever dream. Sidu Liu gasped in pure shock. Aki, who was standing right beside her, turned and asked with genuine curiosity, "What's wrong?" She rubbed her temple, totally bewildered. I just feel like something is really off." Shino turned around, flashing a bright, sunny smile. "Aki, why are you two just standing there zoning out?" Tomo eagerly chimed in. "Yeah, hurry up and come over here. There's so much cool stuff to see on this side." Aki looked down at her, teasing in a quiet voice. "Let's go, our great and mighty captain." She nodded softly, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "Yeah, let's go," she replied gently. Situ Liu and Aki walked toward Shino and Tomo, The group slowly vanished into the bustling crowd, leaving Tarina completely paralyzed behind them. No one in the vicinity noticed her presence as a system voice chimed. Stealth effect currently active. Suddenly, Tarina's eyes flared wide open. Her body twitched, and the stealth effect instantly shattered. The nearby pedestrians quickly turned their heads, suddenly fully aware of Tarina's presence. A guy walked closer, speaking up with curiosity. Hey, look at her! What in the world is she doing? A floating text prompt appeared. Stealth skill deactivated. Someone else in the crowd shouted excitedly. This girl looks so weird. Is that pose part of some kind of street performance? Without warning, a dark stream of crimson blood leaked from Tarina's ear, trailing sickeningly down her face. She couldn't snap out of the trance. She began coughing up blood, thick crimson pouring uncontrollably from her mouth, as if completely drained of life. Tarina collapsed to her knees, bracing both hands on the ground, just to stay upright. The crowd around her panicked and scrambled backward. Someone yelled in absolute terror. Oh my god, she's bleeding. Tarina slapped a hand over her mouth, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. She mumbled in sheer disbelief. No freaking way, a direct psychic attack. Who the hell managed to break into my illusion magic? She stayed slumped there until a glowing magic circle abruptly ignited beneath her feet. In a single flash, Tarina vanished without a trace, sending the surrounding civilians into an absolute frenzy. Dust and smoke billowed up from the exact spot she just left. A bystander shrieked in panic. What the hell is going on? Another person stammered. She just disappeared. The scene cuts to the rooftop of a towering building, where a sudden beam of light flashes brightly in the midair. Tarina appeared and collapsed. In front of her, Hoso stood motionless, a magic circle materializing in his hand. He was the one who had just teleported her back. Text appears, spatial teleportation. Barros, Hoso, and Lujan rushed over to Tarina's side. Lujan asked anxiously, Tarina, what in the world just happened? Her eyes went wide and her voice trembled. I was hit by a direct mental attack. My mental core is severely damaged, and my head feels like it's gonna split open. I need to recover my mental energy right now. Images of Chiwonki and Hawang flashed through Tarina's mind. Her voice was still shaking with fear. Whether it's Aki or Sidulu, they both seem to be protected by gods and demons. I couldn't even analyze what just happened. Lujan, Barros, and Hoso watched her tremble in silence, until one of them blurted out, just who the hell is that squad? The scene shifted back to the summer festival. The photos they had just taken appeared, capturing the fun moments of Aki's group. Tomo held the camera and gave Sidulu a tight hug, exclaiming excitedly, This new camera lens is amazing, Lu, you're an absolute lifesaver. It works way better than the old one. Thank you so much for giving it to me. Lu patted Tomo's head and replied softly, You're exaggerating. I'm just glad you like it. She then turned to the rest of the group. Let's head back to the hotel. Tomo whined playfully. Hey, don't squeeze me so tight. Viewed from above, a large crowd had gathered in front of the hotel. Text appears, Traveler's Dream Hot Spring Hotel, main entrance. At the hotel entrance, an angry voice roared, Follow me inside, and drag them out here. No woman I set my sights on can ever escape my grasp. Bai appeared in gleaming armor, shouting furiously, What a crappy day. Maybe there was something wrong with my core before. But now I've swapped out all my gear, and got a brand new core. This time I'm gonna teach them a proper lesson. A civilian whispered, Isn't that Captain Bai? What poor soul managed to piss him off? Another replied more, like, What poor girl is he targeting now? A quiet voice added, He's slain demons before, his strength is the real deal. Mortis forced a nervous smile, rubbing his hands together. Captain Bai, what brings you here? Did our establishment fail to serve you properly, please? Be the bigger person, and don't lose your temper here. Alright. Bai furrowed his brows and snapped, Get the hell out of my way. Stop your babbling, or hand over the people who just messed with me. He glared up at the hotel, growling, Otherwise, I wouldn't mind helping you rebuild this place in a brand new architectural style. Mortis quickly tried to calm him down. Please don't get angry, Captain Bai. Those guests went out to watch the fireworks, and they still haven't come back yet. Viper stepped up beside Bai from out of nowhere, whispering, Captain, look over there, they're back. Hearing this, Bai stood motionless for a moment, like a predator waiting for his prey. In the distance, Aki's group was walking and chatting happily. Bai and his subordinates quickly approached. Perfect timing, you little bastards, Bai growled. Bai's guards immediately surrounded Aki's group. A voice barked, Surround them. Aki stood completely still, looking mildly surprised as his gaze swept over the people in front of him. Bai towered in front of Aki, radiating a terrifying killing intent. His core glowed brightly as he roared, Open your damn eyes and look closely. I am a Tier 5 core warrior, the captain of the 2nd Company of Silver Moon City. Bai grabbed Aki by the collar, sneering with contempt, You pieces of trash. You don't even have the guts to wear combat gear. Yet you dare to lay a hand on me. Are you regretting it now? Get on your knees and kowtow to me right this instant. Aki maintained his calm composure, remaining perfectly still. After a moment of silence, he asked in confusion, I'm sorry, who are you? Laughter erupted from the background. A civilian whispered, They don't even take Bai seriously. Bai ground his teeth together and roared in a blind rage, You little punk. Mortis hurriedly ran over to intervene. Wait, Captain Bai, please don't do anything rash. He clasped his hands together and pleaded, They are just kids. They don't know any better. Please, don't start a fight here. I have some premium liquor prepared. Why don't you come inside and enjoy a drink? Bai shoved Mortis aside, who hastily added, Last time you accidentally destroyed a whole building. Bai pointed at himself, screaming, You're still playing dumb with me. You were the ones at the hot spring who. Recognizing the man in front of them, Sidulu, Shino, and Tomo instantly went on high alert, ready for battle. Aki simply smiled. He propped his chin on his hand and replied nonchalantly, "My bad. I thought you were someone important, so I didn't pay attention. But I remember you now." The memory of Bai Sidulu and Tomo at the hot spring flashed through Aki's mind. He mocked them. "You're the creeps from the hot spring entrance, the ones who were running their mouths and trying to harass my 2 female teammates." Aki clasped his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and coldly concluded, "Absolute scumbags." Bai's eyes went bloodshot with rage. Bai swung his fist at Aki, roaring furiously, "Go to hell." Mortis squeezed his eyes shut and grabbed his head, crying out in despair, "It's over." Aki remained perfectly calm. In the blink of an eye, he threw a counterattack, sending Bai flying backwards through the air. Viper stared in stunned confusion at the fountain, exactly where Bai had just been blasted into. The fountain caved deeply into the ground, shattering into pieces. A thick cloud of dust rolled up, blanketing the area like the fog of a battlefield. Bai lay unmoving by the edge of the pool. Viper's panicked voice rang out, "Boss Bai." A massive gash appeared on Bai's face. From a distance, Aki threw out a cold remark, "Your face really just begs to be punched." He turned to look at Viper, stating casually, "Sorry about that. I might have gone a bit too far. By the way, make sure you guys pay for all this property damage." Bai's guards instantly charged forward. One of them roared in anger, "You got a death wish." In an instant, a relentless barrage of slashes aimed straight for Aki. He stood completely still, throwing just a single punch that blew every single opponent away. Witnessing the scene, Mortis and the surrounding crowd all dropped their jaws in absolute shock. Aki stood his ground, slightly lifting his foot before turning around. On the other side, the guards who had been launched into the air fell straight into the pool, right next to where Bai was lying. Aki looked at Mortis and asked politely, "You mentioned you had some premium liquor, right?" Mortis fell silent for a moment. Sweat dripped down his face, but an excited smile spread across his lips. Mortis bowed formally and replied, "That's right. We also have plenty of exquisite delicacies. Please, come right inside." Early the next morning at a certain hotel, an automated system announced, "Checkout successful." Aki pushed the door open and stepped out, followed by Tomo, Situlu, and Shino. As the group quietly left the hotel, a voice rang out, "Begin." Standing right in front of them was Mortis and the entire hotel staff, bowing down with deep respect. "Good morning, you 4 esteemed lords." Mortis was holding a bag, and nobody had a clue what was inside it. He walked past the line of bowing staff and stepped right up to Aki. He bowed his head respectfully and offered the gift bag. "This is some top-tier liquor for you all. Please, I hope you will accept it." Aki was caught off guard by the sudden gift, looking completely surprised as he asked, "Why are you giving this to us out of nowhere?" Mortis did not explain any further. He just kept bowing his head and pleaded with him, "Please, please just accept it." Even though he did not say it out loud, he knew exactly how much Aki's group had helped him. Thanks to them, Mortis did not have to worry about that guy Bai anymore. He thought to himself, that bastard probably does not have the guts to come back and cause trouble now. Aki still felt pretty awkward about taking such a valuable gift. He asked, "Why give us something so precious?" Sidulu whispered to him, "If we refuse, it will just make things really awkward for the hotel boss." After giving him that reminder, she closed her eyes, deep in thought, and could not help but admire him. He did not even care about what happened yesterday. He taught Bai a lesson and saved the hotel at the exact same time. Doing little things like that just seemed like second nature to him. Thinking about that, Sidulu stepped up and took the gift bag. "We will gladly accept this. Thank you so much." Right then, a car was already waiting to pick them up. She called out to the group, "Let us get going, Aki." Meanwhile, at some mysterious hidden base, a massive door slowly opened in dead silence. Aki was driving the heavy-duty vehicle, with Shino and his teammates riding in the back. While driving, Aki honked the horn to warn people passing by. Holding the tracking radar in his hand, he announced to the group, "The next destination is to the northwest. Coordinates are locked in." He calculated the time while keeping up a crazy high speed. If they moved at full throttle, it would take about 2 days to get there. Tomo sat in the back, totally pumped up. Is it finally time to go save the old man? Seeing Tomo so excited, Sidulu immediately gave her a warning. According to the intel from Lena, the Setting Sun Tower is a major base for the new king, and it is where Senior Dessa is being held. We have no idea what kind of dangers are waiting for us there. From now on, we need to drop the playful attitude and get straight into combat mode. Realizing this was not just some joyride, Tomo instantly got serious. "Understood, Captain." She looked over at Shino, almost like she was sending her a signal. "We are definitely going to give it our all to support Aki." Tomo turned completely to ask her, "Right, Shino." Meanwhile, Aki had put on his sunglasses at some point, quietly reminiscing about Desa. The vehicle kept rolling across the desolate wasteland. He drove while thinking to himself, "My old friend, I am coming for you." Turning the clock back half an hour, at a base out in the dusty wasteland, right where Aki's group had just passed through. At that moment, right next to a massive skyscraper, the Silver Moon City Signal Tower, stood Lujan's group. Luzan was holding up Tarina. Tarina stared off into the distance, right where the car belonging to Aki's group was heading toward the Setting Sun Tower. There is no mistake, they are the only ones who could have caused these injuries. She gritted her teeth in pure rage as she thought of Lee and Dylan. That damn team is the one that killed them. Suddenly, Hozo noticed something. He immediately flew up high and signaled his teammates. That is them. Hearing that, Barros got super impatient. Then let us strike. Hoso, hurry up and teleport us right in front of them. Luzon quickly snapped back at him. What is the rush? Can you not see the state Tarina is in? Even though she was injured, Tarina still reassured her teammates. My spirit needs at least 1 or 2 days to recover. But do not worry. I have already used spatial coordinates to lock onto their route. They are moving by car. But we are masters of space. Hearing that, Hoso nodded in agreement. We will wait for Tarina to recover. And then we will hunt them down. It will not take much time at all. Luzon felt even more smug, knowing his group held the upper hand. Besides, that little squad probably had absolutely no idea what was waiting for them at the setting sun tower. His face grew dark, and his voice dropped to an icy chill. I wonder just what is waiting for them in the end. Out in the desolate wasteland, scattered with ancient ruins, Aki's group just kept tearing down the road. The sun slowly dipped behind the mountains. Nobody knew just how long they had been driving. As night fell, Aki's group entered a dense, thick forest. When dawn broke once again, they were cruising past a coastal region teeming with fish and shrimp. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Just like Aki predicted, they were almost there. 2 days later, he looked down at the dashboard and frowned. Wasn't that just perfect? The energy crystal is completely drained. Since the vehicle could not run anymore, Aki decided they would walk. Sidulu's group agreed. It is really not that far from here. Let us just go on foot. They had not walked far at all before a massive tower loomed right in front of them. They all immediately recognized it as the setting sun tower, but all 4 of them felt an incredibly bad omen. Aki spoke up first, observing the area with extreme caution. This aura is no joke. It is completely overflowing with tyranny and killing intent. Sidulu stood right next to him and chimed in, her eyes showing an indescribable mix of worry and sorrow. It was an ancient-looking tower, with absolutely no one around. Sensing the danger, Sidulu activated her power. A red aura flared up around her. Her hair slowly shifted into half black and half white, and a surge of blue energy began to spread. Tomo instantly activated her power too, and Shino did the exact same thing. The whole group could clearly feel the intense danger waiting for them up ahead. The 4 of them stood back to back, each guarding a different direction to avoid any sneak attacks, carefully watching every single detail around them. Shino spoke up. This atmosphere is so incredibly eerie. Tomo followed up. I can feel countless waves of thick, evil killing intent. Sidulu nodded. There is no clear target. It feels like it has been lingering here for a very long time. Aki felt it even more clearly than the rest of them. It is pure madness. It is an entirely chaotic will. After saying that, he crouched down and pressed his hand against the ground, acting like he was searching for something hidden deep beneath that layer of crazed resentment. As he moved, Aki said, there's still a heavy, tragic sorrow lingering all around us. Even though the enemy seemed to have vanished into thin air, he could still feel the overwhelming aura of Tarina's group. It felt exactly like stepping straight into the territory of a hideous demon. Tomo looked around, totally confused. Why can't we see anything? We haven't detected a single demon at all. Aki stayed calm and explained, haven't you guys figured it out? It's not just demons. Ever since we stepped foot into this area, have you seen a single living creature? Only then did Situ-Lu and the others take a really close look. There were no birds flying in the sky, and absolutely no traces of life on the cliffs. Aki kept pressing them. Have you even seen a single living plant? Then, Aki laid out his conclusion. This place is completely empty. And I'm pretty sure, we're being watched from above. The other 3 froze, completely stunned as it finally clicked. Aki just kept talking in that calm voice. The rocks around us are shattered to pieces. All that's left in this place is dead silence. Suddenly, tiny pebbles began to vibrate, and then slowly hovered up from the ground. An insanely powerful aura, stronger than anything he'd ever shown before, erupted around Aki's body. He realized something was terribly wrong, but it was already too late. A massive surge of energy erupted from all directions, like a beast waking up from a deep slumber. Even in the middle of the violent tremors, Shino stayed sharp enough to spot the incoming danger. The second he noticed the shift, Shino yelled out a warning to his team. Watch your step. Look out below. Almost immediately, a torrent of deep red energy erupted violently from deep within the earth. Moving at terrifying speed, Shino shoved Sidulu and Tomo backward to safety. Aki's reflexes kicked in instantly too, leaping back to dodge the blast. After that massive display of power, the crimson energy slowly pulled back, before vanishing completely. But then, a horrifying scream echoed from beneath the ground. The red energy blasted upward once again, way more violent than before. Aki watched the whole thing unfold and quickly assessed the threat. The intensity of this energy, it's easily on par with Lai, one of the new 6 sovereigns we fought. His face grew dead serious. Actually, the quality and purity of this power are way beyond that. The blood-curdling roar ripped through the desolate wasteland. The blinding red light shattered the gloomy, depressing atmosphere of the desert. Tomo stared in absolute shock and terror at the unbelievable sight. What is that figure inside the pillar of light? It was Des's deafening roar. As his body fully materialized, the crimson energy slowly faded away, but that horrifying screaming just wouldn't stop. Finally, Desa stopped screaming, and the last traces of the red energy completely vanished. Desa stood there, revealing a truly terrifying face. His features looked like they had been stitched together from countless, broken fragments. Shino glared right at him, a knot of anxiety twisting in his gut. Sidulu could feel it too. She knew right away that Dessa had enough raw power to absolutely flip this entire battlefield upside down. Tomo looked completely terrified, realizing just how messed up their situation was. He's way too strong. Sensing the deadly threat, Sidulu shouted a warning to Aki, who was standing right in front. We can't take this humanoid demon lightly. With this kind of energy, we have no choice but to team up. But Aki seemed like he had completely lost his mind, just walking straight toward Dessa. Seeing this, Shino and Tomo desperately tried to hold him back. What's wrong with you? Snap out of it. Tomo screamed his name at the top of her lungs, Aki Aki. Dessa looked ridiculously satisfied. He threw his head back and let out a loud, maniacal laugh. A split second later, Dessa swung his arm, unleashing an absolutely devastating strike aimed straight at Aki. The shockwave from the attack was huge, blowing back Sidulu's group in the rear. She and Shino threw their arms up to shield themselves. But when she opened her eyes, she was met with a totally horrifying sight. Dessa was slowly taking step after step forward. His one and only target was Aki. To everyone's absolute shock, Aki just kept walking toward him. He didn't show a single ounce of fear in the face of this ridiculously powerful monster. Once he got close enough, he unconsciously opened his mouth, calling out a name he knew all too well, Deja. He walked right up to the monster, spreading his arms wide like he was going in for a hug. The way he looked at him, it was exactly like looking at an old friend. Dessa, is it you? That's when it finally hit the other three. They suddenly realized the true identity of the monster standing in front of them, and exactly why Aki was acting so recklessly. This guy was Deja. Watching the heartbreaking scene, the team finally understood this was the former sovereign that they had come here to save. But right as they stood there in shock, Dessa delivered a brutal strike, sending Aki flying through the air. The impact was so massive that it warped the very ground beneath them. Aki crashed into the dirt, groaning in pure agony. Shino watched the whole thing from the sidelines and screamed out in panic, Aki. But Dessa wasn't going to let him off that easily. He lunged straight at Aki's helpless body. He raised his razor-sharp arm, ready to bring it crashing down right on Aki's neck, who couldn't even fight back anymore. In a flash of lightning, Shino leaped into the fray, using his own arm to tank the deadly blow for Aki. Dessa unleashed an absolutely terrifying burst of raw power, causing the ground around them to collapse and crack wide open. Cracks began to spiderweb across Shino's armor as the razor-sharp edge relentlessly pressed down. What insane power, he thought to himself, right at that critical second. Tomo and Sidulu charged in, smashing Dessa away and bailing Shino out. Sidulu immediately dropped into a fighting stance, her eyes fierce and determined. We've got your back. Tomo furrowed her brows, glaring with intense rage, but still called out anxiously, Shino, are you okay? Shino immediately fell back, catching on to his team's plan. He gave a curt nod. Got it. The 3-0 showdown officially kicked off. All three of them went all out, hammering Dessa with everything they had, but the monster was just ridiculously tough. Sidulu used her crazy agility to flawlessly dodge his attacks midair. But Tomo was really starting to struggle, rapidly burning through her stamina, just trying to keep her defenses up. Shino got splattered with blood, gritting his teeth to endure the agonizing pain, still completely unable to find an opening for a counterattack. Seeing how desperate things were getting, Sidulu screamed out a reality check. Stop hesitating, guys. Take a really good look. He's not Deja anymore. Glancing over at Aki, who was lying motionless on the ground, she yelled at the top of her lungs, Aki, snap out of it. The thing standing right in front of us is just a soulless killing machine. The only thing keeping it alive is a demon core. She spoke up again, her voice ringing with authority. Just look around you. Why do you think there isn't a single bug, or even a blade of grass left in this place? Why is it so dead silent here? It's because every living thing has been swallowed up by him. That monster devoured absolutely everything. Aki heard every single word, but he just lay there, completely motionless. Catching her off guard, Dessa launched a sneak attack on Sidulu, thankfully. Someone yelled out a warning. Watch out. Hearing that, she managed to dodge just in the nick of time. Dessa grew incredibly aggressive, violently slashing in every direction like a complete maniac. Suddenly, it was like he remembered something. His bloodshot eyes began scanning the area, frantically searching for something. He spotted Aki, who was slowly getting to his feet, looking completely lifeless and consumed by gloom. Dessa instantly locked onto his prey, spinning around and lunging straight at him. Completely ignoring the other three, Dessa charged at Aki with everything he had. A massive explosion echoed through the air. Panic-stricken Shino, Sidulu, and Tomo rushed forward, screaming out in unison Aki. Dessa let out a vicious roar, absolutely determined to kill Aki. Sidulu's face contorted in pain, but she fought through it and screamed, spin around. Dessa's razor-sharp arm was already pressing right up against Aki's neck, but the boy still wasn't fighting back. Right at that split second, Aki spun around to dodge the attack, and drove a brutal punch straight into Dessa's gut. Sidulu's eyes went wide. She never expected him to actually counterattack. The sheer force of the blow sent Dessa's body flying straight up into the air. With just a single punch, Aki had managed to knock that monster away. Shino and Tomo were absolutely thrilled that he finally decided to fight back. They called out his name together, Aki. He gritted his teeth, his words coming out slowly. I know. The moment I looked into his eyes, I realized it. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke, his voice choked with agony. But how the hell am I supposed to accept this? The man who swore he would become the greatest demon hunter. How did he turn into something like this? Aki clenched his fist tight. He finally made up his mind that the only thing left to do was to put an end to this monster's existence. The other three fell completely silent at his resolve. Deep down, they were still hesitating. Right after being knocked away, Dasa suddenly materialized right behind Aki. The three of them instantly lunged forward, launching their attacks while desperately screaming his name. His heart overflowing with absolute torment, Aki closed his eyes and whispered softly, "I am so sorry, Dasa." He turned his head to look at Dasa, who was currently being pinned down behind him, and repeated the words one more time, "I am so sorry." The four of them joined forces, unleashing a combined assault on Dasa to finally end his suffering. After delivering the finishing blow, Situ Lu touched down on the ground, asking in total disbelief, Is it finally over?" Tomo and Shino looked at Aki with deep concern. Tomo hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Senior." He was still drowning in the pain of striking down his friend with his own hands. He murmured softly, "Rest in peace, Dasa." All of a sudden, a terrifying explosion erupted right from the exact spot where Dasa had just been taken down. Aki's eyes widened in absolute shock at the sight before him, his heart still silently calling out Dasa's name. A colossal creature emerged from the blast, bearing three glowing orbs, red, yellow, and blue. It slowly rose to its feet. Dasa wasn't dead, he had resurrected with the three cores, and he unleashed a deafening, savage roar. The four of them were absolutely paralyzed by the horrible truth. This was a tricore entity. Situ Lu trembled, her mind racing, even for a demon's body. This is just way too unbelievable. It's not just a simple addition of power. Staring at the massive surge of energy radiating from Dasa, Situ Lu panicked. The energy density, it's completely surpassed the 7th stage. Dasa became more feral than ever before. He bellowed in rage and charged directly at Aki's group. His gigantic foot slammed down, violently cracking the earth wide open. Dasa morphed into a terrifying three-colored tornado, rushing straight toward Aki and sending everyone into an absolute panic. Shino quickly stepped up to take the lead, shouting out, "Leave this to me." He flashed back to Enran's battle, deciding to use the exact same method that his senior had shown off back in Usa's town. Without wasting a second, Shino cast the Earth Armor skill, throwing up a protective barrier for his teammates. But Dasa's overwhelming power was already starting to shatter it. Dasa instantly swatted Shino away, sending him flying. His monstrous strength was simply off the charts. Unable to just stand by and watch, a pair of brilliant blue wings suddenly burst open, ready to join the fray. Tomo moved with incredible agility, relentlessly spamming her Phantom Slash skill. However, the sharp spikes on Dasa's body suddenly shot out glowing red orbs, taking her completely by surprise. The crimson orbs rained down on Tomo in rapid succession. She kept dodging, but the barrage was so insanely dense that her situation was getting extremely critical. Standing on the outside, Situ Lu was also caught in the crossfire, the ground beneath her feet getting completely blasted to pieces. Recognizing the familiar technique, she gasped in shock. That spatial magic, seizing the opportunity. She fired off her spatial blade attack straight at Dasa. Even though she had used all her strength, Dasa didn't even have a scratch on him, leaving her in absolute disbelief. Staring at that colossal body, she thought to herself in awe, "I can't believe he can actually channel the yellow core without suffering any backlash." Another figure dashed toward Dasa, but he spotted her almost instantly. With her eyes glowing pure white, Tomo charged forward with absolute determination. Catching on immediately, Dasa gritted his teeth, snapping his head around to glare at the incoming Tomo. He spat out a blazing red orb from his mouth, which rapidly began expanding in size. Dasa hurled it straight at Tomo, caught completely off guard by the blast. She was engulfed in a terrifying explosion. His raw power was truly out of this world. Dasa spun around, and every spot he targeted erupted into massive explosions, leaving Tomo with nowhere to run. Thick dust and smoke engulfed the area, plunging everything into a dense, suffocating haze. Situ Lu panicked and screamed out, "Tomo, watch out!" Relying on her agile footwork, Tomo desperately rolled and flipped to dodge the relentless attacks. Barely escaping the blast, Tomo called back, "I am okay, damn it. This guy is way too strong." Shino quickly realized the real danger. Dasa's attacks weren't just powerful, they were suffocatingly relentless. He was completely ignoring his own body's limits. Even as his muscles tore and his bones snapped, his violent assault never stopped for a second. Dasa lunged straight at Situ Lu, making her flinch and stumble back. But right at that moment, Aki dashed in and knocked him away, pulling her out of danger. Dropping down from the sky, the moment Aki's boots hit the ground, he threw himself straight into the fight. He clashed head-on with Dasa. The terrifying impact of their raw power ripped the ground apart, completely devastating the battlefield. The two were evenly matched, trading devastating blows with no clear winner. As they fought, Aki thought to himself, "You have been tortured to the point where death would be a mercy. Haven't you, Dasa?" He furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with sorrow. "You must have endured unimaginable pain, being forced to fight like this without being able to stop." Clenching his fists with resolve, Aki made a silent vow. "Then I will be the one to stop you. I will end this for you." He then roared out a command. "Everyone, follow my lead. Move in." Tomo and Situ Lu's eyes sharpened with focus, and Shino mirrored their intensity. All three answered in unison. Understood. As Shino charged forward, Situ Lu called out anxiously, "Shino, watch your back." But Shino didn't hesitate for a second. He activated his ability, summoning massive metal shields, and shouted back confidently, "Leave this to me." Shino shoved the heavy shield straight at Dasa, unleashing his martial art. The the four-sided bone crusher. Seeing the perfect opening, Sidulu and Tomo shouted together. Now is our chance. Sidulu unleashed her spatial fracture strike, while Tomo followed up flawlessly with her extreme flash step. Seeing Dessa pinned down from both sides, Aki instantly dashed right in front of him to cut off his counterattack. Without a single moment of hesitation, he unleashed a devastating finishing blow with overwhelming power. Core-severing slash. Aki's brutal slash shattered the three glowing orbs embedded in Deja's body. Overwhelmed from every direction, he had no chance to fight back and instantly collapsed to the ground. A pair of hands quickly reached out and cradled Deja's head, trying to ease his final moments of suffering. The horrifying mutated skin on Dessa's body began to fade away, finally revealing his familiar face from the past. Through his blurring vision, Deja couldn't quite make out who was holding him. He weakly murmured, "My king," as his eyes fluttered open, peeling away the last of the ugly scales on his face. He gasped out a weak breath. "Have you finally come to take me home?" But right at that very moment, deep cracks appeared on his head, rapidly spreading across his skin like a shattered spider web. Desa's body completely shattered, turning into fine ash that slowly drifted away into the wind. The sky grew dim, leaving absolutely no trace that he had ever existed. Aki dropped to his knees, his arms trembling violently. Drops of dark red blood dripped onto the cold, hard ground, the hollow sound echoing with pure heartbreak. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, the others rushed forward, crying out in panic, "My king!" Aki forced himself to speak. His voice was shaking, but he desperately tried to keep his composure. "Don't come any closer." He gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut. His chest was heaving uncontrollably as he let out a shaky breath. "Just give me a minute to calm down." Sidulu stood just a few steps away. Her eyes were filled with deep concern, but she held herself back, respecting his space. Shino watched in total silence, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white, his entire body rigid with tension. Tomo bit her lip. A look of pure distress washed over her face. The whole team stood in absolute silence, watching Aki mourn under a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in a desolate and remote wasteland, the peaceful sky was suddenly torn violently open as a massive, terrifying spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. It looked as though something was ripping the very fabric of space apart from another dimension. Slowly, blinding points of white light began to emerge from the darkness of the rift. They streaked out into the open air, plummeting toward the earth, like shooting stars falling from the heavens. A lone bird flying across the sky shrieked in absolute panic as it sensed the overwhelming, unnatural energy. But before it could even try to dodge, the terrifying beams of light blasted straight through its body. A second later, Tarina, Luzan, and Barrow smashed into the ground, their crushing aura causing the earth to violently tremor beneath them. Luzan spoke up, his voice a deep, menacing growl. "Are you absolutely certain the squad that killed Lai and Dylan went this way?" Tarina glared back with a freezing gaze. "Are you seriously doubting my tracking skills? They are right around here. What's more, their auras show they have already pushed past that pathetic guard dog." She furrowed her brows. "That modified three-core monster is a nightmare. Even if we teamed up, it would be a massive pain to put down. It seems we really underestimated those little rats." Luzan just let out a booming laugh. "Ha! That is even better. If they actually managed to kill that beast, then maybe they are finally worth fighting. It has been way too long since I had a real battle." Tarina cut him off with an icy warning. "Dial back your crazy, Luzan. Do not forget what will happen when our king comes out of seclusion and realizes the murderers who killed Light and Dylan are still breathing." She lowered her voice to a haunting whisper. "You all know exactly how terrifying His Majesty's wrath can be, don't you?" No one dared to answer. The entire group fell into a dead, chilling silence. Tarina finally gave the command. "Then let us bring him the heads of that miserable squad to pacify our king's fury." Dark clouds violently swirled in the sky above as the cold wind howled endlessly over Deja's makeshift grave. Aki finally spoke. His voice was steady now, filled with an unshakable resolve. "Let's move out." Sidulu couldn't hold back her question. "My king, Senior Dessa has already been defeated. Why are we still heading toward the tower? Is there something else we need to investigate?" Aki slowly turned to her. "I originally thought the terrifying aura in this place was coming from Dessa, but don't you guys find it incredibly strange?" Aki's eyes darkened. After striking him down, the aura in the air hadn't faded at all. Instead, it was sharper and much heavier. It felt like one single entity was still out there. In the dead silence, the other three stood completely frozen as the truth set in. Aki went on to explain. "You guys remember Lena saying the king was in closed-door training, right?" Sidulu trembled slightly. "Could it be the new king?" His voice dropped low. "Exactly. The new king is at the very top of this tower, under the gloomy sky." The four of them tilted their heads back, staring up at the massive tower in absolute awe. Just then, four massive shooting stars tore through the pitch-black night sky, crashing toward the ground in a blinding flash of light. As the dust finally settled, Tarina and her crew were standing tall right in front of them. Luzan's voice cut through the air, completely cold. "Are you really planning to disturb the king during his closed-door training?" He furiously threw his coat to the dirt and roared. "You mutts are the ones who killed Lai and Dylan. I am rank 6 of the cores, dual core Luzan." Recognizing that familiar aura, Situ, Tomo, and Shino all had the exact same thought. Dual cores, these are the four from that small town. A wave of shock hit the three of them. Rank 6. Consumed by absolute rage, Aki lost every ounce of his usual calm. His face turned ice cold and deadpan as he spoke. You guys showed up at the perfect time. Sensing how dangerous things were getting, Situ-Lu quickly threw her arm out to stop him. She spoke softly, my king, your real target isn't them. Tomo chimed in without hesitation. She's right, Aki. These four are just guard dogs, don't waste your time here. Go deal with that new king and drag him right off his throne. Shino immediately backed them up. My king, go handle what really matters. The three of them stepped forward together and shouted, leave these four to us. Aki let out a silent roar, his body trembling violently as his aura underwent a complete transformation. Massive black wings ripped through the air behind him. In the blink of an eye, Aki shot up into the sky, tearing through the wind as he flew straight toward the tower. Watching him fly off, Luzin roared in absolute fury, get back down here. He raised his hand high into the air. Wild energy surged all around him as he unleashed his skill, Meteor Cannon. The terrifying blast of power had barely formed, but it was already shaking the space all around them. Before the attack could even land, the space right in front of it began to warp. Situ-Lu coldly raised her hand, casting spatial reflection. Her calm eyes locked dead onto Luzin and his crew. Your fight is with us. On the other side, Tomo slammed her foot into the dirt, making the ground shake violently beneath her. My physical limits aren't stopping at the old benchmark today, metamorphosis. She shot forward with explosive speed, aiming straight for Tarina, but her energy arrow suddenly froze in midair, as if it had slammed into an invisible wall. Tarina barely tilted her head. Her eyes were completely dead and cold as she spat out a single word, scram. An invisible wave of force violently erupted. Tomo was blasted backward, sliding hard across the dirt. Tarina shot a freezing glare over her shoulder. Situ-Lu pushed herself up off the ground. Her face was dark, and a deadly killing intent flared up as she faced her opponent. Situ-Lu's legs slowly morphed into a sharp, biomechanical structure, radiating an incredibly dangerous aura. Watching the transformation, Tarina lowered her voice. She didn't just boost her energy, she actually altered her physical structure. Tarina smirked. Did that last battle give you some sort of enlightenment? She dropped her voice, dragging out every word. If you want to get past us, Situ-Lu screamed back at her. You'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Hearing that, Luzin burst into uncontrollable laughter, his shoulders literally shaking with excitement. He grinned wildly. Interesting. This is getting too interesting. I thought you were just a bunch of bugs with a little extra strength. I didn't expect a pack of wolf cubs bearing their fangs at us. Hoso's voice cut in, completely cold, since that's how it is. Barros nodded, his aura violently exploding around him. Then we'll just butcher you guys first. In the very next split second, all four enemies stomped the ground at the exact same time, their power erupting like a hurricane. An absolute bloodbath broke out outside the tower. Furious screams mixed with deafening explosions that echoed through the sky. Massive shockwaves ripped through the area, causing even the solid stone walls to slowly crack apart. Aki cursed under his breath. Damn it. This entire tower is reinforced with some kind of special metal. He channeled all his power into his feet and slammed them into the ground. He quickly realized he couldn't just brute force his way through the top of the tower. Aki decided to pivot his attack. He muttered to himself, fine then, I'll just find a breaking point at the base of the tower. He unleashed a devastating strike right into the foundation, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. But when the smoke cleared, the base of the tower was still standing perfectly intact. He scowled, gripping the hilt of his sword tighter. Not even a single scratch. Right at that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the sword in his hand. This is the fundamental rule of power. The voice continued to explain, inside this tower, a chaotic and incredibly ancient energy is surging. This gate is reinforced by that exact same energy. It's completely sealed shut. The sword went on. Seals, rules in the world. There is absolutely nothing. Aki stared at the massive gate in silence, his eyes turning razor sharp as he finished the thought. That has the right to seal itself in front of us. The sword let out a booming laugh, as if it was feeding right off his absolute madness. Aki raised his sword high into the air and let out a furious roar, sending out a shockwave of raw sound, split it wide open. A terrifying slash crashed down, making the tower react for the very first time. Tarina's face went pale with anger. You actually think you can break the main gate? You absolute idiots. That seal was set by the king himself. As the smoke and dust finally cleared, Aki stood alone right in front of the gate, his solitary figure completely wrapped in crackling black lightning. A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the surface, and then the black lightning started spreading out, just like a massive spider web. The heavy door suddenly shot out arcs of red lightning, forming a solid magic barrier. Aki gathered every ounce of his strength, getting ready to launch his second strike. Break. The heavy doors violently cracked open. As the fracture spread, a truly terrifying wave of pressure came violently pouring out from the inside. Seeing that unbelievable sight, those four were completely stunned into silence. They just stood there, rooted to the spot in pure terror, completely overwhelmed by that sheer, destructive power. Tarina's voice trembled in absolute panic. He can actually break the seal. Situ-Lu let out a cold laugh. While still blocking their attacks, she shouted right back at them. So, your precious king is nothing more than just this. She pushed her aura to the absolute limit, her imposing pressure not dropping for a single second. Listen up, everyone. Do not let your guard down now that the door has been breached. Throwing attacks while she spoke, Sidulu coldly laid down the law, and we definitely won't let any of you get past us to interfere with him. Barrow scowled deeply, feeling the pressure skyrocketing around them. These guys aren't weak at all. We have to wipe them out. Right now, Tarina gritted her teeth in pure frustration, her freezing gaze radiating an icy aura that threatened to swallow up everything. Tarina screamed at the top of her lungs, "I will absolutely not allow anyone to interrupt the king while he is in secluded cultivation." Standing right in front of the pitch-black entrance to the cave dwelling, Aki remained totally silent for a moment, as if he was carefully observing his surroundings. After a brief pause, he slowly stepped inside the darkness, his sharp eyes constantly scanning the area for any sign of danger. He honestly couldn't hide his shock when he realized he was standing inside an unimaginably massive space, with the walls completely covered in countless, bizarre ancient runes. Aki quickly analyzed the situation. The ceiling is hundreds of meters high. This place is definitely using a folded space technique. The area inside is easily dozens of times larger than it looks from the outside. Suddenly, the sword spoke up. "Be careful, kid, this aura is incredibly unnatural. Even I feel completely repulsed and disturbed by it." The ancient voice continued with its grim speculation. "It feels like something is forcefully mashing several chaotic sources of power together into one unnatural mess." Staring dead ahead into the pitch-black shadows, he quietly muttered to himself, "Come on out." Instantly, heavy footsteps with razor-sharp claws stepped out of the shadows. A massive, swarming horde of demons began marching forward, completely surrounding him on all sides. Aki quickly ran the numbers in his head. There are at least 40 of them. Glaring at the monstrous horde, he silently evaluated their strength. Even the weakest ones here are rank 4 demons. There are even rank 6 demons bearing their fangs as they close in. Aki ground his teeth in pure, burning fury. So this is the new king, the guy who was supposed to save the world and protect humanity. A hero who should be hating these damn demons right down to his very bones. He spat out the words with absolute disgust. Yet here he is, secretly raising a massive army of high-level demons inside his own lair, just to play guard dog while he sits in secluded cultivation. His eyes violently flared with pure killing intent. Well, if that's how it's gonna be. A blinding, violent crimson light suddenly erupted from his body, making the entire horde of demons tremble in primal fear. Aki was fully locked in, ready to unleash hell. He slammed his hand hard into the ground, dropping into a brutal combat stance. Black armor slaughter. The horde of demons violently charged forward, screeching at the top of their lungs. "Don't be afraid of him. Rip him apart." But then, a booming voice echoed through the cavern. "Halt." Instantly, all those razor-sharp claws froze, aimed straight at him. Aki let out a sarcastic smirk. "Man, does every single floor of this damn tower have the exact same annoying welcoming ceremony?" He violently stomped his foot down, shattering the solid stone floor beneath him. He practically spat out his next word. "Fine." Aki launched himself straight into the demonic horde. "Then I'll just butcher every single one of you right here." Meanwhile, the scene shifts somewhere else. Flashes of blinding light zipped across the battlefield like raging thunderbolts. Those devastating streams of power just kept raining down, fiercely bombarding the area without a single second of mercy. The entire landscape had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Out of the smoke, a panicked voice cried out, "Shino, are you still holding up?" Tomo was sick with worry. "You took the brunt of all that damage to protect us." Sidulu frantically rushed over to his side. "Shino, hold still, let me heal your wounds." But Shino just gritted his teeth, his voice full of stubborn resolve. "Back off, I can still fight." He fiercely glared up at the sky, his eyes burning with absolute rage. "Even if they are the new 6 sovereigns, I swear I'm gonna rip a few chunks of flesh right off their bones." Looking down at that pathetic display, Tarina let out a mocking sigh. "I'll admit, the strength of those 3 brats really isn't half bad. To think they could use their broken, battered bodies to force the 4 of us to team up against them for this long." Her eyes turned icy as she barked out her final order. "We still have to drag these pathetic bugs out of the way. Let's finish them off. Right now. Hit them with absolutely everything you've got." The surging waves of power began to swell, growing more violent by the second. Once they had gathered enough raw, destructive energy, the massive waves of power violently crashed straight down towards Shino's group. Sidulu's eyes blew wide open, completely paralyzed by sheer, unavoidable terror. She stared helplessly at the apocalyptic waves of energy crashing down. The new 6 sovereigns were already insanely powerful, but now their strength has literally multiplied. Floating right in front of her eyes was one of the new 6 sovereigns, Tarina. She simply hovered high up in the air, staring down at them with a totally dead, merciless gaze. With massive horns violently ripping through her skull, Tarina officially entered her dual-core demon form. Right beside her was the colossal warhammer, belonging to Luzon, the signature weapon of the new 6 sovereign, Luzon, who was also fully locked into his dual-core demon form. He manifested right out of thin air, sporting menacingly sharp horns while his explosive aura ripped through the sky. And then came the devastating reveal of the rending fang. That was the deadly weapon of Barros, the new 6 sovereign, Barros, also unleashing his terrifying dual-core demon form. And finally, the appearance of the legendary space-time scepter, the weapon of the remaining dual-core demon form. Seeing this, Sidulu grew anxious, a dual-core combined with demonization. "This energy density is absolutely terrifying." She whispered to herself, "Aki, this is as far as we can go with you." Gritting her teeth with determination, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Aki squad, launch the final attack." The two sides clashed fiercely, sending blood splattering all across the battlefield. Triple overlapping light cannon. The three monsters simultaneously gathered their energy, preparing to strike. But in an instant, all three were blasted away by a massive surge of power. Aki appeared at lightning speed, taking them down one by one. His eyes were ice cold as he muttered in annoyance, way too slow. Aki stomped his foot hard on the ground, his voice chilling to the bone. If you all love this kind of welcoming ceremony so much. The moment he spoke, his power erupted, slaughtering every single demon in sight. Then use your lives to wash the floors of this tower. The room was instantly flooded with fresh blood and crackling red lightning. A thick cloud of dust and smoke filled the room, before slowly beginning to clear. As the smoke settled, Aki stood there, resting his sword against the ground. Nothing but corpses remained around him. Floor 1 demons, completely annihilated. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. On to the next floor. The scene shifted to the sky above, where blinding streaks of golden lightning tore through the clouds. Shino was locked in a fierce, mid-air battle with his enemy. He gathered up his power and dove straight down into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Back to Aki, who had just wiped out every last demon on the second floor. Floor 2 demons, completely annihilated. Somewhere else, Sidulu stared at the crumbling ruins and screamed, Shino. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open right behind Sidulu. Still have the time to worry about someone else. A blast of raw energy shot out, aiming straight for her. Sidulu quickly raised her guard and blocked the strike. Meanwhile, Aki had already swept through the third floor. Floor 3 demons, completely annihilated. Cutting back to Sidulu, she gritted her teeth, fully on edge. This is weird. Why does my body suddenly feel so heavy and sluggish? She turned her head, a sudden realization hitting her. Tell me. Just then, a voice echoed right behind her. Tarina smirked, gripping the scythe in her hands. Finally figured it out. Did you? The hallucinogenic poison bone? She gave a chilling warning. Don't bother struggling. Inside this formation, absolutely no one can move freely. Over on Aki's side, he just kept slaughtering his way through the demons on the upper floors. Shifting to another battlefield, energy violently exploded. Blinding lightning spiraled out of control as a tiny figure stood right in the center of the storm of power. Tomo was forced back. She panted heavily, exhausted as she faced down an opponent giving off an absolutely terrifying aura. He pointed his weapon right at her, a teasing smirk on his face. Hey there, little sister. Looks like your speed is starting to drop. On the final floor, Aki viciously drove his sword straight through the chest of a demon. He thought to himself, so the final guard is a 7-stage Black Dual-Core demon. Aki raised his hand, channeling his inner strength, as a dark, surging energy materialized around him. The stones carved with strange symbols suddenly detached from the demon's body. They hit the ground, and then immediately flew straight toward Aki. He analyzed them in his mind. Red represents strength, yellow is for defense, blue is for speed, green is for recovery, and purple is for illusion. And now, this black one represents space. Red, yellow, blue, green, purple, and black. They're all finally here. Aki gripped the stone tightly in his hand, a sharp cracking sound echoing through the room. Without a second thought, he fused the stone straight into his own chest. A violent surge of power erupted, dark energy aggressively swirling around his body. Aki closed his eyes, thinking to himself, I've finally grasped power of space. He snapped his eyes open, revealing 2 different colored pupils. He looked absolutely terrifying. Aki raised a finger, murmuring softly, so, is this the power of possessing all attributes? He pierced his finger straight into the empty air, tearing open a spatial rift. It revealed another dimension, and he could vividly feel the flow of space itself. He stared at the door, thinking to himself, the top of the tower is right on the other side. Suddenly, Aki gasped and his eyes went wide, like he had just sensed something terrible. He whipped his head around. Standing right in front of him was the one they called the New King. The scene violently cut back to Shino, where Luzan was raising his massive warhammer high into the air, ready to bring it crashing down. Luzan gave a cold, sinister smirk. Looks like you can't activate your protective shield anymore, can you? Without hesitating, Luzan slammed the warhammer mercilessly into the ground, roaring with absolute fury, just die. Suddenly, the entire space went pitch black. It felt like time itself had frozen. In the middle of that dead silence, strange, glowing green lotus rings began to appear in the sky above. Back on the other side, Aki closed his eyes in deep concentration, whispering softly, sorry for keeping you all waiting. He projected his thoughts directly into the minds of his teammates. I've finally collected every single core. I've broken through the barrier, and fused them all together. Pausing for a brief second, Aki's voice dropped into a deep, commanding tone. I'm gonna make all of you evolve one more time.